Chapter 321 Going Their Separate Ways. Rodlika's reaction and words were beyond my expectation. After all, in the game, since Little Red Riding Hood came to the Round Table Hall, she has never left. You want to go to the ancestral forest? I confirmed it again. Rodlika also nodded, explaining, Master Ling, your headband is inhabited by a very powerful spirit. It seems to be guiding me forward. This? I was a little reluctant to agree. After all, Rodlika, as a spirit trainer, is a very important assistant to Atai. If her life is in danger in the future, how can I upgrade the ashes I have obtained? Besides, Brother Teardrop is still mentally retarded now. I originally thought I would like to ask Rodlika to help me find the reason. But an unexpected voice suddenly spoke. Let her go. Xiaogu? The old blacksmith was maintaining and sharpening the knife spark that I handed to Roger while he was telling a story. He said without looking up, since a new person came into that room, Roderica's condition has been unstable. I heard that the ancestors coexist with the souls. If Roderica can go, she can relax a little, and she can also learn the skills of adjusting the spirit from them. Roger and I couldn't help but turn our heads and look at Roderica. Little Red Riding Hood's face was also slightly rosy. She lowered her head, rubbed her hands, swallowed her saliva, and said slowly, in that room, there are wailing and crying from time to time. I can feel a kind of horror and extremely crazy curse, even at such a long distance. It is also frightening. The Dung Eater. Of course, he himself does not necessarily eat dung as his name suggests. It is said that he is a monster born in the sewers of the royal city. He will bury the curse from the hotbed of darkness in the human body, making the other party tainted forever. Unexpectedly, the Dung Eater in reality, just the existence will affect Roderica's state, hindering her from adjusting her spirit? It seems that I have to find an opportunity to quickly use the special props that Service gave me. I couldn't help but sigh. If you really want to go to Nokron, Roderica, then go to Stonewell first. Talk to Nephili and ask her to send someone to protect you. I understand. Roderica nodded obediently. In addition, clang clang clang, I took off the light horn headband, accompanied by the background music I hummed, and crowned Roderica. This is a treasure given to me by the high priest of the ancestors. Seeing this deer horn, they should not attack you. Oh, and this soul ash, you should take it with you, Roderica. I shook the soul summoning bell, and gave the ancestral soul obtained by defeating the ancestral queen of the lower reaches of the Shidla River to the other party. Roderica used a cemetery lily of the valley to receive the soul of the ancestor, and held it in her palm. Thank you, Lord Zero. Then, ancestor, please give me more advice. I seemed to hear the ancestor's mooing voice in my ears. And then Roger teased, you are too protective. Zero. And it was the same before. What do you know? Roderica's soul-controlling ability is one of the most precious treasures. If I had time, I would definitely accompany her. Roger continued to make fun of us. Aren't old friends precious? I've never seen you treat me so well. Zero. Humph. I helped you block the evil omen demon and let you enter Stonewell smoothly. Isn't that good enough? When I thought of this, I immediately lost my temper. Roger immediately retorted, but later, when you were desperate, I also helped you. So it has been offset. It can't be offset. Bastard. I waved my big hand at Roger. Rodlika. Hit him. Huh? Rodlika didn't understand what I meant at once. Just use the antlers to hit his lungs. The ancestors communicate their feelings in this way. I said nonsense. But Roger soon exposed it. Hey. 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 Since it is a horn related to the priest, it is not used like this. Right? Zero. Don't teach her nonsense. What if she really believes it? What if there is trouble when she arrives at Noklongan? Huh. It's hard. Isn't it used to communicate with the horns? Rodlika held the antlers and asked blankly. Look. Okay. It's my fault this time. I heard you said you were going to Noklongan. Right? At this moment, a word interrupted our conversation. It was Hunting Death D. If possible, I'll go with you. Hey. He's going too? Oh. Could it be that D is going to look for his brother? After all, in the game, D's brother seems to have met with the Prince of Death Godwin. And he has his own ideas. Speaking of the drainage area of Noklongan, then you go to Stonewell first, find a forge knight named Hector, and tell him that there are two of his comrades under Noklongan, but I don't know if it is Paris, his brother. When I said this, I couldn't help but pause and glanced at D. The look in his eyes under the helmet was indeed slightly changed. If it is Hector who is here, Zero, you can be completely relieved. Right? Roger smiled and nudged my shoulder with his arm. Well, that's what I plan to do. Also, after you go down, you must pay attention to the people of the Fallen Eagle Legion. They have been trapped underground for too long, and seem to have become crazy due to the lack of the Queen's blessing, and even cannibalism. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are the biggest enemy in Noklong. I'd better write a paper report, and you can take it to Nephili and Heltalk. Okay, thank you, Lord Zero. Rodlika stood up with me, but, when she bowed, the light horn headband almost hit my head. Could it be that this deer antler can really be used as a weapon? I returned to the round table in the hall, and borrowed a parchment scroll and a pen from Teacher Colin, who was preparing various prayer runes for me. Dee also briefly discussed with Roderica about the plan to go to Noklon. After everything was settled, most of the people in the hall were ready to leave and continue their adventures. I walked to Shiogu, took back the polished Ninth Starfire, and thanked the old blacksmith. Thank you for taking care of Roderica. Shiogu. The blacksmith didn't say much. Just like an old father who was not good at talking. He changed the subject, and his eyes fell on the Ninth Starfire in my hand. This is really a good knife. It can actually combine magic with the characteristics of the Earth Dragon scales. It is unexpected. Moreover, from the toughness of the knife, I can feel that the other party's knife forging skills are quite steady and skilled. In this case, Shiogu, do you want to go out for a walk? Old Master Iji will be very happy to hear what you say. I invited Shiogu again, but Shiogu still shook his head. Let's forget it. The blacksmith is as stubborn as ever. For the oath with Marika, he voluntarily imprisoned himself in this hall. I'd better find a way to use weapons to make him more interested in the outside world, and then persuade him to leave. In this way, when the burning tree affects the hall here, I can take him and Little Red Riding Hood away. While thinking about this idea, I said goodbye to Shiogu. Everyone has gathered in front of the round table in the hall, ready to embark on their own journey again. Unexpectedly, Sir Baiji actually called me at the moment before leaving. Zero. I looked at the people in the hall with confusion, and they obviously didn't know what was going on. I'd better go and see for myself. Following Baiji to his study, the Sir said without delay, I'd better apologize to you. The mad firemen have lost us. Huh? Where did we lose them? I suddenly remembered that in the corrupt church of Galad, mad fires threw me an ear. Obviously, they have already noticed Baiji's secret investigation. Baiji continued to reply, it was on the hill near the ancient ruins cliff, near a place called Lux Ruins. Lux Ruins? That is where we rested overnight after we first climbed the Yatan Plateau. The next day, Little Snake Leia left the team with Euros. However, where and what did those mad firemen go? When I was wondering, Baiji coldly threw a new question to me. But, Zero, what I want to ask you is, how many mad firemen are there? Chapter 322. Yatan Plateau, I'm back. How many fire-crazed people are there? If I am not counted as someone who might get involved in fire-craze later, the fire-crazed people who have appeared so far include Nelius, the fire-crazed A Ling, the fire-crazed Witch Haida, and in the future, there should be Xia Balalai, but if I can successfully prevent the encounter between pure purple blood Finger Eleonora and Yura, maybe Xia Balalai will not be able to show up. However, why did Baiji ask me this question? Besides, he simply responded to my answer with a simple really, and then there was no further text. Is my answer inconsistent with the information he knows? It's really strange. There won't be other fire-crazed people. Right, Vic? No, if it was Vic, Baiji would not be able to fail to recognize him. After all, the other party should be considered a well-known person among the Knights of the Round Table. Who could it be? With such doubts in mind, I took Colin and Roger out of the Round Table Hall, and through the blessing transmission, we arrived at the Fork of Asia Altar Avenue. Wow, is this the Yatan Plateau? Roger opened his eyes and sighed like a tourist. It's just like the rumors say, there's gold everywhere. Wow, Zero, look, this golden tree seems to be right above your head, as if you can reach out and grab it. When we arrived, it was already getting dark, making the whole land glow with orange-red gold. And under the golden tree that you can see by looking up, the outline of the royal city of Rodel also vaguely emerged. The golden light shines, and the white city is holy. The approaching sunset adds a sense of solemnity, adding a sense of heaviness of the dynasty's decline. Even the calm teacher Colin actually lost a bit of his composure, looking at his trembling excitement, as if he couldn't help but kowtow. King, Royal City Rodel, the dazzling golden tree, what a warm blessing. I finally returned to this land. This made me clap my hands, and reminded the two, okay, children. Please follow the good teacher's pace, don't run around. Let's go to the nearby area and light up the rune map first. Look at how proud you are. Roger put his arm around my shoulder with a smile. And then asked, by the way, Zero, you didn't seem to tell us where you were going? Didn't I tell you? Roger nodded firmly. I raised my head and thought carefully about what I was going to do after returning to the Yatin Plateau. The most important thing, of course, was to find the whereabouts of the Mad Fire, and then deal with them. They probably broke into the royal city, and went to the sewer area to meet the Three Fingers. No. If the Mad Fire Zero had the memory of the game, they should first deal with the Blessing King Mungert and unlock the underground seal. Then I have to find Mr. Mungert first, and remind him to be careful. The easiest way should be to find the teacher's phantom between the outer and inner walls of Rodel, and inform him of this in advance so that he can be prepared. As for Leia, to be honest, I can't say that I am not worried at all. After all, after that little girl left, there was no news at all. She kept saying that I was the hero she had chosen. Since she had already taken Gyros back, wouldn't it be possible for her to come out again and look for me at the Magic Academy? However, Leia's little head might not have thought so much. I guess she would wait for me to visit her at home. Forget it, after all. I promised that, even if she abandoned me, I would go find her myself. It's time to fulfill this promise. In addition, there are also Yura and Eleonora, who I just thought of. Speaking of which, the second Marika church is nearby. Why don't we go and see them first? But if we really run into Eleonora, pure purple blood finger, how should we deal with her? Don't just stand there in a daze, and don't say anything. Roger couldn't help but remind him. Unintentionally, we had already walked to the map stone tablet beside the avenue. I finally realized what was happening, and told him the truth. Sure enough, I still plan to enter the royal city of Rodel first, and we'll talk about the rest later. Roger couldn't help but whistled, and said with a smile, oh, we're going the same way this time. Please give me your advice. Zero. Yes. I looked at Colin again. Teacher Colin can also go with us temporarily. Before, I heard about the whereabouts of the master of the golden mask. Really? Colin couldn't help but exclaimed. Please take me there. Who? At this moment, a low question suddenly came from nearby. We all turned our heads in unison, and saw a large black lump of flesh, staring at us with his small eyes. The moment he recognized our identities, the chained son of Evil Omen immediately raised his sword and shouted, it's the Fated One. The Fated One appears here. Woo soon. The sound of a horn came in the evening breeze. Run! I also hurriedly gave an order and led people into the nearby woods. That black big guy is the son of Evil Omen. Right? We didn't offend him. Did we? Roger was a little puzzled. And Colin has helped me to explain quickly. Those sons of Evil Omens, who are not blessed by the golden law, should have long horns all over their bodies. But the few who are chasing them, some of them have obviously had their horns chopped off. And they are also wearing shackles and chains, which is a symbol of their submission to the contemporary king. Teacher, you are already panting while talking, so don't do the explanation while running. Torret, I quickly summoned the spirit horse. Carry Teacher Colin on your back, and protect him. Fortunately, the sky became darker, and the layers of shadows of the trees also covered our tracks, leaving those sons of Evil Omens farther and farther away. But speaking of it, what surprised me was that, although there was indeed a camp of Rodel soldiers nearby, in the game, no one would come to the map stone tablet to patrol. Could it be that something really happened in Rodel King City, so the soldiers stationed in the camp had to expand the scope of patrol? Woof woof woof. In the dark forest, there was a sudden barking of dogs. It's really one wave after another. And there is only one possibility that I can think of for the dog monsters wandering around here. Bleeding dog. The bushes rustled, and dogs barked everywhere. When I turned around, I saw the wild dog with a bright red blood clot on its head and swollen blood sacs on its body, rushing towards us. Oh my God! There are so many of them. Are all the family members out? In the blink of an eye, there are nearly a dozen blood dogs rushing towards us from all directions. I subconsciously raised my shield, blocked the first wild dog's charge, and used my shield to counterattack, and directly cut off the opponent's dog's head with one knife. Fortunately, it was not a bug bleeding dog, the kind that can bite directly into the bleeding state. In that case, It would not be easy to deal with it. Phew. But just when Roger and I were dealing with the bleeding dogs that appeared from all over the woods, some of them attacked Torrit and Colin. The spirit horse was frightened and quickly spread its legs and feet and ran deep into the woods. Hey! Torrit, wait, that direction. Before I finished shouting, I heard Teacher Colin scream through the air. Wow! Why did I suddenly feel tired of Big Brother? The master was captured by the monster? By the way, Torrit, are you so afraid of dogs? Or did you run away with people just to follow my order to protect Colin? We had to make a quick decision. Roger. Get out of the way. I summoned the power of the molten flame in the night starfire, and swung it at the bleeding dogs that were rushing towards me with all my strength. Combat skill molten flame hurricane dance. Those weak guys were engulfed by the molten flame storm in an instant, and fell from the sky one after another, scattered on the ground like garbage. Hey, old friend. You have become much stronger after not seeing you for a while. Roger couldn't help but whistled. Don't talk nonsense. Let's chase him. I quickly found Torrit's footprints and took Roger with me. After all, the direction the guy fled to was the second church of Marika, which was the place where the pure purple blood finger Eleonora appeared. Chapter 323 Blood Dance. Following Torrit's footsteps, passing through the bushes, we arrived at the edge of a cliff. The sound of Torrit's horse hooves and Colin's wailing still continued to be heard from below. But it seemed understandable. In the dark environment, Torrit must have jumped off the cliff for Colin's safety to avoid the pursuit of the bleeding dogs. But Colin, as a prophetic prayer, had a cloth covering his eyes, and the sudden feeling of falling must have made him think that Torrit had lost his footing, and he took him to jump off the cliff to commit suicide. And now there was a faint sound of dog barking from their side. Probably they were being chased by another wave of bleeding dogs hiding in the second church of Marika. Let's go! I sighed helplessly, jumped off the cliff that was only 3 or 5 meters high, and walked out of the woods with Roger following the sound. Sure enough, in the open space in front of the second Marika church, 3 dogs, a horse, and a human figure are circling around. These bleeding dogs are quite resourceful. One is responsible for chasing the buttocks, and the other 2 are constantly trying to find ways to bypass and infiltrate and attack from the side. But Torrit is not an ordinary horse. With just a light jump, he can play with a blood dog under his hooves. Even Colin on horseback had his feet brushed by the blood dog's fangs several times. He didn't know how to control Torrit properly. While letting it play, he felt like he was on a roller coaster and was scared. Torrit. I was about to call Torrit back, but Roger interrupted me. He pointed in the direction of the church, and saw a dark shadow holding a rapier, coming out from inside. Is it a blood noble? Pure purple blood finger Eleonora is not here. Anyway, let's go up and help first. Brother Gia, I'll leave those bleeding dogs to you. I strode forward with Night Starfire, and then shouted to Torrit. Torrit, come back. Woof woof. Woof woof. What the bleeding dogs also heard my voice, and 2 of them immediately pounced on me. But I saw a few blue lights flashing, and they were all forced back by Roger's shining sword circle. However, the vitality of these bleeding dogs was surprisingly strong, and their bodies were larger than those in the forest just now. The injured wild dogs felt threatened, and they all barked and rushed towards Roger. I had already rushed towards the blood noble, dragged the long sword, and directly slashed with the reverse robe. The opponent turned around nimbly, dodged the attack, and then the rapier in his hand, with scarlet blood, pierced me continuously. Combat skills, dynasty sword skills. With a combination of blood collection? If I get hit by a set, I'm afraid it will directly trigger the bleeding state. I didn't dare to block it, and could only dodge it continuously. This time, the opponent's rapier was even more aggressive, as fast as the wind, and one sword was faster than the other, pressing me closer and closer. Swoosh! There was a stinging pain on my cheek, and I had to use magic power, using the Hound Step, intending to temporarily distance myself. But in the dark night before my eyes, a little scarlet light flashed immediately, and I subconsciously swung my knife to block it, as the thrown dagger forced me to stop. The blood noble immediately followed me, and the sword stabbed at me like raindrops again. It was really tricky. After reaching the Yatin Plateau, I couldn't rely on just using the Hound Step to make the opponent run around. But since that's the case, I also slashed the blade with blood, and withstood the continuous attacks of the rapier. I swung the blade with all my strength. Combat skills blood slash. The blood noble was also slightly stunned, and hurriedly pulled away. but the blood blade still cut his collar. I took out the Holy Grail bottle and drank it, and simply recovered. The blood noble walked around me, and his eyes covered under the hood couldn't help but look at me more. What? You only allow people from the blood dynasty to use the power of Mother of Truth, but you don't allow me, Atai, to develop my own blood fighting skills? You don't even want to call me the Godfather of Blood, which makes me cry. Just kidding. I used the Hound Steps, and attacked first, suddenly stepped on the wind and leaped up, and stabbed the opponent with the Night Star Fire in one hand. The blood noble used the Dynasty Sword skill again, turning around gracefully, avoiding the attack at a relatively extreme distance, so that he could immediately raise his sword and stab me when the attack missed. However, the surging blood power on the Night Star Fire could no longer be suppressed, and it suddenly exploded. Combat skill blood flow wolf howl. The blood splattered out like fine needles, carrying the impact force, and the blood noble, who was not prepared, was broken up and staggered backwards. But the knife flashed, and the black blade pierced his chest, causing all the noble's strength to flow to the ground with the blood gushing out of his body. You are too hasty. I raised my foot, kicked the opponent away, and drew my sword. The blood noble also fell backwards, suddenly falling into the darkness. Splash. Sound of water? Oh no! By the time I reacted, that guy had already merged into the pool of blood, disappeared from my sight. This is the unique way of escaping of the Blood Dynasty. Even though that crazy fire wussy had used it twice in front of me, I still couldn't guard against this move. It seems that the next time we encounter the enemies of the Blood Dynasty, it is more practical to just chop off their heads. 0. Roger has also cooperated with Colin and Tourette to deal with those bleeding dogs, and walked towards me. That person escaped. I don't know if he will call for help. Anyway, let's leave here first. Since I didn't run into Eleonora, it's better to be more cautious. However, in this blood-stained Marika church, only after defeating Eleonora in the game will the blood nobles appear. Could it be that someone has taken the lead and defeated the pure purple blood finger? Is it those crazy fire people? It seems unlikely. We returned to the foot of the cliff where we jumped down, facing this height of nearly 5 meters. Roger was about to take out the grappling hook. Tourette suddenly called out, Can you run up directly? Tourette? I guessed what it meant. You? 0, you should do it. Colin quickly jumped off the horse and took over my shift. It seems that Tourette's freedom and unruliness have left some shadows on the teacher. That's great. Show me how much progress you have made after getting the power of the ancestral king. Tourette. I pulled the reins. Tourette suddenly started to move, heading towards the higher cliff on the other side of the cliff. After its light footsteps stepped on the nearly vertical wall for several steps, it suddenly jumped to the side, and with 2 consecutive jumps, it actually climbed up the cliff more than 5 meters high quite easily. It seems that after absorbing the power of the ancestral king, Tourette's acceleration and starting are faster, and his jumping ability has also improved. After all, in the game, Tourette can't climb over the high cliff here at all. Oh, not bad. Tourette, I'm next. Roger was eager to try at the bottom of the cliff, but Colin turned around and borrowed the hook from him. Well, anyway, as long as we can get here safely, it doesn't matter. Since we had enough rest during the blessing transmission, we continued our journey overnight, along the road until we came to a broken bridge. Below is a vast sea of black trees, and inside it are hideous earthworm faces. Although the strength is not particularly high, it can be compared to a mountain goblin giant with a cursed spray, but that face is too annoying. It's okay if I don't pay attention to it in the game, but in today's reality, I'm afraid I will feel physically uncomfortable and lose sand directly if I look at the face of Cthulhu with maggots all over his head. I'd better wait until I'm prepared. 0, why don't you go directly through the main gate, but take a long detour? Even if it's Rodel's back door, it will be heavily guarded. Right? Roger asked me, comparing the map in his mind. I pointed to the other side of the broken bridge and said, First of all, the golden mask that Mr. Colin wants to find is probably on the other side. Secondly, there are 2 uncles guarding the front, and there are also a group of regular troops. The troops behind are relatively weak. I don't want to ask for trouble. Is the golden mask master on the other side? Master Ling Colin's tone was full of excitement. I had to give a shot of precaution. It's just a possibility. After all, I haven't seen it with my own eyes. Of course, in the game, the great sage stood on the opposite bridge without moving. As for reality, It's hard to say. The portal is right there. Go through. Just as we were about to pass through the portal and go to the other side of the bridge, an old woman's voice suddenly came from the darkness. Ah, it's really lively recently. And there are people coming again. Come here. Come here. Come to my side. Let me interpret your fingers for you. Come here. It was the old woman who interpreted the fingers. She looked exactly like Grandma Inya. Her body was hunched like a turtle, and her eye sockets were deep on her shriveled face. But what I care most about is the again in the old woman's mouth. Before us. Has anyone been here before? Chapter 324. Finger Reading. At the bridgehead of Chuanlin Bridge on the Yatan Plateau, our roundtable tour group was stopped by an old woman who was telling fortunes, like a charlatan who was pretending to be a fortune teller. However, her words, "Another person has come," caught my attention. Old lady, please tell me, has anyone else come to your place to tell fortunes before us? I asked curiously. But the old woman who told fortunes smiled slightly on her wrinkled face, and she stretched out her hand to me leisurely, but did not answer. Could it be that she was old and did not hear my question clearly? So, I couldn't help but raise my voice and asked again, I say, old lady, come, let me tell your fingers first, and then we can talk about other things. The old woman interrupted me slowly, so she can hear. Speaking of which, why is the feeling of seeing this charlatan getting stronger and stronger? Let me tell you your fortune without talking about anything else. I am a stubborn person. I refuse to bargain. No, you tell me first, who has been here, then I will show you the finger. Ah. Oh my God, what an old woman. Suddenly, a lion-like roar came out of her throat, and the cane in her hand trembled violently, making the high chair under her creak. The deep eye sockets became darker, as if they were trying to absorb people's mental power. Interpret, interpret. Give me your finger quickly. Let me interpret it. How old is she? And she still acts like a spoiled child? Moreover, this is a for sale. If I insist on not giving her the finger, I'm afraid I will have to force my way into the boss battle with the finger-unlocking old woman. Grandma, please interpret it for me first. Just when my eyelids were trembling slightly, Colin came forward and stretched out his hand. The finger-unlocking old woman immediately put away her boss-like aura and smiled. Oh, thank you so much. Let me take a good look at your finger. She changes her face faster than turning a page. After all, when the magic ring was broken, it also broke the string in the hearts of the blessed people, turning their obsession into madness. Roger seemed to see through my thoughts, and came over and said with a smile, but I didn't expect, Zero, that you would be so resistant to reading your fingers? Not that I'm resistant. I couldn't help scratching my face. Rather, I already knew what the old woman would say, so I just wanted to get information, and I was too lazy to waste time. But from the results, it took more time. Oh! On the other side, the old woman had obviously finished interpreting Colin's fingers, with a dream of gold in mind, creating a perfect and prosperous world. But when the glory fades and the road ahead is difficult, what choice will you make? It doesn't matter, it doesn't matter, everything is an inescapable curse. Curse, that's the curse of Queen Marika. Although it still sounds like the riddle man in the game, but combined with what I know about Mr. Colin's plot, it seems to be quite consistent. This old woman is quite capable. Colin frowned slightly, but still bowed respectfully to the old woman who helped her. Thank you for your guidance. Old lady. Then it's my turn next. Old lady. Roger also generously extended his hand. The finger-unbuttoning old woman couldn't wait to lean forward, grabbed Roger's palm, and carefully examined the lines on his fingers. Thank God. Oh, people who intend to go deep into the darkness. What do you want to get from death? Then go and find it. Go and find it. Under the golden haze. That is a blasphemy against eternity. It is the curse of Queen Marika. Curse. It's the Queen's curse again. I remember in the game, the finger-unbuttoning old woman also had curses in her voice to Atai. It seems that this old woman has a deep grudge against Marika, and everything can be related to the curse. However, Roger was deeply thoughtful about the old woman's words. Under the golden haze. Zero, what do you think it means? I guess it's asking you to look under the golden tree. I responded casually. This is the answer. After all, the dead Prince Godwin is indeed hiding deep in the roots of the golden tree. But I still hope that Roger will not ignore the question asked by the old woman. What do you want to gain from death? However, before I could say anything more, a strong sense of oppression had already fallen on me. It seems that if I don't give in today, It will really trigger a boss battle. Sighing, I handed my palm to the old woman, who was untied. The old woman was ecstatic, as if she had received a gift from the emperor. She took my palm, and her dry and rough hands were like rubbing a treasure. Oh, thank God. Oh, there is collapsed gold in the east, and there is a blasphemous snake in the west. It doesn't matter which side you choose. It's the same no matter which side you choose. This is a curse. The curse of Queen Marika. You see? I said it's exactly the same. I suddenly realized that the old woman's chattering had stopped unconsciously. Is it over? I tried to pull my hand back with a little force, but she still held my hand tightly, and her eyes had completely left my fingers, and were looking at my face instead. Then, the old woman lowered her head again, looked at my fingers, and even put down the cane in her other hand, and checked my fingers one by one. That hurts a little. I couldn't help but want to pull my hand back. The old woman suddenly screamed, "Ah! Curse! 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 This is not. This is an unforgivable curse." While yelling, she even grabbed the cane, jumped off the high chair, and staggered and ran towards the nearby bushes at an extremely fast speed. Destroyed? Everything is destroyed. The flames destroyed everything. This is a curse on the border. My eyelids trembled slightly. Medical miracle. So this old woman can run so fast. The exaggerated performance of the old woman attracted Roger's curiosity. He also came to my palm and looked at it carefully. Your fate looks quite terrible, Zero. Who knows? I laughed twice in silence, and suddenly felt a strange gaze. Turning his head, Colin glanced away almost synchronously. Teacher Colin seemed to be on guard against me. Could it be that the old woman's words made him misunderstand something? After all, when it comes to fire, Teacher Colin will inevitably think of his red fire prayers, and he just happened to teach them all. Oh wow, someone scared the old woman away again. You guys, it seems quite interesting. Just then, an old and vicissitudes voice sounded from the direction of the broken bridge. Oh, of course, it was not the old man who untied his fingers, but a wandering merchant. But, again, I suddenly realized. What's wrong? Zero? That old woman. She slipped away before I told her who was here. I sighed helplessly, and had to walk to the wandering merchant who had spoken to me. Old merchant, could you please tell me who scared away that old woman before? Of course. The information fee will be high. You should learn your lesson. The old merchant immediately said with a smile, Dear guest, if I remember correctly, the last time the old woman was scared away were two red-haired women, who were carrying the power of disaster that could corrupt everything. Chapter 325 Heroes Save the Beauty. Two red-haired women, the power of disaster that can corrupt everything. Needless to say, it must be Mibao and Pollyanna. I hurriedly asked, Old merchant, do you remember when they came, and where they went? It's been almost 10 days. They passed through the portal, through the forest below, and went to the other side. As for the rest, the old merchant don't know. The wandering merchant told the truth. Thank you. As I took out the rune, I glanced at his goods, and bought an extra stone sword key. Roger and Colin also came over. The playboy put his arm around my shoulder, and said jokingly, Two red-haired ladies. Zero. You met some beautiful girl behind our backs. Roderica will be sad. Why is Roderica here? I rolled my eyes at him unhappily. Besides, I don't have that kind of relationship with Millicent and the others. Oh, Roger said meaningfully. Okay, they are actually my wings, that's alright. Anyway, if I can meet them, I will introduce them to you. Wait! I suddenly became alert. Roger, are you planning to take advantage of Roderica? Old friend, your brain circuit is not ordinary. Otherwise, why would you suddenly mention her? I narrowed my eyes, and examined the man in front of me. Speaking of which, in the round table hall, Roger was also chatting and laughing with Little Red Riding Hood. But according to the plot of the game, shouldn't this guy have already fallen for the dead sleeping girl FIA? Come to think of it, there was a period of time before, when Roderica traveled with Roger and Ishtopia. Moreover, at that time, Roger seemed to have shown interest in Roderica. Could it be? I know what you are thinking. But Roderica is just full of curiosity about the outside world. And I just shared my experience with her. So it is definitely not what you think. Zero. Roger observed his expression. Oh. This time it was my turn to be meaningful. Oh, what? You feel guilty? Ahem, you too. Let's talk about this with Roderica later. Colin forced his way into our conversation. But teacher, this kind of thing can't be discussed in front of Roderica. Well, I also interrupted the elementary school debate sensibly and walked towards the portal. Let's go, to the other side of the woods. Accompanied by a slight dizziness, the three of us were teleported to the other end of the bridge through the forest. By the way, with such a convenient means of transportation as the portal, why do we need to build a bridge? I calmed the sound waves in my mind and turned around. Under the deep night, the shining golden tree was like a building about to collapse, shaky. And in the huge shadow, there seemed to be a faint figure, holding up the huge tree with his arms stretched out, trying his best, hoping to push it back on track. That is. Colin obviously noticed the man, and hurriedly trotted forward. Roger and I looked at each other and followed his footsteps. Excuse me. You are the Golden Mask Master. I have read your works, and your view of everything is one. Energy is eternal is really impressive. Regarding the eternal chapter written by Queen Marika under the Golden Rule, you seem to have anticipated the potential crisis early in the past, and were committed to finding a solution. Ahem. Colin spoke excitedly as fast as a machine gun. But he ran too fast, and naturally choked on his saliva. But Colin didn't care about this rather embarrassing appearance. After stopping coughing, he immediately asked, Mr. Golden Mask, can I follow you, learn from you, and discuss the golden law and the blessing of eternal life with you? The skinny man in front of him, wearing a golden mask like a sunflower, did not respond to Colin's words. He seemed to have transcended this world, staring at the dazzling golden tree, and stretched out his arms like a sculpture. Only his fingers seemed to be shaking slightly. I understand. After a moment of silence, Colin's slightly trembling words broke it. He bowed his head devoutly and said, Since ancient times, only what is recorded is called history. Today, I finally understand how important the golden law has given me. An incompetent and humble person, how important a duty is. I will stay by your side, Mr. Golden Mask, recording your thoughts, your intentions, your journey and everything. I looked at the golden mask, which was completely silent like in the game, and carefully approached Roger. Do you understand? Understand what? Roger also responded in a low voice. That is, you understand. How did Mr. Colin understand what the golden mask said? Why does it sound like a tongue twister? Well, just like the old woman who can read the revelation of the future from our fingers. I'm afraid Colin can also read the intention of the other party from the golden mask's fingers. Probably, Roger speculated. So do you understand? If I could understand, I wouldn't be standing with you and talking nonsense. What he said made a lot of sense. Help! Is there anyone? Help! Just then, a cry for help suddenly came from the night sky. Roger and I turned our heads subconsciously, and saw a figure stumbling over from the north side of the bridge. What happened? Roger walked over quickly. But which direction? I turned my head and glanced at Colin and the golden mask. It was only a moment, and they seemed to have entered their own world, turned into sculptures, and had no reaction to the situation on our side. Nothing should happen here, anyway. Let's go to the person who called for help and take a look. When I ran over, Roger had already hugged a wounded girl in his arms. She wore a blue hooded cape, similar to the one Little Red Riding Hood wore. Her supposedly white clothes were stained with blood, and it was hard to tell if she had any wounds. But the girl's face was pale, bloodless, and her golden eyes looked at Roger pitifully. Please, Lord Fated, go and save my companions. Roger's heart of justice burst. Where are they? Right there. The girl pointed to the north. Under the dark night, a huge black shadow stood at the end of the sky. It was a big windmill, and the four blades were turning slowly. There was a flame underneath, although it was relatively weak, but it was bloody. Leave it to us. Roger patted the girl's shoulder comfortingly, drew out his rapier, and took me with him. 0. I sighed slightly. Got it. Follow the girl to the bottom of the windmill. From a distance, the fire was not that big, but when we got closer, we found that the houses under the windmill had been engulfed by the fire. In the blazing fire, the tall figure of a man was like a demon in purgatory, holding a stone staff in his left hand, grabbing an old woman's head with his right hand, panting heavily, and dragging the woman out. His whole body was covered in blood, even his clothes were stained black, and his face was painted like Guangdong. Then, is that your companion? Roger asked cautiously. Before the girl spoke, the man actually swung his arm, and suddenly threw the old woman in his hand directly over. Be careful. Roger took the girl's hand, helped her avoid the attack. It looks like an enemy. After saying that, he rushed forward with his rapier. I took another look at the old woman who was thrown over. Well, this guy couldn't tell his age from his appearance, like an Indian, with a strange makeup on his dark face, like a mask. But if you look closely, it's not his face that's dark, but his muscles and blood vessels, pupils, teeth are all exposed to the air, looking particularly prominent, so he used strange makeup. Her entire face had been peeled off. It seemed that this girl had accidentally entered the most bizarre and creepy windmill village in this border area while traveling. Perhaps she escaped with the help of the man? No. Why would the man attack us? Could it be because he was too seriously injured and mistook us for enemies? But if that was the case, Roger went forward to fight. And the girl had no intention of stopping him. The only answer was that the two of them were not together. So what happened here? Mysteries emerged one after another. And in the firelight, Roger had pierced the man's head and completely subdued his opponent. Chapter 326 Bewitching. Roger pulled out the rapier from the fallen corpse and walked back to us. Are you okay? What could happen? You have dealt with the only enemy. However, looking at the shed with blazing fire, you can vaguely see several corpses lying in it in a mess. Roger also said with regret, Sorry, it seems that we didn't have time to save your companions. No, it's okay. The girl seemed a little dazed, and suddenly her body softened. Roger hurried forward, caught her, and asked again with concern, Are you okay? I'm sorry, Honorable Lord Fated, I'm just a little tired. The girl whispered softly, like fragile glass, which would break at the touch. Roger looked around. It seems that we need to find a place to stay and rest for a while. I know where to rest nearby. But it's a little far from here. After listening to the girl's words, Roger turned to me, Zero. Can you please summon that spirit horse? Yes. I blew the whistle, and Tourette jumped out of the ring with a whistle. Roger supported the girl and approached Tourette. Surprisingly, Tourette actually leaned towards me, as if he was dodging. I couldn't help but reach out and touch Tourette's face. Good boy. Good boy. Tourette, don't be nervous. Roger helped the girl onto the horse and asked with a smile, What's wrong? Zero. Is your spirit horse afraid of fire? I was also a little confused. It shouldn't be. Two. Please follow me this way. The girl drove Tourette to the east. I still couldn't help but take a closer look at the man Roger defeated. He was just wearing ordinary cloth, and his hands and feet were wrapped in bandages. However, the most interesting thing was that the man's weapon looked like a big stone stick. I remember that this kind of weapon. It seems that only battlefield magicians can use it. So, in the game, there is indeed a battlefield magician at the bridgehead gazing at the windmill pasture. Could it be him? But, even if it is true, it doesn't mean anything. I followed Roger and the girl, and happened to see them introducing themselves. My name is Miss Juice Rod, and I am traveling in the name of the master of the house. May I ask what the two fated adults should call me? Miss Juice. Just call me Roger. And the other one is my friend, Zero. As it happens, we are also traveling in the Yatin Plateau. Roger. This guy even took away my words. Well, it doesn't matter. I once again carefully looked at the girl riding on Tourette's back. She is indeed very similar to Roderica. Ah, of course. It's not about appearance, but the dress. She is also wearing the same silk-woven brocade clothes, wearing a blue travel hood, and the golden hair underneath also shows her royal aristocratic identity. But if we say that it is different from Roderica, the blue hood represents that the person in front of him can see the guidance of blessing, and thus embark on a journey, while the red hood means that he was cut off by the royal family and had to find a way to be saved. Ha, so, you are from the royal city of Rodel? Roger said excitedly. That's just right, we are planning to go to the royal city of Rodel. If Miss Mischievous is willing, can you guide us for a while? Really, that's great. Mischievous couldn't help but smile on her weak face. But I couldn't laugh, because the place where this girl took us was the windmill village Dominura. I still remember that, in the game, when we arrived at this village, although the people inside didn't attack Ate, they were all dancing strangely and laughing creepily. This is more frightening than biting like a mad dog. However, maybe because it was night, the windmill village was not filled with a happy atmosphere like in the game, but was peaceful and quiet. There was a faint floral scent in the air, which made people feel intoxicated and relaxed. Suddenly I remembered that I seemed to smell a similar fragrance in the pasture just now. but it was engulfed by flames and covered by the smell of blood. So I didn't pay much attention to it. This is it. The girl took a deep breath. And with Roger's help, she got off the horse and pushed the door open without hesitation. Roger followed me in, but seemed to see me standing there in a daze. So he turned his head and asked, "What's wrong? Zero?" Before I could explain, Miss Juicy said, "Don't worry, Master Zero. There are several empty rooms here, which are perfect as a temporary place to stay." Really? I glanced around. This place is close to the vast sea of woods below, and the big windmill on the hill can indeed be seen in the distance. But, after all, it is also the edge of Dominula village. Even if I am discovered, I can slip into the woods as soon as possible. After confirming that there was no one in other houses nearby, I followed him into the house. The girl took us to the living room, lit a candle and an incense stick, and asked, "You two, what do you need to drink? Do you have water? I'm a little thirsty." Roger didn't refuse too much. "How about wine? This village seems to have the habit of brewing flower wine. It will be fragrant and smooth and delicious after warming it up." "That's great." After Roger's happy response, Miss Juicy turned and walked to the kitchen area, took 3 cups, put them on the table, and found a pot of wine from the cabinet. Put it in a pot, poured water into the pot with a kettle, and lit the fire. After getting ready, she bowed slightly to us, pointed to the blood-stained clothes, turned into another room, and went to change. "She seems to be the owner here," I whispered. "Yes, she is the hostess here." Roger looked at Miss Juice's back lovingly without blinking. I rolled my eyes and said more emphatically, "I mean, Miss Juicy is too familiar with this place." "Ah, yeah." Roger came back to his senses a little bit. "It should be. She has settled here for a while, so she will be familiar with everything here. That's not wrong. But, logically speaking, always staying in one place, doesn't it go against Miss Juicy's intention to travel? Or is it that her blessing is guiding in this way? You too." At this time, Miss Juicy brought the warm flower wine over. She changed into a loose dress, and when she bent down to pour wine for us, the dark neckline that was looming in the distance made people think about it. I don't know if it was her perfume or the smell of flower wine. The room was filled with a faint fragrance, which made people a little intoxicated. "You too. What's wrong?" Miss Juicy smiled softly. The candlelight illuminated her slightly rosy face. A few drops of sweat fell from the ends of her slightly messy hair, sliding along the pretty curve. Crystal clear. What would it taste like? I swallowed my saliva. Snap. No. No, Zero. Look at the ring on your hand, and then look at the clothes you are wearing. You have Melina and Lonnie. How can you have wild thoughts about her? Hiss, but I didn't expect that it would hurt me so much. Melina must have secretly added strength to me. Ha ha, Zero. What are you doing? Roger laughed and broke the slightly awkward atmosphere. I quickly rolled my eyes and thought of an excuse. "Ah, mosquito, mosquito. Alas, just now there was a mosquito buzzing around my ear. Give it a slap, it should be quiet." Mosquito? I forgot, Eldon stinky mosquitoes are bigger than a person's hand. But it seems to be a dragonfly. Anyway, it's just flying insects, which are annoying. I also looked around the room, pretending to look for the non-existent bugs. Miss Juicy might have been amused by my clownish behavior, and she was a little bit angry in her words. "You too. Please try this flower wine. I don't know if it suits your taste." I quickly picked up the cup, thinking of covering up the embarrassment of the series of failures. But I drank too quickly and got bit by the wine. Ahem. "It's so hot." Ha ha ha. Zero. You are impatient too, and no one is competing with you. Drink slowly. Roger came to laugh at me immediately, and Miss Juicy just smiled peacefully. Ah, I always felt the temperature on my face rising higher and higher, and my body also became a little hot. That. I stood up. "Bathroom, I have to go to the bathroom, sorry." After saying that, before Miss Juicy and Roger had any reaction, I hurried out the door. But at the last step out of the door, I still heard Roger's teasing to me. "Please don't misunderstand, Miss Juicy, my friend is just a little shy, for a beautiful lady like you. Not normal, too abnormal. Am I the guy who would be so easily moved by a stranger? Ah, although as otaku, when watching anime, I do see a wife every time I see one, but here, I am devoted to Melina, Ronnie, Nepheli, Millicent. I am devoted to everyone. This is definitely not normal." Chapter 327 Shadows in the Forest. Because it was too embarrassing, I escaped from the room where I was staying to rest, and went outside to blow the cold wind, to wake myself up. But the fragrance of flowers in the air reminded me of Miss Juice's beautiful and pretty face, like a lotus emerging from the water, with crystal dew. Her lips looked so soft and sweet, and under the dark collar, white, smack, here it comes again, here it comes again. I must be crazy. By the way, this slap hurts. I just want to interrupt my distracting thoughts, but I didn't expect that I almost fell out of my teeth. Could it be that Melina is really jealous and angry? I'm sorry, Mimi. In order to fight the restless heat in my body, let's exercise. 0. Defeat the evil thoughts in your heart. Push-ups, sit-ups, high leg raises. Do 10 sets first. Ola, ola, ola. Just when I was igniting the little universe in my body, suddenly, in the darkness of the forest, it seemed that a line of sight was cast. Could it be those crazy women? I subconsciously followed them, and saw only a faint red shadow, which instantly disappeared into the depths of the forest. Sure enough, there were people. I immediately stopped my sports, and at the same time drew out the night spark. Alert! The evening breeze rustled, and the shadows of the trees swayed in patches. But after a moment, there was no group of crazy women from Windmill Village as I imagined, rushing out with sickles and stone hammers. Could it be an illusion? I turned my head and looked back, and heard the laughter of Roger and Miss Juicy in the room. I decided not to go back and be their light bulb. I walked carefully to the place where the red shadow disappeared, and looked into the depths of the forest, and there was still no unusual movement. That is, I climbed up the tree, and on the branches here, a few thin white silks swung down, with a slightly sticky feeling. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Just at this moment, I vaguely caught a glimpse of a branch a little further away, which seemed to be swaying in a rather regular manner. It was just that it was covered by thousands of trees before, and the sound of the creaking was drowned in the sound of the wind in the sea of trees. So it was not noticed. I hurriedly chased after it. I estimated that if I went deeper, I would reach the territory of those maggot-faced people, and this should be about the same. But before he could say anything, a murderous aura rose from behind him. I subconsciously drew my knife and turned around, and saw 2 daggers like the fangs of a wild boar, stabbing straight at my waist and abdomen. The distance was too close, and it was too late to block it with the Night Star fire. I had to retreat, and the opponent was also chasing me closely. The blade was always just a little away from my abdomen, and it would be torn and pierced. There was nothing I could do. I threw Night Starfire away. When she was slightly surprised, I grabbed her wrist, and then pulled it up, using my stronger strength, forcing her to turn around like a ballet dancer. But I didn't expect this girl to be so stubborn. At this time, she actually ran straight into my arms. The result was that we both fell to the ground. Of course, I was the meat cushion. Ahem. I got you, Pollyanna. After choking a few times, I still said the lines to show off. As a result, I was hit by an elbow in the stomach. After I had to let go of her in pain, Pollyanna immediately turned over and pressed on me. Huh? Who caught who? Pollyanna, stop fooling around. A familiar voice came from the woods again, and Pollyanna was still in front of me, waving the dagger. I'm not fooling around. It would be terrible if the one chasing us is not the one we want. Then, am I the one you want? Bang! The dagger brushed past my ear and stabbed into the ground. Pollyanna was like a leopard, with her whole face in front of me. Her golden eyes looked me up and down coldly, and then she smiled smugly. You're not that good. You can't even beat me. There's no point in having you. Wow. This guy is still unreasonable. But her last smile is full of teasing. Moreover, because we were too close, her breath could be said to have sprayed directly on my face, with a faint fragrance, like a cat's paw, tickling me. It felt like a domineering president tugging his little wife against the wall. I admit that my heart skipped a beat just now. Okay, Pollyanna, if you keep playing around, Zero will be in trouble. Millicent put her hand on Pollyanna's shoulder, frowning slightly on her handsome face to dissuade her. But when her eyes fell on me, they became gentle and kind, with a little bit of worry. Oh, this is a handsome male best friend who has a good impression of the heroine, but is not used to the president. And who helps out? You? Don't hurt each other for me. Zero. Is your face okay? Millicent asked with concern and a hint of anger. Pollyanna immediately raised her hands. Let me make it clear first. I have never touched his red pig head. Red pig head. Aw, did I slap myself twice just now? Cough, cough, cough. I pretended to cough, to cover up the embarrassment. After Pollyanna stood up, I stood up and changed the subject. By the way, why are you two here? By the way, Bighorn brother, where is Tragus? Pollyanna and Millicent looked at each other. Millicent sighed softly and said, Brother Tragus, he was taken away by the people in the Windmill Village. Ah? What? Pollyanna was as unhappy as ever. If we hadn't led you here, by now, you would have probably fallen into the trap of that woman and been taken away by her. There is no good result in arguing with her. I hurriedly asked Millicent, what happened to you in this village? Millicent thought for a moment, and briefly recounted their experience in the Windmill Village. We passed through the portal of the bridge, and wanted to go to the city of Rodell to find a way to the northern snowfield. When we passed this village, we met the woman named Miss Juicy. She begged us for help, saying that there was a rat plague in the Windmill Ranch in the west, and all the men in the village died in the war. So no one could deal with those crazy monsters. TSK. That guy Tellage is too kind. I knew that the woman was abnormal, and we shouldn't care about her. Pollyanna couldn't help but complain after the fact. Millicent continued to explain. With Brother Tragus and Pollyanna here, the rat plague was easily solved. To thank us, Mrs. wanted to host us in the village. It just so happened that at that time, Pollyanna and I found a city in the corner of the mountains, and vaguely felt that it was related to Marnia, but the road to the city was not easy to find. So we agreed to Mrs.'s request. But we didn't expect that it was because of this that we fell into her trap. Thinking about it this way, we are also responsible. Humph. What does it have to do with us? Pollyanna interrupted angrily. Isn't it that Tragus himself was fascinated by that woman, sticking to her all day? And it's disgusting to see him. Ah. It seems that Brother Bighorn also failed in the beauty trap. And my heart inexplicably balanced a little bit. Why are you grinning like a fool? Pollyanna's eyes were like her dagger, piercing me coldly. Suddenly, she realized something and shouted, Did you, stupid guy, also drink the woman's wine? Huh? Could it be that the wine was poisoned? I was shocked. To be precise, it's the flowers that are poisonous. Millicent took out a pink six-leaf flower from her pocket, which can be seen everywhere in Windmill Village. The fragrance of this flower seems to be addictive, and it is also very easy to arouse certain desires in people. I was shocked again. No wonder I was in love tonight. There are such poisonous flowers in the world of the Ring of Magic? Then, what about you? Are you okay? I asked subconsciously. As a result, Pollyanna retorted, Do you think there is something wrong with us? That's right. What I see in front of me is the scarlet Ionin flower born in the most brutal place in the border area. How can ordinary flowers work on them? It is probably because of this that the two sisters did not realize the hidden crisis in Windmill Village at the beginning. So, Bighorn was seduced by Miss Juicy, and you wanted to rescue him. And you saw Roger and I falling into the trap. So you came to rescue me first. Right? I speculated. Millicent nodded, but in fact, before Zero, Pollyanna and I had already gone to Windmill Village to rescue people several times. But we still didn't know where they took Brother Tragus. Besides, there were so many villagers, and we were outnumbered. So we had to retreat first and find another way. I see. Ah. Wait. So isn't Roger the one who is in the most danger now? Chapter 328. Fragrant and tender, beauty falls in love with me. When I left the Golden Forest, Miss Juicy was standing outside the room. When our eyes met, she came over anxiously. Master Ling, what happened? Just now I saw a worm-faced creature coming out of the woods, and it scared me. I quickly found an excuse. Earthworm face? Oh, could it be those cleaners? Miss Juicy came forward and asked with deep concern. Is Master Ling injured? Or is he feeling uncomfortable? Although I am not talented, I know a little bit about restorative prayers. I quickly put my hands in front of me and shook them repeatedly. It's okay. It's okay. There is only one. It seems to be lost, and I have driven it away. Yes. By the way, where is Roger? Master Roger is a little drunk, and has gone to rest. Miss Juice's face turned slightly red. Although she had already tidied her clothes, I still saw a few red marks on the other's neck, and even the bottom of her cheek was stained. Under the breeze, there were still some sweat stains on her forehead. You are really amazing, Roger. I swallowed my saliva and asked, Can I take a look? Of course. Miss Juicy did not hesitate, turned around and took me into the house, walked up to the second floor, and gently pushed open the first door in the corridor. Sure enough, Roger was lying on the bed in a disheveled state. His dark face was as red as a monkey's buttocks, snoring slightly, and sleeping quite soundly. There are still a few empty rooms in this house. If you don't mind, Master Ling, you can rest in the next room for a while. Miss Juicy almost came close to my ear, blowing softly. By the way, Master Ling left in a hurry just now. Flower wine. Do you still need it? The flowers in this village are enchanting and psychedelic. This is the news that Millicent and Pollyanna told me. But in order to find the big-horn brother Telege, who was bewitched by the woman in front of me and taken away by the villagers of Windmill Village, I have to pretend to fall into the honey trap of the other party, which is likely to take me to the place where Telege is imprisoned. This is the strategy we came up with together, but there is no selfish motive at all. Gurgle. After swallowing my saliva, I nodded gently. Okay. There is nothing to worry about. No matter how poisonous it is, I am a fated person blessed by the Queen. Besides, there is also the prayer of flame healing, which can quickly remove the toxins. I followed Miss Juicy downstairs and returned to the dining table. The fragrance here is even more mellow than when I left. I guess it is the flower wine that is slowly soaked and diffused by the warm water. It is like a breeze, blowing across the flames in my heart, making people slowly feel a little hot again. Do you need me to warm it up again, Master Ling? Miss Juicy reached out and picked up the cup. Her fair skin looked as warm as jade. It might feel cold to the touch, which is quite comfortable. Under the golden waves, the eyes that came back were like a pool of water, which made people fall into it. Master Ling? Ah. No. Just quench your thirst. No need to go through so much trouble. I quickly came back to my senses. Wow, it was a close call. I have to say, Miss Juicy is a standard beauty who combines European luxury with Oriental elegance. Against the backdrop of flowers and wine, she is even more charming, and every move is full of attraction. Yes, Lord Ling seems to be a little afraid of the heat. She picked up the wine glass, took a sip, then smiled sweetly. Well, this temperature should be just right for you, please. Thank you. I took the wine glass in a daze, and there was even a lip print of Miss Juicy on the edge. Indirect kiss. This must be considered an indirect kiss. Asshole, are you a pure male protagonist in anime from somewhere? What's the big deal? Drink. I just gulp it down. Hiccup. I didn't expect that Master Zero drinks so generously. Do you need more? Miss Juicy asked, but she had already picked up the wine pot and filled it for me. When she leaned over, she brought a burst of flower fragrance, which came straight at me. Once again, my eyes were drawn to her rather voluptuous figure. But when I realized this, I immediately turned my eyes away. Damn it. I already heard the old pervert's voice shouting in my heart. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down. I took a deep breath. Speaking of which, if I take a deep breath now, wouldn't I inhale more of the seductive aroma and seek my own death? Well, that, Miss Juicy, I actually have a question. I don't know if I should ask it. I should divert my attention a little more. If I continue, I'm afraid that I can't control my impulse, and my little universe will explode. It's okay. Ask, Master Ling. If I can answer it. Miss Juicy held the flower wine and took a sip, as if she was preparing to moisten her mouth. I asked directly, just now, when you came to me and Roger for help. You asked us to save your companions. But were there really any of your companions in the flames? Ah. If it's any offense, please forgive me. Miss Juicy shook her head and smiled slightly. I was just thinking that Mr. Zero is really similar to Mr. Roger. In fact, just now, he also asked the same question and explained that it is inevitable to have some doubts when going out. That's right. I waited for Miss Juicy's response. After all, the best way to dispel someone's vigilance is to show your own vigilance first, and then in front of the other person. Let it go. Miss Juicy smiled bitterly and said slowly, actually, both of you guessed correctly. There was no one I knew in the flames. They were all captured by the people of Windmill Village and taken to an unknown place. As I said before, I, Miss Juicy Rhodes, followed the blessed light to travel in the name of the master of the house, looking for a way to save this border area. But when I found the blessed light in this Windmill Village, we were besieged by the residents of the village. In order to help me escape, several knights fell tragically in their hands. But in the end, I still couldn't escape the clutches of those people. Thinking of the past, Miss Juice's eyes overflowed with crystal tears. They cast a curse on me. And the only antidote seems to be this flower wine. If I don't drink it for too long, my whole body will be like being burned by fire. Like a scorching fire, until the runes in my body are completely consumed. Really, it's really vicious. My eyelids trembled slightly. Your companions, they should still be blessed by the queen, and they can still be revived. Right? Miss Juicy shook her head, sobbing, and whispered, I don't know where they were taken, but the village chief of Windmill Village told me, as long as I am willing to be obedient, she will let my companions come back. I am too weak, and I can't think of any other way, but in order to save them, in order to travel with everyone again, even if I don't want to, I can only continue. The girl tightly grasped the cup in her hand, as if she was grasping her last bit of rationality. She was forcing herself to be strong, but the tears still slid down her cheeks uncontrollably, and dripped into the intoxicating flower wine. So Miss Juicy's experience is the same as Millicent's? But the only difference is that Millicent has the power to protect herself and can resist the unfair fate, but the girl in front of me can only become a sacrifice of power and struggle in the unbearable quagmire. I also sighed, and couldn't help but reach out my hand, and touched Miss Juicy's head comfortingly. The girl raised her eyes in surprise, and her ruddy face was full of tears, and pitiful. Don't cry anymore, I will find a way. As if it was a conditioned reflex, I said, and my hand fell on her warm cheek, wiping away Miss Juicy's tears. Lord Zero. I seem to have crossed the line. I quickly pulled my hand back, but at this moment, Miss Juicy grabbed me, like a kitten seeking warmth, rubbed me a little more. Her golden eyes were watery, as if I was the only one left in her world, who could lead this poor girl away from the endless darkness. There was silence all around, so quiet that we could hear each other's heartbeats. Plop, plop, plop. Slowly they were in sync. And before I knew it, Miss Juicy's beautiful red face was already within reach of me. She was panting slightly, and the faint floral scent made people's nerves numb. In the hazy vision, her lips looked like jelly, soft and tender, making people want to get close to her. Bang! Damn! At such an ambiguous moment, the chair leg under me was bent. I fell backwards with Miss Juicy unexpectedly, and the back of my head suddenly hit the floor, and it felt like it was almost sunken, and I felt dizzy from the pain. Zero, Lord Zero, are you okay? Miss Juicy was obviously shocked by this. No, I'm fine. I made a bitter face and rubbed the back of my head. What a sin, it seems like a swelling. But because of this, both of us regained some consciousness, quickly stood up, and kept a distance in a rather awkward manner. Well, it's getting late. How about we go and rest? I had just made the suggestion, but I felt that it was ambiguous. So I quickly explained. Of course. I mean, we should go back to our rooms and rest. Yes, that's right. It's getting late. Miss Juicy also came to her senses, and took me to the second floor. Just as I pushed open the door, and was about to breathe a sigh of relief, she suddenly said behind me, Well, I'm sorry, Master Zero. I have been deceiving you before. Tomorrow morning, when Master Roger wakes up, you two should leave as soon as possible and leave this village. It's too dangerous. After saying that, Miss Juicy turned around, walked away quickly, and went into the room at the end of the corridor. What did she mean by this? Chapter 329. The celebration begins. Tomorrow morning, when Lord Roger wakes up, you two should leave as soon as possible and leave this village. It's too dangerous. Miss Juicy's words before leaving kept me awake all night. What did she mean? According to what Miss Juicy said before, in order to save her companions and to remove the curse on her body, she had to obey the orders of the people of Windmill Village to seduce the fated ones passing by here. And there might be others, such as the battlefield magician defeated by Roger. But she asked us to leave at the end. Did she find her conscience? Or did she have other intentions? In addition, there is another point that makes people worry. Millicent and Pollyanna believe that there is some poison in the flower wine brought by Miss Juicy, which is why they can seduce the bighorn tragus and fall into the trap. But Miss Juicy said that the flower wine can delay the curse she suffered and is a detoxifying drink. Of course, I also drank 1 or 2 cups, and I didn't feel anything special. If I had to say, it made Miss Juicy look more charming. Of course, I'm not sure whether it was due to the atmosphere at the time or the effect of the wine. In short, this Windmill Village may hide a huge secret, which I have not been able to explore clearly in the game. After all, As I was just going to fight some monsters and challenge the boss god skin apostle at the head of the village. In addition, I have to find a way to rescue Bighorn Brother Tellich's. And if possible, rescue Miss Juice's partner. In summary, my answer is naturally only one. When I woke up, in the early morning, I just felt a little dizzy and swollen in my head. I touched it gently. Oh my god. It's really swollen. I don't know if it can be reduced after contacting the blessing. When I walked out of the room, Roger seemed to have gone downstairs. When I came to the living room, I saw this guy lying on the table like a mangy dog, looking listless. How much did you drink last night? Hangover. I walked forward with a smile. Roger raised 5 fingers weakly. You fell down after just 5 cups? Brother, yeah. Can you do it? You didn't drink a single sip, and you still have the nerve to laugh at me. Roger raised his eyes, as if rolling his eyes at me. So Zero, have you heard about it? Are you referring to the matter of Miss Juicy? He nodded. So you want to help her? Of course, such a lovely lady is being threatened by someone. How can I tolerate such a thing? It's happening right in front of me. Roger was indignant. I also smiled and said, since you have this plan, then I will also get involved. Zero. Roger looked at me, his back gradually straightened, his face was full of awe, then he suddenly jumped up, hooked my neck, smiled, and pulled me down. You are really worthy of being the great hero of Stonewell, I knew. You would think the same as I do. Let go, you drunkard. I pulled Roger's arm, but it made him laugh. Perhaps our noisy voices woke up Miss Juicy. And she just came down from upstairs. You too. Miss Juicy. Roger immediately let go of my neck, stood up, and greeted me with a smile. Zero, and I have thought it through, and we will definitely help you get your companions back from those villagers. Ms. Juice's eyes widened in surprise. Really? Yeah. Roger turned his head to get my consent. Right. Old friend. That's right, but we have to find out what happened in Windmill Village and come up with a plan. I responded in a templated way. But Miss Juicy shook her head and said, Lord Roger. Lordling. Thank you for your kindness. But there are too many of them. And there is a god in this Windmill Village. We can't be his opponent at all. God? Roger and I looked at each other. Impossible. I clearly remember that the final boss of the Windmill Village was just a skinny apostle. It should be the opponent's powerful strength that caused Mischievous to misunderstand. Roger smiled and comforted her. Don't worry. We have a god-killing warrior here. To be honest, Mischievous, my old friend, defeated the demigod Greg, and also challenged the strongest demigod Starbreaker Latin. Even the real gods are no problem. Don't flatter me too much, Brother Gia. At this point, if there really is a godman Latagon, a marathon beast, I will be beaten into a pig's head. But under Mischievous's worried and slightly hesitant eyes, I could only nod first, as long as we get enough information in advance. Challenging the so-called gods is indeed possible. Anyway, before he finished speaking, suddenly, there was a slight sound of gongs and drums outside the window, which seemed to come from the big windmill on the top of the mountain. What's going on? Roger couldn't help but want to go to the window to check the situation. But Miss Juicy trembled slightly, and murmured, Celebration. Celebration? Yes. The celebration has begun. Celebration? Then, that god must have known that you two are still in the village. So he is here to arrest you. Miss Juicy took Roger's hand and said anxiously, Miss Juicy Rod, appreciate your kindness. But please leave as soon as possible. Here, it's really too dangerous. That's the god who harvests death, not an ordinary opponent. Miss Juicy. Roger stubbornly pulled her into his arms, holding up the girl's face that was red with anxiety. Don't be afraid. Please trust us a little more. Don't you want those companions to come back? Anyway, I will find a way to deal with that. What god? Roger. You just need to protect Miss Juicy. I also drew out the Night Starfire, pretending to be confident. As for the other unknown people, even if there are 100 of them, we will kill them all. In that case, I have a way. You too. Miss Juicy sighed slightly when she saw that we had made up our minds. She rummaged through the boxes and finally took out a jar of flower wine. She placed the cups on the table, poured the wine, and quickly explained, the god seems to be not very sensitive to the flower fragrance of the Windmill Village. In other words, we can use flower wine to cover up the smell. In addition, the curse on me is caused by him. Flower wine can suppress the curse. And naturally it can also suppress the opponent's power. I remember that the only ability of the god skin messenger should be the use of black flames. This ability was passed down because they had followed the goddess with the eyes of night, and used the destined death to fight. Now the destined death was sealed by the beast's sacrifice, and the black and red fire faded to black and white. And this curse, could it be a special ability in reality? Roger and I looked at each other, and then followed Miss Juicy to drink the 3 cups of wine on the table. Wow! It's so strong! It's even stronger than last night. After taking a sip, it felt like a volcano was about to erupt in my heart. My whole body was hot, especially my face, which was itchy. At this time, the sound of the celebration was getting closer and closer to us. I could already hear the laughter that was even more terrifying than in the game. Hee hee. Hee hee. Chapter 330 Love and Dear Windmill Village Part 1. The celebration of Windmill Village has begun. The sounds of play coming from outside the window are as creepy as ever. I can even see those windmill women who have been peeled off their skin and put on red dancing shoes, dancing day and night. However, because they are immersed in dancing, they will not take the initiative to attack outsiders. In the game, only when Atai takes the initiative to attack, or when the dogs in the village show hostility, will they attract the siege of other villagers. From this perspective, there is no obstacle, but it gives us the possibility of going straight to Huanglong, dealing with the Godskin Apostle, and directly calling toward it is not easy to get away. If it really doesn't work, then don't blame me for killing people. Miss Juicy touched her chest, took a few breaths, and said softly, "You two, please follow me closely, don't go too far." Roger and I nodded. When I opened the door, the rich floral scent hit me in the face, and the sweet smell even flowed into my throat through my nasal cavity. Looking up at the hill, the big windmills were turning with a creaking sound, and it seemed that the whole village was shrouded in a layer of light pink flower mist. The sound of the celebratory gongs and drums had never stopped, but strangely, the creepy laughter like the friction of metal seemed to disappear, and was replaced by bursts of silver bell-like laughter, like birds singing in the mountains. Something strange must have happened. I couldn't help swallowing. Following Miss Juicy, we walked towards the center of Windmill Village. Gradually, a sea of pink flowers gathered on both sides of the road, swaying slightly with the breeze. Master Ling? Just as I stepped into the village, I heard a very familiar call in front of me. Melina. Melina was standing by a house on the side of the road, waiting for me. Melina. I walked over in surprise, but couldn't help but feel happy. Why did you come out? What's wrong? If nothing happened, wouldn't you come out, Master Ling? In the sea of flowers, Mimi actually looked a little shy, and her face turned red like a flower. I just miss you a little. My heart skipped a beat. What's wrong with Melina today? She's so straightforward. Could it be because last night, Miss Juicy and I were so affectionate because of the slight intoxication of wine that made her a little jealous? Speaking of Miss Juicy, I quickly looked ahead of the road, but Miss Juicy had disappeared without my knowing. Master Zero. What's wrong? Are you still looking for someone else? Melina's tone was indeed a little angry and sad. I shook my head quickly and subconsciously held her hands. No. Melina? I am going with Mischievous to rescue her companions and the big-horned brother Tragus. It's too dangerous here. You go back first. Okay. No. I want to go with you. Master Zero. Melina raised her eyes, firm and gentle. Moreover, against the background of the flowers, she looked particularly charming today. Her eyes were like gems, and her small and lovely face was like a peach, which made people want to kiss her and taste her. But doing so would be too over the line. Mimi would be unhappy. Cough. 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 I choked on my own saliva and quickly glanced away. Of course, I could only agree to Melina's request. Okay, then you must follow me closely, don't get lost. Yeah. There is only one way up the mountain. Even if I lose Miss Juicy, I just have to catch up with her. I walked forward with Melina. But soon, someone called me back. You're too slow. Zero. Pollyanna walked down the mountain with a proud look on her face. And behind her, of course, was Millicent, who was also smiling. Hey, you are such an unreliable man. When you come here, everything will be over. Pollyanna even stuck out her tongue at me playfully. Millicent then explained, Zero. We have solved the problem here. Brother Tragus and others have been rescued. Huh? I was shocked. Could it be that when I was sleeping last night, these two sisters had already cleared the Windmill Village? However, It is possible. They don't seem to be affected by the flowers. And in the game, the NPC Millicent and the Godskin Apostle who help in the battle are equally matched. Although she still lacks her right hand. With Pollyanna here, it's not like she can't handle the opponent in a 2-on-1 situation. But you are not too late, Pollyanna said, and she came close to me and hugged my arm. Celebrate with me. Millicent also took my hand, with a shy blush on her face. Zero, can I invite you to dance with me? Ah, I came first, Millicent, Pollyanna said, and pulled me into her arms. Oh my. This girl. She has great brute force. My arm is almost dislocated. Oh. Melina is still watching from behind. I quickly pulled down their hands and asked. Yes. Yes. Where is the Tragos man? Brother Tragos needs to rest for a while. So he can't come here. Millicent looked at me with eyes that seemed to be flowing with nectar. Zero. Oh. Why bother about him? I have already saved people. Why don't you show me some appreciation? Pollyanna also came up again. Melina was caught in the middle of these active girls. And she seemed a little flustered. She hurried over, laid on my chest and called out. Master Zero. Where is this place? Is this heaven? Wait a minute. I'm not ready yet. I felt my heart beating so fast that it almost hit my throat. So, Zero, who are you going to choose? Pollyanna's tone was full of threats. But Millicent smiled and said, actually, we can do it with 4 people, right? Four people? Ahem. I choked again and felt that the temperature on my face could boil water, but I still kept my boyish reserve and changed the subject. No, not that. I want to know more about how you defeated the Godskin Apostle. Of course, it may not be enough for Pollyanna and I alone, but with her help, it will be much easier. Zero. A familiar call came from behind again. Turning my head, the Dark Moon Princess floated down from the sky like a fairy and landed in a sea of flowers. Smiling, Lonnie, I know what you want to ask. But it's too boring to be alone in that lonely tower. So I wanted to see you. My knight. During the dark moon last night. The princess said calmly and proudly. Zero. You won't blame me. Will you? Of course not. After hearing my response, Lonnie smiled slightly. Just like the bright moon in the dark night. Very attractive. Lord Zero. Melina's anxious call seemed to come from behind me again. But the strange thing was that it seemed to come from a distant place. And she was clearly beside me. But, is Mimi jealous again? By the way, Zero, there are a few others who also want to see you. Have you forgotten them? Zero. The little snake Leia appeared from nowhere, with her arms spread out with a smile, running happily all the way. Roderica actually brought the dead sleeping girl FIA. And also came over, Master Zero Nephili. Teacher Selen. Hey. Wait. Who called that big moth? Is she blooming? The whole village will be ruined. But she was not hostile at all. Everyone rushed to embrace me. As if I was in a sea of flowers. A paradise full of fragrance. Even if I didn't drink, I was already drunk. The gentle voices of the lovely girls kept tickling my eardrums. Master 0 My knight, don't you want to have fun with us? Now, you can do whatever you want. We are all yours. Okay. Master Zero. Suddenly, Melina's loud call blocked the noise of everyone. My world was suddenly dragged into darkness. In my eyes, there was only a little blue light, which slowly rose into the sky above my head and turned into an ice blue moon. The cool breeze caressed my face and blew away the heat accumulated in my heart. Don't be bewitched again. Please come back soon. Master Ling. Her voice was so anxious that she even cried a little. Ah, it must be the real Melina. I couldn't help but reach out and hold the cold arms that were trembling slightly around my head, and comforted her softly. Well, I'm back, Melina. Chapter 331 Love and Devotion Windmill Village Part 2. Melina hugged my head and covered my eyes with her arms. Her earnest prayers, like a stream of clear water drilling into my ears, made my chaotic brain become calm and peaceful. I couldn't help but hold her wrist, gently pulling it down. Melina, it's okay, I'm fine now. Lord Zero? Besides, that bastard would add a Valkyrie to the illusion, and it's the second stage, although, I admit that Lilian is indeed incredibly beautiful. Lord Zero. Melina's tone seemed to be heavier. I quickly explained, I mean, That Valkyrie is too powerful. There is no way she will show up here. I have seen through her illusion. So it's okay. Melina. After a short pause, Melina's arms turned into blue light powder and dissipated, leaving only a black crystal that fell between my knees. Oh, this is the memory stone that Lonnie once gave me. Did Melina use the last calming magic in it to make me completely regain my sanity? It seems that she was really anxious just now. I picked up the memory stone and can't help but smile slightly. Hee. Suddenly, a burst of laughter like nails scratching a blackboard pierced my awake ears. When I looked up, I saw several women from the windmill village with their skin peeled off, dancing a strange dance around me. Oh my god, could the illusions I just saw be pretended by these guys? When I thought of holding their hands and flirting with them, I started to feel unwell. Fortunately, the women did not attack me. Perhaps they thought that I was immersed in the illusion, dancing a coquettish dance, waiting for me to throw myself into their arms. Also, I'd better forget it. Just when I came to my senses, I was half kneeling. So I followed the situation and carefully crawled out of the crowd like a dog. Ha ha ha, don't go, beautiful witch lady. It was Roger's voice. When I turned my head, I saw a shocking scene. I saw Roger holding a woman with her face peeled off in his arms, caressing her tenderly. And the woman had a strange smile on her face. The two faces were getting closer and closer, and they were about to kiss. Suddenly, another dancing woman touched Roger. He raised his head and reached out to hug her, smiling and saying, "What a lovely little girl. How do you want me to love you?" Hee. Hey, I didn't flirt with these women just now. Besides, they didn't say anything, but just laughed strangely. Did they imagine all the words? Hey, Roger, where did you put your hand? If you go any further, it will be a 18+ scene. I haven't finished watching the follow-up. And the white skirts are spinning, blocking my sight again. Well, these girls around me seem to be waiting for my love. Hurry up and run away. I didn't dare to contradict them. After all, in the game, once you attack one of them, the rest will attack like mad dogs. Moreover, the rich fragrance of flowers still lingers on my nose. Although I regained my consciousness with the help of Lonnie's magic and Melina's call, I don't know how long I can stay awake. I have to find Miss Juicy quickly. As for Roger, I can only wish him a good time with those girls. After all, even if I go over, I may not be able to wake them up. I might even be pulled into his arms and loved. After the dog crawled out of the encirclement, I quickly stood up. Combat skill, hound step. At the speed of the wind, I threw away the woman, and they who lost their target chose to stay where they were and continue dancing. 2 or 3 of them were attracted to Roger's side. From time to time, women would come out dancing from the houses in the windmill village. Dog, I threw a flying knife directly and hit the opponent's head accurately, so that it fell dead before it could make a sound and cause a commotion. Walking all the way up the hill, I finally found the back of Miss Juicy, but she looked a little unwell, and her whole body was hunched like an old woman. Miss Juicy? I pondered for a moment, and chose to call her in a low voice. She turned her head, and saw that she was biting her fingers tightly, and her other hand kept scratching her face, so that her temples were scratched with blood marks. The moment she saw me, this woman pounced on me like a leopard, but she didn't come to attack but, "Give it to me, quick, give it to me." Miss Juicy threw me to the ground. Her whole body was burning, like a hot potato. The warm breath in my mouth, with a stronger floral scent, came to my face, just like a starving person, madly trying to grab my lips. Hey, wait. I quickly grabbed the wrists of Mischievous, who were still pulling at my clothes, bent them over, and blocked them in front of me. Calm down. Mischievous. She took a deep breath, just like a drowning person being lifted out of the water, and her blurred eyes finally had some light. Zero. Master Zero. Why? Huh? Mischievous swallowed her saliva, broke free from my hands, and then stumbled to the top of the mountain in the windmill village. Wait for me. I had no choice but to continue chasing Mischievous. By chance, I also ran into 2 villagers from the windmill village, who were bowing to the top of the mountain among the flowers under a big windmill. Their stomachs were slightly bulging, and they were obviously pregnant. In the game, if I alarm these 2 people, I will be attacked. Right? So, I used the hound steps and quickly went around. I was about to catch up with Miss Juicy, but she went into the 4-story windmill on the top of the mountain. Here, There is a secret door, and there is a sweet and rotten smell coming from it, a bit like fermented apples. I lit the lantern, and walked carefully up the dark stairs, and I heard the creepy teasing voice again, and faintly, there seemed to be the sound of snakes, hissing. God, I have brought the people. Quick, give me that thing. I can't stand it anymore. It was the voice of Miss Jussie. I quickened my pace, and stepped onto the last step. What I saw was a scene of wine and meat. The interior of the windmill was decorated with six-leaf pink wreaths everywhere, as if it had created a paradise of flowers. But in this dark environment without light, several women were serving a man naked, just like snakes, entwined around him. The goat armor was thrown everywhere. That man turned out to be Big Horn. Tergus, hey, Big Horn is such a strong man, but now he is like a deflated ball, sucked dry by the air. His face is like a dead person, with dark circles under his eyes. But those girls still kept asking for his life, taking away the remaining weak life. I swallowed my saliva, looking in the direction where Mischievous had just spoken. At the end of the room, she was like a dog, lying at the feet of a thin white man, begging bitterly. I couldn't see clearly what the other party took out. It seemed to be a bottle. Mischievous grabbed the thing, as if she had been pardoned, and poured it into her mouth frantically, almost no different from a beast. The Godskin Apostle. Sure enough, he was hiding here. Besides, the people of Telege were found, so there's no need to say what to do next. I pulled out the Night Starfire, and pointed at the man on the throne, towards this corrupt and depraved land. Chapter 332 Apostle of the Godskin. On one side was a scene of rotten and depraved women's pleasure that was unbearable to the eyes, and on the other side was Miss Jussie, licking the bottle that she accidentally knocked over on the ground like a dog and pig, and a pink and white powder poured out of it. When I pointed my sword at the man on the throne, he did not stand up immediately, but threw a bottle at me rather carelessly. I subconsciously drew my sword, and chopped it open with one sword, and a ball of pink and white smoke exploded in front of me. The fragrance was rich and fragrant, and it made people's spirits shake slightly. Not good. This is the same thing that the Godskin gave to Miss Jussie. It's poisonous. I quickly covered my mouth and nose, and at the same time, I kicked hard with my feet, using the storm foot to disperse the dust. But I didn't expect that. The next second, the skin girls who were still entangled with Telege turned their heads one after another like snakes seeing new prey, and rushed towards me, making piercing and strange noises. Hiss! Hi. Are these people crazy? I was frightened and took a step back, but I stood firm. The molten flames ignited on the sharp blade of Night Starfire, and roared with the hurricane. Fighting skill molten flame hurricane dance. How dare a group of snakes mess with a dragon? Damn, they really dare to mess with a dragon. Hiss! Hi. A series of strange cries penetrated my flame barrier, and those girls seemed to have no sense of pain, and they actually endured the burning, and reached out to grab me with red eyes. Even the guy who was the first to be blown away by the hurricane of fire also stood up again, and continued to attack me without hesitation. This is a bit difficult. It seems that the only way to stop these guys is to kill them completely. I didn't hesitate too much, and I directly slashed at the woman who rushed forward, wiping off her head, and the guy on the other side came forward, and I kicked her away with a kick, and then slashed her body with a cassock. But those women had no fear at all, and they still pestered me relentlessly. I was not careful, and someone grabbed my shoulders from behind. Before I could push her away with my elbow, she bit my shoulder. Another zombie that eats people? But I am wearing a suit of armor. What use is such an attack? I turned around with a sword and chopped the woman in half. I suddenly heard a gust of cold wind. I turned around and saw the white snake passing through the gap and rushing towards me. My reaction was a beat slower. I could only block with my sword, but the opponent's impact was unexpectedly strong, and I was pushed out. Bang! It happened to hit the window covered by the curtain, and I fell out. Considering the dark environment inside, and the sickly Terege and the completely irrational Miss Jussie were there, it was difficult to show my skills. I also flipped out of the window, flipped twice in the air, and fell to the ground. And those insane women poured out of the window one after another, salivating, as if they regarded me as the most delicious meat in the world, and rushed up. But this is not the narrow space inside. How can I let you surround me? I mobilized the magic of runes, charged my legs to improve my agility, pulled the opponent to keep a distance, and cut down the women one by one. At the same time, the Godskin Apostle, holding his snake-like skinning sword, casually walked down from the tower. The cold wind on the top of the mountain made the windmill creak and spin. I looked at the godskin apostle cautiously. He did not attack immediately, but took out the strange bottle again slowly, and sprinkled the powder directly into the wind. This strange fragrance, like water blending into the river, made me completely clear about one thing. The source of the powder was the enchanting flower in the windmill village. However, such a casual sprinkle, the psychedelic effect must not be as great as in the room. After all, it was all blown away by the wind, and I couldn't absorb much. I don't quite understand what this guy wants to do. But, since you are so negligent, don't blame me for taking the initiative. Combat skill hound step. I closed the distance at the speed of the wind, and the long knife passed across the palm of my left hand, and slashed at the opponent's thin waist with blood. I watched the upper body of the godskin apostle lean back to avoid the attack, but I didn't expect that his body would stretch out and turn around. And after quickly twisting around, he swung the knife directly at me. I didn't expect to be able to counterattack like this, and I was slow to dodge. So the opponent's blade cut through the cloth armor on my arm, and cut me. Good guy. A super gluten man. Right? Seeing that I had distanced myself, Shinpi quickly condensed black and white flames in his hands and threw them at me. I was not to be outdone, so I rushed forward quickly, and the Night Star fire ignited the red molten flame again, swallowing the pale flame in one gulp. Then, the target of the flame turbid dragon was the Shinpi apostle. I thrust with a sword, and thought that the opponent would dodge backwards. If I wanted to repeat the same trick as before, then I would have a storm next, destroying the opponent's center of gravity from under my feet, and continue my offensive. But what was unexpected was that the Shinpi apostle had no intention of dodging at all. Instead, he twisted his body, bypassed my thrusting sword like a snake, and swung his hand to cut my head. This was terrifying. The sword was still thrusting forward with all its might, and it couldn't be retracted at all. Seeing that the blade was about to hit my forehead, I thought of a quick solution. I twisted my neck like the apostle of the divine skin, and rotated my upper body with it. There was a bloody mark on my face, but fortunately I managed to dodge the opponent's blade. However, my whole body was completely unbalanced and rolled to the ground. My old waist hurt the most. I couldn't stretch it as freely as the apostle of the divine skin. Now it hurt as if my spine was broken. When the opponent saw that I dodged the attack, he hooked the long knife to the ground and pulled his lower body over. After he stood up quickly, the black and white flames were thrown at me again. I was pressed down and couldn't get up. I could only roll on the ground, thinking that I would first increase the distance of the flames and then regroup. But before I rolled a few times, I hit a pole and stopped. When I turned my head, the white skirt brushed my cheek. Could it be Miss Juicy? Hee hee. But what caught my eye was the skinned face of a girl with bulging eyes. No teeth or lips. Without saying a word, she raised a hatchet and chopped me down. I was so scared that I quickly rolled back, dodging the opponent's attack. And then, I quickly stood up while pushing the opponent away. Hee hee hee. Creepy laughter followed one after another. And there was more than just this hatchet girl. From the mountainside, women from the windmill village came one after another, holding various weapons in their hands. Axes, pitchforks, kitchen knives, chainsaws. With red eyes, they rushed towards me on the top of the mountain. I immediately understood why the godskin apostle came up to sprinkle powder. It seemed that he was not trying to make me hallucinate, but to call people. The group of guys were like mad dogs, and behind him, the apostle was sure of victory, and walked towards me slowly with a hooked sword. I have been trapped in a desperate situation. Brother Tragus has been drained, and Roger is unconscious and has disappeared. What should I do? Someone should come to help. If not, I will be skinned alive. As if responding to my expectations, two red shadows quickly jumped from the roof of the house in Windmill Village. Finally, they appeared. Millicent. Pollyanna. Chapter 333. Are you the only one who can shake people? We were about to be surrounded, and the hissing sounds around us, like the sound of a poisonous snake spitting its tongue, made people's heads ache. But the two figures leaping swiftly above the house, like two rays of dawn in the darkness. Millicent. Pollyanna. I kicked away the skinning woman who rushed forward and shouted excitedly. Millicent nimbly jumped over the heads of the women and used the long sword of Sestial to help me block the guy approaching from one side, and Pollyanna was even more violent, and she fell directly into the crowd, and then, like a bomb, suddenly burst out several strands of silk and rushed the guy on the side directly out. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Get out of the way! She held the double blades in her hands, and stepped on the small steps, like a loach, and quickly shuttled among the red-eyed women. After Millicent and I fought off several people, she hurriedly asked, "Zero, have you found Brother Tirage? He's in the windmill. But because the apostle is there, I don't know what the situation of Big Horn is." I also answered quickly. After all, Big Horn was squeezed dry like that. By the way, we met your friend halfway up the mountain, but he is a little confused. Roger, don't worry about it for now. Let's go find him after we solve this problem. I chopped off the head of a crazy woman with a sword. Since Millicent and Pollyanna are here, then I can rely on them to stop these crazy women, and I can deal with the God-skin apostle with peace of mind. I thought so, and prepared to regroup. But I didn't expect that Pollyanna, after rushing through the crowd, still yelled, "Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Hey! Humph, it's been so long, and he hasn't been solved yet, then he is my prey." Pollyanna continued to rush towards the God-skin apostle like a dump truck. "Be careful." Just as I reminded her, a hatchet came down on my head. I subconsciously blocked the opponent's attack. After these women from Windmill Village went crazy, they were quite strong. I gritted my teeth and withstood the opponent's attack. I raised my foot and quickly kicked the opponent down the mountain. But then, another pitchfork came straight at her. Swish! With a flash of knife light, the pitchfork was cut off by Millicent's knife from bottom to top, and flew out. Then, she swung her sword back, directly slashing the opponent's neck. The woman staggered. Not only did she stand firm again, she also covered her neck and suddenly raised her head towards Millicent. Puff! The blood turned into flying needles that shot out, and stabbed directly at Millicent's face. "Millicent! Be careful!" I dodged and used my back to block Millicent, then turned around and chopped off her head. These guys are affected by the poison. They have lost their sense of pain and are incredibly stubborn. It's better to kill them directly. Okay. Speaking of which, Pollyanna was so powerful at the beginning. But now I look closely. She didn't cause a fatal injury to a crazy woman. It's all assists. Right? There are still a few people shortages. I couldn't help but sigh, clench the Night Starfire. Millicent, step back a little. Combat skill Molten Flame Hurricane Dance. The turbid dragon roars, and all the opponents close to us are blown away. Before those crazy women rush to attack, I quickly drank the Holy Grail bottle, restored to full blood, and then rang the soul summoning bell. Ding-ling-ling. Once again, blood and strength rang with the ringing of the bell, as if they were being drained from my body. After the silver-gray mist, a round ball of slime fell beside me. Brother, pick the most powerful guy nearby to copy, such as the God-skin apostle. I gritted my teeth and gave the order quickly. After all, this is the real world. There is no rule that the replica teardrop must be copied in my image. The Shrimp King, Rune Bear, Mountain Giant, even Maggot Face Man, these guys, the teardrop larvae have all been copied. Bang! A cloud of mist rose from the replica teardrop again. At this moment, those crazy women have rushed forward again. I was drinking the Holy Grail bottle, recovering my strength, and preparing to continue fighting. But I didn't expect that a scorching hurricane force suddenly surged beside me. And then the familiar blazing flame turned into a dragon, roaring and rising in the storm. And once again threw the guys approaching us and made them stagger backward. Some crazy women rolled down the mountain road before they could stand firmly, although the power seemed to be a little weaker. This the Molten Flame Hurricane Dance I just performed? I turned my head in surprise. The imitation teardrop really copied my appearance, and suddenly leaped up with the imitation Night Starfire. The flame turned into a silver platinum moon in an instant, and fell towards an opponent who had just stood up. Fighting skills, Scarlet Blood Moon Slash? Model, you imitated well. Big brother, you really love me. But last time when we were fighting the dragon soldiers, why did you just stand by and watch? Big brother? I can't care so much. Since Big brother didn't eat shrimps next to him as soon as he appeared, I should be grateful. As for Millicent, although she was still missing an arm, she didn't need to use the waterbird dance to deal with these crazy women. She also followed my advice, and killed her opponents with one blow. For a moment, the three of us were blocked on the mountain road, causing the blood-colored flowers to bloom one after another. After all, even if they lost their sense of pain, even if they had a crazy drive to kill at all costs, these guys were just a bunch of women in the village. And they were no match for us, who often drank blood on the tip of a knife. The number of crazy women was decreasing. And with the terrain advantage of the mountain road, Millicent and Brother Teardrop alone were enough to suppress the remaining guys in the windmill village. 0. Go help Pollyanna. Millicent took the initiative to suggest to me. Okay. Then be careful. I turned around without hesitation and ran straight to the top of the mountain. I saw that, Pollyanna and the Apostle of the God Skin, she was also like me, suppressed by the opponent's unique and flexible attack method, and had lost her temper, and her body was already covered with scars. Boom boom boom. After dodging the black flames thrown by the God Skin Apostle one after another, Pollyanna suddenly stopped, and the Scarlet Ionia rune appeared behind her. Prayer. Silkworm Silk. The God Skin Apostle calmly rotated the God Skin skinning sword in his hand, like a hard shield blocking all the Silkworm Silk. But this was just a feint by Pollyanna, taking advantage of this opportunity. She had already rushed forward quickly. However, the next opponent's attack was obviously beyond Pollyanna's expectations again. The God Skin Apostle actually stretched out his whole body again, while rotating the skinning sword, rolling the electric fan, and rolling directly towards Pollyanna. This is no way to fight the opponent, but Pollyanna didn't stop at all. Just when she was about to hit the God Skin's hook sword windmill, she cleverly used small steps, trying to dodge the attack from the side, and then counterattack. But unfortunately, the moving distance of the small steps was not enough. And the Divine Skin Apostle seemed to have anticipated her attack method, and swung his sword directly to the side. Bang! In the competition of strength, Pollyanna had no advantage at all. She was defeated by the attack of the Apostle of the God Skin and stumbled backwards. Be careful, Pollyanna. I hurried forward and caught her. What are you doing here? I don't need your help. Pollyanna was as strong as ever. Calm down. I grabbed her shoulders and tried to calm her down. Bighorn's condition is not optimistic. We have to deal with him as soon as possible. This is not the time to lose temper. TSK. Although Pollyanna was dissatisfied, she still accepted my help. Then don't hold me back. I smiled slightly. Don't worry, I have already thought of a way to deal with this guy. Chapter 334. Snake. In the magic circle, the biggest weakness of the God Skin Apostle must be the items that cause him to sleep. In the first round, for hypnotic arrows, or a hypnotic pot can bring him into a sweet and peaceful sleep, and he can be executed by anyone. Unfortunately, I don't have such items on me now, and the only one who can use Talina's sleep arrows, Letina, is not around. Speaking of which, it's time to find a chance to recall the Son of Platinum from Lenia. After all, after passing the Royal City, there are snowy mountains. Maybe in Soul City, I can rely on her other half of the symbol to negotiate through. Well, these are all later. After actual combat and observation, I found another fatal weakness of the God Skin Apostle I have to deal with now. Are you ready, Pollyanna? I watched the black and white fire burning in the hands of the God Skin Apostle. Pollyanna responded impatiently. Stop dilly-dallying. Hurry up and get rid of this monster. The black fire came, like the starting gun of a running race. Pollyanna and I ran away from both sides at the same time, attacking the God Skin Apostle. However, although the short steps are agile, my hound steps are faster. I took the lead in attacking from the left side. After all, Shinpi's dominant hand is his right hand. Relatively speaking, the left side is weaker in both attack and defense. Combat skill, Lion Slash. Without control, if you use this move, the opponent will inevitably dodge it. As I expected, the Shinpi Apostle turned his body flexibly, dodging the attack, and swung the Shinpi skinning sword towards me. I quickly raised my knife to block, and at the same time took a few steps back. Pollyanna immediately attacked from the other side of the opponent, starting with several silk threads, and stabbed the Apostle's back. The Divine Skin Apostle was also not in a hurry. After repelling me with a sword, he stood firm in his lower body, and his upper body continued to twist half a circle with the force of twisting his waist just now. The skinning sword in his hand turned into a fan again, blocking Pollyanna's insect silk attack. Then, this guy suddenly stretched out his snake waist like a snake man and rushed towards Pollyanna. Now, another fatal weakness of the Divine Skin Apostle, when this guy is like this, triggered the attacking habit of the snake. His defenseless lower body is his biggest weakness. Combat skill Wolf Attack Blood Dance 2-stage slash. Start directly, at the speed of the wind. I instantly closed the distance with the Divine Skin Apostle, and slashed with blood blades at his lower body standing in place. The Divine Skin's reaction was also relatively fast, and he quickly kicked his legs and retracted his lower body. But because his upper body was still chasing Pollyanna just now, after losing the fulcrum of his lower body standing on the ground, the whole person was equivalent to flying in the air, and the next second, he fell to the ground in a mess, and rolled several times before stopping. Good opportunity. While the opponent didn't stand up, Pollyanna immediately rushed forward. Be careful, Pollyanna. I had just said this when the godskin apostle suddenly slapped the ground. Black and white flames instantly rose from the ground, forming a wall of fire around him. Pollyanna was really reckless. She jumped over the top of the black flame wall without caring about anything, holding up her 2 daggers, and wanted to bite the godskin, who was still lying on the ground. But this impatience played into the opponent's hands. The godskin apostle used his waist to stretch out at will, pretending to be crawling on the ground. But in fact his lower body had already stood up. After seeing Pollyanna jump down, he suddenly dragged his upper body to the side and easily avoided Pollyanna's attack. At the same time, the skinning sword in his hand was also stained with blazing flames. And the whole person directly used the twisting force just now to turn into a super windmill and rotate. In an instant, Pollyanna was completely engulfed by the black and white flame storm. Ah, Pollyanna! I couldn't help but spit my mouth. The storm rolled up by the god's skin was still spreading, as if it was going to engulf me. There is no other way. Then I could only fight the storm with the storm. After all, I almost became the uncrowned king of Storm City. Combat skill molten flame hurricane dance, roar. The red molten flame rolled out of the sky, and collided with the black and white blue flames, like 2 giant dragons roaring at each other, biting and gnawing at each other, equally matched. But I didn't want to compete with the god's skin apostle with this move. I just used the reverse wind force to offset the opponent's power. When I found the staggering figure, I suddenly kicked the ground, and the hurricane force gushed out from under my feet, and lifted the whole person into the air. Combat skills Scarlet Blood Moon / modified. Molten Flame Red Dragon / The red dragon roared, and with the falling of the night star fire, it tore open the opponent's blue flame storm. I quickly caught the fallen Pollyanna and took her out of the storm. This girl was burned black all over, breathing weakly, and could only spit out ashes. Hold on, Pollyanna. I pulled away from the godskin apostle, and kept pouring drops of red holy grail dew into her mouth, until she choked and breathed a sigh of relief. Alas, why are you so anxious? Pull, you have to pull, do you understand? But now is not the time to continue taking care of Pollyanna. The divine skin apostle has completely entered the second stage. The skinning sword in his hand is burning with blazing black and white flames, and he is walking towards us with big strides. I leaned Pollyanna against the foot of the windmill, and regrouped myself, and equipped myself with a brass shield. That's right. Don't rush to deal with this guy. The key point is defense and counterattack. Since the godskin apostle can stretch his body at will, the attack methods he created can be said to be varied. I was too eager to take the initiative and attack before, but was entangled by this snake. The tighter it was entangled, the more I couldn't get away. Therefore, it is best to keep a distance of about 3 or 4 steps in front of him. First, with this distance, even if the opponent attacks in a counterattack, there is enough space to observe, react, and effectively dodge. Second, if you can dodge the attack, you only need to take a step forward to enter the length range of Night Starfire and counterattack. Finally, you have to be wary of the godskin skinning sword. Bang! The godskin stretched his body, raised the skinning sword and stabbed at me. I quickly raised the brass shield to block it. I saw him turn his wrist, and the sharp hook of the sword quickly bypassed the brass shield, cutting a hole in my waist, and pulling back hard. He almost tore me and the shield apart. The wound was icy cold, and after the black and white flames lost the power of destined death, they only left extremely cold temperatures. I gritted my teeth, retreated and dodged quickly, kept my distance, and tried to figure out the routine of the apostle of the divine skin step by step, in order to maximize the power of the skinning sword. His attack method was open and closed, and he often used the power of turning to swing the skinning sword in a circle. For example, now, after the 2 consecutive sweeps of the divine skin, he saw that I blocked them with my shield, and he turned around and wanted to raise the skinning sword to chop down angrily. And this was a good opportunity. I quickly dodged to the left side of the divine skin, and before the opponent could stop, I directly slashed with blood, and the clothes of the apostle of the divine skin were torn open, and the bright red blood oozed out. The opponent quickly jumped back and pulled away. I naturally rushed forward quickly, After all, if I was too far away, he would throw fire at me and suppress me. Seeing this, Shinpei raised his hand, and a circle of fire ignited around him, which also made me stop quickly. Next, it must be that killer move, boom boom boom. Sure enough, Shinpei twisted his body again, rolling up a blazing blue tornado. It's not like I haven't broken this move before. Night Star Fire also ignited the molten flames, and with a hurricane rising under his feet, turned into a blazing dragon and roared at the storm. But unexpectedly, the opponent's blue fire turbid dragon suddenly dived down, and actually bit the red dragon's waist and abdomen, directly tearing a big hole. The Shinpei apostle changed his move. He expected that I would use the molten flame hurricane dance to fight back, so he turned the skinning sword in his hand into an electric fan, with the power of the blue flame, suddenly rushed towards me. Seeing that the opponent's dragon seemed to open its mouth to swallow me up, I smiled slightly. Finally here, you must not have thought that. I was waiting for this move of yours. Pretending to retreat to the side, I tempted the god skin apostle to stretch his waist and abdomen even more. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters, that's the limit. Combat skill hound step. At the speed of the wind, I rushed directly into the dragon's mouth, and at the same time, I aimed the brass shield in my hand directly at the center of the electric fan and threw it hard. The movement of the divine skin apostle rotating the skinning sword could not help but stop for a moment. And it was at this moment that I slid and penetrated his body. The defenseless snake belly was right in front of me. I raised the Night Starfire directly, and slashed at the belly of the divine skin. The opponent did not expect that I would use such an attack, and subconsciously wanted to retract his lower body. But, are you really sure you want to retract your body? The Night Starfire has already cut into the opponent's abdomen. If the divine skin retracts so hard, I don't even need to do anything else, he will cut his own belly open. With a knife, the lower half of the divine skin's body was completely cut open by me because of his panic mistake. My whole body was also showered with bright red blood. But not enough, until the last moment, you must not relax. Quickly stood up and looked back, only to see that the divine skin apostle was already dying, and had to support himself with both hands on the skinning sword. It's time to end. Controlling the wind, I suddenly leaped into the air, raising the Night Starfire, cutting a scarlet moon in the air. Combat skill. Scarlet blood moon slash. Slash with a sword. Enemy felled watching the golden rune fragments emerge from the divine skin that was cut off by the knife, gathering on me. I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Pollyanna should be out of danger. As long as I find the blessing, I can feed her more holy grail water. There are no other enemies nearby. I should go and see what's going on with Millicent and Brother Teardrop. Thinking so, I was about to walk down the mountain, but I sensed that the imitation Teardrop was defeated, turned into a pool of mud, and returned to my body from the bottom of my feet. And on the other side of the mountain road, a man in silver armor, holding a blood-stained sword, was walking slowly towards me. Chapter 335 The Reality of the Shattered Flower. I looked at the man who came up in disbelief. There were countless beast reliefs painted on his silver-white armor. And on the helmet of the armor, it looked more like 2 lions covering their eyes. Why did this man appear here, Bernard? Bernard? Senior Bernard? I couldn't help but be full of doubts, but greeted him with caution. Thinking carefully, since it was already the time when Atai climbed the Yatin Plateau, Bernard should have joined the faction of the Volcano Mansion. Could it be that he got the news and came to deal with Brother Tellich's? The other party stopped. After a moment, he responded, "This breath, is it Zero? Why are you here?" It was indeed Bernard himself, but he seemed to be suspicious of my presence in Windmill Village. I have a friend who was captured by the people here, so I came to save him. I did not hide it either. After a brief explanation, I asked, "But you, Senior Bernard, why did you come to Windmill Village?" This time, Bernard did not respond for a long time, still asked with doubts, "Are you really Zero? Why? Do you need me to use the combination of the Hound Sword skill and the Blood Slash skill to prove it?" I tried to use a light tone, and asked with a smile, but I did not dare to act rashly. After all, the man in front of me has the strength of a quasi-king of Eldon. And now, I can say that I have run out of ammunition and food. If I start a fight, I will definitely suffer. Although, Bernal did not show any murderous aura at this time, and he still had that lazy feeling. It was obvious that the imitation Teardrop was defeated by Bernal, and Millicent did not chase after him now. And I am afraid she was also. Calm down. You must calm down. Besides, what exactly does Bernal mean by asking Could it be that he has seen another Zero? The crazy Zero? However, Bernal did not explain too much. His eyes seemed to fall on the god-skin apostle, who was defeated by me. And he sighed leisurely. It seems that I am still a step late. Forget it. Then we will see each other later. Zero. After saying that, he turned around. Wait a minute, Senior Bernal. I hurriedly caught up with him, ran down the mountain road, but when I turned a corner, I heard rapid panting from the roadside. It was Millicent. A large cut had been made on her chest, and she leaned weakly against the foot of the rock wall, unable to move. We had said that there was no threat nearby, but the scene before us was like a ferocious beast passing through. The women from the windmill village lay on the roadside in all directions, and the flowers with enchanting fragrance were dyed red. Millicent. I quickly squatted beside Mibao, carefully held her face, and called. You, how are you? Zero. Millicent frowned slightly, and finally squinted her eyes. Hurry. Don't be afraid, hold on. Millicent, I'll take you to the hospital for treatment now, you must hold on. I just felt my hands and feet trembling uncontrollably. Mibao, you must not get into any trouble. Fortunately, after defeating the divine skin apostle, a part of the rune fragments in his body turned into blessings, and fell on the top of the windmill mountain. I quickly picked up Millicent and ran all the way to the blessing. The dewdrop holy grail bottle was constantly filled, and I also fed her the grace of restoring her strength. Millicent's brows finally relaxed slightly, and the wounds on her body healed visibly, until there was no scar left. I was relieved. However, she was still in a coma. Fortunately, there were no enemies in the windmill village, so I could go to clean up the mess without worry. With the help of the blessing and the holy grail dewdrop, Pollyanna's face became rosy again. I temporarily placed the two sisters at the blessing, summoned Tourette, and waited nearby. Back inside the windmill, the fragrance of the flowers was still strong, even a little pungent, but I didn't expect that Ronnie's calming magic would have such a lasting effect. I was a little worried before that if the hallucination symptoms on the mountainside appeared during the battle, it would be a disaster. But fortunately, the effect of the magic has lasted until now, and I am no longer disturbed by this enchanting fragrance. However, Miss Juicy's condition seemed a little bit wrong. Her clothes must have been torn to shreds by herself. She lay on her back on the ground, gasping for air, foaming at the mouth, and her face was as red as Guan Yu's. Her eyes were rolled up, as if they were about to turn away. Even when I stood beside her, she didn't react at all. Her face and neck were covered with scratches. I'm afraid she scratched them herself. From time to time, her whole body would twitch. She was such a beautiful person, but now, I only had a little fear of her in my heart. Looking at the broken flat tube next to Miss Juicy, there was still some pink and white flower powder left in it. I slowly figured out an inference in my heart: the charm poison, the dancer, the snake-like divine skin apostle, and then looking at the drained appearance of Brother Telech's, I gradually pieced together the complete story, and the appearance of Bernard, which was unintentional, further confirmed my guess. I still need this person in front of me to help me perfect it. I picked up Miss Juicy and carried her on my shoulders, and then picked up Brother Tragus and took them both to the blessing light outside. When I left, I also lit a fire, planning to burn this place to the ground. In the flaming flames, an even more horrifying scene unfolded before my eyes. In this windmill room, in addition to the pink wreaths everywhere, there were actually human skins underneath, and they were men's skins. Even the curtains that I used as windows before were made of human skin. I was shocked, and I quickly left this hellhole. The blessing light swayed slightly, and Brother Tragus's condition had obviously improved. Although his physique had not recovered to his previous strong appearance, the dark circles under his eyes had disappeared, and his pale face had regained its color. However, Ms. Juice's side, the effect seemed to be more subtle. Fortunately, she calmed down, her eyes that were rolling back in fear finally closed, and she fell into a coma. In this way, everyone was out of danger. No, there was still one guy, Roger. Suddenly, I felt the exhaustion of an old father raising children. I couldn't help but sigh, and patted Tourette's neck. Tourette, you've worked a little hard. You? I piled the 4 unconscious guys on its back, and led Tourette down the mountain. In the flowers on the roadside, I found Roger naked. This guy seemed to be still immersed in a beautiful dream, with a very happy smile on his face. If it weren't for the skinless, creepy corpses of girls around him, it would be considered a kind of classical art painting, but unfortunately, there is no Photoshop in this world, so I can't Photoshop it. I sighed again, collected the tattered clothes of Roger scattered nearby, and wrapped him up casually. Beauty, beauty, don't go. This guy was still confused and had his eyes on me. Hand, don't touch me, asshole. I used my knife to cut the aorta near his neck, making Roger calm down, and then threw him to Tourette. Looking at the pink flowers blooming all over the mountains, watered with blood that permeated the land. I drank the blue dewdrop Holy Grail bottle, turned around, lit a fire, hoping to annihilate this sin forever in the flames. Chapter 336 Flower Sorrow. At night, the fire flickered. I looked at the boiling pot water, and the white mist that was rising was already faintly filled with the aroma of meat. First, put in mushrooms and hepagrass to absorb a little bit of greasy smell and enhance the freshness, and then cut in golden loya fruit to replace the taste of tomatoes. Continue to simmer for a while. When you open the lid, the mild aroma of mutton hits you. After taking a bite, the taste is still light. After all, there are not many good seasonings on the border. For ordinary people, with the eternal blessing of Queen Malika, even if they don't eat or drink, they will not die, so the culture of food is pitifully small. However, my latest discovery is that the lighting flour is dried and ground into powder, which will have a slight tingling feeling and can replace peppercorns. After the mutton is out of the pot, sprinkle a little. The taste is still quite good. I nodded with satisfaction, served a bowl of broth, ran happily to Colin, who was watching his teacher nearby, and pointed at the golden tree with his left hand, like a statue of a golden mask. Teacher Colin, the fresh broth is out of the pot. Would you like to taste it? I say, Master Ling. Colin seemed a little angry. The teacher is concentrating on interpreting the history and evolution of the borderland, looking for a way to save the world. Please don't always come to disturb the teacher's thoughts. Master Ling. I smiled and continued to pass the mutton soup in my hand. Well, after all, let Teacher Colin use prayer to heal 4 people. This is my little thought. Such a close distance. Colin of course smelled the aroma of mutton, and couldn't help swallowing his saliva, then sighed. Okay, thank you, Master Ling. Not long after he took the soup, the golden mask seemed to move his fingers slightly, which surprised Colin. Hey, teacher, you mean you want to taste it? This kind of crude soup? Wow, this is so rude. Although the taste is indeed not as good as that of a 5-star chef, nor as good as the mutton hot pot in my original world, this is the best dish I can make at the moment. It feels like since Teacher Colin met the golden mask, his attitude towards us has also changed 180 degrees. Everything is based on his teacher. I'll get you another bowl. Of course, I ran away with good sense. When I went back to serve the soup, among the 5 people lying by the fire, Miss Jessie moaned slightly, and when I looked over, I happened to see her open eyes. You're awake, Miss Juicy. I pointed at the pot. If you're hungry, serve some first. It may not taste very good, but it's still good to fill your stomach. I'll go serve the meal to the golden mask teacher first. Zero, Lord Zero? Miss Juicy's eyes were still a little hazy, looking a little confused. When I came back with the meal, she was still sitting, holding her forehead, looking dizzy and uncomfortable after a hangover. What's wrong? I asked with concern. Lord Zero, what happened? Miss Juicy raised her face, with a sad face and bloodshot eyes. Even though she had been given the Holy Grail dewdrops, Colin's prayer for recovery, and the healing of the blessed light, Miss Juicy still didn't seem to have fully recovered. You should know these 3 people next to you. I pointed at Millicent and explained briefly. We defeated the Godskin Apostle in the Windmill Village and completely ended the so-called celebration. However, I did not save your former companions, or I can no longer find their traces. Celebration is over? Miss Juicy still couldn't believe it. I pointed to the northeast with my head. Over there. The Windmill Village that I had set on fire had been burning for half a day, and a corner of the night sky was also dyed with a grayish red. Miss Juicy widened her eyes and stared blankly at the fire. I added, I will burn all those charming flowers. And naturally, the powder made from the flowers will no longer exist in this world. Ah. A trembling sound came from the bottom of her dry throat. Miss Juicy's unbelievable eyes gradually turned into shock and fear. Her hand slowly climbed up her face, pulling and tearing. She turned her head suddenly, like a cheetah, and threw me under her body. Her eyes turned angry, and the red madness that was almost the same as those of the skin girls flashed in her eyes. You, what did you do? But I said calmly, it's very simple. I just destroyed the poisonous flowers and the poisonous things that confuse people's hearts, and completely cut off the tragedy of that village. You, Mischievous. Do you really remember your so-called companions? What companions? She gritted her teeth. I'm afraid Mischievous now wants to skin me and tear me apart. Sure enough, you have been poisoned too deeply. I shook my head helplessly, grabbed her hand, pulled it, turned over, and subdued Mischievous to the ground. Let me tell you the story of that village and you, Mischievous. Woo, woo. While struggling, the woman roared like a wild animal. But I am a strong warrior who focuses on strength and agility. It is as easy to capture the opponent as it is to capture a chicken. I continued to talk to myself. Windmill Village, although it is close to the royal city of Rodel, is actually more closely related to the Volcano Mansion. The strange rituals carried out in that village are not simply skinning, but a more corrupt intercourse. The pink flowers in the village can bewitch people's hearts and stimulate the most primitive desires. Whether they are men or women, they will only continue to crave each other's bodies. Even if they are skinned, they will see each other as beautiful as fairies. And what the Volcano Mansion needs is the crystallization of evil, the offspring born from the powerful warrior genes. In the game, although there is no clear statement, there is a secret connection between the God Skin Apostle and the Volcano Mansion, and the current owner of the mansion, Mrs. Tanis, is a foreign dancer, and seems to have a lot of connections with the dancing girl in the Windmill Village. In addition, in the disaster of Didica, it is said, a crazy portrait with peeling skin, a woman named Didica, who did many morally flawed things, is said to have given birth to countless alien children. This item is one of the last items in Leia's branch, and is inextricably linked to Leia, a snakeman. Even the woman named Didica is not necessarily her real mother. The characteristic of skin peeling is consistent with that of the woman in Windmill Village, which made me make a series of inferences. Didica might have been a member of Windmill Village, or vice versa. Windmill Village was born because of Didica's example. In short, she gave birth to Leia, which made the Volcano Mansion find a unique and sinful way to cultivate a powerful alien son. After all, the Golden Dynasty will not accept aliens. Evil omens are regarded as blasphemy, and such children will inevitably be abandoned and will become a force against the Golden Dynasty. The flower of depravity bloomed in Windmill Village. Men like Bighorn Brother Tyrich will be treated as studs and constantly exploited. Once they are useless, they will be skinned by the apostles of the god skin. After all, in their belief, it seems that if they wrap the newly born apostles in human skin swaddling clothes and offer them to the goddess with night-colored eyes, the goddess will grant them strength and let them grow into the death of gods. This is the annotation of the amulet god skin swaddling cloth. The women also have sex day and night, and they are depraved. They are not skinned, but just like Miss Juicy, who is scratching her face impatiently in front of me, they peel their faces off themselves. I am afraid that physical stimulation alone can no longer satisfy those women. Only by grinding the flowers into powder, and taking a larger dose at one time, can they be satisfied spiritually. And the so-called celebration is to capture fresh men, and let them become new studs to have sex with others. The women have satisfied their desires, and the god skin will guide the new apostles, and finally, the fruit of the fall of evil will be picked by the Volcano Mansion. And you, Miss Juicy, probably just passed by here unintentionally, and were dragged into it without knowing it. The first time you were enchanted, under the influence of the flower. You tasted the forbidden fruit, and you couldn't stop after that, perhaps? At the beginning you did have the idea of rescuing your companions, but unfortunately, you didn't have enough strength. The longer you stay in that village, the more you will sink into the quagmire. Now, Miss Juicy, have you completely become one of them? I asked indifferently. Miss Juicy had already settled down during my explanation, lying on the ground like a dead person, staring blankly at the sky, at the dazzling golden tree. I don't know if she listened to my words, or if she lost her mind after the addiction attack like in the Windmill Village. Alas, what a poor person. I couldn't help but sigh, and I could only serve a bowl of mutton soup and put it next to Miss Juicy. That's purgatory, Master Ling. Miss Juicy's voice was as weak as a mosquito, making me doubt that I heard it wrong. Looking back, I saw the corners of her eyes, and the crystal tears were like shooting stars sliding down the night sky. And finally, they disappeared forever in the dark land. Chapter 337 Echoes of the Windmill. The fire in the Windmill Village burned all night. In the morning, after a simple inspection from there, I returned to the temporary camp at the bridgehead where the golden mask was. As soon as I came back, I saw Pollyanna wolfing down a bowl of mutton soup that had been forced to cook overnight. The others had also woken up, but Tragus and Roger were still listless, holding a bowl of mutton soup in their hands, but without any appetite. Millicent heard my footsteps, turned her head, stood up with a smile, and greeted, "Zero, where did you go?" "I went back to the Windmill Village." "Why did you go there? Hasn't everything been resolved?" Pollyanna was quick to speak. I sighed. "Listen to me. It has indeed become a ruin, but the bewitching flower still has some remnants. It seems that a fire alone cannot burn it all away." After walking around, I felt hungry. I went to open the lid of the pot. Wow, the inside was so clean as if it had been washed. "Ah, Pollyanna, you leave some for me." "Huh? Everyone ate it. Why do you say that I am the only one?" Pollyanna immediately shouted in dissatisfaction. "You are prejudiced. Apologize to me. It seems that I am indeed wrong." But I still insisted. "There are still vegetable leaves on the corners of your mouth. You must have eaten the most. When it was just cooked last night, you were sleeping like a dead pig, and you couldn't even wake up. You are the dead pig. Besides, you ate it all last night, so of course you have to share it with us today." Pollyanna did not show any weakness. Our noisy bickering attracted the dissatisfaction of Colin nearby, who immediately reminded us loudly, "Mr. Zero, Miss Pollyanna, please keep your voice down. Don't disturb the teacher's thinking." "But Teacher Colin, you were the loudest just now." "Blindfolded, you were the loudest just now." Pollyanna seemed to read my mind, and retorted unconvincedly, and then glared at me. "I'd better shut up." Millicent said apologetically, "Sorry, Zero. I thought you had eaten before leaving to do something, so I forgot to leave it for you." When Tragus saw this, he handed over the bowl in his hand. I waved my hand quickly. "No. It's okay. Bighorn. You eat it. You and Roger are both seriously injured, and you need to replenish your energy. After all, not to mention Bighorn. Roger also looked sick. They had all received the triple healing of the Holy Grail dewdrops, the restoration of prayer, and the blessing of grace. But it seemed that, just like Miss Juicy, once infected with some things, even the eternal blessing could not do anything about it. I can only say that, fortunately, the poison these two people were infected with should be relatively shallow, and there is still a possibility of complete recovery. "Zero, where's Miss Juicy?" Roger suddenly asked. "She's gone." I sighed, and told the truth after all. There was nothing to hide. Pollyanna immediately asked, "Huh? Gone? Where did she go? I haven't settled accounts with that woman yet." "Miss Juss, she went into the forest below alone. As for where she wanted to go, and what she wanted to do, I don't know." I was going to end the topic indifferently. After all, I personally sent Miss Juss away. She lay here for a night. During this period, she had 1 or 2 attacks of her addiction to flower poison. She began to seduce me in a delirious state. After being rejected, she felt like she was burned by fire. She rolled on the ground, scratched her neck and face, until she had no strength left. When she was clear-headed, Miss Juss also confessed that she not only deceived her companions, she also deceived other people passing by here just like she deceived us, and naturally thought of dragging Millicent and Pollyanna into the same situation. She has become completely dependent on the flower poison. If she does not take the flower powder, she will often be unable to control herself. No wonder, after Roger and I drank the flower wine, were poisoned by Goumet, but for Miss Juicy, the dose was too weak, and it could only be used to temporarily quench her thirst, allowing her to slightly suppress the addiction that had already penetrated into her bones, and become like a normal person. I am no longer hopeless, Lord Zero. If possible, please grant me death," Miss Juicy cried and begged numbly. But I did not agree. "Since I saved you, I will not kill you again. There is no judge in this world, so only you can judge your sins." Therefore, I finally gave Miss Juicy a straight sword. After she thanked him, she walked into the forest alone. Looking at Miss Juicy's departing back, I vaguely realized why there were so many maggot-faced people in the forest near the Windmill Village. They were able to use the power of the curse. Probably because the maggot-faced man was constantly devouring the bodies of the dead. Some, perhaps they are skin men, some, perhaps they are abandoned alien children, and some, perhaps they are people who are determined to die like Miss Juss. After hearing my answer just now, everyone obviously understood the implication, and was silent for a while. I changed the subject, by the way. "Millicent, Pollyanna, you said before that you wanted to go to the city sandwiched in the mountains. I roughly know the way. You wait here for a few days. Help me to go to the windmill village to completely remove those poisonous flowers. And I will go with you when I come back. How about it? Huh? If you want to see the King of Blessing, don't you have to go through the entire royal city of Rodel? Just a few days. How is it possible? Pollyanna refused me with reason. I didn't say I wanted to see him in person. If it's just the demon incarnation, it's easy to find. Looking at Pollyanna and Millicent's clear and puzzled eyes, I sighed. Anyway, it's like finding a trusted younger brother of the blessed king to be a messenger. I heard that he is near the outer city of Rodel, and it shouldn't take much time. Well, we are also worried about having no direction. So let's meet here later. Millicent agreed. Pollyanna murmured angrily, we don't necessarily need this guy. But she didn't continue to shut me out. I nodded, and said to Roger and Tragus, Brother Gia, Brother Bighorn, the poison in your bodies may have infected your spirits, and it is difficult to remove it with blessings alone. However, a kind of calming magic of Kalia seems to be quite effective for it. So I personally hope that you can temporarily go to the Ria Lucalia Academy to rest a little. After all, in that illusion, it was Melina who used the magic left by Lonnie to wake me up. Brother Bighorn nodded in agreement. Roger also sighed. It seems that this is the only way. Sorry, Zero. I can't help you at all. Don't say that. After all, the clues about the dead prince still depend on you, Brother Gia, to help me investigate. I smiled and comforted him. I will wait for you in the royal city. Millicent suddenly asked, but, Zero, what are your plans? It sounds like you are helping us deal with things, so don't delay anything. As for me, because the Sunshade City is right on the way to where I want to go, it's not a big deal to take you there. I smiled and told the truth. Now, compared to entering the Rodel Royal City, the things at the Volcano Mansion are more concerning to me. After all, I have also agreed with Leia to go find her. Right? Chapter 338 Royal City Rodel, Charge, Swoosh. 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 Boom, 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 boom. Ars Mother is squinting. Torret, run. Countless flying stones fell from the sky and bombarded me. I jumped up and down frantically on Torret, and heard the cry of a certain ocean disaster faintly. Take a bath in the shells. Damn it, I'm just one person. There's no need to use such a war-scale big move to target me. Swoosh. Several huge stones flew towards me. A little further away, from the gate of the outer wall of the royal city of Rodel, a cavalry unit had been assembled, and was about to rush towards me. A good man never suffers a loss in front of him, Torret. Let's retreat. I had to turn my horse's head around, and ran back in disgrace. Alas, in reality, the garrison camp is like this. The guys guarding the camp only need to arrange 3 to 5 times more troops than in the game. And we, the fated ones, who are breaking through the level, have a lot to consider. Every time we encounter it, it feels harder than challenging the boss, and we can't open the invincible like in the game. After all, in reality, this is a regular army, and a single move will affect the entire body. Just now, I was just on the road, and I ran into a group of Royal City soldiers walking out of the camp. As expected, when these guys saw that I was a fated person, they rushed forward with a lot of noise. Originally, I was not afraid at all, but when one of the soldiers blew the horn, everything changed. 6 or 7 catapults started almost at the same time. That scene was like watching a meteor shower with you. It fell on A2's head. I even sang for you. In the windmill village, Pollyanna kicked me on the butt. You haven't accomplished anything. How dare you come back? Aren't you just wasting our time? You bastard Zero. Quack. Then go and try. With Torret, I was almost smashed into a pig's head. Without Torret, I'm afraid I would have been a meat pie. Although I was not right, I couldn't lose in terms of momentum. As a result, I was kicked by Pollyanna again. Millicent touched Torret's head, turned around and asked kindly, Zero, do you need Pollyanna to help you? I'm alone here. I should be able to remove those enchanted flowers. Huh? Pollyanna's tone was about to rise to the sky. I also quickly refused. No. No need. Huh? This girl actually came up to me dissatisfied, pointed at my nose, and said angrily, do you think I want to help you? It's useless to beg me now. I didn't intend to beg you. You? Why are you still angry? I had to go around Torret and hide next to Millicent. Millicent also helped to comfort Pollyanna, and said to me with a smile, Pollyanna is just a little worried about you. 0. I'm not worried about him. Millicent, don't guess my thoughts. Although Pollyanna protested. But Millicent seemed to have found her weak spot. Like dealing with a cat. She stroked the smooth fur on her back and continued to say to me, "It's a pity that with my current strength, I can't do much for you. It's okay. In fact, I came back just to remind you of one thing." I paused. The team I met seemed to be sent by Rodell to investigate the Windmill Village. You two stay here and be careful. After all, the fire that burned down the village burned all night. And it was put out after a heavy rain in the middle of the night. Windmill Village is also close to the back gate of the royal city of Rodell. The first defense of Rodell had taken place nearby. The coalition invaded the royal city from this road. Therefore, it is inevitable to attract attention. Millicent nodded. We will pay attention. As for entering the royal city, I will find a way to solve it in these 2 days, and it will definitely not take too much time. I put my hands together and begged. However, Pollyanna did not lose her temper, but looked behind me. What's wrong? I also turned my head curiously. Pollyanna shook her head impatiently and said, Nothing. I probably made a mistake. But you? If you can't get in again, just come back and lead the way for us first. And then we can think of a solution together. Understand? I understand. I took Torette's reins from Millicent. Then I'm leaving. After saying goodbye to the Ionan sisters again, Torette and I continued to run slowly towards the direction of the royal city of Rodell. Although I boasted, to be honest, I really don't have any idea for the time being, let alone the catapult bombardment and the groups of Rodell soldiers in the front. After all, if I remember correctly, there is a narrow path on the right side of the back door that can go around to the camp. I am confident that I can deal with ordinary soldiers at that time. And Torette is here. But the most fatal thing is that the back door of the outer wall of Rodell is actually closed. That's right. In the game, this door that is open like a public toilet is now equipped with a grounded iron gate. Even if I break through the entire camp, if there is no mechanism nearby that can lift the door, I still can't enter the royal city of Rodell. But if you think about it carefully, it makes sense. How could the gate that was once broken by the coalition forces of the Law Brothers be closed when the enemy retreated and even pushed back? In the game, in order to allow the protagonist Atai to enter the royal city and advance the plot and play, even the main gate that should have been closed is left open, as if quietly welcoming the arrival of the protagonist Atai. But in reality, Mr. Mumgert will do everything he can to completely block the fated ones from Rodell. How can we come and go freely? I couldn't help but sigh. I have a headache. Although this world has the concept of magic, rune is not equivalent to chakra after all. I can't let it absorb on the soles of my feet and run up the wall directly. Moreover, a 50-meter-high wall, even if I have mastered the top-level light skill Wudong Tianzong, I can't climb it. I really hope that I can bite my finger, and a red thunder will fall, and a supergiant will be transformed to kick the broken door. That day, the soldiers of the Rodell Royal City finally recalled the horror of being broken by a giant creature, and the humiliation of being shrouded by the wings of the sky until today. Red thunder? Gulen Shanks. I immediately thought of an idea and looked around. Is it an illusion? I always felt as if someone was watching me just now. There shouldn't be any Rodell soldiers nearby, preparing to ambush me. I quickly pulled Torette's reins, and I dived into the narrow path on the right. As we walked forward, there were traces of war everywhere. Many of Rodell's slaves were digging something next to a broken catapult. There were also scattered ruins of buildings on the roadside. Ah! Did you see the soldier squatting in the corner of the ruins? Yes. If you beat him up, he would drop the most useful treasure in the magic ring, which was also the most important item for Queen Marika to resist the supreme will. Okay. No more jokes. That is actually the juvenile of the imitation teardrop. If you touch it, it will turn into an evil lion and beat you up. The other party seemed to sense something, and suddenly raised his head and looked towards me. No way. Do you still have the ability to read minds? I just said it in my mind for a while. I quickly clamped Torette, and continued to run quickly along the trail into the depths. Boom, 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 boom. A burst of lightning and thunder landed on the golden sea of flowers. Nearby, the golden lambs unique to the city of Rodell were leisurely eating grass, looking up, seeing me running all the way, then turned into a rolling ball, running away with a gurgling sound. On the top of the hill, the ancient dragon Lan Sang sat cross-legged on the ground with his hands and feet in his tucked-in arms. His red gold eyes looked down at me with majesty. So, son of the man named Zero, you are here to bother me for this? Yes. Yes. Ancient Dragon Lance Sanks. Please do me a favor, and take me to the royal city of Rodel. It doesn't have to be too far. Just climb over the wall. Ah, before I could finish my words, Lance Sanks roared suddenly, and the wind and clouds almost blew me away. How dare you? A weak human. Ride on my ancient dragon at will. Hey, as Lance Sanks shouted angrily. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, and red thunder rolled. I'm not going to fight the boss of this ancient dragon. Chapter 339. Someone come and grab the dragon. I didn't expect that. Just ask Lance Sanks for a little favor. To take me over the magnificent walls of Rodel. This ancient dragon would be furious, and its head would rumble along with the dark clouds in the sky. Please listen. Listen to my argument. Beautiful Lance Sanks. I had to find a way to appease this ancient dragon first. After all, I suffered a great loss when I ran into her just after I climbed the Yatan Plateau. Besides, the terrain here is open, not to mention the ancient dragon. Even if it is Ninjafuse Yak or Flying Dragon, if you don't restrict the opponent's flying ability, such terrain is invincible to these high-mobility units flying in the sky. After all, they will not land stupidly like in the game, and then stop flying. Fortunately, Lance Sanks is a good communicator. After stopping the thunder, he glared at me and said, "Tell me your reason. Last time we talked about it. If you want to find your brother friend Sanks, the most important thing is to start with Prince Godwin. Right?" I swallowed my saliva, calmly found reasons, and analyzed this ancient dragon. So, I and several companions investigated the night of the Black Knife conspiracy. But the mystery is still so numerous, making it difficult to find clues. Therefore, I have to enter the royal city of Rodel, go to the place where Prince Godwin was killed, and the place where he was buried, to investigate carefully, to find the whereabouts of friend Sanks. I hope Lord Ancient Dragon will investigate. What you said seems to make sense. My eyes lit up with excitement, then, but no. No! Lance Sanks slapped the ground hard, and stood up. I am the ancient dragon Lance Sanks. How can I let the son of a weak person like you ride on my head at will? Damn, this brother-controlling dragon, can't she be convinced by this? I was also unhappy, and couldn't help but retort. Lance Sanks is a stingy guy. I didn't say I wanted to ride on your head. I can sit on your back. It's not about where to sit. This is the dignity of our ancient dragons. Lance Sanks was so anxious that he changed his habit of speaking, and stamped his feet again. Besides, Zero, you little man, what do you think of the place where we agreed? Is it the gathering place of you fated ones? Huh? I looked in the direction where Lance Sanks turned his head in confusion, and saw a small tent nearby, and the Bloodfinger hunter Yura, who hadn't been seen for a long time, was lighting a fire, preparing for dinner at sunset. By the way, Eula, since you are here, why are you just standing there watching? It's hard for me to find a reason for this, after all. It was me who recommended Eula to come here, and it was also to avoid his death. After all, Lance Sanks is so beautiful, so powerful, anyone who hears about it would want to come and see it. Gu Long was silent for a moment, and then he shouted loudly, "Don't think that you can cheat my promise with sweet words, son of man. I said it sincerely. Lance Sanks is the best. Lance Sanks is awesome." I activated the magic card of Shameless. But Lance Sanks used the roar of the ancient dragon again, clearing the effect of our flattery. Ah! In that case, the evil man over there was also brought by you. The son of man. Zero? The most evil man? Ah! I turned my head in confusion, and saw that while we were arguing, a figure appeared on the thunder-calling hill without us noticing. Ah! My God! What a gorgeous dragon! The other party stared at Lance Sanks, as if he had lost his soul. And she herself, wearing a set of crimson armor, like a burning flame, with a cloak like dragon wings on her back. The black helmet and leg armor also made her look like a fire dragon incarnate. Pure purple blood finger Eleonora. How could this woman appear here? Ah! Could it be that, from just now, I have vaguely felt that someone was following me? And it was this guy? It's really a smell that makes me unhappy. It's extremely disrespectful. Lance Sanks' words were cold, and the sky seemed to respond to her mood again, causing red thunder to roll and flash in the clouds. Yes, Eleonora is a powerful warrior who is proficient in many Dragon Feast prayers. For this reason, she must have swallowed a lot of dragon hearts to perform Dragon Feast rituals. Thus, for the ancient dragon Lance Sanks She is certainly a sinful and dangerous existence. Lan Sanks could smell the fresh dragon blood on me from a distance, and flew to the hill near the golden tree to ask for punishment. Then, when Eleonora stepped into the territory of the thunder-calling hill, she must have already noticed her. I was the only one who was stupid and unaware, running all the way with Eleonora. Thinking about it carefully, I couldn't help but sweat on my back. When did I take the traitor's script and bring the 8th Route Army? No. I brought the Japanese devils into the village. Lan Sanks just got angry with me, which was really a great favor for this ancient dragon. To be honest, in this situation, even if she wanted to fight me right away, I would have nothing to say. No, I still have something to say. I really don't know when Eleonora followed me. The woman reached out and summoned her double-headed knife. The sky gradually darkened. The crimson double-headed blade seemed to drip with blood and slowly approached us. Even through the helmet, I could feel that this guy's red and crazy eyes were staring at Lan Sanks unscrupulously, as if a hunter had found the best prey in the world. The soul-stirring ancient dragon, I really want to have the same power as you. Let me deprive you of it. Let me plunder it. The power of the dragon. While speaking, the woman's footsteps were faster and faster, laughing ferociously, and rushing towards Lan Sanks. Suddenly, a silver light flashed past, forcing Eleonora to stop. Finally found you. Eleonora. Eula asked in a low voice. Do you still remember me? Who? Eleonora first smacked her lips impatiently, but when her eyes fell on the amazingly long sword, she suddenly became surprised and happy. Eula, this long Fong. You are Yura, right, Eula. Look, it's an ancient dragon, the dragon we have been looking for. As long as we take away their power, you will become the strongest. You will become the true king of Eldon. When that happens, Monet, Schwaget, and the others will be able to. Enough, Eleonora. Eula shouted loudly to interrupt the other party's words, and his voice under the hat was trembling slightly. Enough, Eleonora, stop. If you continue to perform the dragon feast, you will become an incurable monster. Monster? Eleonora obviously couldn't understand his words. Haven't you seen it? Those lava earth dragons, because they performed dragon feasts too much, they turned into that appearance. So stop, Eleonora. Eula begged, lamented. And, even if you pursue power, you don't have to be bound by blood fingers, and let your wings be stained. Then, Monet, what about Schwaget? Eleonora's tone suddenly became 8 degrees colder. They are dead. And they can't come back. Eleonora. Eula slowed down his voice, took a breath, and then continued. So, don't be obsessed anymore. If you really want to become the king of Eldon, I am willing to defeat the others with you. Come back? Eleonora. I thought you would understand me. Eleonora raised her head suddenly, and I only saw a scarlet knife flash past Eula. The next second, several bleeding wounds appeared on the old hunter's body, and his body staggered, and he fell to his knees. Eula! I couldn't help but exclaimed. Eleonora no longer paid attention to Eula, and opened her arms to the ancient dragon Lan Sanks, and shouted with a smile, Beautiful ancient dragon! Let me plunder. Let me strip you of your power. I will enjoy everything you have with gratitude. Give me your dragon heart. Chapter 340 Blood Dance Crazy Attack 1. If you ask who is the strongest NPC character in the Circle of Magic, Millicent would helplessly hold her left arm. It's Eleonora. Right? You know Khosrow would strictly say, it depends on the situation, but it should be Eleonora. But this is just my personal experience in the NPC competition. Even Sir Baiji would say, isn't it Eleonora with pure purple blood fingers? But if Millicent with infinite water birds is also included, the situation may change a little. Enough, what a little drama in the brain, and, if Meebao can really have infinite water birds, in the NPC of the game, except the richest man Mug Rem has a chance to bounce back the water birds, who else can beat her? But at the moment, facing Eleonora laughing excitedly and crazily at the ancient dragon Lan Sanks, I still feel a little shocked. Of course, it was not just because of her fame for winning the crown in the second NPC competition of the French Ring in a video on a certain website, but also because she had just killed the Blood Finger Hunter Yura in just a moment. Eleonora's exclusive combat skill, Blood Blade Dance. If she takes on this whole set, even the boss will be easily beaten into the bleeding state. Zero, since you have brought him here, I will leave it to you to deal with. After Lan Sanks said this, he roared. Boom boom boom. Several red lightning bolts fell from the sky, blasting the entire hill with wisps of black smoke. And while she was forcing Eleonora away with this move, She flapped her wings and flew towards the high wall of the royal city of Rodil. I challenged the strongest NPC Eleonora, really? At this point, there was no way to avoid it. In the thunderstorm, I pulled out the Night Starfire. Eleonora obviously didn't take me seriously. After seeing Lance Sanks fly away, her smile immediately turned into extreme anxiety. Hey, Gulong. Where are you going? Come back and fight me. Are you not as good as those lizards lying on the ground? Good guy. You deliberately bumped into Gulong's gun muzzle. Didn't you? I had to block her with my sword. Hey, Eleonora. Your next opponent is me. Who? Eleonora had no interest in me. By the way, you didn't even know who I was. And you followed me all the way here? Didn't you read the script? It doesn't matter who I am. You just need to know that if you want to challenge Lance Sanks, you have to step over me. Originally, I wanted to respond so handsomely, but the other party seemed to just sniff his nose. And the corners of his mouth under the hood curled up again. Oh, this smell. Are you the one who heard Haniel in the second church of Marika? Haniel? Could it be the escaped blood noble? I see. I was wondering why Eleonora appeared here. It turned out that she was a reinforcement brought back by her own men. But when she was tracking me, she was brought to this thunder-calling hill. It's me. So what? I admitted it. The other party laughed wickedly, and suddenly rushed forward with a double-headed knife. The speed was so fast that in the blink of an eye, the cold scarlet blade had already slashed towards me. I subconsciously raised the Night Starfire to block the opponent's attack. Unexpectedly, I heard a bang, and the blood blade on the other side quickly slashed at me from bottom to top. I had to step back half a step to avoid the attack. But I was suppressed by the opponent's momentum. What I had to face next was the fierce attack that was like a landslide and tsunami. This guy's double-headed knife was so skillful and varied that for every attack she made, I had to prepare two defenses to take into account the blades slashing from the opposite side. It was like facing a two-headed snake. If I was not careful, I would be torn open by the snake's teeth. Just blocking made me retreat step by step. Eleonora, however, laughed and praised. Ah ha ha, great, great, great. You are indeed a good opponent. Let me plunder you. In an instant, I felt a chilling murderous intent suddenly rising from Eleonora. Her eyes, under the helmet, lit up with scarlet light, and the double-headed knife in her hand seemed to respond to the power of its owner, so red that it seemed to be dripping with blood. It was her special combat skill. Blood blade dance. Coming! I subconsciously poured the power of rune between my legs, and stepped to the side at the speed of the wind. Combat skill. Hound step. Bang! But almost at the moment when I took my steps, the scarlet eyes were still chasing me, who was almost invisible. The next second, Eleonora rushed to the place where I was about to land with a surging tide of blood. Oh no! She caught me. I was horrified, and had to quickly raise my sword to block the opponent's attack. The two weapons kept interweaving and colliding, producing dazzling sparks. And in an instant, it turned into a scene of swords and shadows, in which blood was constantly splashing. 1, 2, 3. The tearing pains kept hitting my brain. If it continued, I was afraid that the moment the bleeding state was triggered, it would be the end of me. Seeing Eleonora retracting the double-headed knife and accumulating power at her waist, the next step should be the last part of the blood blade dance. Sweeping vigorously and pulling back, I seized this opportunity, and at the moment when the opponent attacked, I suddenly released the power of the combat skill Storm Foot from the bottom of my feet. The molten flame of the Night Starfire ignited, and as I rode the hurricane to fly into the air to avoid Eleonora's attack, I turned into a flaming dragon and slashed down at the woman below. Eleonora was also slightly stunned. I'm afraid she didn't expect that I would suddenly see through her moves, so she hurriedly raised the double-headed knife to block. But the power of the lion slash should not be underestimated. Eleonora, drink. With my roar, Eleonora was broken by my flaming dragon, and she had to stagger back to dodge. I also immediately pulled back, and then took out the Holy Grail bottle and drank it quickly. It was a close call. It was a close call. The wound recovered. If I didn't remember the last attack method of the blood blade dance, I might have been hit into the bleeding state the moment I blocked the attack. And then due to the severe blood loss, my mental strength would collapse for a moment. And in just that moment, Eleonora's sweep and pull could have cut me in half. Ha! Awesome. Awesome. I can't even be broken like this. The woman laughed wildly. Is she still just playing around? But it seems to be true. Eleonora is a warrior of the Dragon Feast faith. Until now, this guy has never used the Dragon Feast prayer. However, if she really wants to use the Dragon Feast prayer, she might give me a chance. After all, the biggest disadvantage of this kind of prayer is that it starts too slowly and can be easily interrupted. Then, I'll continue. Eleonora reminded me kindly. She suddenly sped up and rushed forward, but the double-headed knife in her hand did not move in any special way. I was still wondering what move she wanted to use, when a huge dragon's mouth suddenly appeared in front of me, stretching its head and biting me directly. Per dragon bite? Can this move be used while running? I was surprised and quickly dodged to the side. Roar! Roar! The next second, a deafening roar that resounded through the sky, with a powerful impact, suddenly shook my whole body out, and rolled on the ground for several rounds. My ears were buzzing, and at that moment, I felt that my whole heart was pulled hard, and I almost couldn't breathe. After the dragon bite, it was Gair's roar. This skill connection was too fast. The hurried footsteps attacked me again. The moment I stood up and looked up, the woman with bright red blood all over her body had covered the entire sky in my eyes, holding up her blood double-headed knife, as if the god of death had come. Chapter 341 Blood Dance Attack Part 2. Roar. Another dragon roar, accompanied by rolling heat waves, rushed towards me. Combat skill hound step. I quickly used my fastest speed and kept pulling to the side. But the next second, Eleonora once again instantly caught the place where my body slowed down and directly launched a set of blood blade dance, sweeping with bloody swords and shadows. Ping ping pong. The same script. After I barely resisted for a while, the opponent found a flaw. A full-strength attack slashed me and the sword and flew out, rolled several times on the mountain road, and then stopped. Damn. This guy is too aggressive. It's totally different from the game. If you want to ask how I dealt with this pure purple blood finger in the game, of course, I took the black knife dagger nearby, and when Eleonora released the Dragon Feast prayer, I fed her the sword energy flying blade with the destined death from a distance. After all, if you face this guy head-on, you will be beaten to death if you are not careful. I gritted my teeth, wiped the blood from the corner of my mouth, and raised my head again. Eleonora was still smiling. Her voice was as clear as a silver bell. Even quite harsh. Interesting. Interesting. You can still stand up? No wonder you are favored by the ancient dragon. Ah. I say. As long as I kill you, will the ancient dragon come back again? It's hard to say. While I drank the Holy Grail bottle to recover, I glanced at the other party. Beware of Eleonora's sudden attack. But you should defeat me first, and then think about the rest. Ha ha ha. That's what I mean. Eleonora hid her smile and rushed forward. I also took a deep breath and raised my knife. To deal with this guy, I can't just defend passively. The people of the Blood Order tend to be berserkers, and Eleonora is the best among them. If you only rely on defense, no matter how many recovery methods you have, you will be devoured by her sooner or later. I have to take advantage of her playful attitude towards me and find a chance to defeat her completely. Combat skill Molten Flame Hurricane Dance. I started with my most comprehensive combat skill with the widest range of damage and defensive power. The fiery dragon rode the wind in an instant and roared out. Oh, Eleonora took a step back, and after expanding the range of the scorching wind, she quickly chanted a prayer. Suddenly, her left hand turned into a giant dragon claw, tearing through the storm and grabbing me in the center. Then I will release the wind power from my feet. I jumped into the air and avoided the opponent's grab. The scorching flames quickly turned into bright red blood, like a meteor, and smashed towards Eleonora. Most people would subconsciously dodge when they see this kind of move. But this guy in front of me actually used the dragon prayer again, as if a giant dragon's face suddenly jumped out from her head and opened its bloody mouth towards me. No matter, I continued to stab down with a knife, and the giant dragon's mouth was about to swallow me whole in one gulp. But at that moment, blood exploded, like a barbed rain, and fell on Eleonora's head. Combat skills, Bloody Wolf Howling. However, my whole body was also caught by Eleonora's dragon bite, and then I was thrown out subconsciously. After rolling on the ground for several times, I finally stopped panting. Looking up, Eleonora had to take out her Holy Grail bottle to temporarily recover. After drinking all the dewdrops, she shook her hands. Ah, as expected, you are worth being plundered by me. Tell me your name. The Fated One. 0. I also stood up and took a stance again. 0. Very good. Very good. Then you can also become a part of my power. After saying that, Eleonora accumulated strength for a while, as if there were springs installed on the soles of her feet, and suddenly launched. The scarlet double-headed blood blade approached like a dancing storm. I slashed my palm with my sword, and the blood also dyed the blade of Night Starfire red, and then I rushed towards Eleonora. Let me use Blood Slash to counter your blood blade dance. Swish. 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 The blood-colored sword light and shadow enveloped both of us in an instant. Eleonora's blood blade dance was swift and quick, like a surging tide. Although my blood slash was relatively dull, it had the ability to penetrate. Even if the opponent blocked it, the blood blade would still leave damage on her body. However, this would also quickly consume my blood volume. When I felt that my body was approaching its limit, I used the combat skill Scarlet Blood Moon Slash. I jumped from a high altitude to avoid the opponent's attack, and then fell straight down, with the impression that she was injured by my combat skill Blood Flow Wolf Howl before. Eleonora also used the last part of Blood Blade Dance to quickly pull away and take another step back. My attack missed, and I couldn't help but kneel on the ground and breathe a few more times. How is it? Anything else? Anything else? 0. Eleonora's eyes turned bloodshot. This guy, what does she mean by this? Is she deliberately guiding me to use fighting skills continuously, and then find ways to break it? The fight just now left her with many scars, but Eleonora, as expected, is just like the other Bloodfingers, and doesn't care about these at all. Besides, this approach is indeed enough to kill people and hurt their hearts. You tried your best, but all the attack methods you used are useless to me. Then, it's time for me to kill you. Perhaps, this is the complete meaning of plunder in Eleonora's mouth. No more. This is all my moves. You should also do it seriously. I responded with a hint of anger. Really? Eleonora said with a smile. But I have always been serious, 0. Eleonora used the Dragon Bite Assault again. Will Guer's roar come next? I subconsciously took a step back, but if I fall into a passive position, I can't stop the opponent's attack. Combat skill Blood Blade Dance. Sure enough, this time Eleonora changed her style, and directly used combat skills to continue attacking. I have to be faster. Faster. And use the ultimate attack method to respond to this crazy and powerful opponent. Hound Step. Pull away first. Although, perhaps because I haven't mastered this move yet, I always let Eleonora quickly catch the moment when I stop and slow down. But in terms of speed alone, she still can't catch up with me. The icy snow entangled the Night Starfire. I quickly swung the blade, and slashed the sharp ice and snow at Eleonora. Night Starfire's second combat skill Dark Moon Snow. Isn't there more? Eleonora had no intention of dodging at all. She actually went straight against the wind and snow, and chopped off all my attacks with the red blood blade of the double-headed knife. Faster, it has to be faster. The enemy is about to invade me, and the remaining magic power is running low, and the last bottle of blood is left for replenishment, so I have to save it for the decisive blow. I stopped the cold attack of Dark Moon Snow, and slashed directly at Eleonora's face that was rushing towards me. When the sparks splashed, they illuminated our faces in an instant. She was still laughing crazily, revealing her bloody teeth like a beast. Then, Eleonora's figure shook slightly, and as she turned around, the other end of the double-headed knife had already stabbed straight at my left abdomen. Her speed was too fast, just like a spinning top. Moreover, because of the double-headed nature of the weapon, the attack from the rotation would always be one step faster than other weapons. At this point, it would be too difficult for me to block it normally with the Night Starfire. And if she attacked again, I would be thrown away by the speed and injured. This was also a scene that was staged countless times in the battle with Eleonora. If I was directly penetrated, it would be Eleonora's execution blow. I probably wouldn't be able to take out the last bottle of the Holy Grail bottle, and I wouldn't struggle. But, at that moment, a golden light finally condensed in my left hand. I waved it with my hand, and although it was a little reluctant, I successfully blocked Eleonora's attack. She was slightly stunned, and I seized this opportunity. The night star in my right hand immediately slashed towards her shoulder. A blood splashed in the dark night sky. However, Eleonora still reacted. It was the first time for her to be interrupted by me, and had to retreat. It seems that this surprising move really worked. I breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, let me use the two-sword style to find a way to end this battle. Chapter 342 Final Victory. Huh? I breathed a sigh of relief, and looked at my opponent again. Pure purple blood finger. Eleonora. After I used my unique double blade style to force her back, she couldn't help but breathe heavily, and her whole body was covered with wounds, especially the right shoulder that I had just cut, which forced her to use both hands to hold her weapon. Of course, my condition was almost at its limit, and there was not much magic left, and the blood on my hands was also sticky and unpleasant. The only supply was the last bottle of red medicine, but now I couldn't pull my hands out to feed myself. Hee hee, ha ha ha. Although this crazy woman couldn't stop smiling, her scarlet eyes became calm and dim, just like a cheetah that had found its prey, hiding its body in the grassland, waiting for the moment when the prey showed its flaws. After all, we all know that, no matter what, the next step will be the final battle to determine the winner. The breeze blows gently across the hills. Under the night sky, the golden tree's brilliant light shone on us, as if it resonated the warriors' hearts of honor. Huh? I took another deep breath and rushed towards Eleonora with my two swords. Like the two poles of a magnet, Eleonora also took 2 steps at the same time, attracting me. At the beginning, she turned the double-headed sword, and then gathered the force in her left abdomen. This is the starting move of Eleonora's exclusive combat skill Blood Blade Dance. Once it is performed, a dazzling sword shadow will rush towards you. But I have experienced this move many times in the previous battle, since it is gathered on the left. The attack of the reverse cassock slash is actually quite fixed. Eleonora. Fighting skill, hound step. I gritted my teeth, and the moment the opponent leaped towards me with the scarlet blood blade, I accelerated my body, and from the side where Eleonora danced with the blade, I quickly walked around behind the opponent, then turned around and raised the double blades, and swung them at the opponent. I heard 2 loud bangs. Eleonora also reacted quickly, and the dancing blood blade chased me around. But my power was stronger, so I asked the opponent to use the force, and quickly pull back. Roar the dragon roared softly. Eleonora quickly used the dragon feast prayer. As the prayer runes appeared, the huge head of the dragon followed Eleonora's head shaking and roared out. Was it Gair's roar? Or, sparks flashed at the corners of the dragon's mouth. It was the dragon's breath, and Eleonora controlled the distance very well. If I rushed forward with the hound's pace, she might change to the dragon bite in the middle, and swallow me in one bite. If I pulled back, the flames would naturally follow. In reality, this is also very troublesome. Dragon Feast prayer is not as rigid and slow as in the game, because there is no need to stand still when chanting. So as long as you advance the time a little bit, it can be done as if it is instant. At the same time, since the dragon head has been summoned, there is no need to modify the prayer chant from the beginning even if it is switched in the middle. So, I can only fight. I squeezed out all the rune magic in my body, and released the molten flame power of Night Star Fire to the maximum extent. The hurricane rolled up from the soles of my feet, just as Eleonora's Dragon Feast prayer spewed out a fiery breath. The combat skill Molten Flame Hurricane Dance also rolled up a storm of fire. Moreover, the straight sword I summoned before was engraved with the combat skill Storm Foot a long time ago. The 2 swords danced together, making the power of the storm even higher. The fire rose with the wind, and the plane was swaying. Even the dragon's breath was attracted by my storm, and was involved in this more grand flame carnival. But the scorching heat also pulled me tightly in it. The sweat was evaporated before it even came out, and it was so hot that it felt like thousands of needles piercing my body. I gritted my teeth and stepped forward with the storm. 1 step, 2 steps. With each step forward, the flames became more intense and fierce. My eyes and mouth seemed to be dried up. It was so hot that I couldn't even breathe. Even my consciousness was about to be annihilated in the raging fire. However, Eleonora, who released the dragon flame breath prayer, was also just an immobile turret. Another step. Another step. Another step forward. This distance is enough. I released all the power of the hurricane, and the whole person flew into the air, with the flames fused with the breath of the fire dragon. Scarlet Blood Moon / changed. Molten Flame, double swords. Lion / combination skill Flame Domain Dragon / roar. Under the night sky, it and the golden tree seized the brilliant blazing fireball, and turned into a giant dragon, opened its bloody mouth towards Eleonora, and bit her. The flames were like a waterfall, and in an instant, most of the thunder-calling hill was dyed with this turbid yellow and red color. Unfortunately, this move does not seem to have hit Eleonora, and in my rather blurry eyes, there is no figure of the other party under the 2 swords. But damn it, is the distance assessment still a little wrong? My whole body was emitting black smoke. I couldn't help but sway, and fell to the ground. I'm done for now. My one move failed. I'm like a piece of meat on a chopping board. I should be slaughtered. No, I still have the last bottle of red dewdrop holy grail, and the last means of recovery, but my hands are completely numb, or rather, I have no strength and no feeling in my whole body now. My brain is rapidly transmitting the command. Move quickly, but I don't feel any organ responding. You've worked hard, Master Zero. A faint blue light brushed past the corner of my eyes, and it felt like a hand, gently stroking my face. When I came to my senses, my hand was actually holding the last bottle of Holy Grail, and it was brought to my mouth. I didn't care what was going on. I quickly picked up the bottle, and drank it all in one gulp. The red dewdrops of the holy tree seemed to have turned into a clear spring, flowing through my brain, clearing up my chaotic mind and hazy vision, and my scalding and numb limbs regained consciousness. But the pain surged up almost at the same time, making me gasp. But no matter what, I recovered a lot of my strength, and stood up with the help of the Night Star fire. Only then did I realize that the pure purple blood finger Eleonora was also lying straight on the ground, with black smoke coming out of her body. I was wondering, with such a big flaw, why didn't she chase me? It seems that although my last blow did not fall on Eleonora, the fire that fell like a waterfall still affected her to a great extent. Well, after all, a considerable part of the flames brought by the flame domain dragon slash were drawn from Eleonora's dragon breath, so in the end, both sides suffered losses. However, I still had the last bottle of Holy Grail potion, so I managed to survive. And is she dead? No runes flew out of Eleonora and gathered on me. I used the Night Star fire as a crutch and walked towards Eleonora step by step. Sure enough, her chest was still moving up and down weakly. She still had a breath. Bloodfingers is a special hunter of fated ones, and Eleonora is a dragon eater who is eager to seize the power of dragons, which will definitely hinder my relationship with the ancient dragons led by Lance Sanks. Besides, I must admit that Eleonora is a very powerful warrior. If it weren't for better luck, I would not be sure that I could defeat her again when we meet next time. It's better to have less trouble than more, so, goodbye, powerful dragon eater warrior. I raised the straight sword in my other hand, and was about to chop down Eleonora. But a silver light was in front of her, blocking my attack. Sorry, Zero. I beg you to spare her life. It was Yura. He was also covered in wounds, but his condition was much better than any of us. But why did Yura stop me? Wasn't he also chasing Eleonora? Before I could figure out what was going on, in the night sky, a dragon's cry was heard again. Roar. Chapter 343 Memories of Yura. Roar. Listening to the sound of the dragon's roar, I looked up and saw Lance Sanks rising from the high wall of Rodel again, and flying towards us. Almost at the same time, Eleonora was also awakened by the dragon's roar. Ahem. Eula, are you serious? I asked in confusion. The other party hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. What a beautiful battle, son of man. Lance Sanks landed near us with a bang, and his tone was full of joy. This guy, as expected, was hiding on the high wall, and secretly watching the situation on our side. Zero, as the winner you. Let's not talk about this for now, Lance Sanks. I interrupted the other party. What do you think? Let Eleonora go. Roar? Lance Sanks looked stunned for a moment. I mean, I'm going to let this dragon eater go. You won't be mad, right? I explained a little. Lance Sanks acted as if it didn't matter, since you won the battle. Everything will be as you wish. Why am I angry? That's good. Since Lance Sanks said so, I put away the straight sword in my hand. Yura bowed to me sincerely. Thank you. After all, Yura, you also saved my life. But as long as you don't regret it. After all, Eleonora defeated Yura in the game, and I was late, fighting Eleonora for 300 rounds in the second church of Marika. Now, Yura can defeat him with one sword and reverse his fate. However, judging from his previous conversation with Eleonora, the two already knew each other and seemed to have parted ways because of the death of their companions. So, the ending of this matter is indeed the best choice for them to leave it to themselves. Yura put away the long fang of the sword, and said in a low voice, Eleonora, go away. But next time, I will use the long fang to kill you personally. Ahem. Ahem. Ha. Good. Good. Very good. Yura, I will wait for you in the Blood Dynasty. Eleonora kept coughing up blood, but still laughed crazily. And? Zero. Are you still there? You are still there. Because she was lying down. Did she not see me? Or did her eyes also have some damage, because of the battle just now? I could only respond helplessly, yes. 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 What do you want to do? I will not go to the Blood Dynasty. At least not now. But it is hard to say in the future. After all, I still have to go to the bank to withdraw money. Then let me come find you. Zero. Eleonora said with a smile. Don't run away. Such a beautiful flame. A noble figure that shines like a golden tree. I like you so much. So you must live well for me. Until I come to plunder you. After saying that, Eleonora sank into a pool of blood and disappeared. But her chilling laughter seemed to still linger in my ears. Hey. Hey. What was that high-risk statement at the end? I'm not going to get into trouble with the Yandra again. Am I? Why did you say again? Turning my head. Not only Yura, but even Lansanks looked at me with a hint of pity. I'm sorry, Zero. Eula pulled his hat awkwardly. As a warrior, I can understand Eleonora, but I didn't expect that. I would cause you so much trouble. I will find a way to kill the bloody finger before she finds you. Really? I was naturally quite skeptical. Yura hesitated a little. It seems that he is also afraid of the difference in strength. But he still promised, I will do my best. Then you have to be careful, Eleonora's attack methods are too diverse. You have to find a way to suppress her. To deal with her, the best defense is the extreme attack. Based on the combat experience just now, I can only remind you like this. Thanks for the advice. However, what is your relationship with that sinful man? Lance Shanks interrupted and asked. Yura couldn't help but sigh. Eleonora, she once returned to the border from the land of reeds with me, and another friend named Monet, Schwaget. But in Ninjafyu, we met the flying dragon Akil, who was entrenched in the lake. At that time, we were weak, and were chased by the soldiers of Greg. We were tired from running around, and finally we were defeated by his minions. After all, dragons in the real world are really difficult to deal with. Nephili and I were able to defeat Akil, with the help of an elite force, and we shot through the opponent's wings with a giant crossbow, and then dragged him down to the ground to fight. If there were only 4 of us, it would probably be like what happened to me and Brother Wolf, when we encountered the corrupted Aegis in Galad. The enemy found a good position, and almost wiped us out with a mouthful of thick phlegm. Yura continued to recall the past. Alas, Eleonora became like this because of my incompetence. Although I and Eleonora escaped that time, I saw those 2 people die in front of me. Eleonora has been blaming herself, and it was difficult to cheer up until she met Lord Two Fingers in the Round Table Hall. I want to become the King of Eldon. Only by using the power of the magic ring can Monet and Schwaget be resurrected. With Lord Two Fingers' ethereal guidance and the rage of revenge, Eleonora kept fighting, seizing, scavenging, praying, fighting skills, dragon feasting. As long as she could try. She tried it. And the last news I heard about her was that Eleonora was stained with blood, Yura said, and couldn't help but sigh. So, you have been chasing Bloodfinger in order to stop Eleonora completely? In response to my question, Yura nodded. It was me who forced Eleonora to take that path. If I had more ability, I could have killed the Akkur dragon as soon as possible. Maybe Eleonora would not have to be so eager to crave power. If I could have followed her and accompanied her when she was in a slump, or when she decided to become the King of Eldon, maybe Eleonora would not have become what she is now. But at that time, were you in Ninjafyu, gathering people to kill the dragon Akkur? I recall that in the game. The first time the player Atai theoretically met Yura was under the cover of a huge ruin on the south bank of Akkur Lake. So I speculated so. Yura also nodded helplessly again, and sighed, but everything is gone. Therefore, stopping the pure purple blood finger Eleonora is the only duty of this old man in this life. In this case, I think I can tell you one thing. Yura. I sympathized with Eleonora and Yura's experience. So I said, when I went to the underground eternal city of Noklongan, I saw a crimson nebula in a corner of the false starry sky. I'm afraid that's the Blood Dynasty. Oh! Yura obviously didn't know this information yet. However, the eternal city is quite dangerous. You'd better go to Stonewell first. Nephili and the others should be gathering people to explore that land. I paused, and then looked up at Lance Sanks. By the way, Lance Sanks, can you teach some ancient dragon prayers to Eula, to help him? Roar. Please, and you just said that you would agree to one condition for the winner. Right? Well, although Lance Sanks's previous words were interrupted by me, but I remember, it should be, maybe, it would probably be something like this. Lance Sanks sighed slightly. If I want to teach you the power of the ancient dragon, it's not a bad idea. Great, Eula, while Eleonora is still recovering from her injuries, learn more skills to deal with her. Roar, listen to me. Lance Sanks stomped his feet in anger. Yes. I'm sorry. I immediately prostrated myself and apologized. If you want to get the power of the ancient dragon, I will set up a test. Only a true warrior can learn it. Lance Sanks raised his dragon moo and stared at Yura. Son of a man named Yura. Will you accept it? If I can get the guidance of the ancient dragon, I will be very grateful. Yura also sincerely accepted Lance Sanks. But I have no idea about this test. After all, in the game, the dumb Atai only fights and kills. Lance Sanks seemed very satisfied with the ambitious people, and turned his head, also. The son of man. 0. I changed my mind. If I just take you to the royal city of Rodel, it's not a bad idea. Lance Sanks seemed to smile slightly. After all, you are really interesting. Really? I was surprised and happy. Great. I can be a dragon knight again. But before I was surprised, the huge dragon claw stretched out, like grabbing a figurine, and grabbed me, then get ready. I haven't reacted yet. Suddenly the dragon roared, and took me straight into the sky. Chapter 344, The Invitation of the Blessed King. Wow! The wind slapped my cheek like a slap, and the dragon fingers tightly wrapped around Lance Sanks dared not loosen a bit. Although Lance Sanks agreed to take me to fly into the royal city of Rodel, I didn't agree to be caught by her like prey. Is this the feeling of having your life held in someone's hands? Looking at the vast land below, I felt so weak and powerless for the first time. Oh! Tell me, son of man, where are you going to Rodel? Lance Sanks asked in a loud roar. I also hurriedly shouted in response. Down! Just down! Oh, is it really not necessary to take you to Rodel? Forget it, it's not necessary now. I hesitated for a moment, but still responded in this way. Well, as you wish. Lance Sanks flapped his wings, circled in the air, and landed me on the ground. The black land was full of pits and dents made by flowing rocks. And there were even huge arrows stuck in the ground. Black and white flags were flying everywhere, commemorating the heroes who died on this ancient battlefield. Fated one, I found you. Suddenly, in the chaotic battlefield ruins, there was a sound like the ringing of an ancient bell. You who are manipulated by the fire of ambition. A civilian who was scavenging suddenly emitted a golden light, and turned into a tall and thin figure. It turned out to be the incarnation of the evil omen teacher patrolling outside. Wait, the situation seems a bit bad. I just fought a desperate duel with Eleonora, and I haven't found a blessing point to restore supplies. Now I run into the evil omen demon ghost head-on. Won't I die ugly? When I thought of this, I couldn't help but shrink behind Lance Sanks's claws. As soon as the other party came up, his side was naturally occupied by the ancient dragon Lance Sanks. Why do you act like this? The last king of gold. I have no intention of fighting with you. It's just to fulfill my friend's small wish. Lance Sanks also raised her proud head, not taking the evil teacher seriously at all. Lance Sanks, I have always respected you ancient dragons. But if your friend, like Vic who was deceived by the fire of destruction, will endanger the Golden Dynasty, don't blame me for being merciless. The evil teacher retreated to advance, and was aggressive. Moreover, from his words, it seemed that Vic, like me, had entered the royal city with the help of Lance Sanks, and got involved in the crazy fire. And now he is under his control. Of course, I know where Vic will be. Isn't he in the prison near the flame monitoring fortress on the Snow Mountain? Lance Sanks seemed to know that he was in the wrong, but he still refused to give in. There was a slight fire at the corner of his mouth. You can try again. The last king. The dragon and the man stared at each other with big eyes. And the few words they talked were full of gunpowder. I am afraid that if they talk a little more, the bomb will be detonated. I had no choice but to emerge from behind Lance Sanks's claws, and raise my hand to greet the evil omen demon. Yo. Long time no see. Evil omen teacher. Or should I say Marquette? You? The king of evil omen was slightly startled. Ah. It's you. The fated one named Zero. Teacher. You really still remember my name? I was surprised and happy. But Marquette immediately cleared the relationship between us and Lance Sanks's rather puzzled eyes. But I don't remember when I became your teacher. Here I go again. In Stonewell, the teacher didn't teach me how to fight carefully for a long time. We also discussed each other's ideals, didn't we? I said with a smile. That's because you're so persistent. Marquette was halfway through his speech, as if he suddenly realized that it was meaningless to argue with me, sighed, and a golden aura suddenly rose from his body again. It seems that you have indeed grown a lot, Fated One, now relying on the ancient dragon. Do you want to compete with me again? I'm sorry, it's my fault. I shouldn't have gotten carried away. Although I had lance shanks on my back, but once I was at a disadvantage. I slid to my knees at a speed that did not slow down at all. It made it difficult for Marquette to get angry for a while. However, it seems that Mr. Evil Omen does not intend to be my enemy completely, as he does in the game. Lance Shanks then asked in confusion, have you already known each other before? I did have the good fortune to meet this last king once. I took the initiative to answer, and also briefly explain the fate between me and Teacher Evil Omen in Stoneville. The other party waited indifferently for my explanation before asking, then, the Fated One named Zero. Let me ask you, what is the purpose of coming to Rodell this time? To be honest, I am not ready to officially step into this place. I looked up at the golden tree and recited the agreement with Melina. However, I came here this time to ask if there has been any crazy fire in the royal city of Rodell. Mr. Marquette. When I said this, Marquette really looked at Lance Shanks meaningfully, but he raised his dragon head and glanced away, almost whistling to show that it had nothing to do with him. I had no choice but to continue. I'm not referring to Senior Vic from the Round Table Hall. To be honest with you too, I found the whereabouts of the mad fire in Ningufu, Weeping Peninsula and Galad, and even fought with two of them. But the outcome was inconclusive. In addition, some time ago, the mad fire secretly guided the Azalea Knights to launch a war against the Magic Academy Ria Lucalia in Linia. Fortunately, their plan failed. But I noticed that the mad fire had obtained the symbol of the Dikos elevator and had already stepped into the Yatin Plateau. So I wanted to ask if there was any information about those guys. In response to my sincerity, Marquette calmly responded, I have indeed heard a little about those mad fire. But among Rodell, since the riot of that man, there has been no sign of mad fire. Why does the Evil Omen teacher touch Lance Shanks' reverse scale when talking about mad fire? Fortunately, Lance Shanks did not have an attack. It seems that the ancient dragon clan, which originally ruled this land, also understood the horror of the world-destroying fire of madness. So in this regard, no matter what Marquette said, Lance Shanks was in agreement with him. But in this case, are the destinations of those crazy firemen really only the Volcano Mansion? Why? The crazy fire line and the branch line of the Volcano Mansion should have nothing to do with each other. Leia. I just felt a little headache. Those guys' thoughts were really unpredictable. And I just hope that the little snake will not get into trouble. Fated. Zero. At this moment, Marquette suddenly called my name. Now, as the King of Blessing, I ask you something. What? I immediately put away other thoughts and looked at the man in front of me. Under the light of the golden tree, his skinny figure looked particularly tall, like a pillar, supporting the sky that had already fallen into darkness. He asked, Eternal Queen Marika, Fated One named Zero, are you willing to become a golden people again and be of service to me? Chapter 345. The Eloquent Autue Trust Exchange. Huh? I was a little slow before I reacted. Did I hear it right? Teacher Evil Omen actually invited me to be his subordinate? To be honest, after that battle, I often heard about you. Marquette went on to talk about his reasons. Whether it is the now stable ninjafu, or the suppression of the Cuckoo Rebellion in Linia, I even heard that you went to Galad, participated in the Festival of the Shattered Star, and defeated it. Now, you have even attracted the favor of the Ancient Dragon. You are indeed different from ordinary Fated Ones. You are a rare talent. Besides, you once said that you want to establish a dynasty where everyone can live with a smile. I have to admit that this is a good dream. So, in order to realize this vision, I need your help. Marquette said it with deep emotion, making people feel that there is no falsehood, even making me a little shy. Moreover, he continued to add, in addition, you just mentioned the Hall of the Round Table. I am planning to follow the example of the Eternal Queen Marika and re-establish the Round Table under Rodell. I have also recruited several knights of the first generation of the Round Table. If you are willing, you can also join them and build a new order for the border. Marquette's statement and change really surprised me. After all, In the worldview of the game, the Fated Ones are hated by everyone, especially in the eyes of those noble golden people. The Fated Ones are like bandits, who were exiled by the old dynasty, and took advantage of the dynasty's dying to come back and invade. Of course, some Fated Ones do things similar to bandits. For example, when I was about to go crazy in the game, I killed people and Buddhas, and kicked wild dogs passing by. But as the last Golden King, Market actually began to accept our existence, which was unexpected. How is it? The Fated One named Zero? Market asked again. I swallowed my saliva. At this moment, I had to answer carefully. If I answered well, I was afraid that after this, I would be able to easily enter and exit the royal city of Rodel, and I would no longer have to be chased around like in the game. I might even be able to easily enter the forbidden area of the snowy mountains. But if the answer was unsatisfactory, the worst case scenario would be that Marquette would fight me directly here. And if Lance Sanks was not prepared to help, I would probably meet the end here without supplies and in poor condition. After all, this dragon and one person were obviously not allies. But Marquette did not try his best to take care of the ancient dragon. And Lance Sanks was too lazy to fight the Golden Dynasty. But this does not mean that I can be like a fence-sitter and waver between them at will. In addition, if I don't plan to let Melina burn the tree in the future, I will most likely follow Vic's old path and get involved in the crazy fire. This point can be said to be the weak spot of Lance Shanks and Marquette. Must not be noticed. First, please allow me to correct one point. I took a deep breath and replied, Lance Shanks and I actually just have an appointment. She will help me enter the royal city of Rodel. Not because she favors me. So, please don't make it too difficult for Lance Shanks. Our appointment is to find her brother, Gu Long Friend Shanks. This involves the Prince of Death, Godwin. Marquette raised her head and looked at Lance Shanks. Gu Long also nodded slowly. But, Lance Shanks, you hesitated for a beat just now. Why? You scared me. I didn't tell a single lie. But Lance Shanks is my only supporter now. If she doesn't admit it, it will be bad. After a light cough, I continued, the dead prince must be involved in the night of the Black Knife conspiracy. And that is probably one of the reasons why Queen Marika smashed the ring. Oh! Both Market and Lance Shanks looked surprised. This is just my personal guess now, I added seriously. After all, why would the queen who seeks the eternal prosperity suddenly smash the ring, causing the entire border area to fall into chaos? What is the potential meaning of the appearance of the dead born? We have to figure these out, to rebuild a new dynasty. Otherwise, we will just continue to follow the queen's old path, and one day, we will still reach the end, won't we? In addition, I looked at Marquette and said solemnly, Teacher Marquette, as an evil omen, you must have suffered many unbearable memories. But sometimes I also wonder whether the queen's smashing of the ring is related to your evil omen clan. After all, no matter what, you are also her and King Gufule's biological son, right? Marquette's eyes suddenly widened a little, and the hand holding the cane trembled slightly. Lance Shanks unexpectedly said, Huh? What is a bad omen? It's just a lie of the Golden Dynasty. Horns, for us ancient dragons, are proof of identity, and should be regarded as the glory of the sons of mortals. Lance Shanks's horns are indeed beautiful and handsome. If I had horns like Lance Shanks, I would be much more majestic. I laughed and joked, changing the heavy atmosphere. And Lance Shanks was naturally very satisfied with my statement. Zero, as a son of man, you really have good taste. In fact, the teacher has too many horns. I don't know how you usually sleep. I don't need to sleep. Huh? Suitable, proper rest is still better for the body, but be careful not to get tired. This joke doesn't seem to go well. I always feel that Marquette's face is particularly gloomy. I quickly changed back to the main topic. Anyway, I am still exploring the possibilities of the border area, and trying to understand Queen Marika's thoughts. Some attempts and actions made in the future may not be in harmony with Teacher Marquette and Lance Shanks, and cause disputes. Even in the end, if there is no reconciliation, we may become enemies. So, please forgive me for not being able to agree to your invitation. The King of Blessing. At will. After all, I don't want to disappoint your trust in me now. Marquette stared at me. Silent. After a long time, he finally said, Really? I finally understand why Lance Shanks will help you. Zero. Did he laugh just now? Teacher Evil Omen? In an instant, I did feel the tension in Marquette's body, and he relaxed for a short moment, smiled, and had no hostility at all. But it was fleeting. But now, for us, there is another common potential threat. The Mad Fire. I also continued. They have been on the Yatin Plateau for a while. It is impossible for them to stay quiet and hide without taking any action. So, Teacher Marquette, please be more careful of those guys in the Rodel King City. So what about you? As for me, I recently heard that a fire maniac may be hiding in the Volcano Mansion, so I'm going to go there. Justice Officer Lackad, despicable blasphemer. Marquette's aura suddenly turned cold. The area is quite chaotic. I sent a series of troops to pursue, but there is no news at all, and the vitality of the royal city has also been greatly damaged by the war. In short, if you want to go, you have to be more careful, Zero. Understood. If you can deal with the blasphemous snake and come back here, I will receive Rodel's distinguished guest with the highest etiquette, regardless of whether we will be enemies in the future. Marquette finished speaking, stomped the scepter in his hand. I will wait for your good news, Zero. Then, the ominous figure turned into golden light, and dissipated under the night sky. A part of it gathered on me. Green Amber Pendant +1 obtained. I couldn't help but hold this amulet that increased my energy, and said softly, "Thank you, Teacher Marquette." Chapter 346, Lance Sanks's Protection. After meeting with the evil omen demon Marquette, I was once again, and for the last time, caught by the ancient dragon and flew over the high wall, and returned to the Thunder Hill. Thank you, Lance Sanks. I crawled out of the ancient dragon's claws with lingering fear. It was really uncomfortable to have my life held in someone's hands, and then to jump up and down like a bungee jumper. However, I just went to the blessing point near the gate behind the outer wall of Rodel, and lit it up, so that I can teleport directly into the Rodel Royal City in the future, without having to trouble Lance Sanks. Zero. Son of Man, from now on, are you going to the volcano residence? Lance Sanks confirmed again. I nodded as well. I'm sorry, Lance Shanks. I can't help you find friend Shanks first. But, following the clues of the dead Prince Godwin, I can indeed find your brother. I can guarantee this. But I am also a little worried that Lance Shanks, a brother-obsessed dragon, will also be infected with the Blackthorn death curse for Fran Shanks, and will not be able to get rid of it. Therefore, I still can't tell this ancient dragon the specific location of the other party. Lance Sanks also understood my painstaking efforts, and sighed slightly. Mad Fire. That is indeed a power that should not exist in the world. However, I also heard that the road to the volcano residence has been cut off. Those who blasphemed gold have no honor at all. You should be careful. Don't worry. I will find a way. I smiled and gave a thumbs up. Looking around, Yura seemed to be resting in the small tent he built. After all, he was hit by Eleonora's blood blade dance, and was hit into the bleeding state. By the way, can't the old hunter also see the light of blessing? After all, for us fated ones, the blessing of the queen is the best healing method. I asked softly. By the way, Lance Sanks, what kind of trial are you going to give Yura? Lance Sanks raised his head, and looked at the other side of the thunder-calling hill. My eyelids trembled slightly. Could it be that cemetery? The hero cemetery of the honored? Yes. Wow. This trial is too difficult. If I remember correctly, there are many ghosts in the hero cemetery, and there are several royal ghosts. There are also many stone statues in it. Oh, they are still shrouded in black fog, and they must be illuminated by the holy light in the cemetery before they can attack. In addition, there is also a graveyard gladiator shrouded in black fog. Compared with these monsters, the hero Samir at the end of the last level is really a thief who has a guilty conscience. He directly summoned his big brother and beat him up. I will take Yura to find the blessing point at the foot of the thunder-calling mountain to recover. And I will also tell him these precautions secretly. By the way, there was originally a black knife assassin in front of the graveyard. Defeating her can drop a new artifact black knife. Using the power of the destined death, you can swing the sword of death, with a percentage of blood burning effect. Even the tanky boss can find an opportunity to fly 4 or 5 knives, and it will hurt him so much that he will scream. But unfortunately, when I went up the mountain, I found that the black knife seemed to have disappeared. I don't know if he was solved by someone first, or if there is a discrepancy between reality and the game. But the black knife can't go into the graveyard to rest. Also, I should also tell Urati about this, to prevent this situation from happening. It seems that I have been thinking for a little too long. I heard Lance Sanks's half-smiley voice. Son of Man, do you also want to learn the power of our ancient dragons? Hey, can you? Great. I raised my arms and cheered. Lance Sanks is the best. Roar. Don't get me wrong, son of man. Lance Sanks roared. Although the evildoer was led by you, you also tried your best to drive him away from me. I just decided that if I only rewarded him with such an easy thing as jumping over the high wall, it would be a disgrace to the battle, and a disgrace to the dignity of the ancient dragons. Do you understand? I understand. I nodded like a rattle. Lance Sanks is always arrogant. Who doesn't understand? Stand up, son of man. I will grant you a glimpse of the sky, and then worship the ancient dragon. Lance Sanks raised his chest and forehead with full dignity, looking down at me in front of him. Boom, 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 there were explosions in my ears. Looking up, in the sky, red lightning surged with the dark clouds, like a giant dragon flying in the clouds, hiding in it. Suddenly, a red light flashed from the clouds, and instantly fell straight towards me. Boom! I didn't even react to dodge, but when the thunder fell on me, I didn't feel any pain, but it seemed to strike directly into the depths of my mind, and branded me with an ancient dragon rune with flashing lightning. I just felt that. My body was stimulated, and a constant stream of power surged in my body. I opened my eyes, and saw that my hands and feet were actually wrapped with the red lightning falling from the sky. Is this a prayer? Dragon Thunder Protection? But unlike in the game, the prayer for Dragon Thunder Protection is a golden lightning summoned by warriors who learn the ancient dragon faith and combine the power of the golden law. And now, what is wrapped around me is a part of Lance Shanks herself, the red thunder that shows her identity as an ancient dragon. I opened my mouth in surprise and raised my head. Lance Shanks seemed quite satisfied with my reaction, with a smug smile in his eyes. But he said, with your strength, you can only bear a tiny part of my strength, which is already the limit. If you want to continue to improve, then go and fight. Son of man, I will continue to wait for you on this hill. Thank you, Lance Shanks. You are indeed the best ancient dragon in the world. I couldn't help but rush over and hug the dragon claw that guided the red thunder to descend on me. As a result, he was disliked by the other party. No matter how many good words you say, it's useless. Go quickly. Dawdling will annoy the dragon. Well, goodbye then. I blew the whistle and summoned the spirit horse Tourette. Phew. Tourette, let's go back to Windmill Village to find Millicent and the others. By the way, let's go to the tent over there first, and take Yura to find the blessed light to recover. I jumped on the horse and stroked Tourette's mane. Tourette? The dragon and the horse ignored me and stared at each other for a long time. I asked in confusion, Lance Shanks, could it be that you know each other? I just smelled a little familiar smell. Lance Shanks moved his eyes from Tourette to me. It seems that you are indeed a person who bears many destinies, Zero. The road you will explore in the future will surely be extremely difficult. Struggle on, son of man. If you can really make it to the end, maybe you can really change this chaotic world. Then I will do my best. I clamped Tourette with my legs, and then said goodbye to Lance Shanks, and ran down the thunder-calling hill. When I ran halfway, I quickly turned back. Look at my memory. I almost left Yura behind. Chapter 347 The Road to Transferring Sinners. I took Yura to rest for a while, at the foot of the thunder-calling hill, and briefly explained to him the trial that Lance Shanks would give him, and the way to capture the hero cemetery of the honored ones. I left in a hurry, and rushed back to Windmill Village. But Millicent and Pollyanna were no longer here. Only Rodell's soldiers were walking around in the ruins of the village. I carefully avoided them, and immediately ran to the broken bridge through the forest, where the Golden Mask and Colin were. Sure enough, the two sisters had returned here. Millicent, Pollyanna. I waved to them excitedly. Millicent also responded with a smile. Zero. Welcome back. Yes, I'm back. By the way, how are the poisonous flowers in the village being dealt with? Thanks to your reminder. Before those Rodell soldiers arrived, Pollyanna and I had cleared all the poisonous flowers we could find. Millicent seemed to remember what happened to Miss Juicy, and said with a little sadness, I hope the tragedy in that village will not happen again. Ah, in this case, I should tell Mr. Evil Omen about the matter in Windmill Village, and let him send someone to deal with it. After all, more people mean more power. However, at that time, my mind was full of things related to the Mad Fireman, and the matter of Windmill Village was over. So I didn't think about it. Then I can only talk about it later if there is a chance. What? What? When I was thinking, I suddenly felt that Pollyanna looked at me strangely, and asked in confusion. Nothing. I was just thinking, the person who ran back crying yesterday morning only spent one night. Did he really go there? Rodel. Pollyanna? This girl is picking on me again. Right? Not only did I go there, but I also learned new fighting skills. In order to prove my innocence, I took out a dagger. Pray for the protection of Dragon Thunder. No way. Look at my thunder and lightning sheep ball. Crackling, sparks and lightning are rolling all the way. No one can get close to it when fighting in a group. It can be said to be both offensive and defensive, invincible. So, where can I get such a powerful fighting skill? Good question. Just halfway up the hill of the Calling Thunder Hill, look for a golden dung beetle. Oh, in an instant, I flew out with the force of thunder and hit the golden mask not far away. Teacher! Colin screamed, as if he was the one who was electrocuted and knocked down. I was also scared and got up quickly. After all, Golden Mask is a humanoid computer. If it breaks, I can't afford to pay for it. Fortunately, Mr. Golden Mask is generous. Even though he was lying on the ground, he still looked in the direction of the golden tree and stretched out his fingers with a slight tremor. Teacher. Colin helped the other person up and then shouted at me. Mr. Zero, please go away if you want to play, and don't disturb the teacher's research. Yes, I'm very sorry. I apologized prostrate and shrank back. Where's Pollyanna? That little bitch. She actually dared to kick me like a ball. She was laughing so hard from a distance. When she saw me running towards her angrily, she quickly hid behind Millicent. Ha ha, Zero, how about, let's call this combo skill Thunder Shot. Get out of here, You head, let me kick you back. I was so angry that I reached out and grabbed it. Pollyanna immediately shrank behind Millicent, and after dodging, she ran around Millicent again. I think it's okay, it's not very powerful. Okay, Pollyanna. It was Millicent again, who, like grabbing a kitten by the neck, subdued Pollyanna with one hand. You were wrong just now, quickly apologized to Zero. Okay, I apologize, it's my fault, I'm sorry. Unexpectedly, Pollyanna actually obeyed and apologized immediately, but I saw him rolling happily, so I couldn't help but kick him to try. It's better not to say it, damn female ghost, alas, I have to say. Thunder Sheep Ball is really a fighting skill that can only be used for fun. I was thinking that in reality, the power of thunder and lightning is not small. It can be used as a dump truck with sparks and lightning all the way, but it's still rolling slowly, and it hasn't been output yet. Millicent sighed helplessly. Zero. I'm sorry. I should have stopped Pollyanna. Forget it. If we keep arguing, Mr. Colin will be angry again. Although the other party covered his eyes, his fiery gaze still burned my back. Let's go. I'll take you to the Sunshade City. Sighing, I took Millicent and Pollyanna away from the bridgehead of the Forest Bridge and walked along the road for transferring criminals below. Originally, there should be a convoy on this road, but we didn't see it today. It's a pity that we can't get weapons and props. However, the road was also calm. I clearly remember that there should be many soldiers from the royal city of Rodel patrolling on this road for transferring criminals. After all, this can be regarded as the main road leading to the battlefield of the Volcano Mansion. But now, we didn't run into anyone. There is also a creeping blood ruins near this road, and the boss inside is a blood noble. In addition, for socially anxious players, there is also a red mark here, which can help ATI invade other people's worlds. If I remember correctly, it is an NPC called Beast Claw Magnus. Magnus? Why don't you ban Mammoth? Woohoo! Cough cough cough. Let's get back to the point. After defeating Magnus, you can complete the task of hunting faders assigned by White Mask Fan Lei and go to the blood bank. However, the last time I met Fan Lei-chan, it was my first time in Linea, looking for the Lord of Morn Edgar. I never saw him again, and I couldn't go to the bank to withdraw money. Alas, this is the disadvantage of the real Magic Circle. Some side quests are even more inexplicably broken than in the game. As we walked forward, suddenly, I smelled a strong smell of blood in the wind. Millicent and I looked at each other, we all drew our weapons and were ready. I walked forward carefully, and I actually found the convoy in the game, but all the soldiers had been killed, and the giant pulling the convoy had broken free of the shackles and disappeared. The corpses lay on the road like garbage, blood stained the land, and there was a little stickiness. It looked like it happened recently. Millicent checked the wound of a corpse, and couldn't help but sigh. What a brutal knife technique. It looks like they were all killed in one blow. I walked towards the front of the convoy. and saw that the suspension bridge leading to the Gmir volcano was cut off from the other side. This is not good. I originally wanted to enter the Gmir volcano from this side. Do I have to take a detour? Looking at the smoky and foul other side, I couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Forget it, we'll talk about it later. Our current destination is still the nearby Sunshade City. I summoned Tourette, and found the Spirit Crossing Cyclone nearby, and let it act as an elevator, helping us land one by one in the woods below. It was already dark, so we lit a bonfire in a nearby open space, and took a short rest. After all, there are ghosts everywhere in Sunshade City, and at least you can see clearly during the day, but if you insist on breaking in at night, it's a bit like seeking death without a life. Looking at the swaying Mars, Millicent suddenly sighed. There's war here. too. Yeah. 0. I remember you're going to the Volcano Mansion later, but you'll inevitably run into some troops from Rodel or the Volcano Mansion along the way. What are your plans? Millicent asked with concern. Don't worry, Millicent. I know a road with you people. And to be honest, the war should be coming to an end, and we won't encounter a large army. That's good. Do you really not need us to accompany you? 0. Millicent still spoke her mind directly. I waved my hands quickly, rejecting Millicent's kindness. No. Don't worry. You know, I'm familiar with Leia. The worst that can happen is that I'll just tell her the name of the little princess after being caught. In addition, the mayor of Sunshade City is a fan of Marnia. You can ask him more about the Valkyrie here. Okay, Pollyanna, and I will wait for you here. As soon as she finished speaking, Millicent suddenly raised her eyes, grabbed a stone beside her, and threw it behind me. Ding. A cluster of faint sparks. I saw a pitch-black arrow landed one step away from me. If Millicent hadn't reacted quickly enough, I'm afraid I would have been assassinated. But what the hell, are there enemy attacks here? Is it Rodel? Or is it someone from the Volcano Mansion? Chapter 348. Dusk is approaching. The cold wind rustles, and the shadows of the forest are dark. I drew out the night starfire, and kept an eye on the surroundings, and Millicent quickly woke up Pollyanna, who was still resting. By the light of the fire, I looked down at the arrow that Millicent had shot down. The dark wooden stake, and the spirally twisted arrowhead, was smeared with a faint crimson. That was scarlet corruption. The black key wooden stake. I suddenly remembered that, in the game, 80 would meet the target of the second commission letter from the Volcano Mansion here. Dusk is approaching. Riley. That was a secret agent serving the Two Fingers. The crossbow he used, Krep's black key, was the assassin of the former Round Table Hall. The head of the secret agent, Krep's special weapon for long-range sniping. The visibility is poor at night, and there are dense trees all around. In addition, the black key stakes are highly concealed, and the special structure of the arrowhead also greatly reduces the sound of the shot breaking through the air. That guy has all the advantages. But why would he take the initiative to attack us? Could it be that the Two Fingers in the hall? No. It was sent by G, the current leader, to assassinate us? But that's not right. Although G should dislike me. But now, there is no big conflict of interest between him and me, and there is no reason to assassinate here at this time. Besides, he and Millicent, Pollyanna have no grudges against each other. 0. Watch out for the left side. Swoosh. That was close. He was almost hit again. Is this the intuition of the Valkyrie clone? Or did she sense the scarlet corruption on the arrow? But anyway, thanks to Millicent's reminder, I was able to barely distinguish the arrow hidden in the darkness and dodge it. However, a touch of coldness still brushed across my cheek. As the scarlet corruption toxin seeped into the wound, the burning stinging sensation was like a hand pulling half of my face away. No, this position is too unfavorable for us. And, if we don't know the opponent's position, there is no way to fight back. Come with me, Millicent, Pollyanna. There is only one opponent, so we have to find an open terrain to lure him out. And the most open place around here is the open space outside the Sunshade City. Millicent also made a quick judgment. Pollyanna. Follow 0. I will cover you. I led the two people and rushed towards the narrow path between the gorge. Crack. Suddenly, I felt a sharp pain under my feet, causing me to fall forward. Did you make a mistake? It was a trap? Did Riley set a trap here in advance? My legs and feet hurt as if they were suddenly cut off by someone, but I could only shout with tears in my eyes. Be careful, there is a trap on this road. What a troublesome guy. Pollyanna clicked her tongue, and quickly carried me on her back. Fortunately, Millicent was guarding behind us, so solid that not a single arrow from the enemy could reach us. Ding-ling-ling. Ringing the summoning bell, I summoned 3 phantom wolves by force, and squeezed out the command from my mouth while enduring the severe pain. Go, the 3 phantom wolves, help us clear the way. Awoo. In addition, the moment I stepped on the trap, I also understood that the Riley who was dusk is approaching was not the murderer assigned by someone to assassinate us, but the 3 of us accidentally entered his territory. Or maybe he mistakenly thought that we were the rebels sent by the Volcano Mansion to hunt. Aw, it's possible. Millicent and I just talked about the Volcano Mansion, isn't it? Awoo. The leading ghost wolf suddenly howled. Galala. On both sides of the narrow mountain road, 3 or 2 trees fell down one after another, blocking the road for a while, burying my wolf cubs in it. Pollyanna couldn't help but click her tongue. However, just the collapse of the trees didn't mean we were completely helpless. It was just that Pollyanna was carrying me, and it was quite difficult to walk. Pollyanna, put me down first, and go help Millicent. I took the initiative to let go of my hand, got off her back, leaned against the rock wall of the valley, and slid down. Enduring the pain, I carefully checked the clamps on my feet. I found the core bearing and destroyed it, loosened my bloody feet, and then quickly took out the Holy Grail bottle and drank it, recovered. But just when I raised my head to drink my orange juice, from the dark treetops, a black shadow suddenly swooped down, like a black eagle hunting, raising its sharp claws and striking down on my head. The wound on my foot was still healing, and I couldn't move. Moreover, the opponent appeared too suddenly. He was about to pounce on me. If I hadn't just happened to drink the Holy Grail bottle, I wouldn't have even realized that death was so close. And Millicent and Pollyanna, who were left behind, didn't realize that this guy had bypassed and attacked me directly. There was no time to pick up a weapon to block. A light flashed in my mind, and I took another sip of the Holy Grail dewdrops, aimed at Riley's murderous eyes, and suddenly sprayed a large mouthful of water mist. The opponent blinked his eyes in response, but in just a moment, he made the edge of his hand shift a little bit. The cold blade cut my earlobe and stabbed my back shoulder. I directly raised my uninjured left foot and kicked Riley's waist and abdomen. And this guy saw that he couldn't hit me, so he quickly pulled away from me. 0. Millicent and the others also heard the noise. A crimson rune appeared behind Pollyanna, and suddenly, a series of white threads shot out towards Riley. The emissary took out a small bottle and splashed something, and his whole body quickly merged into the darkness, making all of Pollyanna's attacks fall through. Damn, he got away. Pollyanna chased him and fanned him with her hands, seemingly dispelling a cloud of fog. But Riley had already disappeared. Perhaps he had climbed over the other side of the pile of trees that blocked the passage in the gorge. Pollyanna, who was impatient, also immediately planned to climb over the pile of trees and continue chasing him forward. However, Millicent called out to the other party in time. Pollyanna, wait, don't act alone. Huh? Millink is right. My injuries have also fully recovered. And I stood up. The enemy is in the dark, and we are in the light. If we rush to chase him, we will fall into his trap. However, he has failed to kill us after several attacks, and I guess he will not attack again for a while. So, are you going to let that bastard go? Pollyanna gritted her teeth in anger. Well, since there is only one enemy, we will make a fire and camp nearby, and take precautions. We can wait until dawn to deal with the rest. I collected firewood and found a place with more stones and less likely to cause a fire. That guy may not be coming for us. If we can resolve the misunderstanding, we can avoid fighting. How do you know? He is not coming for us? Pollyanna was still unconvinced. I pointed to the top of my head. On the left side of the gorge was the battlefield between Volcano Residence and Rodel. And on the right was the caravan with people being killed and bones everywhere. In such a chaotic environment, a guy of unknown origin suddenly stepped into the territory, and we naturally had to be more careful. The simplest and most direct method was to kill him to save trouble. But we are not here to cause trouble. Instead, we have to ask the Lord of Sunshade City for help. The emissary would be blocked in this mountain road, and it might be related to the people of Sunshade City. So, it is better to let him go. TSK. Okay, I'll listen to you for once. Pollyanna sighed. I'll continue to sleep, and leave it to you. This girl is really carefree. She was just ambushed and assassinated, but she can still sleep. I sighed softly and picked up the flame. Fortunately, in the second half of the night, the secret envoy Riley did not appear again. When the sky gradually brightened, The guy lost the protection of the environment. However, even if he dared to attack again, it would be easier to deal with him. Chapter 349 Back Attack. Awoo! After hearing the response from the ghost wolf, I, Millicent, and Pollyanna carefully climbed over the pile of trees that had collapsed. Since the failed raid last night, dusk is approaching. Riley did not attack again. Along the way, there were still many traps of various kinds. Fortunately, there were 3 wolves to clear the way. In this era, there were no traps that could cause large-scale casualties, such as mines, and they could be summoned again, so there was no fear of stepping on traps. The only drawback was that the mana consumption was a bit unbearable. After all, according to Roderica's words, this canyon had no spiritual power. In order to maintain the shape of the ashes, I had to constantly extract rune magic from me. Fortunately, the whole valley was not too long. After clearing away the last cluster of trees, there was a bright future. In the slightly hot wind, there was a sweet smell of decay, like an apple that had been left for a long time. In front of me, there is a gray castle, and there seems to be a faint green rising from it. Well, after all, there are poison pools everywhere in this city. If I remember correctly, Sunshade City is a place for execution. In peaceful times, criminals were escorted from Rodell City to the volcano residence, where they were tried by judicial officers and finally escorted to Sunshade City to be executed. But now, Rodell City and the volcano residence are at odds. Sunshade City, which is sandwiched between the two, cannot escape the fate of decline. Its power is declining day by day, so that ghosts and demons are everywhere in the city. Fortunately, Sunshade City is located in a low-lying mountain gorge, so there is no need for either side to occupy it, thus avoiding complete destruction. Well, but the current state of the city is the same. I recalled the 3 wolves, replenished the blue dewdrops, and took Millicent and Pollyanna around the outer wall of Sunshade City and walked west. 0. Are we going into the city? Millicent asked curiously. Well, let's go meet someone first. He is outside the city. Besides, the Valkyrie replica arm that can be used by Millicent is also on the west side of the outer wall of Sunshade City. If you take someone's things in real life, you have to tell the owner. And the unlucky lord of Sunshade City, Mermer, is obsessed with the heroic figures of the Valkyries, and he should not be hard on Millicent and Pollyanna. As for why he was outside the city, his family was weak, and the lord of the city was a star-chasing otaku. In this chaotic world, he was not strong enough, so it was easy for others to take over his place. It was unreasonable. In the game, our Atai kindly helped others to solve the boss who robbed Sunshade City, but Mermer rushed over like a mad dog to bite people. What's good about his broken city with ghosts around? He didn't think that our Atai was going to rob it. Right? While complaining, he walked to the chaotic hills outside Sunshade City. There were broken statues everywhere. If you look closely, many of them are like the Valkyrie Marinia, with arms and legs missing. I don't know if Mermer did it on purpose, or if they were destroyed like this. Where's the person you were talking about? There's no sign of him at all. Pollyanna just glanced around and started complaining. But I am indeed a little puzzled. Where are the people? Has Mermer not been driven out yet? Or has he been hunted down by the boss who occupied the Sunshade City? Ironthorn. Elon Mel? Roar. Just at this time, the gravel trembled and jumped, and a deep and powerful roar suddenly sounded on the rocky hill. I saw a giant golem about 10 meters high, as if it had just woken up, holding a golem halberd, and slowly stood up. Is this the person you are looking for? Pollyanna twitched her lips. How is it possible? My eyelids trembled slightly. There are indeed such monsters here. Maybe the weapons that the King City of Rodell gave to the defenders of the Sunshade City? 0, Pollyanna. Millicent suddenly called our names eagerly. Looking back, I saw the dark-clad emissary appearing from nowhere, grabbing Millicent's only arm and taking away her scissor-long sword. Millicent. I subconsciously took a step forward. Could this guy have been waiting nearby for a long time, taking advantage of our attention being attracted by the statue? Sneak attack on the weakest among us? Riley immediately put the dagger between Millicent's neck, pulling her back and pulling her away. Stop! If you come any closer, you should know what will happen. I could only stop and persuade her kindly. Dusk is approaching, Riley, I think. There is a misunderstanding between us. We are not sent by the Volcano Mansion to assassinate you, but we are just looking for the mayor of Sunshade City, to discuss something with him. The other party snorted coldly. How do I know if you are lying? Those who betray the law and blaspheme gold must also use lies to hunt down foolish people who believe in them. Besides, you said last night that you would go to the volcano mansion to see the owner. This is really hard to defend. Boom. Boom. Behind us, the giant golem, with the earth trembling, is approaching us step by step. Pollyanna, and Riley were 6 or 7 steps away from each other. Even if we used the hound pace, I was afraid that we would not be able to catch up with the speed of the other party slashing Millicent's neck. But if we hesitate any longer, the golem will definitely attack us first. Riley will probably kill Millicent first, and then attack us in the chaos. Or escape. What should I do? What should I do? Just when I was at a loss, Millicent smiled slightly. 0. Pollyanna. Without waiting for all of us to react, she actually slashed her neck towards the dagger. Suddenly, blood gushed out. The flower of the other shore stained Riley's arm, causing him to shrink subconsciously and let go of Millicent. I only felt that the string in my mind was broken. My actions were faster than the instructions in my mind. I turned my magic power and rushed forward with the Night Star fire. Several strands of silk also passed by quickly, shooting straight at Riley, forcing him to dodge hastily. Just as he rolled to the ground, I rushed in front of Riley, blood swabbed the blade, and the only thing in my mind was the roar of everything being cut off. You actually dared to hurt Millicent. Unforgivable. Combat skill wolf attack blood dance second style. Stop. Stop your big head. The blade slashed with all my strength, with blood gushing like a waterfall, and the cassock slashed back. Even if Riley subconsciously picked up the dagger and blocked my blade, it was too fragile. With a bang, the dagger broke, and his whole body flew out, causing the seeds of the red spider lily to fall to the ground and grow wildly. 0. Millicent's faint voice came from behind. I quickly came to my senses, took out the Holy Grail bottle, squatted down and fed it to her mouth. Millicent, don't talk first. Drink this. Fortunately, in this world, even if the aorta is cut, it is not a fatal injury. Seeing the wound on Millicent's neck healing visibly, I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. And then I couldn't help but scold, are you stupid? Who would resort to self-harm to break free from hostage-taking? But it worked, didn't it? Millicent smiled slightly. I was really angry and distressed. For a moment, I was really blocked by her smile. However, Mibau's blood is really hot, just like the swamp water in Ionia. No wonder Riley suddenly retracted his hand. It turned out that he was not scared, but burned. Cough, cough, cough. There was a cough over there. Riley was able to stand up. It seems that the broken dagger helped him block the fatal blow. Originally, I was thinking of having a good talk with this guy, but since you want to kill yourself, don't blame me for being ruthless. I let go of Millicent, held the Night Starfire, and stood up again. He can't even stand steadily, so I'll use the Scarlet Blood Moon Slash to end his life. So, I've told you, stop it. The strange voice that started just now sounded again. Before I could make a move, a guy in a white robe and a silver mask suddenly kicked Riley from behind, causing him to draw a red arc in the air again. And then he fell to the ground with a smack. Ah. This. You saw it too. But I didn't have time to make a move. Chapter 350. The #1 fanboy of the God of War. Pa. Dusk is approaching. Riley was already seriously injured, and was attacked from behind, and kicked away, and fell straight to the ground like a gorgeous red flower. Ah no, is he not dead? The man who suddenly appeared and helped put his hand in front of his mouth, looking a little flustered. In his ears, the roar of the magic stone giant, and the sound of the stone halberd hitting the ground came again. However, Pollyanna was as agile as a rabbit, and the slow guy couldn't touch her hair at all. But the man was still extremely anxious, stomping his feet and shouting, hey, and over there, stop it, don't fight anymore. Roar? The magic stone giant just crouched down, raising the stone halberd high, but was stopped by the other party, and was stuck in an awkward and laborious action. Then, the man in white robe coughed softly, straightened his clothes, walked slowly to Millicent, and then suddenly knelt on one knee, put one hand on his chest, and stretched out the other hand to Millicent, and said in a eulogy, dear lady, it is fate that guides you to come to my humble city, making my humble place glorious, and making today's golden glory more brilliant. Ah, in you, I can feel the noble and indomitable soul, like the orchid of a gentleman, like the flower that defies the cold, like the wings of the martial god. No one can reach it. In this situation, I can't help but want to chant a poem. Quack haha, the annoying chanting was forcibly interrupted. I saw that Riley, who was still covered in blood bubbles, kicked the man kneeling in front of Millicent with one foot, like an enraged lion, pounced on the other person, twisted his collar, and put the dagger on his cheek. Asshole. What do you mean? Do you want to die? You want to die. Right. In this case, I will fulfill your wish now. Wow. I just came to tell you to stop. Don't hit me anymore. The man seemed to be hurt by Riley's grip, and explained tremblingly. To tell people to stop. Shouldn't you tell them to stop? Riley waved the knife at Millicent and me. I'm a little scared. I don't know the person. Okay, you are not afraid anymore. Right? I will kill you now. You treacherous thing, and go back to report to the King of Blessings that the Lord of Sunshade City surrendered to the volcano residents, and I have personally killed him. Don't. This. Millicent and I were inexplicably left aside, and looked at each other. Apparently, dusk is near. Riley is not the man's subordinate, and the two of them don't seem to have much friendship. It is speculated that the evil omen teacher, Torelli, was checking the current situation of Sunshade City, and happened to run into the mayor, who was driven out. And this man, I don't need to say much, the mayor of Sunshade City. Mayor, as I said before, this guy is the chief fan of the Valkyrie Mernia, and he probably figured out at a glance that Millicent and Mernia have a close relationship, so he rushed forward happily. What's the situation now? Pollyanna also came over, with a face full of question marks. Oh! Mayor, who was just pressed under Riley, suddenly exclaimed. He actually lifted Riley up with one hand, and simply adjusted his clothes, and then knelt on one knee on the ground, singing praises. I am so lucky, I can meet Destiny again today. Gorgeous and charming lady, your gem-like eyes have opened my heart. Huh? Pollyanna blushed slightly, raised her foot, and kicked Mayor's silver mask directly, kicking him out directly. You didn't expect that. Pollyanna is not Millicent. And she won't be polite, and wait for others to finish their nonsense. Thank you for the hospitality. But even so, Mayor's eyes still had a satisfied smile. As a result, when she fell backwards, she accidentally hit a stone statue. Her eyes were full of stars, her head tilted, and she fainted with a red nose. Good guy. You really have enough potential for masochism. Mayor. Pollyanna trembled with disgust and asked with disdain, what's the matter with this disgusting guy? Can anyone explain? What's the situation now? Millicent, and Riley. Dusk is near. All looked at each other. After Mayor's commotion, the hostility and anger between each other were also reduced a lot. Riley asked first, so, you are really not from the Volcano Mansion? Okay. I have to admit that I do have some connection with the Volcano Mansion. But I am definitely not a traitor who comes to fight against you and the Lord of Mayor. I also responded in detail. In addition, I was also entrusted by the King of Blessing to go to the Volcano Mansion to investigate the current situation, and the mad fire that may be hidden there. By the way, I don't know if you can see that this amulet was handed to me by the King of Blessing himself. As I said that, I took out the green amber pendant +1. Riley just glanced at it, and sat down on the ground in a relaxed manner. Sighing, it seems that I really blamed you wrongly. Whether it was last night, or what I did just now, I have offended you a lot. Looking at the wounds on his body that had not yet healed completely. And in contrast, even Millicent was fine here. So we accepted his apology. But, Riley, you are so hostile to the Volcano Mansion. Is there something wrong here? Riley hesitated for a moment, but still explained. I was ordered by the King of Blessing to come here to secretly investigate whether Sunshade City is still connected with the Volcano Mansion. But I didn't expect that the death row prisoners in the city rebelled and drove the city lord out of the city. It happened that I met another rebel at this time, claiming to be the blood of the Kosla family. And it seemed that he was also looking for trouble with the city lord Mayor. This person is still useful to the Rodel King City, and I can only help him temporarily. Although the opponent was a bit difficult, I also repelled him. So, after hearing your conversation last night, I mistook him for the helper he had found. Kosla spoke with blood. It must be Diaros. I couldn't help but stroke my forehead slightly, sighed, helpless, speechless, and also a little relieved. Reassured, it seems that Duros is still fine. And I can explain to Lenia, speechless. Millicent, Pollyanna, and I were simply tricked by that guy. Right? Fortunately, Riley seemed to think that my sigh was due to his fault. And he couldn't help but apologize. In short, I did offend a lot. And I hope you can forgive me. Especially this one. He looked at Millicent. This is the first time I have seen such a courageous person, who would use his own life to resolve the crisis encountered by his companions. I believe those lawbreakers would never do such a thing. You're flattering. Millicent nodded and smiled. But immediately Pollyanna pointed at her head and scolded her. You are flattering me. Has your brain been completely eaten by corruption? How can anyone be so stupid? Are you going to die? Why do you think I have to follow you so hard? Hey, why? Millicent asked back in a daze. Didn't she want to compete with Millicent? So she said something about wanting to find an excuse for her mission? Of course, I wouldn't say that. Because if I did, I'm sure she would hit me with a barrage of abuse. Pollyanna was obviously at a loss for words by Millicent's response. And finally let down her temper. Yes. I just came to see you make a fool of yourself. But the way you looked just now was not funny at all. Millicent, if you want to die, you must die in my hands. After all, I'm better than you. I know. Millicent smiled, wanting to stroke Pollyanna's back as usual to help her calm down. But this time, she dodged. She walked up to the unconscious Mermer, kicked his hand with her foot, and asked, So Zero, you said you were looking for this guy? It's him. My aunt smiled at the sisters, and was a little slow to react. And Pollyanna immediately showed a disgusted expression of rejection. Beautiful goddess. It seemed that because of Pollyanna's touch, Mermer woke up. When he opened his eyes, he was still full of dirty talk. Am I in heaven? Is he so favored? Pollyanna stepped on the other silver mask without any hesitation, and turned to ask me again, Are we really looking for this guy? Yes, it's him. I sighed. Step lightly, don't step on him and cause him trouble. After all, Mermer in the game, but like Atai, has only one life, cannot be blessed to revive. But unexpectedly, this dead pervert still smiled under the mask and said, Thank you for the hospitality. Chapter 351 Shadow sneaks in. Oh, is it true? Are you really willing to help me take back Sunshade City? After we explained our purpose, Sunshade City Lord Marlemarle was extremely surprised. I added, but the premise is that we have to help Millicent install a prosthetic arm first. However, Mermer seemed to have stopped listening to me. He raised his head, raised his arms excitedly, and performed a magic circle ceremony. Tears even flowed from his mask. Oh, great magic circle. Is this also the blessing you have given me? Mermer, can get the help of the goddess in this life. Oh, this is really fate. Pollyanna couldn't help but move closer to Millicent, pouting in disgust, and whispered, Millicent, be careful of this guy. Maybe he will have evil ideas about us. How could it be? I am willing to dedicate my body to the two of you. No need. Go away. The noise on the other side made Riley sigh. He turned to me and said, however, the city of Sunshade is in chaos. Because of the rebellion of the Iron Thorn Elrenmel. Other death row prisoners in the city were also released. Although they were suffering from the corrosive poison, their combat ability was not strong. But their large number would still be a problem. In addition, those sinful souls, who had no chance to return to the tree, were also wandering in the city. In addition, the fallen perfumer, who surrendered to the volcano mansion. The Marley family had been annihilated in order to protect their young master from leaving the city. If we force our way in, I'm afraid it's not a good idea. So, we have to sneak into the village quietly. Don't shoot. Get rid of the Iron Thorn Elrenmel. Make those people leaderless. And then consider whether to go to Rodel for help, and completely suppress the Sunshade City. I remembered that Riley came and went without a trace last night, which was more ghostly than a real ghost. In this regard, brother, you are probably better than us. He naturally understood what I meant, pulled out the small bottle and said, but the dark mist bottle that Master Crep passed on to me can only hide 2 people at most. Besides, Alamal is indeed quite powerful. I only showed my killing intent for a moment from a distance, and he noticed it. Then I will go into the city with you first, help Millicent find a usable prosthetic hand, and then we will attack together and take Alamal's head. I optimized the strategy. And, if I remember correctly, although the people of the Marley family suffered from Alamal, there should be several Zuingfu knights in the city. I think they will most likely help us. After all, even Marley can see at a glance that Millicent, Pollyanna, and the Valkyrie are closely related, and there is no reason for the Zuingfu Knights to go against us. Moreover, if we can take back the family's execution sword, whether it is the ghosts or the immortals on death row, they will definitely submit to the majesty of the Marley family again. Marley actually said the first useful words since they met. By the way, since the magic stone giant obeys your orders, Marley, we can probably ask it to help us enter the city. I suddenly thought of a good idea. In this way, there is no need to wade in the poisonous pool. However, Marley sighed and shook his head. This golem does not completely listen to me. After all, it is in the name of the royal city Rodel to cooperate with my Marley family to protect the Sunshade City. Therefore, the golem is set to never step into the Sunshade City. TSK. Useless thing. Pollyanna cursed casually. Mare immediately apologized. I'm sorry, it's really my incompetence that caused the current situation. Good boy, you slide faster than me. I made the final decision. In short, wait until nightfall, then start the action. Awoo! The evening wind was blowing, and on the cliff, it seemed that the howling of wolves could be heard. Dusk is approaching. Riley opened Crep's small bottle and released the dark mist inside, enveloping both him and me, melting into the darkness. But the vision inside was relatively normal, just like the invisibility cloak in Harry Potter. The range was indeed only an arm's width, and it was already the limit to accommodate 2 people. So how else can this bottle be used? The game only said to completely eliminate the sound of a tie, but it was completely useless. Huff. Cough. Cough. I took a breath, and was choked by the smoke. Riley couldn't help but remind me, try to slow down your breathing, and also, slow down your actions, so as not to disturb the dark mist and expose ourselves. Understood, come with me. According to the memory in the game, I took Riley through the breach in the west wall of Sunshade City and stepped into it. As Riley said, on the wall, there were wandering poisonous immortals everywhere. Their faces were burnt yellow, like drywood and withered bones, and a faint yellow-green smoke rose from their bodies. Just getting close and smelling the rotten smell made people feel dizzy. Fortunately, the dark fog concealed our figures. If we really wanted to force our way in, it would probably be like the zombie tide scene in The Walking Dead or Zombie Out. Although I now have the AoE combat skill Molten Flame Hurricane Dance. If I use it casually, it will inevitably attract the ghosts wandering in the Sunshade City. Ah, cough, look. Look! The royal ghost is just like an octopus spider, leisurely strolling over the poison pool inside the city wall. With a pale face, and emerald green venom flowing from the corners of its black mouth, it keeps turning its head to search for prey. Dingling, there are also those ghost knights nearby, which reminds me of the Lascaux ruins in the Linnea Lake district, where I was beaten to death by these guys. Moreover, if I remember correctly, there should be 2 royal ghosts in the Sunshade City. I have to say that the only advantage is that I was ready to resume my prayers during the day, so I am not particularly afraid of them. After the royal ghost passed by and circled to a dead tree in the corner, Riley and I carefully jumped off the outer wall and continued to move forward. The ladder leading to the inner city wall was not far away, but the sticky water in the poison pool was really disgusting, just like stepping on vomit. After seeping into the trouser legs, it was even more sticky and disgusting. Ah! A bell-ringing ghost suddenly appeared under the ladder, but Riley also used a sword quickly and killed the other party. Let's go! Climbing up the stairs, the inner city wall was still full of poisonous immortals. Moreover, especially in the corners, behind boxes and other things, there might be one hiding, waiting for Atue to let his guard down, and give him a loving hug and a passionate kiss. We carefully bypassed this group of immortals, and found the deepest wall platform on the west side of the inner wall. The Valkyrie's prosthetic hand that Mare treasured is here. I'll go find the props. Riley, please pull Millicent and the others up. I pointed to one side of the wall. According to the previous plan, Millicent, Pollyanna, and Mare should be waiting downstairs. Riley nodded and removed the dark fog. I also quickly entered the only room on the wall. There were many stone statues inside, just like in the game. They all looked like women, gentle and elegant, tender and cute. They all had a half smile on their faces, which was also very creepy at night. Oh! I found it. There was a wooden box between the 2 statues. I guess it was the prosthetic hand of the Valkyrie. I walked around a few stone statues, and was about to open the wooden box. Suddenly, from the depths of the dark room, a cold light suddenly pierced my face. I was slightly startled and subconsciously stepped back. And the next second, a red gold figure rushed out from the shadow of the stone statue like a wild bull and rushed towards me. TSK, I thought there should be another noble knight here. So he hid in the room after nightfall. He had already forced his way in front of me and thrust forward with his halberd and rapier. I was forced to continue rolling backwards to dodge, and stumbled out of the steps outside the room. Zero, what's wrong? Millicent, you're just in time. Let's talk about this unreasonable noble knight. But I forgot one thing. Just when Millicent made a sound subconsciously, the immortals near the city wall also naturally discovered our presence. Ahem. Ahem. A guy made a choking sound like a tractor. The sound spread rapidly with the evening breeze. Almost in the blink of an eye, all over the city of Sunshade, there were all kinds of strange cries of ghosts and wolves howling. Chapter 352: The Arrival of the God of War. A stone stirs up 1,000 waves. Under the silent night sky, the consumptive cry of the poisonous immortal in a moment, accompanied by the evening breeze, wakes up the entire Sunshade city. Ah! Ah! I have heard the wailing of the royal ghost, and that stinky face seems to have come to me, sighing a rancid smell. I will resist them, Mare. You take Millicent in to install the prosthetic hand. He rushed to the corner of the wall platform. The night star fire brought up the molten flame, and with a hurricane, a blazing flame barrier was suddenly rolled up. Combat skill molten flame hurricane dance. Swoosh. 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 Riley also took out Krep's black key, and sniped the guys rushing from the wall from a distance. But then again, these immortals were able to maintain the ferocity they had when they pounced on Atai in the game, especially after discovering Mare's figure. Each of them became even more excited, and roared continuously, as if they were determined to eat him alive. Aw, cough! My flames weakened without my noticing, and a rotten and sour smell hit my nose head-on, with a combination of punches. I saw that the immortals who were blocked by the molten flames of the night star fire were tearing and scratching their chests and abdomens one by one. Suddenly, a stream of dark green acid water burst out, with maggots the size of fingers in it, which twisted and jumped like fish that had been thrown ashore. Okay, you are invincible. Can you still use this trick to weaken the fire? What are you still standing there for? Go and help. Pollyanna's voice, accompanied by several white silk threads, sounded from behind. Afterwards, 2 circles of golden rings suddenly flew out, and directly lifted the heads of 3 or 2 immortals. Sure enough, after seeing the Ionan sisters, the noble knight quickly turned to us. In this way, I just relaxed a little bit, but was suddenly pulled up again by the shrill roar. I saw 4 or 5 pale, thin arms stretching out from under the wall, and leaping up the wall with a skinny face like a corpse. Damn, are you Spider-Man too, Royal Ghost? Before we could react, the monster had already started to tear its mouth. Get out of the way, he's going to spray poison. I could only shout at Riley and Pollyanna, who were standing not far in front of the ghost. Gwa wow. The Royal Ghost was just like a water pump, spraying the poison pool in the Sunshade City below onto the wall, and the rancid stench was everywhere. Although I had prepared a restorative prayer, I was forced to get close by the spray of poisonous water. And, while I was distracted, the poisonous immortals behind me rushed forward even more frantically. Cough cough wow wow. Get out of my way. I had to turn around and slash, forcing those guys back again. But the Royal Ghost had also taken the opportunity to climb up completely, raising most of his body, and spreading his 4 arms exaggeratedly like a black bear showing off. This is the opening move of Wing Chun 18 Palms. We don't have any heavy armored warriors who can block his attack, so we can only be driven around by him on this narrow wall. After all, no matter who is hit by this set, it will be unbearable. But under my feet, the poisonous water that the guy just spit out has not dissipated. To dodge here is no less than taking a bath in poisonous water. There is no time to think more. I am the only one who can quickly deal with the Royal Ghost. Moreover, the prayer for him has a recovery effect. It can resist some of the damage of the poisonous water. As long as I can pray, I strode into the poison pool. But just when the prayer rune emerged from my mind, from the side of the Royal Ghost, from the dark door, a figure suddenly rushed out. One step, she leaped up, as light as a flying bird, and then in an instant, she turned into a flash of swords and flew towards the Royal Ghost. Ah! The Royal Ghost let out a shrill cry. His back was like rolling through the assembly line of a pork farm. In the blink of an eye, Millicent chopped countless marks, scattering rune fragments, even the life of this rune was too late to recover. Magnificent, elegant, strong, indestructible, ah! You are indeed the incarnation of that goddess, a unique treasure in the world today, the most enchanting Ionan flower. Mermer walked out of the room excitedly, putting one hand on her chest, and tears were already streaming down her silver mask. Welcome, Valkyrie. This is water? Is it the dance of water birds? I was also a little stunned. But Pollyanna tooted her mouth. No, not fast enough. This is not the dance of water birds at all. It's just ordinary flowing water swordsmanship. Ah, this is not a water bird at all. To be honest, Millicent's sword was so fast that I couldn't follow it with my eyes. It was just an ordinary flowing sword technique. The royal ghost was interrupted by Millicent's violent attack, and fell heavily to the ground. The corrupt knight took this opportunity, stepped on the poison pool and rushed forward, and swung the long halberd in his hand towards the royal ghost. Suddenly, like bamboo shoots after rain, all kinds of golden knife tips and spears emerged from the ground, and directly pierced the ghost, and firmly confined it to the spot. After the first attack landed, Millicent turned around and jumped again, flying over the royal ghost again, and took off the head of the other party. The remaining body just twitched and struggled slightly, and then turned into gray smoke and dissipated. Millicent. I smiled and greeted her. How does it feel? Millicent looked at her prosthetic arm, gently grasped the scissor-long sword. Well, although I am not very skilled in using it, but the compatibility is surprisingly good. Of course, this is the same prosthetic hand as the Valkyrie Marinia. In the text introduction in the game, Mermer will hold this thing in his arms, and use it to feel the goddess who belongs to him. Speaking of this, it suddenly feels weird. Mermer should not do strange things with this prosthetic hand. Speaking of the devil appears. Mermer had already rushed over, but was blocked by Pollyanna's kick. But this guy still stubbornly pushed his face against the opponent's feet, and stretched out his arms towards Millicent. Oh, Millicent, your heroic figure is indeed like the unbreakable wings. You are simply the reincarnation of the god of war. I have already engraved Mermer in my mind. My respect for you, my love for you is beyond words. But please accept, please allow me, kneel down and lick your soaring feet. Disgusting, go away / don't learn from Xiaogu. Pollyanna and I almost complained about each other at the same time. And dusk is approaching. Riley calmly interrupted and said, Everyone, I know you are all very excited now, but don't forget, our situation is not optimistic. Ahem, wow. One after another, the immortals continued to pour in from the direction of the city wall, and groups of turbid golden ghost fires floated under the night sky. They were cursed souls summoned to attack living creatures. Once we stepped into the attack range, they would fly over, just like the sound of bells. We have to break through here quickly and enter the tallest tower in the city, right? Millicent gently waved her sword and walked towards the narrow opening of the wall. Then I will lead the way, with my sword, for you all to use. Chapter 353 Charge. 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 Like a fleeting moment, it brought with it a riot of flowers and leaves. Millicent moved lightly among the crowd of poisonous immortals, her sword light fluttering like a butterfly, beheading the monsters one after another. Rather than saying she was fighting, it was better to say she was dancing. Pollyanna was as competitive as ever, following Millicent's footsteps in small steps. The two sisters, on the walls of Sunshade City, rolled up a storm of swords and blades. Unstoppable. Ah! In my lifetime, I can actually see the figure of the god of war again. It is really a blessing. Marley held his Ansting rapier, his eyes shining with golden light, and sighed again and again. Riley and I looked at each other and sighed helplessly. As soon as this guy heard my voice, he came over immediately and said, I have to thank you very much. Zero. It was you who brought Millicent here so that I could see that adult again. If Sunshade City had not been taken away by criminals, I would have treated you well. No. And don't get so close. I pushed Mermer away with one hand, and at the same time began to doubt whether it was a wrong decision to bring Millicent and the others here. Zero. The pioneers called my name. Next, are you going this way? Millicent and Pollyanna stood at the gap in the city wall. Below was the central square of Sunshade City. Of course, most of the area here was still a green poison pool. Because of the commotion just now, many ghosts had already climbed over here from the poison pool, and the poisonous immortals also climbed up the roof of the nearest area. I was just about to tell them the next route. Ding-ling-ling. In the evening breeze, there was a rapid and crisp sound of bells. I saw two ghost riders, riding on ghost wild horses that seemed to have broken free, running around everywhere. Accompanied by the ringing of the bells, thick fog quickly covered the entire square, making us feel like we were in the clouds. Wow! A rider actually jumped onto the eaves of our house. Everyone just raised their weapons, and was on guard. But the ghost horse under him spread its hooves again, and ran to the left side of the broken roof. The fog was rolling. The ghosts' voices were like wailing and crying, mixed with the annoying bell, which brought back my bad memories. TSK, I told you to just go down and rush through. Why did you have to wait for someone? Pollyanna angrily retorted to Millicent. Now it's like this, I can't even find the way. Mermer immediately patted his chest and walked forward. Lady Pollyanna, please relax. Although I am stupid, I asked people to take away the city, but after all, Rian is still my city. Even if I close my eyes, I can lead you through the square and reach the inner gate. There is no need to cross the square. I pointed to the direction where the ghost rider left. In fact, we can follow the path that the rider just ran on the roof, and we can also go around to the inner gate of Rian City, and avoid the monsters below, killing two birds with one stone. Stop talking nonsense, lead the way. Pollyanna kicked me on the butt without any courtesy, to show that she chose my plan. Okay. Then be careful. Don't get attacked by the cursed souls. I gathered the rune magic power at the bottom of my feet, and slowly released it. Combat skill Storm Foot weakened version. In this way, I can clear the fog around me, so as not to step on empty air and fall to the bottom. The surroundings are like the bottom of Naraku. In the bottomless abyss, the cries of ghosts invade the ears day and night, but they have no choice but to summon the cursed souls to attack. On the eaves, as I expected, there are no other enemies. In a blink of an eye, I went around to the high platform in front of the left side of the square, and there, a golden light of blessing was swaying under the wide-open city gate. That's half the journey. Let's go quickly before those immortals and ghosts get in the way. I touched the blessed light, and recovered my strength and the Holy Grail bottle. And Mermer said quickly, next, I will lead the way for you. Suddenly, in the mist behind me, there was another shrill roar. It's the royal ghost. As soon as Riley finished speaking, the monster emerged from the mist, as if it had lost control of its limbs and rushed towards us. Millicent and Pollyanna immediately raised their swords, and Riley also prepared his crossbow. But, leave it to me. I held the two-finger holy seal in my hand, and quickly chanted the mantra of recovery, almost in sync with the runes that appeared in my mind. The runes were quickly written under my feet, and two circles of golden light spread out. Ouch, there was a bang sound, and the royal ghost seemed to hit an extremely thick wall. Suddenly, all the limbs twitched, and the head tilted and fell to the ground. Pray for recovery. And do it again. The huge ghost skeleton turned into gray smoke in front of me and dissipated. I also harvested a lily of the valley from the Lingy cemetery. So, the weakness of this kind of guy is actually the recovery type of prayer? Riley was quite shocked. I thought it was a holy attribute attack that would be more effective against them. Maybe ghosts are not like the dead born, who are rejected by the golden law. They are souls that are cursed and cannot return to the tree. Therefore, the holy attribute derived from the law does not cause obvious damage to them. I also spread my hands. Well, at first, I had the same idea as you, Riley. I really don't know how the underlying logic of this world is set up. Ding-ling-ling, the sound of bells rang again, and the howlings of ghosts and immortals followed one after another. Many figures have also appeared vaguely in the fog. The most difficult monster has been solved. Let's go quickly, so as not to be entangled by the subsequent guys, I said to my companions. And Mermer took the lead. Follow me. Following a ladder, I climbed up the high wall and building. Immediately, I heard the sound of dogs barking on the top. Woof woof woof. Tianci, Laifu, come here quickly, I'm back. Wow. Listening to Mermer's screams, it seemed that his dog didn't recognize its owner and bit him hard. When I climbed up the ladder, the two dogs had been killed by Millicent, and Pollyanna couldn't help laughing. Hey Mermer, are you really the master of this city-state? How come even the dogs don't recognize you? These beasts usually, Yuling's housekeeper treats them well, but they turned against each other like this. Mermer sighed angrily and helplessly. Ha ha ha, you are so useless. Pollyanna. Millicent quickly stopped Pollyanna's ridicule, and apologized to Mermer. Sorry, Mrs. Mermer. No, Mrs. Millicent, please don't bow to me. Mermer hurriedly shook his hand, but also said quite dejectedly, I am indeed a useless man. I actually let the criminal take away the city-state, and ended up with a broken family. Don't worry, since I am here, I will help you drive the criminal out and take back the Sunshade City. Pollyanna walked towards the door of the room next to her confidently. Seeing this, I quickly grabbed her. Wait, Pollyanna, be careful. Almost at the moment when I pulled her back, a slender straight sword suddenly stabbed out from the corner of the door. Whoosh! Then, another spark lit up from the dark room, shooting towards the person at the door. Pollyanna and I quickly dodged. Wow, this combo is even more sinister than in the game. First, someone sneaks up on me. If he succeeds, then the rocket will be a fatal blow to the head. But the opponent's tricks are completely in vain in front of me. A map player. Pollyanna was extremely angry. While the opponent was still loading the crossbow, she rushed in quickly and killed all the dignitaries and followers in the dark room. So, Pollyanna, you have to be careful. Don't brag, or you'll be killed in the next second, I said with a smile. In this world, there are many people who like to launch sneak attacks. Humph. None of your business. Although Pollyanna's face turned red, she still didn't show any disadvantage in her words. These guys are so slow. Even if you weren't there, they couldn't hurt me. Okay. Of course I know I can't hurt you. So I'm just reminding you. Pollyanna. Riley, who didn't say much, suddenly asked. But Zero, how did you know there was an ambush here? Just now there was no movement inside. Before, you seemed to know this Sunshade City better than Mere. Intuition? This time it was my turn to start sweating, but I quickly found an excuse. Well, I have been to many cemeteries, and there are often such insidious monsters, which are exactly the same as this Sunshade City. Just now, it was this intuition that told me there was an ambush. After all, I can't tell these people that I relied on memorizing maps in the game to cheat and pass the levels. Okay. Let's go. I quickly ended the topic and took the initiative to lead the way. After that, just as I expected before entering the city, the few noble knights who stayed in the Sunshade City stopped fighting us once they felt the scent of their masters on Millicent and Pollyanna. Although in the game, these guys are not difficult to deal with. However, in the real world, the recovery ability and endurance of the noble knights are unusually high. After fighting with them in the Ionian swamp, they are as annoying as the indestructible cockroaches. Therefore, Millicent and Pollyanna have to be brought along. It is indeed difficult to deal with these messy guys in the city just by myself or with Riley. But as for the other dogs, followers or the powerful people who betrayed the Sunshade City, they are no match for us at all. They can be dealt with in a few seconds. We took an elevator and arrived at our destination, the Lord's Room in Rian City. The last passage, there are statues of women and children everywhere. They all have a fake smile on their faces, and red vines entwined around their bodies. Under the night, it's like a bloody ghost, staring at passers-by, and embarking on the end of the road. Strange and creepy. He's still here. Mere's body trembled uncontrollably. At the end of the passage, the door seemed to seal a demon. Even if it was tightly closed, a thick bloody smell continued to leak out from it. What are you afraid of? There are so many of us. Can't we deal with one guy? Pollyanna strode forward, kicked the door open with one foot. In the dim room, Yu raised a pair of scarlet eyes. Chapter 354 Sword Dance Part 1. At the end of the dark room, the final boss guarding the Sunshade City, Ironthorn Alamal, sat down in the seat that originally belonged to the city lord Mere, and slowly raised his eyes. Just like an ancient emperor meeting his subjects, his voice, as deep as an ancient bell, sounded directly in people's hearts. You are visiting me late at night, but are you here to submit to Oha, and serve the Iron Thorn as a subject? Pa, what a mess. We are here to ask you to return this city to its original owner. Pollyanna finished speaking, and then rushed forward quickly, and rushed straight to Alamal. But the other party simply ignored her, and looked at us with red eyes. However, when Alonmire's eyes fell on Mere, he finally reacted. I see. A bright red light shone from his right hand, and as Elonmire lifted it slightly, the execution sword hanging on the wall, which was regarded as a family heirloom of the Mere family, suddenly shook. Pollyanna, get out of the way, I reminded him subconsciously. Pollyanna had already rushed to Elonmire, and the dagger in her hand stabbed straight at the opponent's door. Swish! A red light flashed, and the execution sword popped out from the wall, whirled in the air, and turned into a strange arc, and chopped down towards Pollyanna's neck. This forced Pollyanna to quickly retreat. The execution sword missed, and was caught by Elon Meyer, who stood up, just like a magnet attracting iron. This is Elon Meyer's exclusive fighting skill. The O'Hare sword dance. Control the sword with chi, and let it dance freely in the air. It's just a lost dog calling friends. The country of Oha doesn't need people who bark like dogs. Give up your hearts and hand over the bell beats. Mel's right hand holding the sword glowed red. He gathered all his strength, and then suddenly thrust the executioner's sword forward, and pushed it. It was the lightning poisonous dragon drill. It was the only combat skill in the Oha sword dance that the Autais could use. The great sword brought up a scarlet cyclone, even tearing apart the corners of the benches on both sides of the straight road, and rushed straight towards us at the door. Millicent and I quickly dodged separately, and dusk is approaching. Riley also made the first judgment, retreating, hiding behind the stone statues in the passage, and took out his black key of crepe. As for Merrimer, this guy, perhaps because he was beaten to a pulp in the previous fight with Elon Meyer, he was actually frightened by the opponent's first sword skill and trembled all over. He wanted to retreat, but ended up sitting on the ground. Luckily, Pollyanna rushed forward in time and stabbed the opponent's outstretched arm with a dagger. Elon Meyer then took back the execution sword, which also saved Merrimer from a disaster. But it seems that guy is completely useless. Then the three of us will have to attract the firepower. In the gap, let Laylee use his black key to attack. You want to ask where the Zuinfu Knight who defected on the way went? In order to reduce the worries, the three Zuinfu Knights guarded the elevator shaft to prevent the chasing immortals and ghosts from getting in the way. Let's focus on the enemy in front of us first. Pollyanna's attack was like a cat's bite to Elon Meyer, who was wearing heavy armor. Millicent and I hurried to catch up, but Elon Meyer swung his sword and swept it across, forcing Pollyanna back. At the same time, the execution sword flew out of his hand, bypassed his back, and swung in the air to cut me. I subconsciously held the Night Star Fire with both hands, facing the opponent's sword, and swung to block. But I didn't expect that even the sword dancing in the air had such a heavy force that it made the base of my hands numb. And the next second, Elon Meyer suddenly and quickly withdrew his sword, causing me to stagger without losing my remaining strength. It turned out that Millicent had already rushed into the opponent's close range, and slashed directly at Elon Meyer's waist and abdomen with a sword. When the broken light appeared, the opponent's armor was indeed strong. Elon Meyer resisted the attack, retracted the sword, and slashed at Millicent with all his strength, causing dust to fly and the chair to break. Millicent dodged several moves in succession, and did not find an opportunity to attack, so she prepared to retreat and make some adjustments. But at the same time, Elon Meyer seemed to have seen through her intention, and used the O'Hare sword dance again, using the chi to control the sword, and swept out a larger range of slashes, which caught Millicent off guard. She had to hastily raise the Seshtal long sword to block, but the difference in strength was too great, and the whole person kept jumping back, and did not stand firmly. As a result, she was swept away by Elon Meyer's sword, and directly hit the wall on one side of the room. Damn it! Pollyanna suddenly released several insect silks, rushing straight to the opponent's eyes. Of course, Elon Meyer would not give her the opportunity to attack her weaknesses, and raised his hand to block all the insect silks, and then swung the sword dance again, forcing Pollyanna to dodge repeatedly. Good opportunity. While the other party didn't notice me, the hound quickly stepped forward, and then suddenly jumped into the air. Take it, my most powerful fighting skill. Scarlet Blood Moon Slash. But Mel's reaction was also very fast. Seeing that I was attacking from the left side, he turned his back, and blocked me with the iron thorn shield on his back. Bang! The lion fell, and blood rushed like a waterfall. But the opponent was like a reef standing in the rapids, unmoved, and even had the strength to push me back. Is this a real strong man? It's really a 1-strength victory over 10 strength. I had to use the force to do it, and quickly evaded. But at the same time, in my peripheral vision, the scarlet spinning blade was like a big snake opening its bloody mouth, and it suddenly bit me from the side. I was still in the air. Basically there was nothing I could do. I could only forcefully raise my knife to block. But obviously, I had no power point at all. Just like Millicent just now, I was swept away by the executioner's sword, smashed a whole row of benches, and hit the wall head-on. Really tricky. Ironthorn Elon Meyer is worthy of being a famous tough dog in the magic circle. He is wearing heavy armor, making it difficult for us to break his defense. But at the same time, When we attacked at close range, we played into the opponent's hands. Oha sword dance, this extraordinary attack method, is like a snake entwining a person. Once you have the intention to retreat, you will take advantage of the opportunity and bite directly at your vital points. My head was shaken, and I felt a little dizzy. When I raised my eyes, the red light had already swept down on my head. It's over, I won't be able to avoid it in time. But just when I had this thought in my mind, the execution sword suddenly twisted, and a sword fell on my side, as if someone had forcibly knocked it away. And looking at Elon Meyer, I saw a water bird flying. Millicent slashed with the long sword of Sesher, rolling up a piece of light and shadow, and crashed into the iron thorn. That was the solo dance of the sword. That was the storm of blades. Even Millicent seemed to melt in the sword light and shadow. Even the heavily armored Ironthorn, Alanmo, was chopped back by this gorgeous and swift momentum and unstoppable fighting skills. And this is the real dance of water birds. Chapter 355 Sword Dance. Part 2. Dang dang dang. The dazzling attacks poured down on the Iron Thorn Alenmeyer like a violent storm. As the saying goes, a drop of water can wear away a stone, and the water bird dance even shattered the opponent's armor, and sparks kept flying. Alenmeyer was caught off guard by Millicent because he swung the execution sword with the O'Hare sword dance, and was defeated repeatedly, and therefore, I escaped a disaster. But with a flash of red light, the sword was taken back by Alenmeyer again, and he resisted Millicent's attack, and defeated him with force, and split the mountain with force. However, the flying bird was light. Millicent nimbly flipped to his side, avoided the attack, and stepped on the ground, and then performed the second stage of the water bird dance again, and rushed towards Alenmeyer. But this time, Alenmeyer held a sword in his hand, relying on his armor and body. And before Millicent could fully dance the water bird, he rushed forward and slashed horizontally and vertically with great force, interrupting her attack. Although the water bird dance is powerful, it also consumes a lot of energy. Besides, Millicent is only equipped with a prosthetic arm for the first time. To perform such a complex attack, her physical strength must be unable to keep up with the rhythm. She has to retreat and take a breath. I rushed forward with a knife and shouted, "Pollyanna, come forward and suppress Alenmeyer together." You don't have to tell me. I know it. Before Alenmeyer attacked Millicent again, I rushed up with a lion slash and attacked from the right. The opponent had no choice but to put away his sword and resist my attack first. Millicent also seized the opportunity, retreated to avoid it, and adjusted her breathing. Pollyanna rushed forward almost at the same time, aimed at Alenmeyer's armor, and stabbed the dagger directly into the gap cut by the water bird dance. Roar! Alanmo roared in pain, while pushing me away with his right hand. His left hand suddenly lit up with a scarlet light, and with lightning speed, he grabbed Pollyanna. Pollyanna quickly drew out her dagger and stepped back. But she was still a step too slow, and the opponent grabbed her throat from a distance and lifted her up. Oh no! It was Alenmeyer's throwing skill, combined with his luck method of the O-sword dance. It seemed that he could capture the opponent with an invisible hand. I should have reminded Pollyanna of this move. After all, his grabbing range would be farther than what people see. I should have given up the dagger and directly escaped. Combat skill blood slash. I could only attack instead of defend. Just like Millicent saved me just now, forcing the opponent to change his moves. But Alenmeyer ignored my attack and took it. He raised the execution sword high, and was about to chop down at Pollyanna, who was captured by him. It seems that he is determined to reduce our numbers first, and then find a way to continue fighting. Damn it! Pollyanna. Seeing that the sword was about to fall, Pollyanna was in danger. In the dim room, a faint sound of breaking through the air was heard. Whoosh. Then, Alenmeyer's head tilted back uncontrollably, and the execution sword failed to fall. Seeing this, Millicent quickly performed the last part of the water bird dance from the left side, and used the sword energy to bounce Alenmeyer's huge body away, and he staggered and fell on the side wall. Alenmeyer stood up, screaming loudly in extreme anger. He stretched out his hand and pulled out the black key stake that was not biased, pierced through the iron thorn helmet, the twisted mask, and hid his eyes. He is worthy of being an assassination sniper. Riley of Dusk is near. If it weren't for this precise shot, I would have no way to forcibly interrupt Alenmeyer's execution of Pollyanna. In addition, the arrows also contained this scarlet corrupt poison. Even if it did not explode directly, the eyes were the most vulnerable part of the human body. The pain from the poison now was probably as severe as if it was drilling into the brain. You guys! You guys! Eilenmeyer gasped for breath. He stood up suddenly, and the executioner's sword in his hand shone with a dazzling scarlet light. It's coming! Sword dance. However, once your sword dance is swung out, your own air defense will be wide open. And, Pollyanna, Millicent, you guys will attack with all your strength in a while. I'll figure out a way to deal with his sword dance. I held up the Night Star fire with both hands, and the flames of the molten flames entangled, which should have illuminated my clenched teeth face. Next, I have to do my best to attract the opponent's attention. Hey! I roared and rushed forward. Perhaps because of the serious injury, Eilenmeyer fell into a violent state, and the attack of sword dance was even more swift than at the beginning. One sword was faster than the other, and a huge crimson net was interwoven in front of my eyes. But when I resisted the first attack of O'Hare's sword dance, I realized the difference between this move and the one in the game. In the game, Aranmol, or his red shadow clone, the Bell Pearl Hunters, will not be interrupted once the O'Hare's sword dance is performed. Even if it hits the strongest shield, it will continue to fly along a fixed trajectory. However, in reality, after blocking the attack of the O'Hare's sword dance, its power will inevitably weaken. It is precisely because of this that, after each time Aranmel uses a few sword dances, he must first retract the execution sword, and then infuse the power of Chi to attack again. I held the Night Star fire in my hand, and broke into Aranmel's sword dance net, watched every attack of the execution sword, and went head-on with all my strength to block it. Bang! Bang bang bang. The opponent's sword dance was indeed, even though I had prepared myself mentally, but the fierce and lightning-like attack was still hard to defend against, and the angle of the attack from the blind spot was also quite tricky. Like a sapling trapped in the middle of a strong wind, I was shaken by the force coming from all directions, and I couldn't even tell east from west, south from north. Arms, legs, feet, and wounds were constantly being torn apart. My wrists were in so much pain that they felt like they were about to break apart. But I could still hold on. I gritted my teeth and continued to deflect the opponent's execution sword. 1 sword. 2 swords. 3 swords. 4 swords. Ha! The crimson sword kept slashing at me, but the molten flames were burning. I was like the evil dragon or fire dragon in those stories. No matter how many attacks I received, I would still stand firm. I would roar through the sky and intimidate those opponents who claimed to be brave. The power of Eilenmeyer's sword really began to weaken. The execution sword that was slashing at me shook slightly, which was obviously a sign that it was already difficult to control. But don't try to run. When I anticipated that the other party was about to put away the great sword and interrupt the O'Hare's sword dance, the molten flame of the Night Star fire flashed the dazzling golden light of ruin, and then quickly turned into the red of blood. Combat Skill Wolf Attack Blood Dance Second Stage. Accompanying the accelerated pace of the hound, I quickly caught up with the execution sword that was taken back, squeezed out the last strength in my body, and slashed away with a sword. When the red light on the execution sword seemed to dissipate, the whole sword was knocked down by me in midair, and it turned and stabbed into the wall of this hall. Of course, it was not just my credit. When I used the light of the molten flame to grab Eilenmeyer's attention, Millicent and Pollyanna had already circled to the blind spot of the other party's injured vision. The Silk Prayer attacked directly, and tied the other party's arm. The water bird leaped into the air again, with a flash of swords and shadows, and attacked Eilenmeyer. I hit the execution sword, and Millicent and Pollyanna almost cut off the other party's right arm. So, not only was the execution sword knocked out and stuck into the wall, Eilenmeyer's whole body also hit the same wall, causing the whole room to tremble slightly and scatter ashes. Ahem, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Eilenmeyer still had some strength left. He fell to the ground and gasped for breath. It's over. Eilenmeyer. Millicent put away the long sword of Caesar, returned to Sunshade City, and returned to the cage. Ahem. Eilenmeyer suddenly laughed wildly. He raised his hand and grabbed the execution sword not far above his head, forcing himself to stand up. No. No. No! As long as I am still alive. As long as I am not dead. O'Hare. The country will never be destroyed. Suddenly, he drew out the execution sword and swung it behind him. The wall, which had already cracked, was forcibly smashed open by Eilenmeyer. The whistling wind suddenly poured in, blowing people's faces cold, and their eyes were a little unable to open. Remember, I am the last king of O'Hare, And I will never be defeated by you golden people. Ahem ham Elonmeyer laughed wildly, and jumped into the broken hole in the wall without hesitation. When we caught up with him, outside, there were only a few wisps of smoke floating in the dark night sky from time to time, and there was no trace of the Iron Thorn. Alamal. Chapter 356 Fireflies. Bright Moon. Without the light of Rune, the execution sword of the Marley family was not delivered to anyone. Did he escape? This is unscientific. Such a big guy fell down, and he is not dead. I looked at the height of at least 4 or 5 floors above the ground, and couldn't help complaining. Will Elonmeyer just go to Galad and act as the Dragon Tomb Sword Master? However, with the experience of this battle, and one of Elonmeyer's eyes was shot through, even if I fight him alone next time, I can be more or less sure. Turning around, I saw that Millicent had put away the scissor-long sword, and stood in front of the huge painting in the main hall. On it, the woman wore a golden flying wing helmet, looking solemn and calm, with red hair, like a red lotus blooming in anger. But none of this is as noticeable as the scars on the woman's cheeks and neck that are like butterfly scales. That is the scarlet corruption she was born with. How is it? Have you thought of anything, Millicent? I walked over. Millicent stared at the portrait, and asked softly, She is Marnia? Yes. I was about to answer, but I was startled by the sound of firecrackers exploding. I saw that Mermer, as if praising the sun, opened his arms, as if he was about to give a big hug to the Valkyrie in the portrait. She is Marnia, the most powerful, the most beautiful, and the most pitiful and admirable Valkyrie on this border. From the moment she was born, the Scarlet Goddess placed that terrible power in Marnia, torturing her body and consciousness. But the Valkyrie never fell under the scarlet corruption from beginning to end, but instead practiced martial arts and became the strongest person. Oh, the strongest god. It is because of her that Mermer exists. No. 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 You are bragging too much. Marnia is not your mother. No matter what happens to her, you will still exist. Of course. I am not Pollyanna. I am not tactful, and I will not complain so bluntly. But the eyes of each other still reveal doubt, speechlessness, and contemptuous complex emotions such as, Are you an idiot? Mermer slowly took off the mask, revealing a face with white hair like snow and vicissitudes of life. Pollyanna was the first to shout, Hey, so you are actually an old man? But you don't sound like one. Right? Mermer said with a wry smile. Many people who have seen me will say so, but in fact, according to the Queen's years, I have only lived for about 50 years. 50 years. In my original world, it is considered middle-aged, and this world is blessed by Queen Marika forever. At this age, maybe it is still just adolescence. I really didn't expect that Mermer would look so old. Could it be that you have also had some disease? Mermer nodded, like the goddess. I am also born with a premature aging disease, and my body decays at an unusual speed, when others are still strong and in their prime. I am already very old. Just now, the great sword used by Elonmeyer, to be honest, is the family heirloom of the Mermer family. A great sword used for execution. But as you can see, I couldn't lift the sword at all, so the criminal snatched it away. No wonder Mermer's weapon is a lighter rapier. There is also this reason. When she heard this, Millicent showed a difficult expression on her face, bowed her head, and bowed to Mermer. Lord Mermer, I'm really sorry. I didn't know about this, and I couldn't take the sword back from the thief. This actually scared Mermer, and he quickly lowered his head lower than Millicent. No. 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 Lord Millicent, I, Mermer, am not blaming you. But just to say, please don't mind the inconvenience caused by my premature aging disease. Pollyanna couldn't stand the two of them saying you're sorry. I'm sorry, she said impatiently. Hey, so, you think that Marnia is very similar to you, so you like her? No. No. No, I can hardly compare with that goddess. I'm just a weed on the side of the road. I can only look up at the glory of the golden tree. Mermer looked like a teenager who had been found with a pornographic book, blushing and shaking his head, but his face was that of an old man, so it looked weird. After a pause, Mermer regrouped and continued, but, speaking of it, when I first met Lady Marnia, I was only afraid and timid, and there was no such thing as admiration or love. After all, that lady exuded a burning aura all over her body, and as long as you get close, everything around you will be quickly corroded by decay. But even so, Lady Mermer always guarded her brother calmly, like a knight who was dedicated to his duties. and her conversation was calm and peaceful, without a trace of pain. Have you seen those two people? I am also quite curious about Mermer's story. Mermer nodded. I have had the honor of meeting those two adults twice. The first time, my father took me to the city of Rodel to cure my premature aging. In a garden in a corner of the city, Lord Michaela happily put the wreath he had woven on Lady Marinia. But almost in an instant, the wreath completely withered and scattered away. The second time, Lord Michaela brought Lady Marinia to Sunshade City in person, and seemed to be quite interested in the execution methods of Sunshade City. Now thinking back, Lord Michaela always kept a childish face, but listened to my father's talk about the execution innocently and brilliantly, and even followed to observe the practice. That gentleman is also quite scary. I'm afraid he is here to find a way to suppress the scarlet corruption for Marlenia, Millicent suddenly said. Pollyanna immediately retorted, Huh? This is the so-called execution ground. Where is it possible to find any means of treatment? No, an excellent executioner must have a good understanding of the structure of the human body and have a very high surgical background. Michaela should be here for this reason. I made a guess, and Maremma agreed with my statement. Zero is right, and that's why Mr. Michaela entrusted us, Sunshade City, to make pure gold feet and arms for Marlenia, because at that time, Mr. Marlenia's right hand and legs had been severely eroded, constantly festering, decaying, and had already lost consciousness. You, and Zhang plucked up the courage to ask the adult, Are you in pain? What is pain? I no longer know that feeling. Because my brother is here, he will take away all the pain for me. I still remember clearly that at that time, Lady Marinia's smile was like the most beautiful flower in the world, even more dazzling than the golden tree. But, after returning from Galad with injuries, such a lady, actually, Finlay, have you found my brother? It hurts so much, brother. When Mermer met Marinia for the third time, the noble knights had already retreated from Galad. Finlay took a small number of troops, stayed in Sunshade City to rest, prepared to find a way to pass through the king's city of Rodel, and return to the Holy Tree of the North. When talking about this, Mermer was so angry that he gnashed his teeth, and was heartbroken. That damned rebellious golden man, still called the strongest general Shattered Star, kidnapped Lady Michaela, disturbed Lady Marinia's heart, and let his evil plan succeed, actually thwarted the unbreakable wing. President Nonsense bad things, you, don't talk nonsense, be careful that the Red Lions will come back and use you every day, Mermer. No, this is definitely not the work of that general. Unexpectedly, Millicent actually spoke out my true feelings. I came from Galad, I have seen that Shattered Star, and have also returned to that battlefield. They must have fought each other with all their strength, without any sinister tricks. But it was a sad and fruitless battle. Yes, is that so? Mermer was a little stunned, but still stammered to accept Millicent's statement. Since Millicent said so, I will do so as long as Mermer. After all, in his eyes, Millicent is already equivalent to the Valkyrie herself, especially after seeing the dancing of the water birds. Millicent then asked, after that, where did Marinia go? I only know that after leaving Sunshade City, Lord Finlay took Lady Marinia to the northern forbidden area. According to the noble knights who stayed here, their sacred tree still had to pass through the entire snowfield. But as far as I know, the snowfield is the end of the entire border area. There is no land except the vast ocean. God, Mermer said mysteriously. So, I speculate that with Lord Michaela's ability, perhaps he created a new world outside the border area. To go there must be a secret way. Chapter 357 Vows Determination. The so-called secret path to the holy snowfield, I believe that all the kings of Eldon, I don't need me to say more. It's nothing more than finding two secret symbols, and going through the Lord's great elevator behind the royal city Rodel, to get there. Of course, there are also other ways. All I know is to jump down directly from the hut, where Yunokasla was defeated, and then exit the game, and reload. After that, it seems that you will be resurrected at the Marika statue near the Golden Tree Incarnation, the boss monster of the holy snowfield below. However, this method should not be used now. I don't want to quit the game, but my life. Mermer obviously doesn't know this method, and I naturally won't tell everyone openly. Not to mention that after Marley and Marley knew about it, they would definitely clamor to go together. The Dusk is near Riley beside us is now a subordinate of the Blessing King. If he knew that we were going to the forbidden area, we would report it to the Evil Omen Teacher. Without a clear explanation, it is hard to say what the Evil Omen Teacher will do. So, Let's wait until the matter of the volcano official residence is resolved and return to the royal city of Rodel. And then have a good talk. After Mermer finished telling his story, he praised Millicent again, which made Pollyanna impatient. She shouted that she was exhausted and needed to rest. Mermer immediately turned into a hotel service manager and said excitedly, "There are still many rooms upstairs in this hall. If you are willing, you can rest as long as you want in the Sunshade City. But those ghosts, immortals, etc., will not break in?" I asked more cautiously. Mermer said confidently, although the sword of execution was taken away by Elamir. "This tower is after all a symbol of the executioner. The territory of the Mare family. Even if the prisoners had a few more courage, they would not dare to approach it." "Then you should have said it earlier." "If you had said it earlier, I wouldn't have to let those noble knights guard the elevator shaft. It might be more convenient to deal with Elamir together." "Forget it. It's all over." We followed Mermer. We had not noticed that there was a door in the corner of the city lord's hall that was not in the game. Behind the door was a staircase. Going up, there were several floors of rooms, whether on the road or in some messy rooms. The bloodstains had turned black. I'm afraid they were traces left by Elamir, who had killed all the members of the Mermer family. Mermer had put on his mask again, so it was impossible to see his expression. But his voice was still quite low. "It seems that it will take a lot of effort to rebuild the Mermer family." "But who is Elamir? He speaks in a mysterious way," Pollyanna asked casually. "He is also a well-known criminal under the Golden Dynasty." Mermer recalled for a moment. "If I remember correctly, Elamir came from a small country called Ak. But because the country was destroyed long ago, no one knows where Ak is. Is he the king of Ak? I remembered that before the battle, Elamir seemed to have persuaded us to surrender." But Mermer shook his head. "How is it possible? According to historical records, King Ak has already fallen on the battlefield. Elamir is just a freak who hunts others and seizes the so-called bell beats. Every dynasty is built on blood and bones, and the Golden Dynasty is no exception. And Elamir is probably the resentful soul of those who were conquered in all directions and destroyed by the Golden Dynasty at the border of Etong. The next time we meet, let's fight again and bring him rest." Lying on the bed. I thought so. Moreover, if I think about it carefully, if I can really repair the magic circle, there are still too many similar historical problems in this land, waiting to be dealt with. Not to mention the mad fire and the related wandering people, the scarlet corruption of Galat, the desecration of the volcano mansion. Oh, and the handling of the dead born. One by one, they are all big troubles. Knock, knock, knock. The sudden knock on the door interrupted my wild thoughts. "Come in." I sat up from the bed. It was Millicent alone who knocked on my door. "Zero, there is something I want to talk to you about." What's wrong?" "It should be about the Holy Snowfield. Oh, the premise is to enter the king's city of Rodel first, to find the teacher of the evil omen, and persuade him to unlock the seal of the forbidden area of the Snow Mountain, but I don't have time to accompany Millicent now. Or, please ask Riley to take these two sisters to meet the King of Blessing." Although the teacher of the evil omen criticized the rebellious golden brothers and sisters in the game, I guess, even if he is unwilling to open the seal, he should not make it too difficult for Millicent and Pollyanna. After all, the teacher's heart is longing for love and peace, and these two sisters are, in a sense, also the nieces of the teacher of the evil omen. Just keep Pollyanna's mouth shut, don't talk nonsense, and make the teacher of the evil omen angry. I quickly thought of the response and instructions, waiting for Millicent to speak. And she asked again, "Zero, you are going to the volcano residence next, right?" "Yes." "Then, I will go with you." "Huh?" "I haven't asked Pollyanna about this matter yet. I will ask her when the sun rises. However, although she may complain, she should come with us." Millicent had already understood Pollyanna's temper, and she couldn't help but smile. But I was stunned. This is really an unexpected plot change. The plot of the volcano mansion has nothing to do with Millicent. Wait a minute. I didn't appreciate Millicent's beautiful smile. I reconfirmed. "Millicent, you said you want to accompany me to the volcano mansion?" "Yes." "Why?" I asked. "What happened there has nothing to do with you and Marnia. Moreover, it will be quite dangerous." "Why?" After hearing about Marinia's things, I couldn't help but think about it. I am not as strong as that Valkyrie. After all, when I was tortured by the corruption disease, I also wanted to end myself several times. Millicent's left thumb gently rubbed the elbow of the prosthetic hand. But it was you, Zero, who brought me light, and made the scarlet corruption in my body stop wriggling, so that I could embark on the journey and find my mission. Now, although I am not proficient enough with this prosthetic arm, I can finally use the sword to repay your kindness. Alas, what is the favor? Don't be so rigid. Millicent, I am a little embarrassed. But you also need my strength. The road to the Volcano Mansion is not easy. There should be many powerful opponents like Elamire, Millicent said, and suddenly stood up slowly and walked towards the door quietly. So, please consider it. As soon as she finished the word next, she suddenly pushed open the door and looked outside. What's wrong? Just now. It seems that there is someone. Is it Pollyanna? Millicent shook her head. That's right, Pollyanna didn't need to be so sneaky. If she was discovered, she would definitely come in with a swagger, or rather, when she heard that Millicent was going to accompany me to the Volcano Mansion, she should have come in and shouted her thoughts. Who could it be? Maybe for you. Zero. You have helped many people, and you are used to it. Millicent closed the door and said in a lower voice. But for me, the power you gave me may be like the hope that Michaela gave to Marinia. Although saying this may make the two adults unhappy. But, Zero, if you need it, my sword will definitely be used by you. So please consider it. After saying this, Millicent opened the door and left. Maybe she is eager to try. When I came to Sunshade City, Millicent also had the idea of going to the Volcano Mansion with me, but at that time, she seemed to be a little hesitant, and asked if she needed them to accompany me. But tonight, Mibao's attitude was a little tougher, and she seemed to have made up her mind. Even if Pollyanna didn't want to, as long as I asked, she would follow. Alas, this is so difficult to decide. Chapter 358 Dark Night Fragrance. Think carefully, brothers. Before I clear the royal city of Rodel, and find a way to convince the blessed King Mungert, and unlock the seal leading to the forbidden area of Snow Mountain, even if Millicent and Pollyanna break into Rodel in advance, it may not be easy to go to the Holy Snow Plain, right? Besides, although Millicent is equipped with a prosthetic hand, and can freely perform the water bird dance, there are few opponents for her in the border area, but instead of letting these two sisters run around, it is better to take them to the Volcano Mansion together. Millicent herself has made such a suggestion. What reason do I have to refuse? Great, I can travel with Mibao again. Taking advantage of this opportunity, I can also find a way to let Millicent personally teach the water bird dance, so that when I meet the Valkyrie Marinia for the first time in the future, I can give her a big scare, hee hee. With such a beautiful dream in my heart, I closed my eyes in a daze, and took a short nap. When the day breaks, I will go and give Millicent a reply. The night seemed longer than I thought. The evening breeze rustled, blowing through the window. In the hazy and dark world, I seemed to smell a scent of flowers, coming from far away, and getting stronger, as if I was slowly walking towards a sea of flowers. Ding-ling-ling. Beside my ears, the bell rang softly. I seemed to hear someone calling anxiously, Lord Zero, wake up, Lord Zero. Melina. I suddenly opened my eyes, and almost at the same time, a cold chill rushed into my mind, making me shudder. Under the dim ceiling, a cold light flashed, and pierced my head. Assassin! I almost subconsciously rolled to the side, shrank to the corner of the wall, and at the same time grabbed the blanket on my body, and threw it directly to the side, where the dagger fell. The other party also jumped back quickly, and his companion also scolded softly at the same time. Damn it! I said to cremate him directly with the spark incense. You insisted on assassinating him first. Now you are discovered. TSK. What do you know? The power of the spark incense alone is not enough to kill the fated one instantly. It will wake him up anyway. In this case, it would be more effective to kill him with one blow while he is still lying in bed. I told you to come with me. But you just stood there. They seemed to be arguing. But 3 or 4 pairs of bright eyes, in the dark room, were staring at me vigilantly like jackals. They turned out to be those corrupt perfumers? Indeed. Dusk is near. Riley also said that since the war between Rodel and Volcano Mansion broke out, and Sunshade City was taken away by Elon Meyer, some people who obeyed Volcano's orders, the corrupt perfumers in the mansion hid in this mixed area. But I didn't expect that they would choose this time to launch a sneak attack on me. Did the escaped Elon Meyer order them to come for revenge? No. After the battle, Riley went to track Elon Meyer's whereabouts, and found that he had completely escaped from Sunshade City. So, are these guys taking advantage of Elon Meyer's departure to seize Sunshade City? But in any case, it is a big crisis now. Although the floral fragrance in the air is gentle and soft, it makes people's eyelids fight slightly. I'm afraid it contains a drug that can make people faint. If Melina hadn't woken me up in time, I would have been killed. Besides, listening carefully outside, everything is still quiet. I don't know how Millicent, Pollyanna, and others are doing. I have to find a way to make a quick decision. However, the room is too small, and the Night Star Fire is a long sword about 1.7 meters long, let alone using combat skills. I'm afraid I can't even swing it well. So, I'd better escape from the door first, go to the City Lord's Hall on the next floor, and then fight with them. I quickly made up my mind, and the other party had stopped arguing. 4 people, holding a small poison in one hand and a dagger in the other, attack me. It seems that they are also worried that the most powerful of all the perfume potions, the spark incense, will be difficult to control in a closed and narrow room, and they plan to use their numbers to fight hand to hand. I quickly grabbed the pillow and threw it at the 2 people on the left side of the end of the bed, and at the same time quickly turned over and got out of bed. Swoosh! A perfumer in the middle stepped forward quickly and swung his dagger directly at my throat as I just got off the ground. I leaned back and moved away, and after leaning against the wall, I kicked a nearby chair towards the guy on the far right, and made him stop temporarily. The perfumer who was approaching continued to swing his dagger at me. In addition, the other 2 people whose steps I blocked with a pillow at the beginning also stepped over from the bed, and prepared to trap me in the corner on the other side of the room. Swoosh! The incense in the air made me misjudge in a trance, and the opponent's dagger slashed my shoulder. The 4th person had also kicked the chair away and rushed towards me, and there was no place to retreat. I quickly activated my magic power, gathered it under my feet, and then kicked hard. Combat skill, Storm Foot. For these enemies who were only wearing cloth armor, this move interrupted their attacks, and it was quite easy. Taking advantage of the hurricane that shook the fallen perfumers, I picked up a vase from the wall cabinet and smashed it directly into the face of the person on the far right. He fell backwards, leaving a gap in the encirclement. Combat skill, Hound Step. Rushing forward quickly, I pushed him away and rushed out. But a sudden burning sensation came from behind, and when I pushed the door out, I rolled against the wall and extinguished some of the flames, and continued to run to the end of the corridor. Millicent, Pollyanna seemed to have been arranged to a higher level room by Mare, so she was not on the same floor as me. And if I remember correctly, there should be only 6 or 7 corrupt perfumers in the Sunshade City in the game, excluding the fact that more people were deployed. In reality, are more than half of them coming for me alone? I can only believe that Millicent and the others are alert, so I'd better take these people first, and finish them off in the hall below. Pulling out the Night Star Fire, the air gradually became fresher. The turbid smell of incense in the room finally dissipated. Just now, the operation of Rune's magic power was somewhat disturbed, which is why he was finally sprinkled with a small amount of spark incense by the other party. After running to the City Lord's Hall, I turned around suddenly. The 4 fallen perfumers naturally chased after me, but when they saw that I had stopped and was waiting for them, they could not help but slow down their pace and walked into the hall cautiously. They looked at each other. One of them took out the crimson pollen, and the other took out the golden pollen and sprinkled it on the brothers' heads. Suddenly, a faint golden halo appeared on their bodies, wrapping them like bubbles, and the perfumers' eyes gradually lit up with a manic red, and the amplitude of their breathing and panting became more obvious. The other 2 took out the perfume bottles and poured them into their mouths, and suddenly spit out earthy red and yellow-green sprays at me. This is poison spray and acid spray? Good. Good. Fighting boss. Right. After I put on my defense, I used the buff that increased my attack and the debuff that weakened my ability. I launched the attack again. I didn't dare to move forward rashly, so I set off a hurricane on the spot, and with the molten flames ignited by the Night Star Fire, I dispersed the 2 sprays that were rushing like a tide. But the next second, 2 figures actually held round shields and suddenly broke into my molten flame hurricane dance, raised their daggers, and stabbed straight at me. I had to interrupt the sword dance and step back. The other 2 perfumers immediately rushed out from the side, one holding a ball of red and yellow pollen, and rushed towards me. The pollen ignited in the hot air, and in an instant, it seemed to turn into a huge palm. which clamped me in the middle. I had to accumulate power like a spring at the moment when one foot landed. And then I kicked hard. And the hurricane lifted my whole body, avoiding the clamping of the spark fragrance from the air. The blade wiped my palm. Blood coagulated. And I stabbed the two perfumers in front of me. Combat skill blood flowing wolf howl. Those two guys obviously didn't know that my move had a second attack. And after thinking they had avoided the first stab, they rushed to attack. As a result, I was hit by the blood splatter and flew away. But my shoulders and arms were also scratched by them before they flew away. The fanatic incense, which stimulated their strong desire to attack, forced the fallen perfumer to bear the damage and give me the same damage. I quickly took out the Holy Grail bottle, replenished it, and turned around. I saw that a perfumer was applying incense to his companions to strengthen their defense and attack power. It was a little tricky. If I couldn't quickly deal with the 4 people at the same time, I should find a target first to cause casualties. 0. What's going on? Just when I made up my mind, I heard Mermer's voice behind me. He hurriedly drew out his rapier and stepped forward quickly. I'll help you. Since Mermer is here, it seems that Millicent and the others should be fine. Ta-da. The footsteps were approaching, but I suddenly drew my sword, turned around and slashed. Coincidentally, but, as expected, I parried the thrust of Mermer's sword. Why? Chapter 359, the villain should die because of talking too much. When Mermer was deflected by my sneak attack, under the silver mask, his eyes could not help but reveal full of surprise. And I asked him coldly, why? I want to ask you, why did you collude with the fallen perfumer to assassinate me, Mermer? Suddenly, the surprise and innocence in his eyes disappeared, and turned into indifference and a hint of contempt. Mermer did not take the initiative to answer, but directly ordered those fallen perfumers. What are you waiting for? Kill him. TSK, sure enough. This guy is not here to help me, but to deal with me together. However, just now I was worried about which one to deal with first, but now the goal is quite clear. Combat skill hound step. I started at the fastest speed, and swung the Night Starfire at Mermer. Fighting skill wolf attack blood dance, second stage. But to my surprise, Mermer actually turned sideways nimbly, not only dodging the attack, but also letting go and thrusting his sword straight at me. Because of the surprise, I was a little slow, and I felt a burning pain in my armpit and chest. Ouch. It's a little off. Under the silver mask, I seemed to see the cunning smile of this old man. I had to keep my distance temporarily. In an instant, 2 sparks of incense turned into big snakes, slithering towards me and biting me. I was forced to jump high again, but the moment I stood up, I regretted it. In the air, there is no place to hide. Boom, 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 large patches of fire covered my eyes. And without suspense, I was swallowed up. My whole body was burning, as if a plane quickly scraped my skin. I fell to the ground like a pile of garbage, and black smoke came out of my body. But the fragrance of flowers was overwhelming, and the sound of burning sparks was like the footsteps of the god of death, marching towards me without stopping. Cheer up. Myself, gritting my teeth, I rolled on the ground to avoid it. But soon, I was forced into the corner of the hall. As expected, you are not as outstanding as I thought. I heard the mocking voice of Mermer. Before the opponent came close, I stood up shakily. My eyes were slightly blackened by the smoke. I couldn't tell which one of the figures in front of me was him. The one who can accompany the goddess is me. It must be me. 0. You are far from qualified. The sword rang softly. I gritted my teeth, turned around and dodged subconsciously, and swung the knife at the same time. Mermer pushed back, and couldn't help but chuckled, but I also have to thank you for bringing Lady Millicent here. She is indeed the butt of the goddess, and the existence I have always longed for. You saw it, right? Lady Millicent's graceful sword posture is like a flying bird with wings spread, which is exactly the same as Lady Marlenia. Moreover, she is also deeply corroded by the scarlet corruption. But she is so tenacious and has a noble character, as brilliant as the golden tree in the sky. Mermer, have been pursuing and longing for the goddess all my life. It is fate. It must be fate that led Lady Millicent to come to this Sunshine city. He talks a lot. By the way, the one who was hiding at the door and eavesdropping just now. It must be this guy. Is it because Millicent is determined to travel with me that this man is jealous and wants to kill me? Never mind. I'd better take a sip of the Holy Grail bottle now. Swish. I just took a sip. And Mermer stabbed me with a sword, knocking my Holy Grail bottle down. Alas, why would such a Lady Millicent favor you? 0. Mermer's eyes were full of hypocritical sorrow, and the murderous intention was to kill me. However, thankfully, with the recovery of the Holy Grail bottle, my injuries have improved, and my somewhat turbid brain has also become clearer. Damn, there are more fallen perfumers around. There are 6 people in total, all recruited by Mermer. Are you trying to block me? Do you want to know why? I smiled contemptuously, and signaled to those fallen perfumers with my eyes. Valkyrie will naturally favor pure strong people, and will never rely on the power of others to be sneaky and cunning. Oh! Mermer's eyelids were obviously trembling slightly. Are you a strong person? What else? Compared to the guy who was beaten and fled by Ilame, and even his family members were slaughtered. I beat him back. Shut up. You just borrowed the favor of Lady Millicent, and you have the nerve to brag about it. Let me help you face the reality. Mermer thrust his sword at me again. I glanced at the fallen perfumers surrounding me, but they were like pillars of the ring, and there was no sign of movement for the time being. Hee hee. I fell into a trap. I also focused my whole heart on Mermer. The opponent was indeed good at stabbing, and I blocked several times in succession. But he always found opportunities to stab my fingers, shoulders, arms, or legs and feet, and easily injured them. It was too chaotic, too complicated, and I couldn't see Mermer's moves with my eyes alone. The stabbing sword came one after another, and it came one after another, like a downpour, blowing in my face. Bang. I retreated step by step, and before I knew it, my back hit the wall, and there was no place to retreat. Mermer smiled in his eyes, thrusting his sword, and rushed straight to my chest. Combat skills. Molten Flame Hurricane Dance. The scorching flames rolled up with a hurricane. Mermer was also wearing cloth armor, so he was naturally forced back by my move. Why? Aren't you trying to make me face reality? Although I'm at a disadvantage, I can't lose in terms of momentum, and while I'm constantly blocking, I seem to have found a weakness of Mermer. Humph. He tooted his lips, and gave a look to the perfumer next to him, who then gave him 2 cents of fanaticism and excitement. Are you trying to imitate the perfumer's desperate charge just now, to break through my move? It just so happens that I also want to practice my idea just now. Once again, Mermer came with his sword, but this time, I focused more on Mermer's eyes than on his sword moves. Left, right, left, left, right thigh. When the sword deflected the opponent's attack, Mermer was slightly stunned, stepped back, regrouped, and came again. Right, right, left, left, left side of the abdomen. Win. I blocked the last full-strength attack of Mermer's sword move again. I couldn't help but smile. Sure enough, Mermer's stabbing sword moves were indeed delicate and clever, with many variations. Just staring at his sword, it was too difficult to defend. After all, with a rapier, a slight twist of the wrist can change the attack. But with a long sword like Knight Starfire, it is difficult to do this. But as the city lord, this guy also said that he learned rapier because of his weak body. I am afraid that Mermer does not have much practical experience, so he himself did not find this weakness. His eyes always fall on the position he wants to attack the most, especially after the blessing of the fanatic fragrance, which makes his eyes red. This flaw is even more obvious when the third time, I blocked Mermer's attack, and chopped it with my hand, forcing him back. His sword moves have no effect on me. Mermer seems to have gradually realized this, and there is a bit of anxiety in his eyes. I looked around again, and after seeing that the fallen perfumers were still indifferent, I smiled easily. By the way, you have always been Millicent. Millicent said. Pollyanna also has a close relationship with the Valkyrie. But why did you only see Millicent? Mermer? Humph. Lady Pollyanna? Indeed. She also has the aura of that goddess. But how can she be compared with Lady Millicent? It is just a replica, and it does not have the calm and noble appearance of Lady Marlenia. Mermer really answered every question. But your words are hopeless, while blocking his attack. I changed the subject. By the way, do you want me to tell you a secret about Millicent? Mermer? Although Mermer did not respond, his eyes still reveal curiosity. They are flowers from Scarlet Ionia, and you know that Scarlet Corruption is a very fierce force. So do you think, just relying on ordinary floral scent, can intoxicate those two people? Mermer listened, frowning slightly, and then, suddenly realized. But it was too late. Insect silk attacked, bird soared. In just a moment, the fallen perfumer surrounding Mermer and me fell to the ground before they could react. Chapter 360, the second original Sin Jealousy. With Millicent and Pollyanna helping, in an instant, they completely suppressed the fallen perfumers, causing the situation on the scene to reverse. Mermer was even more dumbfounded, standing there motionless, even mumbling, Millicent. It's over, Mermer. The string in my heart was also slightly relaxed. I took a breath, and said to him with a smile. You talk too much, and you are too careless. As a villain, you are far from qualified. Mermer glared at me fiercely. But everything has been settled. The remaining fallen perfumers cannot be the opponents of Millicent and Pollyanna. All of Mermer's sword moves are no longer effective against me. He has no chance of turning the tables. The only unstable point is dusk is approaching Riley, who is still hiding in the dark. However, Riley is not a subordinate of Mermer, but a member of the Round Table faction, who came to investigate the current situation of Sunshade City under the order of the Blessed King. Although he was indeed protecting Marley before, but whether it was the assassination tonight, or now, Riley didn't seem to have any intention of interfering. It's better to be a little more careful. After I was sure of victory, I continued to say to Mermer with a chuckle, you are too obsessed with Millicent's opinion of you. Mermer, since you are determined to be the villain, you should force me into a dead end. Let everyone rush up and solve the problem first. But you are not convinced. And you want to beat me. So you were provoked and dragged it to the current situation. You. Mermer gritted his teeth. But why did you? Why did you guess that you were going to attack me from the beginning? I interrupted the other party and answered my own questions. It's a very simple process of elimination. Millicent and Pollyanna. It's impossible for them to attack me. If Riley really wants to assassinate, he doesn't need to find the corrupt perfumer in the city. And the only one left is you. Mermer. I'm afraid that when you overheard that Millicent voluntarily followed me to the Volcano Mansion, you wanted to kill me. After all, you just said that Millicent is as noble as the Valkyrie Marnia in your heart. What's more, she is not a god, but a mortal who is closer to you and me. She can be approached, touched, and even possessed. As I said, I couldn't help but look at Millicent. She just solved all the fallen perfumers, spun the knife casually, shook off the blood stains, and then put away the long knife gracefully, turning her head. In her golden eyes, the fierceness of the battle has not completely dissipated. But at the moment of contact with me, she naturally brought a kind of calming softness, as if saying to me, don't worry. Everything has been solved. The breeze outside the window blew gently, stroking the ends of Millicent's hair. There was still a little blood on her face, but it was like a proudly blooming crimson hibiscus, attracting people. Aw, how can anyone not like me, Bao? Who is so skilled in martial arts, tough and kind to others? To be honest, I also want to have him for myself. So why don't you sell him yet? Ahem, thinking about it, I blushed with excitement, and I seemed to feel Pollyanna's puzzled gaze in my peripheral vision, so I quickly resumed the previous topic about Mermer. No, but, in this case, my existence is a great obstacle for you. Your plan tonight, maybe, is to kill me and dump my body in the wild. And when Millicent asks about it tomorrow, you can tell her that I left alone. This way, you will be more likely to keep Millicent. Right? Mermer took a deep breath in silence, and admitted generously, that's right, I can't stand it. Why is Lady Millicent willing to wield her sword for you, and even treat you like Lady Michaela? Obviously you fated ones are just a group of sinners who were exiled outside the border, and took advantage of the dynasty crisis, and came back with a smug face. Okay, so you also brought discrimination against Atai. Right? By the way, Atai is not a sinner, nor did he come back with a smug face. I was resurrected in the chapel of the prince, do you understand? Prince? So, I want to duel with you, Zero. Mermer still didn't give up, and pointed the straight sword at me. If I win, the only one who can accompany Lady Millicent is me. You are not accompanying, but want to imprison Millicent in this Sunshade City. I will not continue to be polite, holding the Night Star in both hands. Ha! Mermer roared, and attacked me first. His eyes were fixed on my head and chest, and the rapier in his hand stabbed continuously, and very quickly. The sharp sword light. 1 point turned into 2 points. 2 points turned into 4 points. In the blink of an eye, It was like the stars in the sky, making it difficult to start. I wanted to block the opponent's attack according to the previous battle experience. After all, no matter how fancy and complicated his sword stabs were, he only had one weapon in his hand. Besides, Mermer was not as strong as me. After interrupting his rhythm, it was my chance. But what was unexpected was that all of Mermer's sword moves were aimed at my head and heart. These two vital parts. He seemed to have given up everything, since the final location of the sword was already known. He might as well just attack these two places. For a while, I was actually forced to retreat step by step. I failed to completely defend against a few moves, and my shoulder and cheek were stabbed, causing scarlet corruption to seep into the wound, as if a flame was burning inside. I can't be passive any longer. I stepped on the hurricane, and the Night Star fire ignited a scorching flame. Mermer's body was slightly shaken by the wind, but he quickly stood firm, and didn't even take a step back, and stabbed directly at my heart again. Is he trying to fight me to death, with the effect of the remaining excitement and fanatic incense in his body? But do you think my next move is the Molten Flame Hurricane Dance? I suddenly jumped up with the hurricane, avoiding Mermer's stab, and at the same time, the flames in the sword blade howled wildly, transformed into a turbid dragon, opened its mouth in midair, and bit Mermer directly. Lion slash changed to burning flame dragon slash. Roar. The fanatical fire swallowed Mermer's entire body in an instant, and with a plop, he fell forward to the ground. Ahem. I also quickly used the last bit of magic power to pat myself and pray. Healing of fire. At that last moment, facing the turbid dragon that was falling from the sky, Mermer did not retreat at all, but once again thrust his sword, and stabbed straight at me. My attack did give him a fatal blow, but Mermer's rapier also grazed my cheek, and the accumulated scarlet corruption choked my chest and lungs, and almost exploded. I turned around with the Night Star fire, looking at the gradually blackening figure in the flames, and I couldn't help but feel a little sad for it, and sighed. If you just want to accompany her, then go out together, travel together, and accompany her to witness the end. You don't want to give up your status as the Lord of Sunshade City, and you still wantonly want to manipulate the fate of others. Millicent is not Marenia, and it's not anyone's possession. So, you are really wrong. Mermer. However, he couldn't hear it anymore. The fragmented rune light gathered towards me, and this Sunshade City finally came to an end. Chapter 361 Sister Showdown. The Lord of Sunshade City. Mermer, colluded with the people of the Volcano Mansion in private, caused the decline of Sunshade City, and all the people of the clan were killed by the criminal Ironthorn. Elamal, including the Lord of the City. Mermer. After the incident of Mermer, dusk is near. Riley also appeared from the dark, and said indifferently that he would report the situation here to the blessed King Mondot. I simply thanked him, and then Riley left Sunshade City. The long night finally passed. I was a little tired, so I went back to the room to rest for a while, and waited until the sky was bright. When I went downstairs, I came to the Lord of the City Hall. I saw Millicent staring at the portrait of Marlenia again. At the beginning, I did intend to let her stay here to learn more about Marenia, but Marima has been defeated, and there is no point in continuing in Sunshade City. So, let's take Millicent with us to the Volcano Mansion, so that we can take care of her. Millicent, good morning. I smiled and greeted her. Have you eaten? Let's get ready and go to the volcano residence. Yes. Millicent retracted her gaze. I'll go get Pollyanna. I also collected the broken legs of the tables and chairs as firewood, started a fire in the hall, and grilled the steaks in my backpack. After a while, Millicent came back. But she was alone, and her face was full of worry and confusion. Zero, Pollyanna is not in the room. Did she tell you where she was going? No. I was also quite surprised. Pollyanna? This guy clearly. Every time she was on guard, she just slept well by herself. After the battle last night, did she not go back to sleep? But thinking back carefully, Pollyanna's expression at that time was indeed a little strange. After I said goodbye to Riley, when I saw her again, she just looked at me inexplicably, left indifferently without saying anything, and went back to her room. Could it be? Millicent seemed to remember something, and hurried out. Hey, wait for me. I had no choice but to stand up. Oh, the meat is only halfway cooked. Forget it. Let's put out the fire first, and go find Millicent. Besides, she seemed to know what happened to Pollyanna. I used the ice blade of Night Star fire to extinguish the flames, And then I hurriedly chased after Millicent. I chased after her all the way to the outside of Sunshade City, the only mountain gorge leading to the outside world. And then I saw the figures of the two sisters, but they stood facing each other, and the atmosphere between them was so solemn that there was no sound. Pollyanna, who was coming towards me, greeted me, which was rare. 0. You followed me as expected. Pollyanna, why are you here? I asked curiously, but she didn't answer. Instead, she slowly drew out her short sword, and equipped it with the holy mark that Gwei gave her. It's just right. This time you will be the witness. Ah, what do you mean? I was confused. Millicent asked, Pollyanna, you really don't want to continue to go with us? Huh? When did I say I must accompany you? Pollyanna snorted coldly. Millicent, don't forget. Your right arm. I cut it off. Draw your sword. Hey, wait a minute. It took me a long time to react, but I was still confused about the current situation. What's going on? What are you two going to do? Duel? If it were usual, Pollyanna would definitely scold me unhappily. You are too stupid, don't you understand this? But today, she kept silent. Her eyes were always fixed on Millicent, and she didn't care about me at all. I can only pin my hopes on Millicent. She sighed, and replied, Pollyanna, I don't want to fight you. But I do. Pollyanna did not give Millicent a chance to refuse. With that prosthetic hand? Your sword skills have almost recovered. In this case, today is the time to decide who is stronger between us. It's meaningless. But to me, it's very meaningful. Pollyanna took a breath, gritted her teeth, and continued angrily. It's because of your appearance that my father is always distracted, taking away all his love for us and giving it to you alone. Moreover, even though we only met once, even that pervert is crazy about you. This is so unfair. So, I have to prove that I am stronger than you. Much stronger. So that I can go back and tell my father that I am the flower he wants. The power. This is why I have to travel with you. You monster? She paused, and said, I don't need your hypocrisy. Since I have succeeded once, this time will not be an exception. I will kill you for real. And then go back and tell my father the good news. Is this news really good for Gwei? No. So, Pollyanna has been thinking this way. And she accompanied Millicent to the Sunshade City? Moreover, Marimer's evaluation of her seems to have further stimulated her competitive spirit. Ah, I shouldn't have asked Marimer what he thought of Pollyanna. Although I just asked him to irritate the gas tank at that time, so that he would be in trouble. But I never expected that there would be such a counter effect. I was racking my brains, trying to think of something else to say, to help the two sisters resolve their conflict. But Millicent sighed, then drew out her long sword. And her tone became cold. I understand. But I still have reasons to keep going. To find Marnia. To find my destiny. So, I'm sorry, Pollyanna. Who cares about you? As soon as Pollyanna finished speaking, she released her silk and shot at Millicent, while the other party was waving her sword to block. Like a rabbit, she moved quickly in small steps, approached Millicent, raised her dagger, and stabbed her eye socket. Millicent calmly dodged the other party's continuous attacks. And then, as if she had caught the moment when Pollyanna's offensive weakened and was ready to change her strength and continue to attack, she swung her sword. When the long blade and the dagger collided, sparks flew. But Millicent had been waiting for the opportunity, and this sudden and fierce full-strength attack broke Pollyanna's momentum, interrupted her attack rhythm, and she took a step back. It was this step that gave Millicent the space to counterattack. The water bird soared into the sky, and under the bright and dazzling sky, her blade seemed to absorb all the light around her, and only the sword circle she swung out was shining, even wrapping Millicent's whole body in it. Combat Skill Water Bird Dance. Chapter 362, Separation. Pollyanna was defeated. Of course, it is easy to imagine that. Water Bird Dance can be regarded as the strongest move of water flow sword technique, and it is also the ultimate move that the Valkyrie has mastered throughout her life, and it has made countless AT scream. Although the Water Bird Dance performed by Millicent is certainly not as good as Marenia, it is more than enough to deal with Pollyanna, who is wearing cloth armor and holding a dagger. In the moment of being engulfed by the sword light and shadow, Pollyanna's dagger was knocked away, and she herself was holding her bleeding right wrist, and her whole body was covered with fine wounds, staring at Millicent with resentment. You lost, Pollyanna. Millicent calmly put away the dagger, and added, Last time, you saved my life, so I will not take your life this time either. Don't regret it, Pollyanna said, picked up the dagger, and walked towards the long canyon road. Looking at Pollyanna's departing back, I asked Millicent, is this really all right? From the perspective of the game's plot, if Millicent could deal with Pollyanna now, she would be able to relieve a lot of pressure when facing the remaining sisters at the Holy Tree in the future. Millicent thought for a moment, then turned around and walked towards the city. Well, I'll ask those noble knights to find Pollyanna, so that nothing happens to her. I don't think that's what I meant. Forget it. As expected, Mibao has this kind of personality, and won't do anything to kill everyone. Wait for me here for a moment. 0. After it's over, we'll set off to the volcano residence. I sighed slightly and caught up with Millicent. I'll go with you. By chance, I also want to ask about what Pollyanna has been saying. That she cut off your arm. Millicent, do you remember what happened? To be honest, I don't remember it very clearly. Millicent recalled and explained slowly. Since I was born, the scarlet corruption has been creeping in my body, and many memories have been engulfed and corroded by it. Every time the corruption disease breaks out in my body, when I can't bear it anymore, I will lose consciousness and don't even remember what I did. However, only that time, when my arm was cut off, I vaguely remembered that I seemed to have killed someone. And then I was entangled by several forces similar to myself. I thought it was an illusion, a mental interference from the scarlet corruption that wanted to completely erode me. So I fought with all my strength, fighting them, until my arm was cut off. Now that I think about it carefully, those forces should actually be here to stop my Pollyanna and her sisters. I see. I remembered the red spirit of Millicent whom I met on the Ionan swamp near the town of Celia. Perhaps that was the afterimage of Millicent, who was approaching death and was desperately fighting against the scarlet corruption. However, according to Millicent herself, she was already tortured by the scarlet corruption and was unconscious at the time. She would regard everything approaching as a concrete illusion of the corruption disease that was eroding and torturing her. So the red spirit would take the initiative to attack. We found the venerable corruption knights in the Sunshade City, and they quickly agreed to Millicent's request. If Pollyanna is not going back to Gale, and wants to continue to the Forbidden Snowfield in the north, then take her to the vicinity of the Windmill Village, and find a golden masked master in Colin. Then, we will meet there, Millicent said. I will take you back to the Holy Tree. Let's just meet at the bridgehead of the broken bridge through the forest, because the golden mask and teacher Colin may not stay there forever. I reminded him. Yes. After leaving the Sunshade City, I said goodbye to the noble knights in the woods, looking at the backs of the 3 big sisters who were limping away to find someone. I suddenly became a little worried. Even if they found Pollyanna, they would be led around by the willful girl. I hope nothing serious will happen. I summoned Tourette, and with the help of the soul-rising cyclone, I helped Millicent and I fly to the rock wall next to the jungle and return to the road to transfer the sinners. The light of blessing flickered slightly at the opposite intersection. However, the suspension bridge connecting the 2 cliffs still looks cut off. As expected, we can't wait for the real world to refresh the map. We can't get to the Gmir volcano here, so what should we do? I suddenly had an idea, and summoned a hook and long rope from the blessing backpack, and then threw it to the other side. Whoosh! Bang! Watching the hook fall perfectly into the cliff. Damn, the distance is still not enough. Which bastard messed up the situation and cut off the only way to the volcano mansion? However, think about it carefully, the situation between the volcano mansion and the royal city Rodel is at a disadvantage now, and it is a common strategy to find someone to cut off the backup. After all, even in the game, the stone bridge leading to the gate of the volcano mansion was cut off, not to mention this small wooden suspension bridge. I stood on the cliff, feeling quite helpless. Looking to the southwest, as expected, is it only possible to go around in a big circle to reach the volcano mansion? Walk up the hill near the golden tree, cross the boiling river and keep going forward, pass a molten lizard and a hermit village, and you can go around to the first rest stop of the Rodel army, and then go to the volcano mansion from there. Just thinking about it, I feel that the road is so long. I can't help but sigh. Millicent, it seems that we have to change the road. Okay. Millicent didn't complain. However, it still feels a bit awkward to always let her ride Tourette with me. First, it's not easy to hurry. And second, it's too intimate. When I was with Leia before, I could still treat the little snake as my niece. But Meatball is different. Beauty and strength coexist. And now she gently wraps her arms around my waist. Riding a horse together. Sure enough. This is a little couple scene that can only be played in TV dramas. If Mimi watched such a live broadcast every day, I'm worried that she would hold a small handkerchief and cry in front of the screen. After all, I seem to have willfully postponed the time to enter the royal city to help her find her destiny. And I feel bad. I return to the jungle leading to Sunshade City. On the way, I met another ghost rider. Unfortunately, after I defeated the guy on his back, the ghost horse also disappeared and could not be used as a mount. I could only continue to lead Millicent through the jungle to the hill near the golden tree and snatched another Rodell horse from the camp. The soldiers were so angry that they shouted loudly and chased us all the time. And they didn't look back even when they ran to the opposite hill. It was already sunset, and the water splashed under the horse's hooves. In the cold evening breeze, there seemed to be a faint sound of horns, which made the Rodell soldiers stop in their tracks. In the dark ruins in front of us, we could vaguely see a light red figure rowing a boat, slowly sailing in the dark shallow water. Chapter 363, quickly past the boiling river. The ruins of Whiteham. Like the water-calling village of Ninjafew, this place was seriously affected by the death Prince Godwin, and has completely become a town of the deadborn. And that dark red figure, need not to be said any more, is naturally the old acquaintance Tibia's calling ship. No wonder the group of Rodell's soldiers dared not approach. If they were cursed with death, and became a member of the deadborn, it would be too much of a loss for them. Zero, are those all enemies? Millicent drew out the scissor-long knife. Accompanied by the horn of the calling ship, under the ground of this ruin, one pale skeleton hand after another, suddenly grabbed out, scaring the war horn under Millicent and neighing. I also quickly replied, we must find a way to deal with the calling ship. Otherwise, the dead-born will continue to appear. Okay. Then let my sword lead the way for you. Millicent pulled the reins, and actually rode her warhorse directly towards the calling ship. I didn't have time to stop her, so I could only call Torrid to hurry up. Gah. Ga. The dead-born were like Vietnam veterans, suddenly pouring out from the alleys of the ruins like a flood. But what they were about to face was the sharpest sword of the Atai. Combat skills. Waterbirds dancing. Millicent suddenly leaped up from the back of the warhorse, like a flying butterfly, lightly passing between the dead-borns. But the flapping wings of the butterfly brought up a storm of blades, and just a slight scratch. The dead bodies and bones were shattered into pieces. Taking this opportunity, Torrid and I easily passed through the alleys of the ruins where the crowd was surging. Woo woo woo, and the old man from Tibia blew the horn even louder. Under the shallow water, a huge skeleton arm suddenly rose up, creating a curtain of water and slapping me directly. Torrid, get out of the way. The spirit horse whistled softly, and just as the huge skeleton hand slapped down, I nimbly jumped to the side twice, passed between the skeleton's fingers, and avoided the opponent's attack. Roar. Looking forward, the guy has turned into a giant. Half of his body emerged, opened his mouth and roared at me, and the black and white death light also gathered in front of his mouth at the same time, getting brighter and brighter. Good fellow, you still want to destroy the death light, right? But the remaining distance is almost enough. At the moment when the opponent's death light burst out, I directly activated the fusion release from Torrid's back, making the opponent's death light pass through it, spraying onto the water surface, causing a large splash of water. Combat skill hound step. After landing, while the old dang of Tibia thought that the big skeleton he summoned had easily solved us, I drove the wind and suddenly rushed to his side. The long sword thirsted for blood, turned into a crimson blood moon, and suddenly smashed down on the opponent. Combat skill, Crimson Blood Moon Slash. Although there is nothing wrong with the strategy, Millicent used Waterbird Dance to deal with those annoying monsters, while I went straight to the heart of the matter and dismantled Tibia's calling ship. But this old dang, you are too good at running. You are the real runner in the magic circle. Damn, since he confidently summoned the big skeleton to fight me at the beginning, but he almost split his old bones in two with a knife. The summoning ship basically ran away as soon as it hit me, and the distance of teleportation was so far, it ran from the east to the west of the village in a flash, and even hid on the hill behind the ruins. Luckily, I remember several hiding places of the summoning ship in the game, and I am no longer the young man who first saw the summoning ship, and even my combat skills are only Blood Slash and Wolf Attack Blood Dance. Relying on the hound's ghostly movement, I finally succeeded in beheading Tibia's summoning ship. The first dead root in reality, got it. If there is a chance, find another opportunity later, Go and exchange items with the Beast Senior. Cool range of Galad. Of course. There is also the magic call of Tibia. Caw, just as I was still feeling the hairy feel of the dead root like a sweet potato. A skull suddenly appeared from the side, which scared me. I kicked it to the ground. The call boats have been dealt with. As for the dead borns left in the village, let's talk to the evil omen teacher later and ask him to send soldiers to clean them up. I quickly called Millicent and ran from the mountain road on the side of the ruins of Whiteham. Boiling river. When we were in the ruins of Whiteham, the water temperature there already made people feel a little warm. And the deeper we walked into the source of the river, the more the damp and hot feeling was like a ball of cotton, blocking people's faces. It's so hot. Like a sauna. I couldn't help but complain. Fortunately, the boiling river is not a closed environment, and the temperature of the volcanic area on the top should be higher. So there is no fog in the valley. Suddenly I remembered that this is where the old bastard Patch kicked 8 down from the first rest stop on the top. Moreover, from the gap between the mountains, you can also see the mountain road leading to the main gate of the volcano official residence on the other side of the cliff. This time, if I meet that bald guy, I will definitely kick him down from above. Or, I will pretend to fall into the trap first, then grab his feet with my backhand and throw him down. Hee. Quack. Quack quack quack. Just as I was grinning, imagining Patch's surprised expression when he was tricked by me and fell off the cliff, I heard the noisy and strange croaking of frogs. I saw cute creatures with lizard bodies and frog heads with big eyes suddenly emerging from the shore of the boiling river. I just said that there was no fog in the mountains. But as soon as these guys saw Millicent and me, they began to spit out clouds of black smoke, trying to curse us to death in this valley. There was no grudge. This was the nature of Autai, who hated people and dogs. And it was still a familiar smell. Too lazy to bother with them. I quickly said, Millicent, be careful not to breathe in the dirty air. 0. Be careful above your head. Above your head? When I looked up, I saw large black shadows falling from the night sky, as if it was raining people, splashing hot water everywhere. It turned out to be those skinny immortals. Although in the game, the same location has the same ambush, but the immortals there are directly spawned from midair. In reality, what's wrong with these guys? Why would they fall from the volcano? Could it be that the volcano mansion deliberately abandoned the former sinners on the mountainside as a trap? After all, the top of this boiling river is the Gmir volcano. But to be honest, it's better to release a few more monster hands than these stupid immortals. You don't have any in the volcano mansion. Quack. Quack. Forget it. Why bother with so much? The cursed frogs behind are almost chasing us with the curse of death smoke. Why don't you hurry up? I urged Tourette to leave, of course. When I passed a golden phantom tree, I still stopped to collect some golden seeds. Adding the extra one I collected before, this way, I can get another bottle of fruity orange. A total of 8 bottles, 8 recovery opportunities. Ah! It was so hot! I just stood in the water for less than half a minute, and my feet felt like pig's trotters, and they were about to be boiled. Fortunately, the end of the boiling river is just ahead, although the mountain road is getting narrower and narrower, and from time to time, there will be several hot interstitial springs gushing out from the bottom of the riverbed. But Tourette is a very smart horse. He easily led me and the warhorse under Millicent out of the steaming boiling river. It was already getting light. Ahead, a fortress was located in a corner of the cliff. In front of the fortress, the gray smoke stretched to the still gray sky. There were broken wooden barriers everywhere, and there were Rodel soldiers lying on the ground, and old women wearing red robes and holding long staffs like crimson thorns. Those were believers who believed in the power of fire. But fire could destroy the golden tree. The golden dynasty naturally could not tolerate their existence. The fire believers could only scatter everywhere. Those who stayed on the Yatan Plateau naturally belonged to the volcano mansion. Be careful. 0. I'm afraid a battle has just taken place here. Millicent reminded me softly. I was about to respond. Suddenly, there was a scream in front of me, and the wooden barrier blocking the road was suddenly knocked away. A green-skinned fire chariot used its spikes to penetrate 3 or 2 Rodel soldiers, as if the giant's head was going to stuff them into its mouth and bite them. The soldier driving the chariot soon discovered Millicent and me, and immediately shouted, "Come here! Rodel's reinforcements are here!" The blazing wind was hot, and the horn sounded. In the blink of an eye, one after another, the fire believers in red robes emerged from all over the rocks. Is this road blocked? Chapter 364 ahead. There is a dragon. A clay dragon. Millicent and I finally ran out of the boiling river basin. But as soon as we got here, we were treated as reinforcements sent by Rodel, and were besieged by the fire believers in the Lido fortress, which was affiliated with the volcano official residence. Old women in red cloaks raised bundles of thorns high, and with the burning red flames on the top, they suddenly poked the ground. The red thorns were like a school of flying fish leaping on the water, rushing towards us. Get out of the way! Millicent and I quickly separated to dodge. Almost in the next second, a large cluster of thorns suddenly bloomed from under our feet, like a drill that broke through the sky. And the chariot of fire came next, spewing hot flames, and rolled over me and Tourette. Just in time. I've always wanted to try that trick. Tourette, please! I clamped my legs tightly around Tourette's waist and abdomen, and it immediately understood my idea. When the fire chariot's breath came towards us, Tourette suddenly made a double jump in the direction of the chariot, and before it dissipated and returned to the spirit whistle ring, I took advantage of Tourette's back to make a third jump, and flew directly over the top of the fire chariot. Night Starfire stabbed into the ventilation window on the top of the chariot with a knife, and started to mess around inside. Caw. I don't know what mechanism was touched. The fire chariot suddenly rotated on the spot, danced ballet, and the flames did not stop at all. That's not right in the game. After Atai's execution destroyed the fatal weakness of the chariot, shouldn't it be stuck in place and unable to move, and then exploded? Oh no! The car closed its eyes, spun, jumped, and I don't know which stone it hit, and I was directly thrown out on its head. I was tumbling in the air for 2.5 weeks, and then I fell hard to the ground, and the fire that blew over my back burned me. I wanted to be a real man and not look back at the explosion, but in the end I was burned to a crisp. Of course, the chariot of fire was not much better. Like a bumper car, it collided with various rocks, and then exploded with a loud bang. But if you hurt the enemy, you will lose 800. In the future, I will just grab it and drive it myself. I made up my mind and quickly got up from the ground. On the other side, Millicent turned the blade and gracefully dealt with the flame believers who surrounded her like a flying dragon. But the opponent's help continued to come. Even a rain of fire and meteors suddenly fell from the sky, hitting the remaining Rodel soldiers on the battlefield and screaming. Even the silver fat man guarding the fortress, the flame leader, ran out. He took the red iron hammer and started the bishop charge, crushing a Rodel knight directly onto a rock, and crashed into a bloody flower. Then, the archbishop looked towards us again. This guy is not difficult to deal with. But the fortress still has a large number of people, and there are 4 or 5 fire chariots galloping in this mountain area. The fighting Rodel soldiers obviously can't hold on for much longer. Millicent and I are not really here to support them, so let's not make trouble for ourselves. While they can still help us stop some fire believers, we should leave here quickly. Thinking of this, I summoned Tourette again and shouted to Millicent, Millicent, let's go first. There is no need to entangle here. Okay. Millicent also got back on the warhorse, followed me, and went around the edge of the battlefield. But the bishop really set his sights on us, rubbed the sledgehammer on the ground, aimed at the direction we were going, and tried to intercept us. Oh, this guy also made a roar like a train. All I could do was yell, Tourette, run! Well, even with the blessing of fighting skills, how can a human's speed be faster than a horse's? Millicent and I quickly escaped from the battlefield in front of Lido Fortress, and went straight forward. As soon as we stepped on the dark ground, green smoke came out. In front of us, a red light crossed our way. It was the magma flowing down from the crater of Mir, forming a lake. The rising flames even dyed the clouds in the sky with the same color. If I remember correctly, after crossing this lake, we can go to a hermit village, where the magic of the wizards, Comet Azrael, is obtained. Of course, I will not forget that before crossing this magma lake, a lava earth dragon will emerge from it. It is better to say that I have already seen that big guy, like a crocodile lying in the shallow water to bask in the sun. The huge lava dragon lay in the lava lake, seemingly still asleep. It did not rush over aggressively when it saw Atai like in the game. That was perfect. Just go around it. Tourette, it's up to you. Just rush over. I clamped Tourette's waist and abdomen. The other party also rushed directly into the lava without hesitation. However, the neighing of a warhorse came from behind. No matter how much Millicent pulled the other party, The warhorse stopped at the edge of the lava lake and refused to move forward. Ah, that's right. Torrit is a spiritual horse, and he has inherited the power of the two ancestral kings underground. So he is naturally not afraid of the mountains of swords and the sea of fire, and has stronger endurance. But Millicent's warhorse is an ordinary beast, and it may not be able to withstand the boiling molten flames. Besides, unlike in the game, the lava lake crosses the entire mountain, estimated to be about 30 to 40 meters wide. There is no place to go around. Then I can only give it up here and go back to pick up Millicent. Thinking so, I pulled Torrit to run back, but I heard a dull panting sound beside my ear. Turning around, I saw the lava earth dragon opened its eyes, raised its body, and looked at the person who disturbed its sweet dream. Oh, and the flame leader was still like a bulldozer, still chasing us relentlessly. Millicent, come here. I reached out my hand to Millicent, and she naturally grasped it, then jumped off the horse's back and flew behind me. Go, Torrit. Roar. The lava earth dragon roared as expected, treating us as invaders. This guy didn't chase us directly, but blocked the center of the lava lake, and then swung his tail violently. Suddenly, the surging lava turned into waves, rushing towards us. Torrit, jump! I had just given the order, but Millicent immediately shouted, no. 0. Let Torrit run back. Torrit also turned his head immediately, and saw that the surging magma wave was just a cover. Afterwards, the lava earth dragon picked up its earth dragon scale sword, like a spoon, and brought a handful of magma directly to the ground. It was like a big net. Even before it fell on me, I could still feel the burning heat of the molten flame, as if it was going to peel off a layer of skin. It was indeed thanks to Millicent's reminder, and Torrit's own quick judgment. Otherwise, after we crossed the waves, we would have been immediately covered by the large net. As soon as we returned to the shore, the fire bishop had already caught up, and the lava dragon, as if infected by the fire bishop, also roared, opened its mouth and spewed molten lava, and rushed towards Millicent and me. Every step, it seemed to shake the earth, and every step, the molten lava splashed everywhere, and the thick lake was slightly rippled. Damn, we were trapped from front and back. Moreover, I always felt that if we didn't deal with this stinky earth dragon, it would not let us go easily. Alas, since we can't skip class, we have to fight on. Chapter 365, a blood-boiling combo. Facing the double-sided attack of the fire bishop and the lava earth dragon, I had to say to Millicent, it seems that we have to deal with them here before we can move on. And Millicent seemed to have the same idea. Deal with the bishop first, then deal with the earth dragon. No, I'll leave the bishop to you, Millicent. I'll help you delay this big guy first. Okay. Millicent didn't hesitate at all. She got off the horse directly, raised the scissor-long knife, and rushed straight towards the bishop. And I faced the earth dragon that was spitting molten lava, and rushed like a dump truck, tightened the reins. Torrit, let's charge. Torrit understood, and jumped straight towards the big earth dragon. Just as the opponent approached and suddenly sprayed molten lava, we used the same trick again. Torrit nimbly jumped twice, dodging the attack while taking me into the air, and I used its back to jump to a higher position. Fighting skills: Scarlet Blood Moon Slash. The Night Star Fire, with a waterfall of blood, slammed into the brain of the lava earth dragon. Bang. It was as hard as ever. Even my strongest fighting skill now only left a shallow scar on this guy's head. It was in pain and raised its head hard, and then pushed me out. It flipped a few times in the air and landed safely on the ground. Hiss. Oh my god, it was so hot. I was wearing the Kalia armor, and I stepped on the black rock hardened by the magma. After a while, the burning feeling actually burned my feet. If you say, the boiling river is like steaming pig's trotters, the molten black rock is like grilled meat on the iron plate, I was burned like an ant on a hot pot, so I had to hurry up and attack. Roar! The lava earth dragon stood up, and the scale sword brought up the scorching molten lava, and slashed at me in the air. Instantly, the molten lava turned into a rain curtain, and attacked me. But combat skill, hound step, I gathered rune magic into my legs, avoided the attack at the speed of the wind, and approached the lava earth dragon. Then, the blade slashed across my left palm, brought a stream of blood, and slashed at the opponent's sturdy legs and feet. The lava earth dragon has thick skin and flesh, and is highly resistant to both fire and ice attacks, so bleeding attacks are my best choice now. Of course, this guy is weak to sleep. However, I don't have any hypnotic props at all. Roar! The lava earth dragon couldn't catch my ghostly figure, and was chopped all over by me using the blood-style combat skills, especially the legs. It suddenly turned sideways, rolled half a circle to distance itself, and swung its sword to slash, to prevent me from getting closer. So I also stepped back, took a breath, and took out the Holy Grail bottle to recover. Glancing at Millicent's side, similarly, the Fire Bishop was beaten up by the flowing water sword technique. The opponent's hammer couldn't swing the agile Millicent at all, and it took a lot of effort for him to turn around with his chubby body. In this time, Millicent had already chopped him on the back and pulled away at the same time. It can only be said that the bishop's only advantage was his thick armor. But Millicent's swordsmanship was extremely exquisite. Each strike landed on almost the same position. Even a drop of water can wear away a stone. Under the continuous slashes, the bishop's armor also oozed blood scars. Roar the lava earth dragon roared angrily, drawing my attention back. It seemed that it had completely lost its way with my agility, gave up attacking with the scale sword, opened its mouth, and started the lava mud truck again. Without Torret's help, with my own ability alone, I couldn't jump over the opponent's dragon head directly, so I could only dodge to the side. And this guy didn't even stop, turn around to continue attacking, but went straight back into the magma lake. Gurgle gurgle. Oh oh oh. Behind me, there was another roar like a train. Zero, be careful, he's coming at you. Millicent's reminder followed. I saw that the Fire Bishop also started his charge mode, swung the sledgehammer, and rushed towards me. I dodged to the side again. Good fellow, he didn't care at all, and also plunged into the magma lake. Oh oh oh. Roar. After a while, the roar of the earth dragon seemed to resonate with the bishop's charge, and the two guys rushed back to the shore from the magma lake with molten flames. Millicent and I naturally couldn't resist their attack, so we could only avoid them to the side. And they staggered tacitly, one on the left and one on the right, and rushed back to us with a pincer attack. TSK. I met two wheelchair people again. In the game, I hate the earth dragon's molten mud truck the most. And now, even the Fire Bishop's hammer seems to have absorbed the power of molten lava. The bishop's charge would originally only leave a short-lived red fire on the ground, but now, it has turned into scorching molten lava. Okay, mixed the lava dragon by 20. I smacked my lips, and had no choice but to dodge again. Hiss. I felt a burning sensation under my feet, so hot that I almost cried like a cat. I turned my head, and it turned out that I accidentally stepped on the lava path left by the two guys' dump trucks. Although the temperature is probably lower than the lava in my concept, and my feet melted without touching them, but it's almost the same. It's too hot. My feet are hurting so much just by stepping on the ground. Oh oh oh. Roar. Come again? The Fire Bishop and the Lava Dragon used the same trick again. Not long after they circled back to the lava lake, they drove the dump trucks back to the shore. The black lava rocks on the shore were already terribly hot. The red lava didn't dissipate after it covered us. It also painted other places, like a painter on the man and the dragon. I realized that they were not coming for Millicent and me. Their primary purpose was probably to bring the lava to the shore, so that they could devour us step by step and compress the space we could dodge and move. In my ears, I even heard a cry from the roar of these two guys. You didn't expect it. This is our exciting combination skill. I have to admit, it was really hot. In a blink of an eye, Millicent and I were separated, leaving only about 2 cubic meters of hiding space. Oh! 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 Roar! The magma combination rushed over again. This time, even if they didn't crush us directly, they would drag us into the magma area. The lava earth dragon is needless to say. The Fire Bishop himself believes in the flame of blazing fire, and with a fire-resistant armor, compared with my neutral armor and Millicent's cloth armor, it also has an absolute advantage. I gritted my teeth and had to quickly summon Tourette, and then ran towards Millicent to pick her up before the magma combination came. Zero. They are not easy to deal with. Millicent was also a little worried. At present, there is almost no place for us to stay nearby. In addition to Tourette, there are only a few reefs that can still show their heads above the magma. The battle space was extremely compressed. Relying on Tourette alone, Millicent and I had no good way to attack. Roar. The lava earth dragon chased very fast. It had already turned around, brought up the surging tide of magma, and rushed straight towards us. Stepping on the hot magma, Tourette, who was carrying 2 people, could not exert his full speed. He could only watch the distance being pulled closer and closer. The magma tide was about to burn Tourette's buttocks. If only there was one more spirit horse. And at this moment, in the magma lake, a familiar voice came. Oh, I just heard that the voice just now was quite familiar. Isn't this Brother Zero and Millicent? Oh, it's the Savior. Chapter 366. The hero appears, seeing the molten earth dragon slapping the molten lava, as if riding a wave to engulf us, the round, chubby hero confidently folded his arms and made a brilliant appearance in the center of the lava lake. Brother who? I shouted excitedly. That's right, my friend. In the game, when Atu passed by here, he did meet the warrior who? Iron Fist Alexander, who was taking a bath at the location where the lava rolled down from the Gmir volcano to exercise a stronger body. It was just a little unexpected that, in reality, Alexander, who had not been seen for a long time, really happened to be nearby. It seems that you are in trouble, Brother Ling. Alexander seemed to have accomplished his mission, with a proud smile in his words. As he said this, he rubbed his fists and rushed towards us quickly. Could it be that brother who was preparing to block the impact of the lava earth dragon's dump truck? Brother who? Be careful. I couldn't help but shout worriedly. Brother Ling, get behind me. But Alexander was full of confidence, and rushed directly towards the lava earth dragon, and shouted as usual, I am Alexander the Iron Fist, the dragon that gave birth to magma. Witness my strength that has been tempered by thousands of hammers. The lava earth dragon would naturally not stop in fear of Alexander. It also roared, and continued to rush forward with all its strength. Roar ha! Alexander raised his fist and bent his arm to accumulate strength. When he was about to collide, he also turned around to increase the power of his fist, and then hit the lava earth dragon's chin with all his strength. Boom! The dull sound spread across the lava lake. Brother who? The lava earth dragon seemed to have really stopped after being hit by Alexander's full-strength blow, but the next second, the earth dragon suddenly arched its big head forward. Iron Fist. Alexander flew up in a perfect arc. Brother who? Plop! A huge red lotus of fire splashed on the lava lake, and then, Brother who rolled on the lava for several circles like a wheel, and then slowly stopped. I hurried over with Millicent, riding Tourette. Brother who? Are you okay? Ha ha ha. The dragon's power is really amazing. The old wounds on my pot were almost broken by it. Alexander was as optimistic as ever. Be careful. If it breaks here, I won't be able to pick up the broken pot for you. I couldn't help but complain. However, it can't be said that it was completely blocked. Brother whose full-strength attack seemed to have smashed the front teeth on the lava earth dragon's chin, causing the earth dragon to roll on the spot in pain, and did not chase us immediately. At the same time, it also hindered the charge in pursuit of the fire bishop, allowing us to catch our breath for a while. Millicent asked curiously, Alexander, are you not afraid of the molten fire? Iron Fist body. Not afraid of fire. I still feel that the temperature of the molten lava here is not high enough, and it is not enough to make my body never break. Ha ha ha. Alexander stood up. Millicent then asked, then, can you please take me with you to fight? Zero and I are both riding on Tourette, and neither of us can do anything. Ah, I was thinking the same thing, and was going to ask Alexander for help. And the other party naturally agreed cheerfully. Roar. The earth dragon roared again, but the sound was a little leaky. Its golden eyes stared at Alexander fiercely, and slapped the lava again, and rushed towards us. No, to be precise, it rushed towards Alexander. Tourette took me, Alexander, Millicent, and the others went in different directions, but the lava earth dragon didn't take us seriously at all, and just chased Alexander. And the fire bishop was also separated on the other side of the earth dragon. In other words, I was completely left alone now. This is a great opportunity. The lava earth dragon has thick skin and flesh. I must use an attack stronger than the Scarlet Blood Moon Slash. An attack stronger than the Blood School, a stronger force. Roar! The roar of the lava earth dragon awakened me. Got it. Speaking of dragons, I have been blessed by the strongest ancient dragon clan, Lansanks. I immediately took out the holy seal on my finger, and searched for the prayer rune of the ancient dragon in my mind. Ah! In front of me, Lansanks' beautiful and powerful figure seemed to appear immediately, and then, she used the red thunder as a pen, and drew a thunder pattern in my brain. Boom! Thunder exploded in the clouds. When I opened my eyes again, red arcs of electricity were already wrapped around my body, and the surging power surged in my body along with the arc light. Thank you, Lansanks. I couldn't help but laugh softly, and then, looking at the lava earth dragon twisting its waist and legs. Let's go, Tourette. Phew. Tourette waded through the molten lava, and in the blink of an eye, he caught up with the lava earth dragon. Right now, it raised its hooves, quickly jumped up in 2 steps, and then I jumped on its back, and landed on the back of the earth dragon. Combat skill modified red thunder blood moon slash. Boom! I heard the sound of explosion, and my whole body seemed to turn into a red thunder blade, and chop directly on the back of the lava earth dragon. With one slash, the hot blood gushed out of the opponent's body, and splashed all over me. Roar! The lava earth dragon roared, and stopped. But it's not over yet. An idea flashed in my mind, the power of the ancient dragon, and then the thunder and lightning sheep ball. My body still remembered the way to perform that rather funny fighting skill, and I rolled forward with the night star fire, and my whole body seemed to have turned into a wheel with a blade, and sparks and lightning all the way on the back of the earth dragon, and rolled directly from the tail vertebrae to the dragon's head, and then flew out. Roar! Although the wound was not as bad as the first one, the one combined with the lion slash, but with the rolling of the sheep ball, this knife almost cut through the entire back of the earth dragon, making it completely unable to resist, and roared loudly, and fell on the magma. And Tourette had already surpassed the body of the lava earth dragon, and just caught me falling from midair. Now! I turned my head quickly. The lava earth dragon was still in the state of being executed. So I gave him another attack. Tourette was also smart, and used the same trick with me again. He turned around and rushed straight to the big head of the lava earth dragon. The night star fire brought the surging red thunder, and flew into the air with me again. And this time, with Blaze's wolf attack, combined with the power of the red thunder of the ancient dragon lance Sanks, the thunder exploded on the forehead of the lava earth dragon. Puff! The whole long sword went directly into the opponent's skull. I twisted the sword again, and poured all the power accumulated in my body along the night star fire. But seeing the red thunder running away, the wound on the back of the lava earth dragon, like a fountain, suddenly splashed a 6 or 7 meter high curtain of blood. The lava earth dragon also completely lost its ability to fight. The golden rune glow, with the dragon's heart, gathered on me. I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. I stood on the dragon's head, and pulled out the long sword. Turning back, look at Alexander and Millicent. The fire bishop launched a lava charge towards the warrior's pot without knowing what was good for him. But Alexander still did not dodge or evade. He raised his fist to gather strength. When the opponent rushed to him, he punched directly on the opponent's hammer. This broke the earth dragon's front teeth and stopped the opponent's attack. The fire bishop was hit by this overbearing force. He couldn't help but let go of his hand and step back to avoid it. Then, his eyes should be completely covered by a knife light as bright as the moon. Great enemy felled. Chapter 367 Let's Wrestle. Bear bro. Thanks to Alexander's help, the duo swimming in the magma finally became completely silent. Millicent. Alexander. I stood on the dragon head, unable to suppress the excitement in my heart, and greeted the two. But in the afterglow, a bright red came from the direction of the lake. Oh no! It was the group of fire believers in Leto Fortress. There are also several fire chariots. They have completely dealt with the Rodel troops at the door. And are they coming to us to support the Archbishop? Looking from the dragon head, it seems that there are a few golden figures sticking to the volcanic cliff, trying to sneak around the fire believers. But I can't care so much, because I was fighting in the lava all the time. Although I was mostly riding on Tourette's back, I also had to keep supplies to maintain Tourette's condition. After all, whether it was him or myself, if we accidentally took the attack of the lava earth dragon, we might be the ones to sink in the lava. Therefore, the number of times the Holy Grail bottle on my body can be restored is limited. At this time, facing this mighty army again, of course, the best strategy is to run away. I quickly changed my words and reminded loudly, the group of fire believers are attacking. Run quickly. I dropped the earth dragon beast, rode on Tourette, and Alexander also carried Millicent, following us all the way through the magma lake. God, just after running away from this scorching land, before I had time to catch my breath, a group of gray figures suddenly jumped out from behind the rocks on the side of the road. Like robbers who blocked the road, the little Asians raised their weapons and showed off their power to us. But they really chose the wrong opponent. Our faces sank, and we suppressed their noisy voices. If I can't deal with the troops of the flame believers, is it possible that I can't deal with you? Just be careful. The little Asians on the volcano side can also throw flame pots, and the damage is quite high. Bang, look. Just as I finished speaking, A fire pot exploded at my feet. Looking for a fight, I rushed forward quickly and blew off the stinky subhuman's head with a sword. Wow, wow. Ah. 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 Now they knew they were scared. The remaining 3 or 2 subhumans hurriedly ran along the mountain path into the inside. Don't run. Of course, we didn't chase them on purpose, but we were just moving in the same direction. But just as we passed the mountain path, and a dilapidated village appeared in front of us, a thunderous roar suddenly frightened people so much that their hearts stopped for a moment. Roar. Oh my god, it's my dear bear bro. The roar was still echoing in my ears, and the ruined bear had rushed out from behind a dilapidated house, opened its mouth wide, and rushed towards me with saliva dripping from it. It was like an instinctive reaction of the body, and I subconsciously turned around and ran. But Alexander was not afraid at all, and rushed forward. I am Alexander the Iron Fist. Oh, ruined bear of the volcano, let's compete with me. Roar. The ruined bear suddenly pounced on him, but Alexander had no intention of dodging, and directly attacked with both fists, forcibly using his body to block the opponent's palms, while his fists were against the ruined bear's shoulders. But ruined bear was really strong. Without any pause, he hugged Alexander and pushed him back. This route was bad. There was a cliff behind him. Jamir Volcano was already the border of the border area. If he fell down, he would be completely lost. An idea suddenly flashed in my mind, and I shouted, "Brother who? Grab the bear's fur and turn around. Turn around and throw it out." Alexander trusted me very much. He immediately followed my instructions, grabbed ruined bear's shoulders, and roared, "Oh, oh, 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 roar, oh, 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 ha." Alexander slightly adjusted the wrestling technique I gave him, and while leaning back with the push of ruined bear, he turned sideways and threw ruined bear away. The ruined bear's brute force that was thrust forward was used by Alexander to force it away. It was unable to stop, and its arms were unable to completely wrap around the round pot. So it was thrown out, and the end of the direction it fell to was a cliff. Roar. Robert. Ah, stop Robert. After Alexander threw the ruined bear away, he couldn't help rolling towards the cliff. Brother who? I hurried to catch up. But fortunately, Millicent's reaction was faster than mine. She had already flashed forward and kicked Brother who with a flying kick, which made Brother who roll back several times and then stopped. Ha ha ha, nice flying kick. Alexander stood up, wrapped his arms around Who, and praised Millicent. He turned around again, and thanked me cheerfully, and Brother Ling. The trick you just thought of is really interesting. Otherwise, I would be the one who fell off the cliff. Ha ha ha. But it still has to be Brother Who. If I were pounced on by ruined bear, I would be held in its arms and trampled, and then thrown away like trash. I breathed a sigh of relief and responded with a smile. After the ruined bear fell off the cliff, the subhumans fled in all directions. Alas, after traveling day and night, and fighting for most of the day, finally we can take a break. According to the map settings in the game, after passing through this small subhuman village, near the entrance of the hermit village, there is a blessed light in a broken house. Speaking of which, I haven't unlocked the rune map of the Gmir volcano yet. I wanted to confirm it, but there was only a gray fog in my mind. Forget it. Fortunately, there are no forks here, so I won't get lost. I took Alexander and Millicent to the blessing point first, and then took a rest. On the way, I asked Alexander, although I expected that you, Brother Who, would climb the Yatan Plateau, but I really didn't expect to meet you here at the Magma Lake. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect to meet Brother Ling and Millicent during my training. It seems that you are all doing well, Alexander said with a smile. Especially Brother Ling. When I and Brother Exutopia passed by Linia, I heard that you did a lot of big things. Well, I guess so. But thanks to Kalia, Ria Lakalia and everyone in Stonewell, the rebellion of the Cuckoo Knights was suppressed. By the way, Alexander, just now we talked about Senior Ishtopia. Wasn't he with you? Yes, Brother Ishtopia went to the volcano residence first, about 2 days ago. Alexander revealed some surprising information to me. I saw that the magma lake seemed to be able to temper the body, so I stayed here for the time being. Wait. Senior Ishtopia went to the volcano mansion? I widened my eyes. Is this true? This is a plot that is not in the game at all. Besides, even in reality, Ishtopia also feels aversion to the volcano mansion, and he also disliked Leia a little before. Right? Why did he go to the volcano mansion? Alexander continued confidently. When we came to the Yatan Plateau from the ancient ruins cliff, we happened to meet your friend, Brother Zero, whose name is Patch, right? Ah, an unexpected, but reasonable name. But Patch could never persuade Ishtopia, who is like a model of knight, to join the rebel camp. It was also he who told us that, Brother Zero, you had become a member of the Volcano Mansion. Therefore Ishtopia and I were planning to go there to find you. WTF, what's going on? Chapter 368 Demi-Human, Queen, they are the ones who beat me. When I met Bernard, I was just guessing, but after listening to Alexander's words, I was further convinced that the Crazy Fire A-Ling was in the Volcano Mansion. Who was the bastard who recruited the Crazy Fire? Although the Volcano Mansion itself was involved in Crazy Fire in order to blaspheme the Golden Tree, but recruiting real Crazy Fires into the ranks, it is hard not to worry about problems. Leia, my little snake should be fine. Right? Going to the Volcano Mansion, there should be no more difficult opponents on the way. The only thing to deal with may be the top of the mountain near the entrance of the mansion. There is also a fallen star beast. However, that guy can be skipped directly ignored. I even have a feeling that the next tough opponent, or boss battle, will be that crazy A-Ling, and the big snake Lakad. Besides, when I think of the molten lava in reality being so hot, it is a difficult question to deal with the snake. It seems that I can only summon Brother Teardrop and use the snake hunting spear together and shoot. In any case, I should have a good rest for the night and make the final adjustments. Tomorrow we have to rush on the road with all our strength. So, we found a relatively intact small shack at the Blessing Point outside the hermit village, made a fire, and had dinner inside. Alexander volunteered to help keep watch, of course. Half of the reason was that his round, chubby body could not squeeze into the door frame at all, so he had to stay outside. And I found a corner in the shack and fell asleep peacefully. Lord Zero, Lord Zero. It was as if someone was calling me anxiously, and the voice seemed to come from a faraway place, through the layers of window paper. Is it Melina? I opened my eyes involuntarily, but, as far as I could see, there was only turbid yellow and red flames. The fire was burning. Lord Zero, why? Even Melina was tightly wrapped by the turbid yellow and red flames. In her golden eyes, except for the incomprehensible doubts, there was only hatred left. Mimi? I was a little bit unbelievable, and hurriedly wanted to go forward to help put out the flames on Melina's body. But she actually took a half step back, and said angrily, Why? Didn't you tell me earlier that you were going to get involved in the Crazy Fire, and become the king of the Crazy Fire? I didn't. Zero. Who called in a low voice again. I turned my head subconsciously, and saw a group of small snakes curled up in the turbid yellow flames. Leia? I recognized the other party, and rushed forward to slap the flames on the other party. But no matter what I did, the flames did not weaken at all. Leia! Zero. Leia in the flames finally opened her eyes, but her pupils were completely stained with this crazy turbid fire, reflecting my face and my figure. No, that's not right. That's not me. It's Crazy Fire A-Ling. The other person was facing my face, smiling crazily, making the crazy fire in the whole world burn even more fiercely, swallowing up everything, even me. My hands were also burning with this turbid yellow and red flames. Ah! Zero, wake up, Zero. Suddenly, I opened my eyes again. I saw that Millicent was standing by my side, but she didn't seem to wake me up because I had a nightmare, but she looked alert, and even drew out her long saber. Perhaps she noticed my reaction from the corner of her eye. Millicent continued, Zero, get up, we are surrounded. Ah? I was stunned for a long time, before I responded. At the same time, there was indeed a creaking sound in my ears. Where is Hugu? Where is Hugu who is on guard? Boom! Suddenly, the door of the house was suddenly sawed open by two circular saws. Several bean-sized figures rushed in like insects. So where is Hugu? I didn't care. I also quickly drew out the Night Starfire and stood up. When the little Asians saw that Millicent and I were already prepared and couldn't launch a surprise attack, they began to circle around us, looking for a suitable opportunity to attack. But I saw Millicent raised her sword and slashed, making the group of guys scream. I held the finger holy seal in my left hand, and raised the Night Starfire above my head with my right hand. With a loud explosion, the red thunder penetrated the roof of the broken house, and entangled the sword blade in my body. To deal with the puppet outside the door, that was like a prison Iron Maiden, the thunder attribute was the best choice. After all, machines were weak to thunder. The kidnapped girl was still tirelessly sawing the door frame of the broken house, trying to break in. I rushed forward quickly, aimed at the gap of the iron prison door below it, which dragged people in, and stabbed it directly with a sword. Lance Shanks's red thunder was indeed effective. With just one strike, it penetrated the iron door, paralyzed the big guy to one side, and also let Rune take it into my bag. But in the real world, these things will not turn into gray light and dissipate by themselves like in the game. This is more difficult. I took great pains to push this bulky girl doll away. Ah! Ah! Outside the door, the noise was even more intense. Under the night, the tall and skinny queen of the subhumans and her group of subhumans surrounded our broken house. Their eyes were bloodshot, like gangster killers. I turned my head again. Ah! Isn't Alexander sitting at the door? But he was still as steady as a rock, and didn't move. Who? You're not asleep. Are you? Before the subhumans attacked, I asked in a low voice. And Alexander didn't respond. Is he really asleep? How can you sleep in such a noisy environment? Besides, what about the night watch? Ah! The queen of the subhumans roared. She raised the magic wand Taylor made for her, and suddenly burst out the exploding pyroxene crystals. I quickly dodged to the side, and a subhuman leader rushed towards me with 2 daggers in hand. On the other side, the scattered pyroxene crystals hit Alexander with a clattering sound, and the guy suddenly woke up. Oh, there is an enemy attack. Brotherling. Miss Millicent. Get up quickly. Don't shout. Brother who? What about the night watch? How can you fall asleep? I kicked the subhuman leader away with a red thunder, and couldn't help complaining. Ha ha! Alexander tried to cover up his embarrassment with laughter. Oh! Brotherling. You're awake. Sorry. It was so boring that I fell asleep as I did when I was in the lava. You slept better than me. The puppet that kidnapped the girl sawed off the door. But you didn't wake up. After all, the lava dragon snoring is quite loud. And I'm used to it. Ha. Alexander stood up with a silly smile, rubbed his fists, and began his routine battle cry. I am Alexander the Iron Fist, the queen of the subhumans in the mountains. Use your magic to compete with my fists. After that, he rushed directly towards the queen of the subhumans. Ordinary subhumans could not stop Alexander at all. It was just like the Amen encountering the lava dragon, and they were easily knocked away. Millicent suddenly rushed out of the room, following Alexander's footsteps. The subhuman queen quickly raised her staff and smashed it directly at Alexander, who was approaching. As expected of a subhuman, even the queen is a melee mage. Alexander blocked the queen's staff attack with his strong body, but he had to stop. This gave Millicent enough opportunities. Alexander, lend me your shoulder. Millicent jumped directly onto the top of Alexander's pot, stepped on the queen's staff for a short run, and then spread her wings and flew in front of the opponent like a bird. Combat skills waterbirds dancing. But just before Millicent's blade was about to swing, a magic laser like a spring burst out from the depths of the dark night. Is this Comet Azrael? When I recognized this origin magic, my chest suddenly hurt slightly, as if an invisible hand wanted to grab my heart directly inside. Oh, it turns out that it is not an invisible hand. I saw that the piece of source stone of Teacher Salien, at some point, ran out of my blessing backpack and was pressed tightly against my chest. Chapter 369. Origin Magician. Azel rushed forward, and was about to hit Millicent, the queen of the subhumans, with a water bird, but was forcibly interrupted by a torrent of lasers. In the dark shadows, several magicians, supporting a man covered with crystal stones, whose body was shining green, walked towards us. And this man was obviously the sage of this hermit village, the origin magician, Azel. Calm down, Teacher Salien. Don't be too excited. It's just a piece of source pyroxene. Where does it come from so much strength? You grabbed it, and my chest turned red. Just when I wanted to tear off the source pyroxene that Teacher Salien attached to me, a magician who supported Master Azel asked loudly, "Who are you? Why did you come here?" Perhaps because of the arrival of Master Azel, the subhumans also stopped attacking. So, I also responded politely, "I am the fader named Zero. And Alexander and Millicent here are my companions. We are going to the volcano residence, so we have no undue thoughts when we pass by here. I hope the master will discuss with the queen of the subhumans. We will rest here for one night, and leave early tomorrow morning." There was silence on the other side for a moment, and the magician said again, "Master Yazler feels a familiar smell on you." Eh? Master, is it true? Is this guy Salien? As soon as the teacher's name was mentioned, all the magicians immediately became alert and pointed their magic wands at us. The magic light flickered on the top of the pyroxene, ready to go. It seems that the name of the magic block which is indeed not covered. I also quickly explained, I did receive guidance from the magician named Salien, and I can be said to be her apprentice. But my visit this time has nothing to do with teacher Salien. Even so, the tense atmosphere among the magicians did not decrease at all, until Master Yazler seemed to raise his arm slightly. Then everyone put away their magic. The fated one named Zero. Master Azel, please come over. Sure enough, that guy was Azel's simultaneous interpreter. He was the one who was talking. Millicent, Alexander, and I looked at each other. Millicent whispered, Zero, be careful. We'll follow a few steps, so we can take care of him, Alexander said. The other party did not object, and the three of us walked towards Master Azel together. Of course, I was the only one who walked to the master, while Millicent and Alexander kept a distance of about 2 or 3 meters, so that if I was attacked, I could immediately fight back. Master Azel was indeed the same as in the game, with emerald green crystals on his shoulders and forehead, and only half of his face was hidden in these crystals, which made people doubt whether he could see people. Oh, maybe he really couldn't see me, but he just felt the magical power of the source pyroxene, so he thought I was teacher Salien. Master Yazler seemed to stare at me for a long time before he moved his lips. The magician beside him immediately translated, Fated. Master asks you, is Salien okay? Not too good. I considered a more appropriate answer. After all, if Master Yazler could really sense the teacher's source pyroxene, he would have known everything. And this answer would more or less eliminate the vigilance of the magicians, who were hostile to the teacher. Master Yazler suddenly raised his arm slowly, and stretched it towards me. His simultaneous interpreter also explained, Fated. Master said, can you lend me your hand? To show him. Ah, it turns out that it's not like in the game, where you have to give me the magic comet, Yazler. But why do you want to see my hand, Master Yazler? Could it be that you have an affair with those old ladies who do finger removal? Although I was curious, I still reached out my hand. Master Yazler's hand was as hard as dry wood, but he had no strength at all, and I had to help hold him up. However, the moment he touched my hand, his lips moved. Fated. Are you from the starry sky? What the hell? I suddenly realized the meaning of Master Yazler's words. Just by touching my hand, did the master read that I was not the original Fade, but a reincarnated person from another world? For a moment, I didn't know how to respond, and Master Yazler's hand was obviously trembling slightly. Suddenly, my whole body seemed to be in an endless darkness. Although I could vaguely glimpse the faint starlight, it was like the eyes of a beast, wanting to devour people. Is this what Master Yazler saw? The origin of the starry sky? The darkness? At the same time, it also reminded me of a law in the science fiction masterpiece The Three-Body Problem, the dark forest. When a person is armed with a gun and is in a dark forest, no matter what sound he hears, he will be alert and will naturally regard it as a threat before judging whether the other party is good or evil. The same is true for the process of exploring the universe. If you come into contact with a civilization at the same latitude, you have the ability to destroy each other. But you speak different languages, and it is difficult to communicate. So, is he an enemy? Or a friend? Will you choose to shoot first? Could it be that the darkness from the origin that Master Yazler discovered is such a malicious thing? Just as I was about to react, a torrent of comets suddenly shot towards me. But for a moment, I was stiff all over, as if I had turned into a small planet in the universe, unable to move freely. The torrent approached rapidly. This is foreshadowing the impact of destruction. It was the other party who shot first. Suddenly, another force suddenly dragged me away, causing the comet to pass under my feet. I subconsciously raised my head, and before I knew it, the starlight hidden in the dark universe suddenly became bright and shining, and no longer as aggressive as before, like a beast that wanted to eat people. Instead, it was like a street lamp, which could not completely illuminate the darkness, but could guide the people on the road. You are still the same, Salien. In the darkness, an old voice seemed to ring out. But the starry sky did not speak, but slowly revolved around me. When I came to my senses again, I was leaning on Millicent's arms, and Alexander was guarding beside us, and the battle with a group of magicians who once again picked up their staffs and pointed directly at us was about to break out. Millicent asked with concern, "Zero, how are you?" I'm fine. I couldn't help but stroke my forehead and stand firm. The starlight just now, was it Teacher Celian's star shower? Did she help me avoid Master Yazler's comet torrent? Master Yazler seemed to speak slowly again. The magician also followed the translation and said, "Man from the starry sky. It seems that you also know the horror of the darkness. But now, what is more terrifying is that the starry sky at the border has been completely covered, swallowed up, and swallowed by the supreme will. I am no longer able to explore. But if it is you, there may still be some hope. Hey, Master, have you given the ultimate magic to this kid? Why?" Translator. Please translate it carefully. Why do you always mix your emotions in it? But then again, with my current intelligence, I should not be able to use the magic comet Azrael. However, that torrent did leave an indelible impression in my mind. After all, at the moment of being swallowed, I also felt, at the same time, death was approaching. Perhaps, Master Yazler himself was completely destroyed in the starry sky over there, and he didn't have the protection of Teacher Saren, so he could only rely on himself to survive. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but bow to Master Yazler to thank him. The master also waved slowly. However, the translator's tone sounded strange, and it was obvious that his heart was quite complicated. You, have a good rest. If there is a chance, we will see each other again in the past. 0. Chapter 370 Troubles Within the Family. After Master Yazler finished speaking, he led the magicians back to the inner part of the hermit village, and the queen of the demi-humans also roared, ordering the demi-humans to return to the village together and stop making trouble for us. Looking at their departing backs, I couldn't help but thank them again. Thank you, Master Yazler. Also, okay, Teacher Celian, please be quiet for a while and stop scratching my chest. By the way, I have completely told her where Master Yazler is hiding. I guess after I put a new body on the teacher, she will run here non-stop. Originally, I was planning to prevent the teacher from turning into a ball, not telling her, or even not looking for Master Yazler at all. After all, I am now a strength-sensitive warrior, and I can't learn that magic. But in this way, they will definitely sense each other's existence. Perhaps he was aware of his fate. So Master Yazler said at the end, "We'll see each other again in the future. However, let's put the teacher's matter aside for now, and we'll talk about it later. As for the source stone of Teacher Saren, please stay in my blessing backpack. If I have time, I will go back to Kalia Castle to install a new body for you. So, bye." Since the army of the subhumans has retreated, there is no threat here. I can also be completely at ease and sleep well until dawn. When we passed through the hermit village, the subhumans did not attack us again. In fact, under the guidance of the queen, the subhuman leader sent us a lamb as an apology gift for last night. Although the poor lamb was still covered in blood and had not been treated at all, it was not a waste. I also happily put it in the blessing backpack. Next, we crossed the mountains and went to the volcano official residence. Although there are several rest stops of King Rodel's army on the way, the soldiers in the game have been suffering from the battle, and even because of the lack of supplies, they seem to have been affected by the blasphemy of the big snake and began to eat the bodies of their companions. No wonder it is said that this war has no glory at all. But it is also possible that it is because the wooden bridge in reality was cut off. Even if these Rodel soldiers wanted to retreat, it was too late. I took Millicent and Alexander, and passed through the hermit village, and found the blessing point behind the village. Master Yazel did not shrink in the corner of this ravine. Originally, I was planning to say goodbye to him again. There is a protruding cliff behind the hermit village. Jump down from the end of this side. Opposite is the hero cemetery of Gmir Volcano. It is a treasure cemetery. There are many props that can be collected, such as the mantis arm knife, the dead root, the Hound Knight suit, the Gmir Knight suit, the hero level ashes, the Hound Knight, and Fro. There is even a very interesting weapon, the ring finger, commonly known as the brain explosion. To be honest, I really want to get that weapon. When I return to the Round Table Hall, I might be able to scare Granny Inya and Lord Two Fingers. Ha ha ha. However, this area is also one of the famous underworld cemeteries in the border area. The maze is complicated, and there is a lava runway, a dump truck that can crush 8 with a touch, chasing people everywhere, and finally leading to the boss's room. You even need to find a way to ride on the dump truck to run through the endless lava. In the game, I don't know how many times I died. In the end, I relied on the strategies of the big guys to find a way to pass the level. By the way, there is also the ring finger. I even passed the game 4 or 5 times before I accidentally found it in other people's videos. It was hidden in the deepest part of the lava road. My goodness, Miyazaki really treats it as a family heirloom. Right? It's hidden so deep. Boom! Alexander's sound like a boulder rolling down scared me, and woke me up from the memory of the underworld cemetery of Jameer. Brother Who? Be careful. Don't break yourself again. I complained casually. Alexander laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, don't worry, Brother Ling, my body is not that fragile. Where is Millicent? I looked around curiously, and found that Millicent was still standing on the high cliff. What happened to her? Although this cliff does look about 4 or 5 meters high, people who can use water birds should not be afraid of such a height, since they are not some Witcher Geralt. I looked up and shouted, Millicent, jump down, I can catch you. Oh no, thank you. Millicent turned her head and jumped down from the cliff lightly. What's wrong? I couldn't help asking curiously, and Millicent turned around and asked back, Zero, is that the volcano residence over there? I also looked in the direction of Millicent's gaze. The fire was burning. On the top of the Nagmir volcano, between the cracks of the stone pillars that looked like tall towers, a huge fire was burning, engulfing the entire mountaintop, and even dyeing the sky with turbid yellow and red flames. That is the color of the insanity? The volcano mansion was actually set on fire by the insanity? Zero? Millicent called out continuously, finally pulling me back from this completely unexpected scene. But my brain still refused to believe what had happened. The volcano mansion was set on fire. Leia. The saliva accumulated from not closing my mouth and swallowing my dry throat made me feel as if my lungs were cut by a knife. I hurriedly summoned Tourette and subconsciously rode on my horse and was about to run towards the volcano mansion. Wait, where are Millicent and the others? I couldn't help but stop. And Millicent seemed to have guessed what I was thinking and smiled and comforted me. Don't worry about us, Zero, you go there first, we'll be there soon. Miss Leia, she must be waiting for you. What happened? Alexander didn't seem to understand the situation. Oh, after all, Who Good didn't have vision, he said that he relied on hearing and the sense of power to feel the surroundings. Now, the fire on top of Mount Gmir was clearly beyond his perception. But that didn't explain much. Then, be careful along the way. Just go through the forest ahead and follow the battlefield opened by the Rodel army up the mountain. You can find the road to the volcano residence. On the way, I will also throw some rainbow stones. When the time comes, you can follow them to find it. I quickly finished the route instructions. Then I'll go first. Millicent. Who Good? Well, go quickly. Tourette. The spirit horse seemed to be affected by my impatient mood. It immediately spread its legs and ran in the direction I pointed at the fastest speed. Leia. You must be fine. Don't get into trouble. Leia. After passing the first rest stop of the Rodel King's army, I turned and ran to the cliff that looked like a bridge. The battlefield ahead had been ravaged by the fire, and gray-black charcoal was scattered everywhere. Leia would not be buried in the charcoal. Ah! Suddenly, a heart-wrenching scream came from midair. I saw a huge black shadow falling from the high wall like rock. I don't understand why the limb-jointed nobles would also appear on this battlefield. Was it the blasphemy of the big snake? Or was it the surrendered soldiers captured by Rodel from Greg by any means? But no matter what, don't get in my way now. Chapter 371, In a Hurry. Ah! The limb-joined nobleman who jumped down from the mountain screamed and rushed towards me. And I had no intention of stopping. Tourette pulled out the night starfire, ignited a blazing flame. Tourette, please. Swish. Just as the limb-joined nobleman's double swords were slashing at me, Tourette found the right time, suddenly made 2 consecutive jumps, avoiding the sharp sword, and brought me to the top of the limb-joined nobleman's back, and then turned into a dark blue light, and returned to my spirit horse whistle. And I followed the situation and turned the broadsword upside down, holding it with both hands in the back, like a lion pouncing on its prey, and the sword went straight into the back of the limb-joined nobleman, and then twisted it slightly. The flames exploded in its body. This is the combined combat skill of Molten Flame and Wolf Attack. Flowing Fire Meteor Fall. Ah! The limb-removing noble is indeed a monster. After such an attack, he still has strength left. In the glow of ruin, he roared loudly, and suddenly turned into a windmill, and his whole body spun rapidly, throwing me off his back. Good fellow, it turned out to be a golden life form that has completed rune transformation. It seems that this fighting machine will not stop unless it causes fatal injuries. But I have to hurry, so don't be stingy with magic, and use it with all your strength. The flames on the night star fire faded, and the pale blue glow wrapped the entire sword body. I kept waving this big Meowdow towards the surging blade tornado. The frost turned into sword energy, and slashed it one after another. Although the runes on the Linjoin noble were chopped off, he still did not stop spinning. Then, the combat skill hound step. Following the opponent's surging airflow, I merged into the wind at a high speed, and went around behind the hurricane of the dancing blades. The Linjoin noble also had to stop, because he lost my figure in an instant. Hey, I'm behind you. He moved his legs slowly like a crab, and then turned around. But I was ready, and the hound stepped forward quickly, and stabbed the opponent's forehead with a sword. Ah! The light of rune burst out from the noble's wound, like water bursting through a dam. His screams were almost enough to tear the eardrums. But shut up. I used the hilt of my sword as a fulcrum, and stepped directly on the opponent's wide-open mouth. With a sudden effort, I drew my sword and flipped backwards. And this troublesome behemoth turned into gray smoke and dissipated in front of me. After taking a short breath, drinking the holy grail dewdrops to recover briefly, I climbed up the ladder against the mountain to the top. After going up the first rock platform, go directly to the left. The other side will be blocked by the mechanical puppets of the volcano mansion. As for the side I am going on, oh dear guest, yes, that's right, please come this way. I haven't eaten for a long time, and the runes in my body are almost gone. The old merchant begged. I gathered a ball of 500 runes and threw it over. Come back when you have time. I'm in a hurry. Follow the ladder on this side, and climb up another layer of the cliff. I immediately heard all kinds of ghost cries and wolf howls. Flames, flames are in my eyes. Don't deprive me of my blessing. Water, water. I'm so thirsty. Give me water. The King Rodel's army stationed here was even crazier than in the game. It seemed that they had just been infected with the disease of insanity. They were rolling on the ground, crying and wailing. There were even many people who couldn't suppress the power of insanity in their bodies. Yellow and red fire kept bursting out of their eyes, making the whole camp a mess, and it was full of smoke. The tents and wooden barriers turned into charcoal, and the ash in the air was like a butterfly that had just shed its wings, flying around. Toward it, I summoned the spirit horse again, and passed through the unconscious soldiers directly. Fortunately, the bridge here has not been destroyed. On the other side, beside the flickering light of blessing, the cyclone rose, and the spirit horse flew across, taking me directly to the top of the last mountain. The blazing yellow and red flames caught my eyes again. Almost the entire volcanic mansion was shrouded in flames, and even the air was boiling and hot, burning my skin. The fire seemed to be about to leap into the sky. This scene reminded me of the ending of the game, where the turbid yellow and red flames completely burned the golden tree, and climbed up its branches to set the whole world on fire. Countless whales, and all living things were in ruins. Even Torrit, in the red-hot ring, let out a mournful cry. Snap! There was a sudden sound of rolling gravel from the top of the circular sunken mountain below. I looked down and saw that I had awakened the fallen star beast guarding here. It immediately moved its mouthparts like the hands of a scorpion, and turned into a wild bull with red eyes, rushing towards Torrit and me. Torrit, don't worry about him. I pointed to the side and front. Just jump down from the protruding cliff over there. Let's go to the volcano mansion. Torrit responded to my command. After landing on the airstream, he rushed to the cliff over there at full speed, and then jumped down vigorously. Just like in the game, there happened to be a large towering rock below to catch us, so we finally arrived near the main entrance of the volcano mansion. Leia, you have to wait for me, Pada. Boom. What? The loud noise behind me made me turn my head back, and I saw that the fallen star beast was chasing me, and it ran down from the cliff. Hey, that's too much. Instead of guarding your territory properly, you have to go against me? Maybe this is the nature of the fated people who are hated by everyone. I can't care so much. I can only bite the bullet and drive Torrit to the volcano mansion with all my strength. Roar! What bad luck. There was another roar in front. It was the mountain goblin giant guarding the volcano mansion. He wore a tattered cloak on his shoulders, with the serpent symbol of the volcano mansion painted on it, but the mountain goblin giant's eyes flashed with the crazy red light of turbid fire. After seeing me rushing over, he stood up, and the fire in his eyes was like the blazing fire in the house. And it became more and more intense. It's coming! Prayer is unbearable. In an instant, the fire in the eyes of the mountain goblin giant burst out like a rainstorm. I quickly put up a shield, blocking in front of me, and drove toward it to continue to rush forward despite the fire, and went directly under the foot of the mountain goblin giant. Paw! Roar! Toward it, get out of the way! Just as I expected, the falling star beast ran headlong into the mountain goblin giant without any care. Although the crazy volcano monster was not a vegetarian, how could he be a match for that monster in terms of strength alone? After all, he was the boss, and you, a small monster guarding the gate, how could you be so worthy? Bang! The crazy volcano monster was pushed directly by the falling star beast and crashed into the gate of the volcano mansion, and the entire wall was shattered, and the monster and the bull were smashed in. Being attacked inexplicably, the crazy volcano monster naturally refused to be outdone. He raised his fist and punched the face of the skeleton that was vaguely visible in the mouth of the falling star beast. The falling star beast also swung its meteor-like tail and smashed the other's head. The two behemoths started fighting in the burning volcano mansion. However, if you look carefully inside, because the entrance and the front hall are relatively empty, the crazy fire is only burning on the roof. And it should be possible to use the hound's pace to rush in with all my strength. But just as I was about to throw myself into the sea of fire, I heard a sneaky voice in my ears. Hey, isn't this my old friend? Zero? You are here as expected. Turning my head, I saw that Patch was actually supporting someone and hiding behind a large rock near the door. And the other person was Dioros, who I hadn't seen for a long time. Chapter 372. You are the one who led the Japanese into the village? Patch and Dioros. I looked at the two people who appeared from behind the nearby rocks with surprise, and hurried over to ask, You are still here, where is Leia? But what was unexpected was that, after seeing me, Dioros' face immediately changed drastically. He took out his flower whip and whipped my heel, and shouted, Don't come over, who are you? Ah? I couldn't help but stop. And Patch was extremely puzzled and said, Hey man, can't you see? Isn't this guy Zero? But he is our old friend. But Dioros still stared at me intently, shaking his head and said, No, I saw with my own eyes that you took Leia to a deep place of magma, and killed the owner of the mansion, that Lady Tanis. What? Patch and I couldn't help but say in unison. Patch also looked at me in surprise. After all, judging from Alexander's previous words, Patch should have just arrived at the volcano mansion in the past 2 days. And he obviously didn't know the reason for everything. I hurriedly continued to ask, When did this happen? Dioros just stared at me, but remained silent. He seemed to have identified me as the culprit who caused the fire in the volcano mansion. And he didn't dare to relax at all. All I could say was, Torrit and I both came here today, planning to look for Leia. Millicent and Alexander are also on their way here. They can testify for me. You probably met a fire maniac who looks similar to me. Really? Dioros said this, but he still didn't put down his whip. But has anyone else seen it? Maybe you haven't seen such a person yourself? Looks similar? Isn't it just your one-sided statement? But Leia brought you to this mansion in person. And you destroyed this mansion with your own hands. Obviously that girl trusted you so much. Dioros seemed to insist that what he saw was the truth. But I was still confused. Leia personally brought me to the volcano residence? Did she recruit the mad fireman? I should have mentioned it to her several times. There is a mad fireman who uses my appearance to cause trouble everywhere. How could this girl let a wolf into the house? Take a deep breath, calm down. I responded to Dioros' question. I have seen it. When Linnea was fighting against the Cuckoo army, I sneaked into it, and went to the academy to get in touch that night. Those Cuckoo army also regarded me as the mad fireman, which made the plan go so smoothly. And I did see it with my own eyes. The mad fireman who looked exactly like me. I should have said it before, the mad fireman's eyes were different from mine. His eyes were turbid yellow and red, and I still maintained the gray-black color that had lost the golden blessing. Dioros stared at my eyes for a moment, and suddenly he collapsed, knelt on the ground, and pounded the ground hard. Damn it, what on earth is going on? But now is not the time to sort out the cause and effect, I hurriedly asked. I know you are confused now, Dioros, But are you sure Leia was taken to the magma place? Well, just this morning, I saw you with my own eyes. No, that person took Miss Leia into a strange room, and I followed curiously, and saw a lot. Okay, I know, I have to save Leia. Duros only said that Tanis was killed. Although I don't know the other party's purpose. Perhaps Leia is fine. In addition, the place of magma mentioned by Duros must be the place where the big snake Lacquard is. Could it be that the guy has dealt with Lacquard? As for the strange room, there are many strange rooms in the Volcano Mansion. But there is only one way to meet the big snake. I found the Fire Dragon emblem amulet in my backpack and put it in the amulet leather bag. In this way, it can reduce the damage of the burning fire. Looking at Patch, I suddenly remembered that there was one person missing. By the way, Patch, didn't Senior Ishtopia come with you? Where is he? After the old man and I rescued Duros, he was worried that there were other people in the mansion. So he went in again. Okay, Duros will be left to you. There was nothing more to say. I looked into the interior of the mansion. The crazy volcano monster and the falling star beast were still fighting. These two guys were about to tear down the mansion. The blazing fire bricks fell on them, just like some raindrops, no reaction. This is just right. The two monsters only have each other in their eyes, so they won't come to hinder me. I took a deep breath and activated my magic. Combat skill, Hound Step. I rushed into the burning house at the fastest speed, carefully bypassing the two monsters, and I saw that the door on the right side of the front hall was open, which was opposite to where Patch was squatting in the game. Walking from this side, I could also get to the magma town hidden behind the volcanic mansion faster. I didn't hesitate much and rushed in directly. The fire in the mansion seemed to be burning from top to bottom, so the lower side was basically not burned by the fire. After passing through the long staircase, in the dark room, immediately, a heart-wrenching roar came. The sound of palms slapping the ground quickly, dragging the iron chain and wooden yoke quickly towards me. They were the sons of Platinum, who had been tortured in the volcano mansion. They wore black prisoner hoods and rushed forward recklessly like hyenas encountering their prey. I took a half step back and stood still, the molten flame ignited, illuminating the entire dark room. Just as those Platinum sons rushed forward, a hurricane rolled up from below and engulfed all the guys in the raging fire. Combat skill Molten Flame Hurricane Dance. I quickly cleared the field, passing through this prison full of iron cages. In the room at the end, there was another guy huddled in a dark corner, calling out weakly in a low voice. He should have the curse of the hotbed on him, which is the key item of the Dung Eater branch. But now is not the time to collect items carelessly. I skipped this poor guy and ran up to the terrace on this side. The fire was burning fiercely on the outer wall of the volcano mansion. But the town inside is almost the same as in the game. After all, the town itself is almost immersed in molten lava and is used as a place of execution to punish criminals. Oh, the iron bridge leading to the Aegel Church has been opened. I am so lucky. This way I can go directly to the other side without having to go around the lava town. Dingling-dling. I suddenly heard the sound of iron chains. When I turned around, I saw a beheaded blade flying towards me. I was so scared that I quickly rolled to the ground and avoided the attack. Oh my god, it is the puppet that kidnapped the girl. This guy hid in the corner behind the door without saying a word and attacked without martial ethics. I was too lazy to argue with this machine, so I jumped down from the terrace at this level and landed on the mountain road made of lava black stone, then ran to the bridge and headed straight for the Aegel Church on the other side. A loud bang came from behind soon. I saw the puppet that kidnapped the girl chasing me, and it also jumped down from the terrace. And then it fell to the ground, spinning around like a needle, and accidentally fell from the mountain path into the lava below. If you don't have knees, don't jump around. I turned my head back speechlessly and continued on my way. I broke into the gate of the Aegel Church. There was no god-skin noble waiting for the challenger inside. Instead, there was a familiar figure. Oh, isn't this Brother Zero? You are here too? Ishtopia was overjoyed. He was lifting a woman in a finger-witch costume from the ground and preparing to take her out. Come and help me. This girl seems to be unconscious here. We have to take her out quickly. I looked around vigilantly. For a long time, there was indeed no fat god-skin figure in the game. Senior Ishtopia, I'm sorry, I have to go find Leia. She is still in the official residence. I trotted and went forward to explain. Wait, the face of this finger-witch. The bright red and ripe appearance is indeed burned, and there is a scary scar on her face. She looks a little familiar. She suddenly smiled, pulled out a dagger from her sleeve, and stabbed it into Ishutopia's chest. Her golden eyes were like a bayonet, staring at me. Ah ha ha ha. Finally we meet again. I've been waiting for you for so long, Lord Zero. Chapter 373. Don't mess with the sickly girl. Such a silver bell-like and flawless laughter, and such a cruel and ruthless crazy intention, the kind-hearted Ishutopia was unable to react, after being stabbed in the chest by the other party, then angrily pushed the woman away, and fell to the ground. And she didn't bother to care about Ishutopia, who was lying on the ground for a while, laughing and opening her arms to me. The golden rune light gathered in her hands, and turned into a familiar huge kitchen knife. Ha ha ha, that lord is right, I can meet you here, Lord Zero. Anastasia. I quickly pulled out the Night Star Fire, not daring to relax my vigilance at all. And Anastasia, the fated devourer, had a turbid yellow light flashing in her eyes, and was very excited. Ah, you still remember me, Lord Zero? We are indeed a destined couple. Why are you here? I was quite puzzled. After all, in the smoke church at the junction of Galat and Ninjafu, I killed this guy with my own hands, and I also saw runes emanating from her body, and gathered on me. Could it be that this guy was also resurrected by the mad fire? Of course, this crazy woman would not explain it to me well. She smiled and said, of course it's to find you, Lord Zero. As soon as the voice fell, Anastasia rushed over with her dismemberment knife, turned sideways, and chopped down at me with all her strength. Fighting skills, hound step. I quickly moved to the side to distance myself. To deal with this guy, you must take the initiative. Once you fall into her crazy rhythm of slashing, you will only be suppressed. Suppressed until you have no way to retreat. Unexpectedly, Anastasia caught my wind in an instant, and threw the big kitchen knife at me. As soon as I stopped, the black kitchen knife was in front of me, and I had to subconsciously raise the Night Star Fire to block it. Bang. TSK, this woman's strength is as brutal as ever. Even though I used my hand to resist the blade, I was still knocked back 2 steps by the opponent. Anastasia threw the chain, and took back the dismembering kitchen knife. What is Ichigo Zanpakuto? Who taught you this move? I got you, Master Zero, ha ha ha. The moment I paused, Anastasia rushed over with her big kitchen knife again. But I am no longer the same person as when I first stepped onto Galad. Combat skill Molten Flame Hurricane Dance. Facing an enemy in cloth and light armor, Stormfoot can easily interrupt the opponent's attack, and the raging firestorm that is rolled up is also enough to blow the opponent away. Originally, I thought so. Ah ha ha ha, it's so hot, it's so hot. Is this your love for me? Anastasia was just blown back a few steps by the wind. After she stood firm, she actually charged at me again without hesitation, holding the dismemberment knife in both hands. With the momentum of a lion slash, she directly cut through the storm with one knife, smiling at me. But it's not enough, I want more. Crazy. Ha ha ha, thank you for the compliment. Anastasia swung the knife. 1 knife, 2 knives, 3 knives. Her whirling dance was even more exquisite than before, like a whirlpool, constantly drawing everything around it into it, making it impossible for people to retreat even if they wanted to. I had to grit my teeth and fight with the other party. But is this guy's power completely mastered? The power of each knife was so strong that it made people's palms hurt. Moreover, Anastasia is a complete lunatic. Once someone is dragged into her rhythm, their energy bar will be endless. They will put on their red dancing shoes and dance madly, with each strike being continuous. I kept backing away, and before I knew it, my back hit the hard wall. No, the contact surface was curved, and it should have hit the pillar of the Eagle Church. Ha! Lord Zero. The opponent took a few steps, jumped sideways, and slashed at me with a big kitchen knife. I took advantage of the gap before the big attack, and quickly turned to the side, and walked around the back along the pillar. And then I avoided Anastasia's attack. I took a few breaths, and the scorching environment of the volcano mansion made me dry. In my ears, the other party's silver bell-like laughter sounded again. Ha ha ha. Lord Zero. Where are you? Bang! As soon as the voice fell, the stone pillar was chopped into pieces. You are not looking for someone, but you want to kill me with 1 knife. I quickly pulled back, staring at the woman in front of me swinging the chain in one hand, walking slowly, and quietly put the finger holy mark from the bag on my waist. Found you as I guessed. Anastasia's next move was to throw the dismemberment knife in her hand directly at me. At the same time, she took advantage of my dodging opportunity to quickly catch up with the distance between us. After I rolled to the side, I stood up quickly, raised the night star fire above my head, and at the same time, chanted a prayer in my heart, and recalled the dragon emblem, Land Sanks. Please lend me your power. There was a loud bang, and the red thunder tightly wrapped around me. Anastasia did not stop at all. As soon as she took back the big kitchen knife, she chopped at me with all her strength. Combat skills, hound step. With a flash of lightning, I quickly pulled to the side, and then, dragging the night star fire, turned like lightning, and rushed straight at the opponent. The dragon thunder stimulated every cell in my body, making them more active and more excited than usual, and also making my speed and strength go up a level. Anastasia couldn't help but slow down a beat, and had to cross the dismembering kitchen knife, and forcibly block my attack of the reverse cassock slash. Bang! Then, it's my turn. I held up the night star with both hands, and continued to attack Anastasia, and she could only use the big kitchen knife as a shield to resist my violent attack. However, the blade blessed by the red thunder should have almost made your arm numb. I found the right opportunity, turned around and slashed, and swung the night star fire at the opponent. I heard a clang sound, and Anastasia's big kitchen knife was chopped off by my chop. Good opportunity. I then quickly raised my sword and pierced Anastasia's defenseless abdomen. The blood immediately stained her clothes, like a gorgeous flower blooming. But this woman was still smiling at me, without any sense that she was seriously injured. She slowly stretched out her right hand to me, calling, "Zero. Master Zero." Suddenly, in the corner of my left eye, a light flashed. I subconsciously leaned back, and kicked Anastasia out with one foot. What a dangerous guy! In that situation, he used his weak right hand to deceive people, and took out a dagger with his left hand without warning, and went straight to my temple. I stood up quickly, but Anastasia also covered her abdomen, staggering and unable to stand steadily. "You are too difficult." I couldn't help but say, "Ha ha ha. If I couldn't save you, I would never die." Anastasia still had a pure and bright smile on her face, which made the scar on her face look more hideous and terrifying. As she said that, the guy fell backwards. "Wait, what is this move?" I rushed forward with a knife. "Don't think about running away." Ishtopia on the side poked his saber into the ground, and the purple light of the gravity combat skill spread rapidly. But this actually helped Anastasia, pulling her back, avoiding the tip of my sweeping knife, and falling to the ground faster. Gulp. She fell into a pool of blood and disappeared quickly. "We will definitely meet again, my destined king." In the bloody air, Anastasia's last words echoed, and before she merged into the pool of blood, her crushed runes gathered on my body. Chapter 374 Bastard. She escaped, Anastasia? When I saw the rune light gathering on me, I finally understood that, perhaps this crazy woman used the same trick in the smoky church, making me mistakenly think that I had dealt with her, and then left. It seems that, even if the rune dissipates in the future, I have to check carefully again to see if the enemy is really dead. Make more kills, and develop good habits. Cough cough cough. I heard Exotopia coughing from the side, and I saw him kneeling on the ground with his sword, and the wound on his chest was still dripping with blood. Senior Exotopia. I hurried over, and took out my own holy grail dewdrops, and handed them over. Since he didn't use his own, I'm afraid he used it when he was looking for someone in the fire scene of the mansion. After all, Ishtopia is not me, and I know the mansion very well. It must have taken him a lot of effort to find the Egli church. Thank you. Ishtopia was not polite. After drinking 2 sips, the wound recovered somewhat. Then, he handed back the holy grail bottle, and apologized. "Sorry, Brother Ling, I seem to have done you a disservice, and let that woman run away instead." No, to be honest, I never expected that. Anastasia actually learned the special skills of the Blood Dynasty gang. I couldn't help but sigh. The decisive battle with that guy, is it really going to be in the snowy mountains? Moreover, she used the dismemberment knife as Ichigo Kurosaki's Zangetsu, which was beyond my expectation. Who taught her all this? Crazy Fire Zero? But in short, the fat god skin guarding the Egli church should have been dealt with by the Crazy Fire. Next, go directly to the road to the audience with the king, and find the lava where Lakat is. I waited for the elevator on the side of the church to descend. And Ishtopia asked me, "Brother Ling, are you here to look for Leonani?" "Yes, I promised her that I would look for her no matter what." "I'll go with you." "Huh? Senior you, is your wound okay?" I was quite surprised. Doesn't Exotopia dislike Leia? Besides, when my Holy Grail bottle is given to others to use, the recovery effect is not as good as it is for me. Although Exotopia has stopped the bleeding, if the wound moves violently, it is likely to split again. When I heard that you also joined the Volcano Mansion, I was also quite surprised, but it seems that you haven't changed much, Exotopia said with a smile. So let me lend you a hand, Brother Zero. You are really a role model of the Fated Ones. To be honest, although Exotopia's gravity combat skills do not cause high damage, he is very skilled at it. Interrupting the opponent's attack rhythm, and cooperating with me to counterattack is indeed good. And according to Duros, I may not face the Great Snake Lackhead next, but the Crazy Fire Zero. Who knows, Bernard is now on his side, although there is no evidence, but there is always such a hunch. So, bringing Exotopia with me can be considered as an extra helper, so that I won't be beaten by the two of them. As for the wounds, when we pass through the portal and go to the cave at the starting point of the road to see the king, there should be a blessing that can heal us. Thinking of this, I nodded and agreed to Exotopia's proposal. Hissed the snake man spit out his tongue, turned the molten lava into a whip, and swung it with a whirring sound. I saw a purple light, and the power of gravity magic suddenly pulled the snake man and cut off its attack. Leave it to you, Brother Ling, Exotopia shouted. The night star fire in my hand was wrapped with the red thunder light, and I stepped on the hurricane and leaped into the air. Combat skills Red Thunder Lion Slash. I directly split the opponent's entire snake head with one knife. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Several rays of pyroxene light shot down from the high platform. After Exotopia and I avoided them, the night starfire wrapped the blue light. As I swung my sword, I turned the icy magic into blades and slashed away. Combat skill, Ice Crystal Pyroxene Slash. Snap! The hood on the Snake Man Mage's head was broken by the continuous slashes. At this time, Exotopia also stepped forward quickly, jumped directly, and pierced the Snake Man Mage's chest with a sword. Seeing the scattered runes of the other party gathering together, Exotopia couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Is this the last monster? Well, for now. However, this damn place is really terrible. I have heard that the judicial officer Lackad is also an iron-faced and selfless character. I didn't expect that there would be so many deaths here. Exotopia looked at the entire hall, which was piled with corpses and bones everywhere, and couldn't help but sigh. This is originally a place of execution, and after the Queen's broken ring and the defeat in the war, it has become even worse. I have become more or less accustomed to such scenery, and I walked directly to the terrace behind the hall without any touch. Here, there is indeed a teleportation door, which slowly rotates with silver light. After a dizzy spell, the two of us came to a dark cave, and the light of blessing, like a candle, swayed at our feet. By the way, Brother Ling, Exotopia suddenly asked again, the power of the Red Thunder. Have you also seen the ancient dragon who is willing to give the power to you? Yes. I have met Gulen Sanks. She also remembers you, Senior Zawatopia. I also told the truth. The other party was slightly stunned. And then, he couldn't help but snorted and laughed. Is she okay? She doesn't look serious. She's just busy looking for her brother all day. Looking for Vic. I also smiled relaxedly. By the way, after things here are over, you should also go back to the royal city of Rodo. Gulen Sanks is in the Thunder Hill outside the city, and the current King of Blessing is also willing to reorganize the Round Table Hall and work for him. Maybe you can meet your old friends there. Yes. Is that so? Then I have to work hard and quickly rescue the little girl Leia, so that we can go back to Rodel together. Exotopia has begun to get ready. However, after rescuing Leia, I think it's better not to go to the royal city of Rodel. After all, the Volcano Mansion and Rodel are still fighting. While chatting and laughing relaxedly, we walked out of this dark cave. What appeared before my eyes was a barren lava land. Dozens of rock pillars supported this cave, and iron chains connected golden chandeliers, making this place look like a king's bedroom. Even the hanging cages looked like lamps under the ceiling. Countless dead bodies and bones were vying to climb up the rock pillars, but the snakes and pythons imprisoned them, dragging them all down, filling the entire magma area and blending into the dark rock layer underfoot. Red magma would occasionally emerge from the cracks between the bones and corpses, burning people's feet. Looking at the center of the magma area, the big snake Lackett had indeed fallen to the ground, his body torn into pieces, and the red blood that was still flowing out seeped into the ground. fell into the magma and sizzled. His body seemed to have melted into a part of this land of death, forming a huge maze. La! Ishtopia was about to call. I was so anxious that I quickly covered his mouth with my hand and reminded him, maybe there are still enemies here. Senior? Ah! Sorry. Look at my brain. Ixodapan couldn't help but pat his muscular head. I sighed and took him into the snake from the tail end. Well, there is no need for me to go around in this snake maze. Once I entered, I met another gladiator who was guarding the ring in this arena-like venue. Crazy Fire Ling also saw my figure, and the turbid yellow and red flames in his eyes burned more vigorously. Oh, the other me. I have been waiting for you for a long time. If I had come a step later, your girl would have been burned to death by me. Ah! At his feet, under Lakat's face, a curled body was wrapped in a raging fire. And that is Leia. Chapter 375, The Gift of Mad Fire. Asshole. Seeing Leia enveloped by the crazy fire, my heart was broken, and I was furious. The Night Star fire was wrapped in blue light, and instantly slashed at the man. When Mad Fire A Ling dodged this set of attacks, I used the combat skill Hound Step, and I came to the opponent at the speed of the wind, and swung the blade, which was a set of wolf attack blood dance. The opponent had no time to dodge, and could only draw out a pitch-black short knife, which brought up a black and red flame, and came back at me. Bang. Of course, how could this short knife alone withstand my slash? Dianhua A Ling was swept away by me, and he did a few rounds in the air, but he still couldn't keep his balance, and fell to the ground. However, in the close-range fight with my blood dance blade, his black and red flames also splashed onto my body. First, there was an extremely painful burning sensation. And then, there was a bone-chilling coldness. Just like digging a hole in the human body, and then pouring frost into it. That is the flame of destined death. Sure enough, across the thunder-calling hill, the black knife in front of the noble hero cemetery was taken away by this guy. Why are you in such a hurry? Crazy Fire A Ling stood up with a wry smile. Don't you like the gift I gave you, my half-body? Angry. Don't try to get close to me. I raised the blade and summoned Lance Sanx's red thunder to descend. Oh wow. Even those proud ancient dragons are willing to stand on your side? I am really envious. As soon as he finished speaking, the turbid yellow light in his eyes suddenly burst out. Prayer pierced the sky with crazy fire. But I quickly pulled to the side. With the Hound Steps, I turned into thunder, leaped forward, and slashed down towards Crazy Fire A Ling. The opponent had to dodge to the side. But he was still chattering zero. I know you are trying every means to save the world. But have you ever thought about why the queen who even brought eternal happiness to the people smashed the magic ring? Shut up. I impatiently swung my sword again. But the opponent just seized the opportunity, used the black sword's fighting skills, and jumped high. That's because everything on this border is just a puppet. As Crazy Fire A Ling said this, he released the death blade and slashed at me. I dodged it. And the opponent, as soon as he landed, he slashed at me with a dagger in his hand. I blocked with my dagger, and the broken fire from the two blades illuminated each other's hideous faces. And Crazy Fire A Ling smiled slightly, and the turbid yellow flames in his eyes burned fiercely in an instant, forcing me to take the initiative to retreat quickly. Prayer. Crazy Fire. The flames burst out from the opponent's eyes like a rainstorm, and poured over, but fortunately I had retreated to a safe range, making the opponent's attack fall in vain. Calm down. I reminded myself in my heart. A rash attack will only allow the opponent to seize more flaws and counterattack. Senior Ishutopia has gone to help deal with Leia's flames. Calm down. We need to find a way to completely put this crazy fire out here. I took a few deep breaths and made some adjustments. I calmed down, held the knife with both hands, and watched the opponent's every move vigilantly. However, Dianhua A Ling didn't seem to plan to attack at all. Instead, he stood there and talked freely, fighting each other. The demigods who both suffered losses. Or you who were deceived by the two fingers and longed to become kings. Even if you really repaired the magic ring, you think you can really create a different prosperous era? Ha ha ha. Ridiculous, ridiculous. No matter how hard we struggle, we are just puppets locked in a cage by the supreme will, whose fate is at his mercy. The queen realized this, so she smashed the magic ring, wanted to fight to the death, but the result, you also saw, the lack of firm determination, will only make a bigger joke and make the person behind laugh. I asked coldly, so you, Dianhua, want to destroy the world? Destroy? No. No. No, you seem to have made a mistake, Yanhua Ailing said with a smile. The world was born from flames. In the freezing universe, only the temperature of fire can create life. For this imprisoned world, why don't we all return to the primordial fire? We will become a unified whole, and burn the supreme will. It sounds like a very interesting idea, I complimented casually. Then Zero. But my ideal is not as grand as yours. The distance was almost getting closer. I suddenly stepped forward. The Night Star Fire brought the red thunder, and stabbed at the chest of Crazy Fire Ailing at a high speed. Even if this guy evades, at that time, I will completely release the rune magic, let the power of red thunder burst directly from the tip of the sword, just like the second attack of Wolf Attack. In this way, he will have nowhere to hide, huh? But I saw a white light with a cyclone, suddenly rushed out from the side. I had to interrupt the attack, otherwise I would be completely engulfed and torn apart by this force. Turning around, I saw a silver-white figure put away the black and red spear in his hand, and walk to Crazy Fire Ailing's side. Bay, Senior Bernard. My eyelids trembled slightly. Although I expected it. Bernard actually colluded with Yanhua Ailing. And the spear in his hand was a weapon specially used to defeat the snake. The snake hunting spear. Obviously. After the war with the snake, this weapon should have lost its original power. But in the hands of the master of combat skills, can it still exert its power? I couldn't help but glance at the real position of the slash. The snake that surrounded the entire magma, on its huge body, had a new scar. What a pity. It seems that our meeting can only end here. After exchanging glances with Bernard, Yanhua Ailing sighed and said, My half, Lord Yanhua admires you very much. And I also believe that one day, you will recognize the reality of this world. Ghosts need your appreciation. I quickly raised my sword and rushed towards the two opponents. But Bernard stood in front of Crazy Fire Ailing, picked up the great snake hunting spear, and swung it towards me. Suddenly, a storm of molten flames that oozed from the cracks of the black rock under my feet swept towards me. Is this a combat skill? Storm Blade? I held the Night Star Fire in both hands, infused it with the power of thunder, and slashed forward with all my strength. The molten flame wind was cut in two by my sword. But after the blinding storm, the figures of the two people had disappeared, leaving only the great snake hunting spear stuck in the ground, and a voice still echoing in the hot air. Hurry up and join us. My half-body? TSK. It was really fast. However, it was also a bit unexpected. If Crazy Fire Ailing cooperated with Bernard, I would be at a disadvantage. I don't know what the guy is up to. Now is not the time to care about them. I quickly put away the Night Star Fire, turned around, and ran to Leia and Isutopan. Senior, how is Leia? Fortunately, snake people are more resistant to fire, and what burned on her body was mostly clothes. But Ishutopia turned his head. Just as he was helping Leia up, the owner of the volcano mansion, Tanis, had already fallen in a pool of blood, with her head and body separated. I came too late. I sighed, took out the Holy Grail dew from my pocket, opened Leia's big mouth, and fed her to drink. However, how do we leave here next? This road to see the king is a one-way trip. It seems that we have to summon Melina to help us. If it is Senior Ishtopia, he should be willing to help us keep this secret. Woo-woo. Leia moaned slightly. I couldn't help but feel a little overjoyed, and asked with concern, Leia, are you okay? How do you feel? You are? The little snake slowly opened her eyes, but just as she looked at me, after blinking for a while, she suddenly turned around, and whipped her tail directly at me. I was caught off guard and rolled on the ground for several rounds before I stopped. Leia. Leia? No. Don't come over here. Leia even broke free from Ishtopia, and curled up under the face of the great snake Lakad in extreme fear. Leia? It's me. Zero. Don't you know me? Shh. Don't come over here again. What's going on? Leia didn't think I was the Crazy Fire Zero. So she was scared? I was about to explain to her, and Ishtopia hurriedly reminded me, Hey, Brother Zero. Watch out behind you. Clang. The bronze burly body stepped on the molten flame. I saw that the furnace knight of the volcano mansion, holding a big sword, raised the big shield without saying a word, and walked towards us quickly. Chapter 376 Confusion Collapse. Behind me, the Crucible Knight was charging at me with great momentum. But right now, I had to clear up Leia's misunderstanding of me first. After all, if I could convince her, then the Crucible serving the volcano residents would listen to their eldest lady. Besides, the matter of Tanis has nothing to do with me. Senior Exotopia, please help hold him back. I explained quickly. Leia may be emotionally unstable now. When she recognizes me, we can end this unnecessary battle. Okay. Exotopia also immediately raised his saber and moved towards the Crucible Knight. I quickly lowered my posture, carefully comforted Leia, and said to her, Don't be afraid, Leia. Look carefully, I am not the one who hurt you. His eyes are the color of turbid yellow flames. Look, my eyes are gray and black. No, don't. Leia still held her head, curled up into a ball. Leia, don't you remember me? I am Zero. I can only say it another way. You once said, I am the hero you found, I will accompany me on the road of the brave, and witness me become the king of Eldon. Don't you remember all this? No, I don't know you at all, please don't burn me again. Leia said, suddenly found something. Tall Lady Tanis? Oh, it's bad. I sighed in my heart. Tall Lady Tanis. Leia crawled over in a hurry. She held Tanis's head in her hands. Her eyes were wide open as if they were about to pop out, and her mouth was trembling so much that she couldn't close it at all. No, this is not true. No, Mother, this, how can this be? She suddenly grabbed her head with one hand and whimpered and groaned in pain. This is really the worst time. She saw the worst scene. Leia, listen to me. I swallowed my saliva and racked my brains to think of an explanation. I'm sorry that I came a step late and failed to save your mother. But, yes, did you kill her? The fated one. Leia hugged Tanis' head tightly in her arms. It wasn't me. It was the Mad Fire one who stayed here just now, I argued. But I felt that all the explanations now seemed to become extremely pale. Leia didn't seem to hear my words at all, and stood up indifferently. I remember. Leia? She staggered towards the great snake Lackad, and knelt down in front of the other's face. Hiss. You must be my father. Right? My mother, she was killed, my father was defeated, our volcano mansion must have been destroyed by this man. Great King, Lord Lackad, please give me the courage to defeat the evildoer. Wait, Leia, I subconsciously wanted to step forward, but Lackad's mutilated face actually responded to Leia's prayer. The red curse ghost flew out of his mouth and attacked me with fangs and claws. I could only pull out the Night Star fire and split open the skulls that rushed towards me, trying to catch the back of the one. But then, there were waves of molten flames around me. Magic Lackad's wrathful soul, I was blown away by the continuous explosions, and my whole body was burned by the scorching flames. Cough, 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 Leia. Despicable fated one hiss. Among the flying wraiths, Leia stood up, put her hand into Lackad's mouth, and pulled out a bloody sword. Wouldn't this be a blasphemy of the holy sword? She turned around and swung the sword casually. The blood on the sword stained the ground and turned into a pool of burning molten flames. I am the last person in the volcano mansion. Leia. Zalayas. Those who invaded the mansion. Accept the judgment. Her voice fell, and her upper body suddenly raised the blasphemous holy sword and spun and stretched out, like an electric fan rushing towards me. I had no intention of fighting with Leia, so I could only quickly retreat to the side. Boom! Her blow hit the black rock, causing the molten lava below to splash. And Leia also quickly pulled her lower body over, and then stood up again, twisting her body, and waving the blasphemy sword at me continuously. This set of attack movements is exactly the same as the thin god skin apostle in Windmill Village. I held the Night Star in both hands, and blocked the opponent's attacks one by one. Not to mention, each of Leia's blows was quite heavy, and, the blood dripping from the blasphemy sword, once it touched the body, it would turn into flames and burn people. After all, in the previous journey, she occasionally showed her natural strength and speed. However, Leia herself is not a warrior, so her attacks are also very methodical, relying on the force and weight. I can still block her attacks to some extent. But this is not a solution. What should I do? From what Leia said just now, she may not simply regard me as the crazy Ailing, but completely forget my existence. Could it be that bastard deliberately gave Leia the bottle of forgetfulness secret medicine that Tanis would give to the Atai in the branch? Then, could he kill Tanis in front of Leia with his own hands? So Leia is like this now, looking at me with eyes that only show hatred, no other emotions at all. Bang, a distraction. Leia turned her upper body, swung the blasphemy sword and swept across. I didn't have time to dodge, and had to block the opponent's attack. Unexpectedly, the The blasphemy sword's blood molten flame exploded directly among us, blowing Leia and me apart. Cough cough cough, Leia. I supported myself to stand up, but something hit me from behind, and I almost couldn't breathe and choked to death. It was Exotopia. He was also beaten by the Crucible Knight and flew over. Brother Zero, what's going on? Can't that girl recognize you? Exotopia wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. I was also quite helpless, and could only say, give me some more time. I will find a way. How about you find a way to remove her weapon first? And knock her out? Exotopia stood up. That furnace is not easy to deal with. As a last resort, I will consider this method. I also stood up with the Night Star Fire, and took out the Holy Grail bottle to recover a little. The Crucible Knight immediately turned his head and glared at me, but he still chose to go and help Leia, who fell to the ground first. Thank you. Uncle Paris, I can still fight. Please let me fight with you. Leia's eyes were as firm as a torch. Paris? Wait, this name sounds a bit familiar. Chapter 377, Possibility of Reversal. Paris? The name that Leia accidentally said caused my concern. Paris? Wait, is he Herdic's younger brother? I suddenly recalled the agreement with the Crucible Knight of Stonewell, but I never expected that Herdic's brother, who was upright and believed in the Golden Rule, would actually join the ranks of rebels and become a member of the Volcano Mansion. Looking at the two people opposite, they have regained their spirits and are full of arrogance, swearing to engulf the enemy in front of them. Exotopia could not help but tighten his saber, and sighed softly. It's not easy to deal with. Brother Zero. Senior. Change the strategy. I may be able to communicate with the Crucible Knight first, and then deal with Leia's problem. I said quickly. Leia. Her attacks are very methodical, and her impact resistance is not strong. It shouldn't be difficult to use your gravity magic to deal with her. We can only try it first. It's up to you. Brother Zero. After Exotopia finished speaking, he separated from me. Hey, Snake Girl. Come at me if you have the guts. I have long disliked your Volcano Mansion. It's just right to burn it down. Although I still had more mana, I still drank the blue dewdrop Holy Grail bottle. Sure enough, Furnace Knight Paris immediately turned his head, charged a sword, and stabbed me straight. After seeing me roll to avoid it, he swung his straight sword again, turned around and slashed. But this was all within my expectations. After dodging continuously, I finally opened up a gap. Furnace Knight Paris, I. Just as I was about to speak, I heard a voice. Shoo! In my ears. Leia suddenly stretched her waist, stuck out from the top of the furnace, twisted her body, and slashed at me with a blasphemous blow. In a hurry, I could only hold the Night Star Fire horizontally, and forcibly block her blow. This girl completely ignored the ridicule and seduction of Senior Exotopia. Is she coming straight at me? I had already gritted my teeth to block Leia's attack, but a golden light flashed in the corner of my eye, and another huge tail suddenly swung towards me. Prayer Furnace 100 Aspects Tail. There is no way to dodge. I was whipped and flew away in an instant, and a mouthful of blood sprayed on the black lava, and I felt as if I was broken. This is a judgment on you. Fated One. Leia raised the blasphemy sword with both hands, and then slashed it down angrily at the ground. Just like the souls devoured by the giant snake, they poked their bodies out of the molten hell, and frantically crawled towards me, wanting to take me into the burning purgatory. I was so hurt by the blow just now that I couldn't recover yet, and I didn't have the strength to stand up and dodge. Seeing that the demons were already in front of me, behind Leia and the Crucible Knight, a purple light suddenly burst out and spread, pulling Leia's body, forcibly interrupting her attack, and I was able to roll on the ground at this time, barely avoiding the molten flames that passed by. The Crucible Knight Paris turned his head and immediately prepared to attack Exotopia. However, after I recovered my strength, I quickly got up from the ground, drank the Holy Grail bottle, and drew its attention back. Brother, it's up to you. Help me hold back Leia. But please don't hurt her. I quickly rang the soul summoning bell. Ding-ling-ling. As part of the power in my body was taken away at once, a cloud of silver-gray mist rose around me. The next second, Brother Teardrop transformed into my appearance, and slashed the mist with a sword, and rushed towards Leia quickly. Combat skill. Scarlet Blood Moon Slash. Good fellow, he used a killing move right at the start. Brother, didn't I tell you to be gentle? Across the crowd, I glanced at Exotopia, and he immediately understood, and went to deal with Leia, of course, and hoped to pull the imitation teardrop a little. Seeing this, the furnace immediately turned around and wanted to help Leia. But I gathered my magic power, and slashed at the opponent's back through the air. The ice crystals, accompanied by the broken light of Rune, flew, and once again attracted the hatred of the furnace. Hey, Knight Paris, are you going to deal with me first? I took another sip from the Holy Grail bottle, to restore the blood that my elder brother had taken away. Also, I have something to tell you. Paris was silent, held up his shield, and walked steadily towards me. Although I mentioned the Night Star fire to warn the other party, I tried my best to adopt a strategy of not actively attacking. Knight Hector, I asked you to bring you greetings. Sure enough, when he heard the name Hector, Paris couldn't help but stop. But he didn't relax his vigilance at all. Under the helmet, his golden eyes were still fierce. I continued, he is now in Stonewell. King Greg has been defeated and surrendered to the new King of the Storm, Nephili Lumen. At the same time, as a deal, he hopes that I can find you. If possible, please go back to see him. Have you finished talking? Paris finally spoke. I shook my head. Of course, I personally hope that. You can take Leia to the Magic Academy Ria Lucalia on the way. With their magic, maybe they can cure Leia's amnesia, and there are her relatives there. Humph, this is the first time I've seen a hypocritical person like you. Paris sneered. It's not enough to collude with that bastard Bernard, to destroy the volcano mansion. You killed the lady in front of the young lady, and even didn't let her go, and now you're pretending to be a good person? As soon as he finished speaking, he stomped his foot on the ground. The black rock instantly shattered, squeezing out the molten lava underneath. I quickly rolled backwards, and as soon as I landed, I saw the guy pass through the molten lava curtain that had not yet fallen, and slashed at me with a sword. I could only block with my sword, and then use the force to roll away. But I still had no intention of attacking the opponent, taking advantage of the gap when the opponent was chasing me. I shouted, I am not the one who hurt Leia. The real murderer is the fire maniac, who has the same appearance as me. Nonsense. Another sword came towards me, and I could only block it with difficulty. I asked, what can I do to make you believe me? Leia is fine. She must have been fed the bottle of forgetfulness secret potion, which made her lose her memory of me, leaving only the fear that the guy killed Tanis and hurt her. But what about you? Herdic is your brother, right? Even so, you are not willing to believe me once? It is because I believed in you, who was recruited by the eldest lady, that the official residence has become what it is now. Paris charged another sword, deflecting my Night Star fire. He turned around suddenly, and the tail of the furnace swept towards me again. I quickly lowered my body and dodged the first attack. The opponent turned around again. This was exactly what I expected. I jumped up with all my strength, and just avoided the attack. While Paris was unable to change his moves, I raised the Night Star and slashed at him. Paris staggered back after being slashed by me, but he quickly stood still, raised his head, and his cheeks instantly bulged like a toad. It was a prayer, the throat sack of the 100 aspects of the furnace. I quickly jumped back and forth, avoiding the opponent's fire breath. I should have killed you and Bernard the moment I realized something was wrong, Paris said angrily. I glanced in the direction of Leia. The little snake really mistook Brother Teardrop for me and kept fighting with him. Ishtopia was like a referee in a boxing match, using gravity magic to pull the two apart from time to time. The next second, my eyes were attracted by a golden light that was rising up. I looked up and saw Paris spread his wings of the 100 phases of the crucible and soared into the sky. He held up the crucible knight's sword, like a seraph bringing God's judgment, and wanted to punish the sinner. Okay. As expected, you crucibles are all stupid if you don't fight, right? I don't have to show mercy to you like Leia. Boom! Red thunder fell from the sky. I should understand that in this world, power is king after all. Chapter 378, Fighting the Furnace. Thinking carefully, this seems to be my first time to fight the Furnace Knights in person at the border. The best way to deal with them is the combat skill of blocking. A master can hit the target with one shot, and the furnace will not make a sound with one shot, and will immediately kneel down and be executed. But I am not good at this trick in the game, and I can only succeed 4 times out of 10. So, I'd better use force. Lance Shanks's red thunder descended on me. Facing the Furnace Knight Paris, who was rushing like a cannonball, I saw the opportunity, and quickly dodged to the side. Then, the Hound Step combined with the power of thunder, and rushed straight to the opponent's back. Paris's reaction was also very fast. He braked and turned around, and once he stood firm, he stomped the ground, The land of bone shattered, and the molten flames splashed. But I know every move of your furnace very well. I leaped up suddenly under the burning molten lava. And she brought the lion slash. And chopped down Paris's shoulder angrily. Bang. TSK, what a hard forged shield. The blade chopped with lightning, but Paris was like a spring, slightly contracted, and roared, pushing me back directly. Then I used the force to do a backflip. But before I landed, Paris had already puffed up his cheeks like a toad, and suddenly spit out blazing fire. Luckily, I used the force to do a backflip far enough. As soon as I landed, before the fire burned my eyebrows, I quickly backflipped to avoid it. We both took a breath. Paris then held up the forged shield again, and steadily moved towards me. As expected of the famous tough dog of the border area, he was as hard as a rock, and it was not easy to deal with. Could it be that I really have to use the combat skill block? But blocking seems more like a way of using the opponent's force to counterattack. In the game, I just watch the moment when the opponent's blade swings down, and use combat skills to rebound and interrupt the opponent. Or, give it a try? I quickly found the same Kalia Knight shield as the richest man mug ram from my blessing backpack, and watched Paris walk quickly to the front, holding up the crucible sword. It should be now. Combat skill. Kalia return. At the moment when Paris's sword fell, I activated the combat skill, and the magic power in my body gathered with the war ash engraved on the shield and released. When I only heard a sound that seemed to smash a person's head, I only felt a heavy pressure like Mount crushing the shield in an instant, and then the blue light in my eyes dissipated. When I came to my senses, I was lying on the ground. Even Paris was stunned by my sudden move, and then he raised his foot, and was about to trample on me. I quickly rolled on the ground like a rolling pin, but Paris still caught the flaw, and when I was about to stand up, I was kicked in the waist, and flew out directly. Cough cough cough. Stand up in embarrassment. This is not a block. It's more like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Is the timing still wrong? I spat a mouthful of blood foam on the ground. Raised the Kalia Knight shield again. And like a furnace knight, I steadily moved towards the opponent. Paris's eyes showed a trace of confusion, but it was quickly covered by a vigilant and fierce look. He also rushed towards me with big strides, like two bulls preparing to wrestle. As the distance gradually approached, Paris retracted his right hand and suddenly charged forward. Fighting skills, block. I grasped the sufficient distance, gathered my strength on the shield on my left arm again, and forcibly blocked the opponent's sword. Then, I used the shield as a face, and at the same time, I swung the sword with my right hand and chopped it down towards the opponent's shoulder. When Paris easily held up the shield, blocked my attack, and with a little effort, pushed me back, he immediately twisted his body. Prayer, the tail of the furnace. I was a little unbalanced, and I didn't have time to stand firm and resist again. I was hit by the dragon-like tail and fell out again. Ah, it's still not right. It should be considered a shield counter rather than a block. Looking up, I saw that Paris had already spread out the wings of the furnace. I got up quickly, but I didn't expect that this guy also changed his move. Instead of falling straight down, like an intercontinental cruise missile, he swung his sword in the air and spun around, just like a falling helicopter, scraping the propeller and crashing into people. Combat skill, Hound Step, coupled with the energy effect of the red thunder that had not yet dissipated. I pulled away at high speed. When the guy rolled down, he really did turn and twist in the direction of my dodge. If I simply dodged with a roll like before, I would definitely be scraped on the back by his sword. Don't talk nonsense. Take the opportunity when the other party passes by, and drink the Holy Grail dewdrops to recover. At the same time, I also quickly thought about what the combat skill block is. In reality, what is the correct way to release it? Could it be that the timing has to be advanced? But if it is too early, it will just be like in the game, using the shield to fan the opponent, leaving my own middle door wide open. And Paris will stomp me with a single knife? Then when should it be? While Paris was still turning around, I imitated his attack, holding up the shield and swinging the knife twice. It's hard to say, but I seem to have some experience. However, it was not the time to continue distracting myself. The Crucible Knight was once again, like an armored vehicle, driving towards me. I took a deep breath and decided not to think about the timing of blocking for the time being. The moment the opponent stepped into the attack range of Knight Starfire, the combat skill Wolf Blood Dance was activated. I passed the long sword over my head and swung it in a roundhouse. And at the same time I jumped back with my whole body, Paris once again used the crucible shield to block my attack, and raised his foot to trample the war. The gravel rushed towards me with blazing flames. After I finished the first part of Wolf Blood Dance, I jumped up directly and leaped into the air. Fighting skills Scarlet Blood Moon Slash. Paris immediately took a small step back, avoided the attack, put the straight sword in front of his left side, and then faced me who landed in front of him, prepared to swing the sword horizontally, and then took a step back. Don't draw the sword. I quickly retracted my strength, immediately held the Night Star in both hands, half-crouched and rushed towards Paris's sword, and provoked him diagonally. Dang, in this round of wrestling, we were evenly matched. Paris's sword power was not fully exerted, and he had to retreat, and I followed the force of the blade's rebound, and rolled to the side to relieve the force. Wait, did I feel like blocking just now? I suddenly realized, every attack actually has stages. Starting, slashing, and in this process, there must be an acceleration from static to exerting force. After reaching the peak, people will subconsciously reduce their force, reserving it for the next round of attack. And the timing of blocking, is it the moment before the opponent accelerates to the peak? In other words, with faster explosive power, shorter path, to suppress the opponent's power that has just started. This is a bit like the concept of Jeet Kune Do. My eyes lit up. Paris has also adjusted his state, preparing for a new round of attack. He rushed to me quickly, raising his straight sword. And I, also quickly took back the Kalian Knight shield from my back. Just when the opponent's sword tip trembled slightly, and was about to go down, the combat skill blocked. Bang! Once again. Although Paris's attack was not blocked by me. This time, I withstood the falling momentum of the opponent's sword, and was not slapped to the ground by a slap like before. It's still not fast enough. It needs to be faster. The second round of pressure came from the opponent's sword tip, and I also quickly relieved the force, stepped back and pulled away, and let the opponent slash the ground with a sword. Humph. I couldn't help laughing. Under Paris's helmet, he seemed to frown slightly, and began to raise his shield again, moving forward. Come on. The Night Star fire condensed into ice blue crystals, and before the opponent approached, he slashed Paris a few times. He quickly stood firm, blocked the attack with a large shield, and raised his foot. I took 2 steps forward. The stomping of the furnace always spreads out in a cone, so I evaded to the side and front. When you saw me landing in front of you, the next move would definitely be to raise your sword and chop vertically, right? Combat skill, block, when. Accompanied by the crisp and pleasant sound of the attack, the emblem of Kalia emerged, transforming into a series of dark blue shining swords. In Paris's surprised eyes, his straight sword was directly interrupted by my forward block, and he couldn't help but fall backwards with his arms. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 3 shining swords instantly locked onto the target, and before he could defend himself, they pierced Paris' chest. Although it didn't kill him, it gave him an extra push, causing Paris to fall to the ground uncontrollably. The long sword pointed forward. The opponent was about to stand up, and almost hit the tip of the sword. The victory is decided. You lost, Furnace Knight Paris. I breathed a sigh of relief. But I won't kill you. After all, there was only a misunderstanding between us. The real enemy is only the Mad Fire one, not you and me. Paris' eyes were always fixed on mine, perhaps trying to find some answer from them. But what I said was indeed my answer. Uncle Paris? From a distance, Leia's anxious voice suddenly came. Then a strong murderous aura rushed straight to my spine. When I turned my head, I saw that Leia had stretched out most of her body, waving the blasphemous holy sword, and was about to fall on me. She didn't pay attention to what was behind her. The purple light rose up, and suddenly dragged Leia back, causing the little snake's lower body to fall, and the sword attack was interrupted. Get away from Uncle Paris. But Leia roared angrily, and her neck stretched forward again. The bloody mouth, so fast that it was as fast as thunder. I didn't have time to react at all, and the snake swallowed half of my body, and the vision was dyed red. Chapter 379 Sorrow. 0. You're amazing. You did a great job. 0. Don't you like being patted on the head like this? Hee hee hee. I also like it when Lady Tannis pats my head the most. You're praising me. Puff. The blood was surging in front of my eyes, and my consciousness was in a trance, like a revolving lantern, and I seemed to recall the moments of light and shadow in the past. Then, from my right shoulder to my chest, I felt a sharp pain, as if my body was torn in half. It was almost torn apart. In my eyes, Leia's big head bit me viciously. An attack beyond my expectation. If it weren't for Exutopia's timely gravity combat skills, which pulled her lower half of the snake body, I'm afraid the little snake would have just dragged me like this, and performed the snakeman's throwing skills. I dodged my head from under her big mouth, and that was my limit reaction at that time. Leia. Feeling a little weak, I sighed softly, and stretched out my left hand, and slowly touched her smooth and warm head. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, Leia, I promised you. Leia had stood up again, and exerted her strength on the ground, and swung her waist and neck violently, and threw me out. Brother Zero. Ishutopia's voice sounded a little frightened, and his hurried footsteps could be heard in my ears. My consciousness was a little hazy, and even when I fell to the ground, I didn't feel much pain. It was a little cold, so cold that I wanted to curl up and fall asleep. However, there was a little warmth like a quilt, covering me, and like ice and snow melting, seeping into my body. You can't fall down yet, warrior named Zero. Please continue to fight. I will fight with you until the last moment. Who? The gentle voice awakened my consciousness. Dewdrops flowed into my mouth, and as the warmth in my body spread, my vision recovered. I saw a brown figure standing firmly and dignified in front of me. She said loudly, "Please stop." Lady Zalea's? May? Melina? Her appearance was completely unexpected to everyone, and even Ishtopia stopped in its tracks. Melina didn't seem to notice that I had woken up, and continued to say to Leia, the Mad Fire One, with his sweet words, and his treacherous schemes, "Please don't be consumed by the rage of revenge. Please open your eyes and look carefully. Lord Leia. Lord Ling. Lord Ling has no intention of fighting with you. In that corrupt church. You should have seen it with your own eyes. The madness of the Mad Fire One. It is a power that wants to burn everything. Destroy everything. And every word and action is hypocritical. Melina? Perhaps. Leia can't remember the corrupt church. I couldn't help but stand up and reminded her. Melina was also slightly startled. And then? She asked with concern, Master Zero. Are you okay? Well, thanks to you for buying me time to recover. I shook the Holy Grail bottle that was drunk to the point of no drop left, and gently patted her shoulder. Next. Leave it to me. Melina seemed to be about to say something. Her lips moved slightly twice, but she chose to bow and bless. Okay. I wish you good luck in martial arts. I nodded, and shouted loudly, Knight Paris, Senior Ishtopia, and, next, I want to fight Leia one-on-one. Please don't interfere. Where is Brother Teardrop? Never mind. He may be hiding somewhere showing off his chicken legs again. Ishtopia naturally chose to agree and step back. Paris, the opponent, did not say much, but did not seem to have any intention of raising his sword and shield to attack. And Leia, for some reason, stood there in a daze. I sighed, held the Night Star in both hands, and said to Leia seriously, Come on, Zelaias, I will never be killed by you, because this is definitely not the fate you should bear. Why? Leia seemed to say something softly, but she quickly shook her head and held the blasphemous holy sword again. Her tears dissipated in the scorching flames, and she was replaced by a firm and dazzling golden color again. I am the daughter of the Volcano Mansion, Zelaias, the fated one, and accept the judgment for your crimes. After saying that, Leia rushed over at her speed comparable to Tourette. She dragged the blasphemy holy sword, drawing out a line of blazing molten lava. Inside, countless resentful souls wailed and screamed and complained. Perhaps she learned it from Paris. No wonder her sword moves were so rigid. I summoned the thunder of Lance Sanks, the Night Starfire. When Leia was about to swing her sword, I swung it directly at her blasphemy sword. When there was a violent collision, Leia and I couldn't help but step back half a step. After standing firm, she suddenly stretched her body, with a condescending momentum, holding the holy sword in one hand, and kept hitting me below. I didn't dodge or evade. Every time the opponent slashed vertically, I would slash upward to meet the attack. The competition of strength alone was a little bit strenuous, making my tiger's mouth more painful, as if it had been torn apart. Moreover, every attack of the blasphemy sword splashed with red blood, like raindrops falling on my body, and then turned into burning needles that pierced into my bones. But I couldn't fall down yet. Leia, as if she heard my inner voice, Leia suddenly asked, Why? Huh? Why don't you fight back? Leia roared in anger, tears welled up in the corners of her eyes again. She grasped the holy sword with both hands, and slashed at me with all her strength. I still resolutely swung my sword to block. But this time, I was no match for him in terms of strength, and was knocked back by him. Leia did not immediately pursue, but shouted and asked, "Why? You defeated Uncle Paris. Why did you take all my attacks?" "Just as you said. This is a punishment." Leia. Tired. Painful. My mind was once again a mess. But I had to drag myself to stand up and hold the Night Star again. After all, I said that I would come back to find you no matter what. Even if you forgot me, it would be the same. But I came too late. Later than that crazy guy. And you suffered such injustice. Leia. No. 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 It's you. It's obviously you. Who killed Lady Tannis. Hissing. Leia suddenly covered her head. And she was so painful that she dropped the sword on the ground. Leia. I subconsciously took a step forward. Don't come over here. No, no, that person is not you. It won't be yours. I didn't stop. Instead, I sped up and rushed towards Leia. I told you. Don't come over here. She suddenly raised her sword. But in my eyes, what I saw was just a crying and helpless girl. A poor girl who suddenly lost her mother, her support, and almost everything in one day. My Leia. I didn't stop. And put down the Night Star fire. I stretched out my left hand to her. I'm sorry. Leia. I'm late. Looking at my figure getting closer and closer. Leia gritted her teeth and slashed with a sword. But the sword didn't fall on me at all. In my ears, the wailing of those evil spirits did not sound at all. Instead, there was only the girl's head falling on my shoulder. And the confused questioning in my ears. Zero? Are you really the person called Zero? Yes. Leia. I'm here to find you. Woo. 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 Zero. 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 Master. Master Tannis? She was. I know. I will not let them go. Never. In the scorching magma, only the girl's crying remained, and I couldn't help but hold the Night Star fire tightly, looking at the vague and illusory sneering shadow in the rising flames of the magma. Chapter 380. The fallen star beast is still chasing. I gently stroked Leia's head, letting her cry on my shoulder. Until Leia was tired, she slowly stopped and fell asleep. Brother Zero. Ish Utopia came over and reminded, "Is this girl okay?" "Yeah, she should be fine." I hugged. To be precise, I carried Leia, turned to ask the Crucible Knight Paris. "Is there any way out here, Paris?" After the battle just now, Paris also understood that I was indeed not someone who came to oppose them. But he still shook his head. This was originally designed as a sleeping palace for Lacquered. Entering here in the name of an audience is equivalent to dedicating oneself to the snake. Therefore, there is only a portal for sending people in. And there is no way out. When Lacquered accumulates enough strength, he will directly jump over the surrounding black rock wall, pass through the magma swamp, and lead the volcano to devour the golden tree. I see. In other words, there is still no way out. I sighed. There was no other way. I had to turn around. Melina, it seems that I can only ask you, use the blessing teleportation to take us out. Of course, Master Zero. Melina extended her hand to me. I nodded, and said to Exotopia and Paris, "You two, please hold my shoulders, and let's leave here together first." Exotopia naturally extended his hand to me without hesitation. But Paris said, "Sorry, can you wait for me for a moment?" We all looked at him curiously. I saw that the Crucible Knight turned around and walked in front of Tannis. Because of the vicious hand of the mad fire, Tannis's body had been burned black, and the silver mask on her face was also stained with blood. He picked up the other's body, put it beside the head of the snake's corpse, knelt on one knee, and sincerely confessed, "I'm sorry, Madame I, Paris, acted as a knight, failed to fulfill my promise, and protected your safety, and actually let the evil plan of the madman succeed. Originally, I should have committed suicide here, to apologize for my sin, but Miss Leia may still need my strength. If she is determined to defeat the madman, I, Paris, will also do my duty. So I'm sorry, madam." As he said this, Paris took off Tannis's mask. Perhaps because she felt that she deserved to die before she was killed, or perhaps because of other reasons, the expression on Tannis's face was not as ferocious as I imagined, or confused and angry, but more of a kind of tranquility. "May your soul return to the tree in peace. Perhaps, you who are obsessed with the big snake will despise it, but I also hope that you can return to the golden land that is already far away," Perry prayed. Melina also lowered her head. clasped her hands in front of her chest, and silently prayed for Tanis, for the dead souls of this land, to guide the way back to the trees. In a trance, it seemed that she really saw the crater of the volcano with black smoke and miasma, and countless golden leaves fell, like butterflies, dancing. Paris took Tanis's mask, stood up, and stomped his feet on the ground. Suddenly, the rock in front of him cracked, and magma seeped up. Bang! 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 One kick after another, the black lava under Tanis's body was completely shattered, sinking her body and head into the red magma. Also silent, the cut-off head of the snake belly with the face of Lakad. However, Paris did not wait until the big snake was completely submerged, turned around, and said to us, "Sorry for the long wait, let's go." He also put his hand on my shoulder. Melina took my hand, and a warm golden light shone in her palm. "Master Zero, please remember where you want to go." I had planned, since I had to teleport, I would just run away, or I could just send Leia to Kalia Castle. But considering that Euros and Patch are outside the volcano mansion, and Millicent and Alexander should also be heading here, it would be disloyal to leave without telling them. Then, I could only choose the blessing near the volcano mansion. In the mansion, not to mention that I don't seem to have lit it up. And there is a monster battle over there. The crazy volcano monster and the falling star beast. Outside, there is only the blessing at the foot of the mountain, where the fallen star beast originally guarded. If you want to go there, you have to climb a ladder that is estimated to be 7 or 8 stories high. My fingers were tired from typing on the keyboard at that time. If I climbed directly, I would be exhausted. Although there is a spiritual fairy rising cyclone nearby, Tourette can only carry one person at a time. Leia is in a coma now, so it is not good to let her ride alone on a pirate ship game without seat belts. Then there is only the Eagle Church. I selected a location and teleported people there. Before Melina was about to disappear, I did not forget to smile and say to her, "Thanks, Melina." "You're welcome, Master Ling. This is just my job." Of course, it's not just about teleportation. The most important thing is that you are willing to show up and help me stand in front of Leia and persuade her. Really, thanks to you, Melina. I explained a little and spoke my mind honestly. Melina seemed to be quite surprised. After a moment of stunned, she still stuttered in her response. "Oh, well, it's nothing. I smiled and blinked, waiting for her to finish. But Melina turned her face away, and her figure disappeared in a piece of blue light. Her faint response was left in my ears. "I just don't want the girl to be engulfed by hatred and used by the crazy fire. Master Ling, please be careful about the crazy power." "Yes, I will," I answered silently in my heart. When I stood up and saw Melina leave, he immediately hooked his arm around my neck and said with a smile, "Brother Ling, I have never heard you mention that there is such a beautiful girl accompanying you on a trip. Is she your finger witch?" "Ah, about Melina," I said to the two of them seriously. "Her life experience is a little complicated, and I can't explain it clearly for a while. But please do me a favor and don't tell others about her traveling with me, so as not to cause trouble." "Don't worry about that." I stood up and patted his chest, and Paris nodded. "Let's go. The outer perimeter of the volcano residence is on fire. We have to find a way to leave as soon as possible." After a short rest, we left the Eagle Church. Sure enough, the flames had burned the entire outer wall of the residence, as if it was completely surrounded. But there was no turmoil in the city. Perhaps both the snake people and the immortals were accustomed to the hot environment and naturally ignored the flames. We ran across the steel bridge. If we were to go from the prison town church, I was worried that there would be too many detours. Moreover, the exit was also deep in the residence. We might be blocked by the two guys who demolished the house. Now there were 3 of us, so we worked together to build a ladder, and climbed up to a terrace next to the prison town church one by one, and left the way I came. Cough, cough, cough. There was already thick smoke inside, and the exit was indeed blocked by a few pieces of rocks and wooden boards. However, Paris took out his straight sword and helped us open a path. After crawling out of the stairs, the battle here seemed to have ended. There were ruins everywhere, and even the fire had been extinguished. Most of the volcano mansion had been demolished. In the fire, the crazy volcano monster fell on a large hole in the wall that he had knocked open. Well, after all, he was just an ordinary monster. How could he compare to the boss monster? By the way, where was that bull? The heavy sound of footsteps made us turn back. As the scorching flames rose, the depths of the mansion seemed to be twisted. Suddenly, the stone pillars blocking the road were broken. And in the flying debris, the falling star beast rushed towards us like a siege-armored vehicle. Damn it. I thought this guy had left because he couldn't find an opponent. Unexpectedly, he was still hiding inside to ambush us. Chapter 381 Falling Star, Defeat, Clap. Clack. Hurry, let's go outside first, I shouted in a hurry. Unexpectedly, after the falling star defeated the crazy volcano monster, it did not go far, and actually ambushed deep in the burning ruins of the volcano mansion, waiting for us to show up. This savage monster lowered its head, opened its horn-like mouth, trampled the rocks and rushed towards us. Of course, I was no match for it in terms of speed, and I was carrying Leia on my shoulders. I could only turn my head, and when I saw the big horn about to catch me, I suddenly jumped forward and took Leia under the horn. At least I escaped from the mansion. I blew the whistle quickly, tore it. Take Leia with you. And run a little further. The horse quickly understood what I meant, carried Leia on its back, and fled along the avenue in front of the official residence. The falling star beast seemed to want to chase it, but Paris picked up the forged sword and smashed it hard on its hind legs. Hey, beast, look here. The falling star beast immediately swept its spiked tail in response, and turned around like a big cat. With 2 clicks, its mouth opened, and it rushed straight towards Paris. But Paris deftly unfolded the wings of the 100 phases of the furnace, and flew away to avoid the opponent's attack, while he attracted all the attention of the falling star beast. I also gathered our own strength to attack the giant beast. Pray for Lance Sanks's Dragon Thunder protection. Add the combat skill Red Thunder Blood Moon Slash. I used all my strength to strike, and slashed at the flank of the falling star beast. I heard a clang sound, and the blade burst into sparks on the opponent's body. But the wound was only a small cut, and the Night Star fire could not cut it at all. It was hard. Harder than everyone's pancake. Roar the falling star beast suddenly roared. And suddenly, I felt that the ground below seemed to have grown hands and grabbed my feet. Then, a white-purple arc of light lit up between my legs. What is this? I quickly used all my strength, even the power of Storm Foot, to break free from the attraction and duck to the side. In the next second, a black stalagmite suddenly jumped up from under the soil and was about to penetrate me. I rolled to avoid the attack, but it was not the time to stop and catch my breath. I hurriedly stepped away, as the falling star beast roared continuously. It seemed that the spikes just now suddenly pierced out from under people's feet. Perhaps it was dissatisfied with us dodging the attack. This time, the falling star beast buried its head even lower, and then suddenly raised it, and burst out a louder roar. Roar the white and purple light of gravity magic expanded from under its feet to a wider range. Bang! Just like in the game. The third consecutive ground spike attack. If you just rely on rolling, you can't avoid it. Fortunately, I kept moving, and at the moment when the ground spikes burst out and grew, I was almost out of the range of the purple light. I just needed to roll again. Look at the Furnace Knight, who is not good at dodging. Several ground spikes suddenly rose from the ground, directly trapping Paris in a cone-shaped cage. If the furnace armor wasn't strong enough, this guy would have been pierced into a string. When the falling star beast saw me evading the attack, it shoveled its pair of large pliers like mouthparts into the ground, picked up a huge rock and flipped it towards me. How could it possibly hit me? Combat skill, Hound Step. Pulling away quickly, I rushed forward, wiping my palm with the blade. The blood made the blade sharper, and slashed directly at the calf of the falling star beast. Bang! It was still so hard. When I raised my head, I saw the opponent's large mouthparts coming at me. I suddenly noticed that in the mouthparts, the round purple gem that looked like an eye and was embedded on the top of the falling star beast's skull seemed to have a crack. Is it the trace left by fighting with the crazy volcano monster? Speaking of which, in the game, the rest of this guy's body is indeed extremely hard. But if he can attack the head of the falling star beast, he can just jump and chop it a few times, and it will collapse and enter the execution. But I can't care about so much now. I'd better dodge it first. The falling star beast rubbed its front hooves twice, as if it was going to start charging like a mad bull again. But a purple light suddenly spread from his side, forcibly pulling the falling star beast's hind legs. At this moment, the Crucible Knight Paris had already broken free from the stone thorn cage, and stomped on the giant beast head-on, causing the rock to crack, and the ground to shake slightly, causing the falling star beast to stumble. Not only that, a flying bird suddenly leaped up from behind it, and then it turned into a sword and fell on the falling star beast. Is it Millicent? She's here. I am Alexander the Iron Fist, a monster made of rock. Take my attack. As always, Alexander heard the voice before seeing the shadow. But the falling star beast subconsciously swung its tail, and it might have punched Nyo on the butt. Almost in an instant. It was besieged by many people, so that the huge beast could not move its feet and charged forward, and roared angrily to the sky. Good opportunity. I directly controlled the power of the wind and the red thunder, quickly dodged in front of the opponent, and then leaped up. Combat skill Red Thunder Blood Moon Slash. The Night Star Fire swung a circle of the bright moon, and directly slashed the eyeball jade in the center of the pair of large mouths of the falling star beast. But just when the sword was about to hit the crack, a white-purple light suddenly burst out from the body of the falling star beast, and then a repulsive force counterattacked, not only making my sword unable to cut down for a while, even the whole person was lifted up in the air. Oh no, this guy was roaring and accumulating power just now. To trigger a larger range of gravity magic, I was too impatient. Roar. The roar of the falling star beast was like thunder, and the gravity magic made everyone around it levitate in the air. I couldn't help but grit my teeth and struggle. But it was like being exiled in space, with no support from the surroundings. No matter how hard I struggled, it was useless. I could only pray that the guy would put me down quickly. But unlike in the game, the falling star beast actually released energy for a long time, and tore and twisted everyone's body onely, as if it would not stop until it had destroyed us all. Yes, we must find a way to interrupt its magic. Paris suddenly spread his furnace wings, but after being discovered by the other party, the eye stone embedded in the skull immediately turned to him. The purple lightning was like a shackle, imprisoning his wings. I wanted to throw out the Night Star Fire, but my body was not under my control at all, floating around. Even if I threw out the attack, it would probably be useless because of insufficient power. What should I do? Whoosh! At this moment, a stream of fire suddenly broke through the air and attacked. It quickly passed through this suspended gravity field, and actually hit the falling star beast's head with one arrow, and then exploded. Suddenly, the magic that imprisoned us dissipated. However, the fellow who turned from a falling star into a beast did not let us go in the end, and he slammed everyone to the ground. Cough, cough, cough. I felt my lungs were about to break, and a warm and sickening sweetness came from my throat. But it's not time to lie down and rest yet. I stood up as quickly as possible, and after the sneak attack just now, the falling star beast staggered back to the edge of the mountain road. It stood steadily, then its mouth parts clamped together, a faint arc of light leaped, and gathered into a ball of black and purple energy in front of it, as if a wormhole had opened. Could it be its ultimate move? Laser jet? How could I let you succeed? I rushed straight up to the falling star beast. The opponent also immediately aimed the crosshairs at me. Buzz. In the wormhole, black and purple light burst out. Combat skill Storm Feet, Rise. The surging hurricane lifted me up suddenly, and the falling star beast's laser followed my figure and lifted me up. But, with the help of the swift wind and the red thunder, I was still one step faster. I raised the Night Star Fire with both hands, and faced the cracks on the eye stone of the falling star beast, which was on the top of the huge head, right below me. I turned into lightning, and stabbed it with a sword. Roar. Suddenly, the purple thunder of gravity rushed towards me along the blade, forcing me to draw my sword and jump away. The falling star beast was like a machine that was out of control and ran wild. It shook its head subconsciously, and stomped its legs and feet. But it seemed to have forgotten that it had already stood on the edge of the cliff. It accidentally stepped on the air with its back foot, and the gravity of the earth was like a big hand, pulling it down into the valley where smoke and clouds were floating. Enemy felled. Chapter 382 Baiji's Invitation. As the falling star beast was hit in the vitals, and then fell into the valley of the Gmir volcano, a large beam of rune light gathered towards me, and there was also a weapon. The star beast half-jaw. This is the mouth of the falling star beast, which can summon gravity thunder to hit the target, but it is a tough wheelchair artifact. I was so happy that I put away my weapon with satisfaction, and prepared to take out the Holy Grail bottle to recover a little, and there was another round of noise in my ears. Guys, help! It was the voices of Patch and Tourette. Turning around, I saw that Guy, Duros, and another man who looked like a Rodel soldier were chasing Tourette. And behind them, there was a paleness. A huge hand monster, like a big spider with babies, and a group of small hand monsters rushed towards us. Help! Such a grand scene. Even a person appeared on the other side of the road and ran towards us. Looks like a wandering merchant. Could it be the one I met on the road, brought here by Millicent and Alexander? Let's not worry about it for now. The hand monsters are full of energy and are going to trample everything. I sighed and had to pull out the Night Starfire again and lead everyone to meet them. The hand monsters are afraid of fire, so combat skill Molten Flame Hurricane Dance. With the help of everyone and the molten flame power of the Night Starfire, it's still easy to deal with the hand monsters. I summoned Tourette, touched its cheek, and lay on its back was still asleep. Ha! It seems we are still a step late. Is the matter of the volcano mansion resolved? Alexander walked towards me with a smile. Well, I guess so. I nodded, and saw the wandering merchant following Millicent and Alexander, and stepped forward and bowed. The rocket just now was shot by the old merchant. Thank you very much. It's a great help. The old merchant shook his hands repeatedly. Oh, dear guests, your gift is hard to accept. At that time, you were in a hurry, leaving the rune behind, and I, the old merchant, felt guilty about it. It was thanks to your friends that I was able to meet you again. The explosive crossbow arrows just now were just a piece of cake. By the way, there are still some runes left from what you gave me, and I came to return them. I didn't expect that this merchant would be so kind and righteous, and my unintentional act saved my life. Looking at the rune handed over by the other party, I felt a little embarrassed to take it back. I won't take the rune back. Ah, I got it. Old merchant, do you have any treasures here? I'll buy some. It just so happened that I defeated the falling star beast and got a huge sum of money. The old merchant was overjoyed. Thank you for your patronage. Hey, old buddy, I can't pretend I didn't hear what you said. Patch suddenly yelled and came over and put his hand on my shoulder. Old Patch's store, the Volcano Mansion branch, is also open. Why don't you come to patronize it? The old businessman immediately became alert and stared at Patch with his turbid yellow eyes. Patch was not to be outdone, and even slightly tilted his head, looking at the other person with his nose. You too. Are you trying to steal each other's business? Right? I sighed. Okay. Bring out what goods you have, and let everyone see it. I bought 2 stone sword keys, a Wandering Warrior production notebook, and a sacrificial twig. In the blink of an eye, the wool I just plucked from the fallen star beast was plucked away. Thank you for your patronage. Patch accepted rune with a smile, and turned around to get close to the wandering merchant again. Old buddy, where do you get your goods from? Can your relationship suddenly become so good? You weren't trying to trick me just now. I couldn't help but sigh. By the way, Brother Zero, seeing that our small theater was over, Ishtopia came to ask. Alexander and I are going to the royal city of Rodel next. What are your plans? Are you going to send Leonie to Linia first? I thought about it for a moment and shook my head. No. I also plan to go to the royal city of Rodel first. Oh, that's great. We are going the same way again, Alexander also said with a smile. Millicent, you want to come too? Right? Millicent nodded obediently. I turned around and said to Paris, the next target of the mad fire should be Rodel, and it will not continue to cause trouble for you for the time being. Paris, please send Leia to the Ria Lucalia Academy, and tell the Full Moon Queen about her life story. She will definitely protect you. Paris nodded. I understand. In addition, Helltalk is still in Stonewell. If you are free, go there too. Stonewell, has the Greg who blasphemed gold been defeated by you? The Fated Ones? He suddenly asked. I nodded. Come to think of it, shouldn't you have been in Stonewell? I heard from Herdic. Paris seemed to sigh slightly, that Greg has no honor for the Golden Clan, and actually did a limb graft. Owen and I advised him together, but I didn't expect that guy. That guy actually set his sights on us, secretly drugged us, and planned to graft my and Owen's limbs while we were unconscious, to help me escape. Owen, sigh. Owen? Oh, could it be the furnace in the prison in Storm Hill? Owen Chalk? When I was desperate, it was Lady Tanis who accepted me. To avenge Owen, I joined the Volcano Mansion, thinking that one day, I would kill the tyrant who blasphemed the honor of the warrior. However, you were still one step ahead. Paris simply ended his story. Brother, is he okay? Whether he is okay or not, you should go and see for yourself. I couldn't help but complain about Shao Ji's deep sins in my heart. If I had gathered the 3 furnaces, Went back and talked to your uncle Mr. Munger. Wouldn't it be a matter of minutes to return to the hometown of the Golden Tree? It's really self-inflicted. It's unbearable. I guess, at that time, he might have been beaten unconscious by Lian. In addition, Diaros. I called out suddenly, which frightened Diaros a little, like a rabbit. You should also go back to Ria Lucalia with Leia and the others. Lena is worried about you. I know. Diaros frowned. Are you a wildcat? You don't want to go back? I don't care. However, let Paris take him back, so that we can give an explanation to Lena. Okay, let's leave here first. The bridge on the road to transfer criminals has been cut off. We probably have to go from the boiling river. However, there is a difficulty in the return trip. From the Hermit Village to the Rodel Army Rest Station, we jumped over the cliff. I don't know if we can climb back. There must be a way when the car reaches the mountain. There is strength in numbers. There will always be a way. Then excuse me, are you Lord Zero in person? Suddenly, a voice interrupted my thoughts. Oh, I almost forgot. There was a man running with Patch and the others just now. I nodded, looking at the other person curiously. I didn't look carefully just now, and thought he was a soldier of Rodel. However, he was wearing a brown tube coat, with huge eyes painted on his chest, and the curved lines on the side seemed to be painted with many earlobes, which was completely different from Rodel's soldiers. Wait, eyes? The man looked at Paris carefully, and said to me politely, First meeting. Lord Zero. The Lord has something important to discuss with you. Please go back to the Round Table Hall first. Sure enough, this guy was the spy planted by Lord Baiji in the Volcano Mansion. Chapter 383 The Mystery of the Half-Body Part 1. Sir Baiji actually took the initiative to invite me. This is indeed beyond people's expectations. I looked at the man in front of me with doubt and vigilance. The other party continued to say sincerely, Sir also said that he will find a way to remind the King of Blessing about the matter of the Volcano Mansion and the mad fire. Please don't worry, Lord Ling. And be sure to go to the hall first. He even predicted the excuses I might say. He is worthy of being Sir Baiji. Does this mean that he has already infiltrated people in the King's city of Rodel? Since the other party invited me so sincerely, then I have no choice but to accept it openly. I found the green amber pendant +1 from my backpack and handed it to Utopia. Senior. It seems that I can only trouble you to go to Rodel first. The King of Blessing is recruiting capable fated ones. Take this with you, and go to the main gate of Rodel Royal City. I think the soldiers there will not stop you. Go and tell the King of Blessing that the Volcano Mansion has been attacked by the backlash of the insane fire. Next, their target is likely to be the sewer area of the Royal City. The Royal City. The sewer? Utopia looked puzzled. I nodded firmly. The King of Blessing will understand what I mean. Please. Well, Brother Ling. You have to be careful when you are alone. Utopia glanced at Baiji's men, and could not help but remind him softly. I smiled and replied, It's okay. It's okay. Baiji can't eat me now. Then, I'm leaving. Everyone. Baiji's men immediately stepped forward. Master Ling, please let me take you to the Round Table Hall. Oh, that's great. I'm still worried about which gloomy corner to trouble Mimi. I nodded and held his hand. He muttered something, and the golden rune flew out of the eyes on the chest of his clothes, wrapping me up. With a shaking and spinning, I was slapped on the ground of the Round Table Hall. Hey, is that guy's transmission channel so unstable? It's just like riding a roller coaster and getting thrown out. Ha, it hurt so much, I'll go find Melina next time. I touched my face and stood up. The Round Table Hall was so deserted, so quiet that I could hear the sound of old Shigu starting a fire. He must have heard the noise, and was preparing to help forge weapons. Since we're all back, there's no need to rush to find Sir Baiji. I went to say hello to Shigu first, and I happened to have a few forging stones on me, so I asked him to help me upgrade my weapons. Rodlika and Hunting Death. Dee hadn't returned to the hall yet. FIA's door was closed. Did she go out too? As for the Dung Eater, he sat in the stinking room as usual, and failed to collect the curse of the hotbed in the Volcano Mansion, so I'd better not talk to him. I walked towards Sir Baiji's room. And this old man, of course, had heard the noise long ago, and was actually sitting in front of the stove on one side of the study, brewing flower tea, and waiting for me in an empty seat. Sir, I heard you have something to ask me. I sat down next to him without any hesitation. He glanced at me from the corner of his eye, and asked, The snake was attacked by the devil? As expected of you. Sir, you have already predicted what happened in the volcano residence. I couldn't help but sigh. But I didn't expect that the devil would take the initiative to find it. And even join forces with Bernard. Bernard? That man is not easy to deal with. You and I should be careful. The sir took a sip of the flower tea. I took a sip as well. It shouldn't be a toxin that makes people sleepy and confused. In other words, it was brewed just right. And the warmth and fragrance of the flowers quickly filled people's lungs after taking it. And the sweetness lingered between the teeth, which made people linger endlessly. I couldn't help but ask in confusion. The Lord asked me to come back. It shouldn't be just to confirm the matter of the volcano mansion. Remember I once asked you. 0. How many crazy fire people do you know? 4 now. 2. I also perked up and gave a definite answer. One was originally Bloodfinger's Nelius, who was resurrected by the crazy fire. And the other is a guy with a similar face to me. If their witch is included, there are 3 people. I defeated pure purple Bloodfinger Eleonora. And saved Yura. So, at this point, Shapalili should not have possessed Yura yet. It seems that you really don't know yet. Baiji paused, and said a little slower. The Bloodfinger Nelius you mentioned, and the person, who looks similar to you are actually the same fire maniac. Huh? I couldn't help but widen my eyes, and turned my head to look at Baiji. He also stared at me. And under the dark helmet, the fire flickered slightly in his eyes. No. It can't be. There is such a big difference between my appearance and Nelius. In this world, there are many miracles and magic. So changing your appearance can be said to be easy. 0. You should know that even the mirror in the room of the dead sleeping girl FIA can change a person's appearance. However, most people only regard this kind of magic as a prank. After all, the appearance changed by magic will disappear if you touch it. I never thought that it could have such an effect. Baiji's logic seems to be fine. After all, there are transformation magics in this world, such as Queen Marika's playful mimic veil. So it is not impossible that there is magic of disguise. However, I still can't believe it. No. No way. That was seen by the people I left in the volcano mansion. The mad fireman who looks like you, before meeting the people of the Blood Dynasty, transformed into the appearance of Nelius. But why did Yanhua have to transform into my appearance? I interrupted Baiji. Yanhua, when did he target me? If it was Nelius at that time, I almost fell under his sword. There is no reason to choose a weak guy. But think about it carefully, a guy with my appearance came out to mess up. Such a thing did happen quite early. I still remember the second time I met Patch, he was weird. The time point, it really seemed that it was not long after I defeated Nelius. But I was still confused. By the way, he didn't seem to use this trick on others. Right, why did he choose me? Maybe, because he is most familiar with you. Baiji said lightly. Did that crazy fireman say anything strange to you? My half-body? I almost subconsciously remembered the name he called me. It's very strange. Why did he have to be so close to me? Baiji also pondered for a moment. As he thought carefully, he speculated, if I remember correctly, the Bloodfinger's Nelius was originally a Bloodfingers wandering around the Monglu River, specializing in hunting the Fated Ones, who had just returned to the land of Ninjafu 0. What did you have in common with him before? What else could we have had? I said unhappily. That guy almost killed me right at the beginning. In addition to the infection of the disease, revenge, resentment, but it is the best soil for the insanity, but the Bloodfingers. One faction, extremely thirsty for blood, whether it is their own, or others, therefore injury, death, is an exciting thing for them, and it is difficult to generate the fire of madness by themselves. Baiji pondered slowly. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something, and his voice was half a point lower. Fated 0, who are you? Huh? Jazz's trembling voice, with an incredible surprise. I couldn't help but turn my head. The room was dark, like a stress reaction after being attacked. Baiji's eyes with flickering fire, surged with undisguised murderous intent, and a trace of fear. Chapter 384 The Mystery of the Half-Body. Part 2. Baiji, like a lion who had been bitten by someone, looked at me fiercely. I swallowed my saliva and said carefully, Sir, I don't quite understand what you mean. Baiji did not respond immediately. As if he wanted to look for the answer, he wanted directly from my eyes. What was reflected in his eyes seemed to be no longer my body, but some kind of monster, a monster that he could not understand. No way could it be that Baiji had guessed it directly. The room was terribly silent, and the air pressure made the surroundings a little darker. Only in the stove, the sound of firewood burning slowly, and sparks floating up the chimney. I swallowed my saliva. The sound was so loud, as if a loudspeaker was installed in my throat, and it was particularly embarrassing at this moment. I quickly picked up the teacup. Under Baiji's gaze, I carefully drank a sip of the flower tea, thinking about how to explain it best. Sir, according to what you just said, the power of the fire comes from me. So he calls me his half? Baiji was still silent for a moment, and then answered cautiously, That's right. But at that time, I was almost dead. Ah, could it be that it originally wanted to usurp my body? But because I was saved, it could only possess Nelius? I speculated. But it's not quite right. Even if I really hated Nelius at that time, it was impossible for the fire to develop before losing consciousness. After all, the time was so short. Moreover, from the perspective of those who suffer from the fire, especially Edgar, the Lord of Morn City who I have met, it takes time for the fire to accumulate power. Baiji seemed to be unable to bear my speculation, and said bluntly, But what if that crazy fire is a part of you? The fated Zero. Huh? No. It's impossible. I am a good citizen, and I have never thought of destroying the world. I immediately distanced myself from the crazy fire. Oh! Except when I was working overtime and almost died. I wonder. Zero. Have you ever met a red ghost at the border? Baiji suddenly changed the subject. Red ghost? Red spirit? I thought of the red spirit Millicent in the Ionian swamp, and the teachings that teacher Saren had told me. It is said that when a person is dying, the strong thoughts left behind will disappear with the death of the main body. However, if the person is saved, the red spirit will also be left on this land. After all, the death chaos in the border area and the wandering of souls are actually quite common. For example, those jellyfish that are usually harmless to humans and animals are actually a kind of soul. Ah, could it be? I suddenly realized something. Yes, the reason why the mad fire chose your appearance to imitate is that it is very likely that he is the red spirit you gave birth to that night. But, Baiji interrupted me. Perhaps you can't perceive it yourself. The birth of the red spirit is actually somewhat similar to the magic of the clone, which requires the original body to deliver something as a base. But unlike magic only needs a personal item, or a certain ability that is closely related to itself, while the red spirit will take away a part of itself. I am afraid that night, the mad fire was a part of your soul that was separated. He paused, then asked the same question again. So, fated Zero, who are you? I couldn't help but be surprised by Baiji's speculation. No wonder he showed such a fierce look just now. As long as I showed a little hostility, I am afraid Baiji would ignore the rule that there can be no fighting in the round table hall, and attack me directly. It is even possible that, at that time, he had already regarded me as the king of mad fire, or the original person who brought mad fire to the border? I did come to this world through the fog, and if I must say it myself, I am not a fated person. In order to regain the other party's trust, I had to reveal some of my true information. Maybe you don't believe it, but I came from another world, or you can say I am an alien. It was a golden butterfly that led me to the border. Golden butterfly? Isn't it the blessing of the queen? I shook my head, and Baiji also took a deep breath, then mad fire. I really don't know when I was infected with mad fire, but I can guarantee that, in this regard, I am not your enemy, and I will never let the mad fire bastard go, I said firmly. Baiji also looked at me for a long time. In addition, I can tell you that the 3 fingers of mad fire are hidden in the deepest part of the sewers of the royal city of Rodel, and the ultimate goal of that guy must be to meet mad fire, to obtain more complete power. I will go there to stop him, if possible. Please help me. Sir, I said sincerely. It's not that troublesome. Baiji stood up and said, As long as the main body is solved, the red spirit will disappear naturally. Huh? From the previous logic, it seems that this is right. It's not possible that we still have to fight. Baiji meant. But your half is a little different. It just happened to be born and found an empty body. So I can't say whether killing you will have any effect on him. Baiji stretched out his hand and patted my shoulder. I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It turned out to be a joke. It was scary. But I am indeed more and more interested in you. Zero. He suddenly changed the subject, as if a fox's cunning laughter had penetrated through, making my ears slightly itchy. Under that supreme will, how will you struggle? No matter what will it be, as long as he dares to show his health bar, I will make sure he never returns. I pretended to be arrogant. Baiji seemed to smile slightly. He was leaning on the scepter, and was about to return to the desk, when he suddenly asked casually, by the way, Zero, do you know that there is a village of insane fire on the east coast of Linnea? On the high mountain near the Deco's lift in the north? What happened there? Your half-body with a witch-like figure stayed there for a while, and dug out the eyes of everyone in the village. Even the mice. Do you know what kind of ritual that is? Ah? That guy. Could he have refined the eyes of the insane fire into grapes of chapalili, and fed them to Haida? I told him my guess. The mad fire which, come to think of it, there has been a while since I saw that girl. Regarding the mad fire, I will continue to help you investigate. Baiji walked back to the desk, took out a small bottle of golden powder, and handed it to me. When necessary, inject the power of rune into it, and then sprinkle this powder. It will guide you to meet my men. Communicate more, and cooperate well. It sounds a bit like the finger-calling medicine. Thank you. I accepted the props given by Baiji. The other party also turned around, as usual, picked out a book from his pile of books, and began to read silently, no longer paying attention to me. Chapter 385 Hug and Whisper. Dianhua Wuxi and Dianhua A Ling are the same person, and Dianhua A Ling is the red spirit separated from me. No wonder that guy wants me to join his side. After all, part of the power of the red spirit still comes from the main body. If something happens to me, he may not be in a good situation. However, the 2 times I met Dianhua Nelius, the guy still wanted to kill me. Perhaps, these are the 2 sides of Dianhua. In short, we must stop them before they meet the Dianhua Three Fingers in the underground of Rodel King City. I withdrew from Baiji's study. While thinking about going to Rodel King City, I walked to the blacksmith Xiao-gu to take back the Night Star Fire. That woman is looking for you. When Xiao-gu handed over the sword, he suddenly said, He glanced to the side, and saw that the door of the dead sleeping girl, Fi's room, which had been closed just now, was actually opened. At this point, what does Fi want to talk to me about? If we speculate from the death-sleep branch in the game, Roger, who was paralyzed by the Blackthorn death curse, would cry in Fi's arms. And then Fia would ask Atui to go to the Black Blade underground cemetery to find clues about the Black Blade conspiracy night. However, in reality, Roger has already returned from the cemetery with D. And the subsequent plot development. Is Fia going to give me the corrosion dagger that is a cross-fusion of gold and silver? And plan to hunt the sword's owner D? Well, D has saved me several times after all. Although he has a sharp tongue. But I don't want him to die in Fi's hands. But think about it carefully. If it weren't for the sneak attack, I'm afraid Fia would not be D's opponent. And if I tell D what will happen next in advance, the person who falls in the hall may be Fia. This doesn't work either. What should I do to find the best of both worlds? I walked into Fia's room while struggling with this dilemma. As always, the room was filled with the scent of sacrificial incense. Fia sat quietly on the edge of the bed. When she heard footsteps, she turned her head and looked at me with a sad look in her eyes. Lordling Fia, I heard you have something to ask me. I walked up to ask. Fia nodded. I heard from Lord Roger that you have climbed the Yatin Plateau and may have even entered the king's city of Rodel? Well, what's wrong? I responded, thinking to myself, has Roger returned to the Round Table Hall? The flower poison he suffered should have been almost cured. Suddenly, I felt a gentle touch on my hand. I saw that Fia wrapped it with both hands, raised her head, and pleaded with me affectionately, Master Ling. In this case, I have an unwelcome request. I looked at her arms, and felt my face slightly hot. I tried to turn my head away. Please speak. Excuse me. Can you take me to the royal city of Rodel? That lord, you and Master Roger, and that Lord D, are all looking for the Prince of Death Godwin? Fia said softly. Somehow, I feel the guidance of Queen Marika. That lord is still in the royal city of Rodel. Maybe I can help you find him. Huh? I was slightly surprised. According to the plot of the game, Godwin is indeed buried deep in the roots of the golden tree. After completing the side story of Fia, you can go directly to a church in the royal city through the portal next to her. Moreover, you can also go there from the fire below. It's just that I have been busy dealing with various important things, so I didn't push the side story of the dead prince. But I didn't expect that Faya would come in person and ask me. Of course. I can. It just so happens that I am also planning to go to the royal city of Rodel next. I asked curiously. But why don't you ask Roger? He should also be aiming at the royal city of Rodel now. Right. Fia answered in detail. Lord Roger accepted the invitation of Lord D and another newcomer, Lord Telage, went to the Eternal City Nokron under Ninjafu. There, they seemed to have found some clues. D's younger brother, near the drainage ditch. By the way, you brought Bighorn Brother with you. Are you planning to capture the pair of heroic gargoyles below? If I remember correctly, you could also float to the bottom of the deep roots by riding the sarcophagus from there along the underground river basin. The progress is quite fast. But hasn't Roderica come back? I asked curiously. And Fia shook her head. What a pity. It seems that Roderica is still learning soul-related knowledge from the ancestors. Originally, I was planning to ask her to help raise the level of Big Brother Teardrop. I couldn't help but sigh, and I said, then Fia, please prepare the things you need to bring. We'll set off now, Rodel Royal City. Thank you so much, Lord Zero. Fia said slowly. I don't have anything I need to bring, but... Lord Zero, can you allow me to hug you? Fia opened her arms to me, with a warm desire in her eyes. Everyone, I think everyone understands. Hugging is so civilized. I gladly accepted it, squatted down, knelt on one knee in front of Fia, and embraced her. You are really very warm, my hero, Fia whispered in my ear. The soft wind penetrated my eardrum, blowing my mind with ripples. Can I ask you a question, Lord Zero? Deadborns, those lives born from death, how do you view them? Fia asked slowly. For a moment, I couldn't answer. Sure enough, do you also think they are the wrong lives born on this land? Do you want to hear my truth, Fia? I suddenly felt a little scared. Fia is a dead sleeping girl who supports the dead birth. Now my head is trapped in her gentleness. If I answer wrong by mistake, she will not treat me like D in the game and kill me. Right? And Fia's voice is still calm, with a trace of sadness, like a pool of autumn water. It's okay, Master Ling, please speak. After all, compared to cunning and sinister people, I prefer to be frank with you like this. Since she said so, I also brooded for a while, and explained, death at the border is unusual. Originally, I thought, those dead-borns would be resurrected from death for some reason. But, recalling the Shuihuan village in Ninjafu, and the ruins of Whitem in the Yatan Plateau, those dead-borns were like zombies, craving blood and flesh, but without reason. But, if being born from death is not their original intention, I still hope that everyone can return to the death they deserve, and not be bound by death. I paused, and added, of course, there is also you, Fia. If it is not wishful thinking, I also hope that you can be free from the duties of death sleep. Fia was silent for a long time, and did not respond. But I overstepped my bounds. I'm sorry, just pretend I didn't say that just now. I suddenly realized that I had said the wrong thing, and hurried to make amends, and at the same time wanted to leave Fia's arms. But she gently increased the strength of her arms, and hugged me tighter. Thank you, Master Zero, for thinking so much about me. You are indeed the warmest hero I have ever seen. But it's okay after all. That was Queen Marika's guidance to me, and the meaning of my existence. Fia. Chapter 386. Where is the grand welcome you promised? Fia, hold my waist tightly, we have to speed up. Okay, Master Zero. The girl's arms were wrapped around her waist, and the touch on her back was accompanied by a faint fragrance. But before the beautiful dream could turn into pink bubbles, the sound of breaking through the air came to her ears. Whoosh! A huge arrow visible to the naked eye flew in the blink of an eye, and landed at the place where Torrid had just run away, like a rocket, exploded with a bang, and a cloud of flying sand and rocks rose up. What a close call! While the troll stone statue was still slowly pulling out the arrows and reloading them, the golems holding giant halberds on both sides of the long road had not yet approached. I quickly pulled Torrid's reins and shouted, charge! Torret! Now, after the great blessing teleportation in the round table hall, I have brought Fia to the outer perimeter of the inner wall of the royal city of Rodel. Damn it, teacher Evil Omen deceived my feelings. I said that I would receive the distinguished guests with the highest etiquette of Rodel. That's it. You can't treat me like this just because the big snake was conquered by Crazy Fire A. Ling and Bernal. Well, although, in the game, there are indeed two giant halberd stone statues, and big bow stone statues guarding the back door of the inner wall of the royal city of Rodel. Whoosh! Another arrow shot through the air. This guy's aim is much more accurate than the one on the Weeping Peninsula. We almost hit him. Fortunately, Torrid jumped cleverly and dodged the attack. But the dust and gravel stirred up, still made people cough. I want to protest, I want to appeal, Teacher Evil Omen, the protest is invalid, last time. After giving me the green amber pendant, the Evil Omen clone that was originally transformed into a soldier on the battlefield ruins disappeared. After all, according to the principle of clone magic that Sir Baiji accidentally explained, the main body needs to use a commonly used prop or a special appearance skill as the source of power for the clone. Others have given me things, naturally. I can't find anyone to protest for a while. Whoosh! Another arrow shot, but the rocks where we temporarily hid all exploded, fortunately. I asked Torrid to hide quickly. At the same time, the other two giant halberd stone statues were like two bulldozers, shoveling the ground with their giant halberds, and were already charging straight at them. Torrid, go around the stone statue in front from the left, and then follow its footsteps to make a slight circle. Swoosh! Torrid accepted my order, quickly went around the direction of the bulldozer from the left side of the giant that was charging at the head, and then followed its speed, turned around, and made a circle. And the giant stone statue also slowed down and turned around after losing its target with the bulldozer, just like in the game, and at the same time, it violently threw the shoveled rocks behind it. Unfortunately, it was already within my expectations. I asked Torrid to follow the giant's footsteps to make a big circle, just to avoid this move, and also to limit the attack of another giant halberd golem, and stop its footsteps. Swoosh! The big bow golem did not hesitate at all, and shot another arrow straight at it. Bang! It directly shot through the companion's feet. Good guy. The giant halberd golem fell forward and fell to the ground. Good opportunity. I quickly used the falling colossus as cover and rushed directly towards the large bow golem. The distance was close enough. When he put the next arrow on the bow, Torrid led us through the opponent's crotch. FIA, you ride Torrid for a while. I'll go and deal with the golem first. I passed Torrid's reins to FIA, and then jumped directly from the horse's back to the ground. I drew out the Night Starfire. While the opponent was still turning around, the combat skill Wolf Attack Blood Dance. The wind took me to the foot of the golem in an instant, and I swung a sword, and chopped its ankle with a furnace flame like egg yolk. Damn, it was quite hot. I had to step back first. It was just right, because the longbow golem couldn't shoot me under the crotch, and was so anxious that it stamped its feet. And I had already pulled away, standing behind him and shouting, "Hey, I'm here!" "Ah!" The golem roared and slowly turned around. But behind it, the other giant halberd golem had already locked onto me as its target. After it came over, it laid down, raised its giant halberd and slashed at me. I simply lowered my head and bent over, avoiding the opponent's attack. As a result, the giant halberd golem could not stop its halberd and directly chopped the ankle of the bow golem. With a loud bang, the opponent's foot was almost chopped off and fell to the side. Just in time, and fell on the giant halberd stone statue lying on the ground. Boom! Oh! It hurts me just looking at it. Is this a retaliation for the bow that shot through the companion's ankle? Alas! When will the revenge end? I haven't even started to do this. And you all fell down, looking at the rather funny scene in front of me. I shook my head speechlessly, turned around, and prepared to find Torrid and FIA to meet up. Master Zero! Just in time. FIA rode Torrid to meet me. FIA! I smiled and waved. Master Zero! FIA was still shouting. Be careful, ah! Phew! Torrid suddenly jumped up twice, and then, a ball of blazing fire came from under its body and hit me head-on. Huh? I was stunned for half a second, and quickly rolled to the side to avoid it. But the fireballs did not stop there. They flew towards me, or Torrid one after another. I was blown up and rolled around. I finally waited for the opponent to stop attacking. I heard the sound of galloping horses. When I looked up, a conical hammer pecked down like a rooster's beak. I could only roll to the side again. When I stood up and looked back, I saw a familiar figure. The Golden Warhorse and the Golden Knight. But one hand held a shield that looked like a dragon's claw mark, and the other hand was a large weapon. The Dragon Claw. It was the alien tree guard who accepted the power of the ancient dragon and learned the power of the dragon. The dragon-clad guard. Good. Good. Teacher Evil Omen. You are welcoming me in such a grand way. Right? I was so sad that I couldn't cry. I glanced at the back door of the inner wall. Sure enough, there was no fog door like in the game, but a solid wooden door locked. This way, the plan to skip class and sneak into the city was also ruined. I couldn't help but sigh. Master Zero, are you okay? FIA rode Tourette back to my side. I nodded. It's okay. Tourette, you protect FIA and run away a little. This guy is not an easy opponent to deal with. Tourette immediately took the order and left. The dragon-clad guard was also unceremonious. He raised his big dragon claws and raised his horse's hooves. As the warhorse neighed, several golden thunders rushed down from the sky and fell on the ground, creating smoke everywhere. Okay, you are the only one who knows dragon thunder, right? After I dodged several falling thunders in succession, I suddenly raised the Night Star Fire and recited the dragon rune in my heart. Pray for Lance Shanks's dragon thunder protection. Next, let's see who of us is more dragon. Chapter 387. You are still more dragon. 10,000 thunders roared. When the dragon guard saw me release the prayer, he picked up the big dragon claw with red thunder, riding the horse and leaping over, smacking me with heavy hammer sparks. Seeing this, I directly used the hound step, slipped under the opponent's claws, went around the back of the horse, swung the knife and hit me. The thunder fell on the hips, and the wound torn by the blade emitted a wisp of golden glow, and healed quickly. Sure enough, this dragon-clad tree guard has also completed the rune transformation. Keep hiding on the left side behind the opponent. In the game, this is a good blind spot. The big dragon claw can't swing, and the dragon claw shield can't scratch it. However, in reality, the warhorse neighed, and suddenly kicked its legs backwards, forcing me to jump back, and it also jumped twice in succession, and turned around quickly. A spark floated from the corner of its mouth, and the next second, the flames gathered into a fireball half the size of a person and hit me. I dodged the fireball attack one after another, and found the right opportunity to move forward again. But I saw the dragon guard slam the big dragon claw into the ground. Pull the horse rope. Use the torque of the warhorse. Drag the weapon, and a large piece of land to dig at me. But in the game, I know all his moves. After all, I was blocked by this bastard for more than an hour at the city gate. Combat skills Thunder Slash. I lifted the whole person with the storm, avoided the low-level attack of the dragon guard, and chopped down the opponent's head with the posture of a lion slash. The dragon guard had to interrupt his combo and turn the big dragon claw to resist my attack. The two weapons, the red arcs of light entangled by them, collided with each other and intertwined a pale light. But in terms of strength, I was not as good as my opponent, and I could only take the lead to use the force to leap back. The opponent immediately raised the dragon claw shield, condensed the dragon thunder, and waved it at me. Boom! The red thunder fell like a waterfall from the sky, even splashing arcs of light on the ground. I didn't expect this move to have a follow-up. My feet were entangled by the opponent's electric arc. I felt a tingling sensation, as if I was bitten by a large group of ants. For a moment, my movements were restricted. The dragon-clad tree guard immediately seized this opportunity. His warhorse stepped on the thunder and charged directly at me. At the moment of approach, the dragon claw suddenly fell. My feet were numb, and it was difficult to avoid. I could only hold up the Night Star Fire to forcibly block the opponent's attack. But the tree guard casually lifted me and threw me away. Ahem. I had just landed, and the horse's hoof had already turned around with a neighing sound. Every time the hoof landed, the arc of red lightning would burst out. If I was not careful to dodge, I would be entangled by the opponent's electric arc, as if a pair of hands were tying my feet tightly. Is this the Dragon Armor Tree Guard's strategy to deal with me? I have to say, it's quite effective. After all, speed is one of my top weapons in battle. Once it is restricted, my ability will be greatly reduced. But don't underestimate me. Combat skill. Storm feat. At the moment when the warhorse stepped on the red thunder and attacked again, I suddenly burst out a storm from the bottom of my feet, and directly flipped over the head of the tree guard, avoiding the opponent's fierce attack. After landing, I slashed wildly from the back of the tree guard. Combat skill. Ice Crystal Pyroxene Slash. The tree guard was chopped to pieces by a rune, and turned his head quickly. The warhorse had flames in its mouth. As soon as I appeared in its field of vision, fireballs followed. It was too late to dodge, so I continued to slash. I waved the big seedling knife in anger, the ice and fire blended, and the power of the slash split the attack of the raging fire, but it could not threaten the guy behind. Ola! Ola! Ola, good boy, it's endless. Isn't it? I've already split nearly 10 fireballs, and the warhorse is still spitting. Well, how can you roll a wheelchair like this? Are you an infinite turret? The numbness in my legs and feet has long been restored, and I can run freely again. Combat skills Hound Step, combined with the stimulation of Lance Shanks's Dragon Thunder protection on the body, my whole body seemed to turn into lightning, flashing past the fireball, bringing up the Night Star Fire. A knife directly cut through the side of the warhorse. The sword moved quickly, runes flew away. The furnace controlled the warhorse to raise its body and feet, and turned around directly on the spot. But with his skills, I had another knife, cut past the big tree guard. At the same time, I went around behind him. The golden warhorse was extremely heavy, at this moment, in my eyes. It was like a wooden stake, it felt like being slaughtered. The dragon-clad big tree guard was so angry that he raised his big dragon claw again. Suddenly, red lightning fell from the sky one after another. The rather intensive attack, it made people a little bit at a loss, and they could only temporarily keep their distance. It seems that, compared to the night cavalry who always likes to run around, the tree guard prefers to stand still and output. After all, the functions of the two are different. The guard focuses on protection, while the cavalry is patrolling. I secretly drank a sip of the Holy Grail bottle to recover. I originally wanted to wait until the opponent's thunderbolt ended, and then, like before, use my high mobility to move around the dragon-clad tree guard to attack. After all, if I was a little further away, this stinky horse would directly transform into a turret on the spot, and spit out fireballs continuously. But I only heard the dragon-clad tree guard's warhorse neighing, and he turned towards me, and actually brought the thunderbolt with him, and attacked me directly. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of thunder was even more dense than the sound of horse hooves, and one after another quickly approached and exploded, making the ground bumpy. It was already foreseeable that as long as I was hit, I would be hit by 5 thunderbolts immediately, and I would not be able to get up again. Good guy. I admit it. You are still more dragon. Others. Dragon Lance Shanks uses large-scale thunder. They all stand still and roar. You are cheating and rushing directly at me with thunder. You are the disciple of Dragon King Platon Shanks. Right, this move, I can't resist it by myself. But the more powerful the moves, the more energy it consumes. As long as you avoid his sharp edge, it will soon be exhausted. You see, after just half a circle with the dragon-clad tree guard, the density of dragon thunder has obviously decreased. The intense consumption of magic power. Even his rune-like body felt tired, and he couldn't help but slow down his pace. That's now. I gathered all my strength, turned around, and rushed towards the dragon-clad tree guard quickly. Boom, boom, boom. The scattered red thunder could no longer stop my steps, and I dodged the attack lightly and quickly. Seeing this, the tree guard raised his big dragon claw and slammed forward. I deliberately slowed down a beat, and when the dragon claw hit the ground, I stepped on it, and then raised my long sword, aimed at the dragon suit's forehead, and thrust. The opponent's reaction was also very fast. He let go of the big dragon claw, leaned back, and blocked my attack with the dragon claw shield in his left hand. The next second, the claw shield was wrapped with arcs. Was he planning to block me, and then drop lightning on my head accurately to end the battle? I won't let you succeed. Just when I was trying to figure out how to deal with the dragon suit's next move, the back door of the inner wall of the Rodel King City actually opened by itself. Chapter 388. The Royal City of Rodel. Creaky. The dusty gate was suddenly pushed open, making me and the dragon-clad tree guard startled slightly, subconsciously stopped fighting, distanced ourselves from each other, and looked at the gate vigilantly. I saw a Rodel knight in golden armor, holding a spear and a large shield, walking out from inside. Could it be support? After all, there is no rule in reality that you have to fight alone. The back door was about to be breached, and no one was sent to check, which is indeed a bit outrageous, isn't it? When I thought of this, I couldn't help but swallow my saliva. But unexpectedly, there was only one knight who came out of the door. When the other party turned around and saw me, he asked loudly, "Excuse me, are you the fated master named Zero?" "Yes." The other party quickly put away his shield, stuck his spear into the ground, and bowed to me. "I am really sorry. We are not hospitable and neglected Rodel's distinguished guests." As he said, he stepped aside to make way for the door. "Welcome to the Royal City Rodel. The King of Blessing invites you." Ah! It turned out to be the reinforcements sent to me by the evil omen teacher. I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Put away the Night Star Fire. and then blew the spirit horse whistle. Soon, Torrit and Fia ran over from the woods a little further away. Lord Zero. What is this? Fia looked at Knight Commander Rodel and the dragon-clad tree guard, whose weapon was still wrapped in red thunder, and was a little confused. I pointed at Fia and asked the Knight Commander, "Can I take her in with me?" "Of course." The blessed king said that you are Rodel's guest of honor and should enjoy the highest treatment. The Knight Commander even came forward politely, wanting to help hold Torrit so that Fia could get off the horse, and also planned to help take Torrit to the stable. However, the spirit horse turned its head away arrogantly and hid behind me. I smiled and took Fia's hand, and after helping her get off the horse, I put the spirit horse back into the whistle in her slightly surprised eyes. "Both of you, please follow me." We followed the Knight Commander into Rodel's back door. Just like in the game, we first crossed a long bridge and came to the back door, which looked like a warehouse. On the way, I accidentally noticed that there were soldiers stationed on the high walls of the royal city of Rodel. Although they looked a little lazy, it was indeed different from the game. After all, since ATI couldn't get to those positions, there was no need to arrange for them. The Knight Commander apologized and said, "No one has come here for a long time, and there are dragon-clad tree guards outside the door. The King of Blessing didn't expect you to come from there, so we were quite negligent. Please forgive us." "Huh? Are there other ways to enter the royal city?" I was quite surprised. In the game, you could only go through the back door. The knight nodded. "A few days ago, your friend came to Rodel and entered from the main gate. Although some roads there have not been repaired, it is not a big problem for traffic." I laughed dryly. If I had known, I would have teleported directly to the blessing point at the main gate, and I would have wrongly blamed the evil omen teacher. Evil omen teacher? Just, that is, one of my masters. When he is fierce, his face will be as black as the sun of evil omen. So I call him evil omen teacher behind his back. I quickly found an excuse to make up a lie. The Knight Commander also smiled and said, "Your skills are comparable to those of the Dragon Armor Tree Guard. And I heard that you defeated the big snake. A strict teacher produces a good student. Your teacher must be a very talented person." "Well, I guess so." I felt guilty to say that he is talented. It is true. After all, the person he was talking about is your current King of Blessing. However, in a certain abandoned branch of the game, the teacher of the evil omen saved everyone in the 2 battles to defend Rodel, and was given the title of King of Blessing and crowned Rodel. But he never revealed his identity as the son of the evil omen. In fact, in the progress of the branch, his identity was exposed, and he was defeated by Atai. The Lord of Rodel did not show any respect or sadness to the king who supported them in the end of the world. Instead, he praised Atai for doing a good job and saved the golden tree from the taint of the evil omen. It's really sad. Judging from Knight Commander Rodel's reaction, the teacher in real life probably didn't reveal his identity, so he should keep his big mouth shut to avoid letting it slip. We took the elevator up 1 floor and passed through 2 or 3 warehouses. In a room that looked like a church, Fia suddenly stopped. "What's wrong?" "Fia?" I asked curiously. "That lord. I can feel that there seems to be traces of that lord here." Fia looked around the church. "Yes. If you come up from the portal in front of the dead Prince Godwin from the deep roots, you will land here. However, I can't say it now. After all, even if I say it, I can't find the way down from here, which is useless. So, I can only ask, do you want to stay here, Fia?" Fia nodded slowly. "Okay. Although there shouldn't be any danger nearby, you still have to be careful." I pointed at the Knight Commander and said, "After I meet the King of Blessing, I will come to see you when I am free." "Well, thank you very much, Master Zero." I said goodbye to Fia and stepped out of the door. The golden leaves fluttered in front of me. I looked up and saw that the brilliant and lush golden tree almost covered the entire sky of Rodel. The slightly tilted trunk, like the Leaning Tower of Pisa, seemed to have been cut by a giant axe. In it, the solemn and majestic buildings extended out, as if guiding the flowing golden water, dripping on the ground, and turning into large patches of golden houses. There are tall towers and towers everywhere, all of which tell the world about the glory of the dynasty. Looking from the tower here, you can even clearly see the scene of the giant dragon Gulen Sanks descending from the sky and invading the royal city of Rodel. But the golden tree stood firm, and the ancient dragon turned into a medal on its body, decorating the courtyard. However, everything that rises must fall. Just like the Golden Dynasty, Rodel gradually fell into decline. Although there is splendor everywhere, there are also many ruins. Just like the tower under our feet, which is also missing a corner. Without protection, you will fall down if you are not careful. Below, especially on the right side of the royal city, it seems that there is no blessing from the golden tree. It is a grayish red, which looks like a pool of blood. The horn is melodious in the wind, which makes people feel a little melancholy. Please come this way, both of you. The Knight Commander opened a small door near the city wall, took the elevator inside, and went straight to the bottom. Oh my god, Furnace! The Furnace Knight holding a spear stood solemnly in front of a withered skeleton, saluted solemnly, ignoring us. Walking out of the gate, we arrived at a garden next to the central avenue of the royal city of Rodel. In the game, you have to be beaten up by monsters all the way, and walk around for a long time, to open the top gate here. Is this the VIP treatment? Following the Knight Commander, we continued to cross the extremely familiar avenue. The buildings of the royal city of Rodel were indeed quite magnificent, all built of marble-like bricks and rocks, pure and holy, decorated with gold, even more elegant and luxurious. Walk all the way to the end, which is the main gate of the inner city of Rodel, turn to the left, and climb the steps. The familiar Rodel soldiers are coming and going, guarding this ancient and solemn city-state. Lord Zero, please come this way. The Knight Commander took me to the door of a building that cannot be opened in the game. This seems to be a reception lounge, but I am not tired, so I just follow the Knight Commander and move forward. I walked up 2 or 3 floors along the stairs, and when I got out of the door, I saw another Tree Furnace Knight. He exchanged glances with the Knight Commander, and then continued his patrol. I looked at the door behind me in surprise, and then followed the Knight Commander. This was actually a long path leading to the secret statues of Marika and Radagon. I took the elevator here, and the magnificent building in front of me was the Golden Cathedral. The Blessed King is waiting inside. Master Zero. After the Knight Commander pointed out the way for me, he returned to the elevator and left. I took a deep breath, rubbed my stiff face, stepped onto the steps, walked into the cathedral, and smiled and greeted the tall figure inside. Hey, Teacher Evil Omen. I'm here. But when the golden shadow turned around, I couldn't help but be a little scared. The one here was not Teacher Evil Omen at all, but the Phantom of Gufule, just like in the game. Chapter 389 Audience on the Golden Road. Stepping into the Golden Tree Cathedral, the main hall, fragments of light were cast from the 3 doors facing the golden tree, shining on the glittering golden figure. Jerfuli Phantom. The one standing under the light waiting for me was not the evil teacher Mongot, but the boss in the game who blocked the player from going to the Elden Throne. I couldn't help but reach out for the Knight Starfire. The other party obviously noticed my presence and walked towards me slowly. You are here, Zero. The Phantom actually spoke, and it was a familiar voice. This voice. Could it be the teacher of Evil Omen? The other party sighed. I have already said, I don't remember being your teacher. After a pause, the Golden Phantom said loudly, I am the King of Blessings. Welcome to the royal city of Rodel. The warrior named Zero. So, this phantom was created by the teacher of Evil Omen? That's right. It is shining with golden light. No wonder he is called the King of Blessings. And when he fights on the battlefield with a phantom similar to himself, he is called Evil Omen Demon, which is really hard. I couldn't help but smile. Didn't the teacher say that he would receive me with the highest etiquette? It's too disrespectful to show me an illusion. You mean? I looked outside the 3 doors of the cathedral. There was the throne of King Eldon, and it was also an open-air palace that led directly to the center of the brilliant golden tree. Where are you? I signaled with my eyes. Today, I am not here to see the King of Blessing, but the king who maintains the Golden Dynasty in this end of the world. Mungert, please promise. After saying that, I bowed to the golden illusion. The other party was silent for a moment, and said slowly, Sure enough, you are quite incredible. It is indeed too rude to meet a wise man like you with a hypocritical face. Wise man? I can't bear it. I scratched my face embarrassedly. Teacher Evil Omen's evaluation of me is too high. The other party nodded and said, Please come over. Zero. I also hope to have a good talk with you today. Thank you. With the promise of the evil teacher, I walked to the terrace of the Golden Tree Cathedral, and used the vines on one side as steps to go up to the 2nd floor of the cathedral. leading to the throne of King Eldon. The terrace connects two pavilions. Countless finger-free old ladies are serval and huddled here like turtles. They are all dead and turned into stones. Perhaps, when the queen decided to betray the two fingers and smash the magic ring, she killed all the finger-free old ladies here. Or maybe after the ring was broken, they longed to be redeemed here, which is closest to the golden tree. But day after day, they only got a long and endless wait, stepping onto the second floor of the cathedral, passing through the small door on this side. On the entire corridor, there are also the remains of the finger-free old ladies curled up. Further ahead, it is Queen Marika's boudoir. Suddenly, a black and slender figure rose in the corner of my eye, and the cold murderous aura followed the opponent's sword. And in an instant, it approached me at a high speed. Black Knife Assassin? I went to see the evil omen teacher openly. Are you going to assassinate me? Luckily, I remembered that there was such a guy in the game nearby. I quickly ducked my head, rolled to avoid the opponent's sneak attack, and pulled out the Night Starfire, while being vigilant of the opponent's every move. I said, I am the fated one who was invited to see the King of Eldon. Zero. Please make way for me. Sister, okay? I don't want to. The other party didn't even wait for me to finish my words, and swung a knife in the air, and the black and red flames of the destined death turned into an arc-shaped flying blade, and attacked me directly. I was about to dodge, but I didn't expect a golden blade to fly out from my side, blocking the attack of the black knife for me. I turned my head in surprise, and saw that Melina took off her cloak, holding a mission-short knife, and stood beside me. Master Ling, leave this to me. Melina? Of course. I was not the only one surprised. Even the Black Knife Assassin hesitated. This power, you... Could it be? Then, she paused, changed to a cold tone and said, this is the Queen's boudoir, and ordinary people are strictly prohibited from entering. Sister, it turns out that you and I, we are speaking the same language. Then why didn't you understand what I said just now? We are not ordinary idlers. We are invited by the current king to come here for an audience. Melina said frankly. If you still have questions, you can go and ask. We will wait here. Black Knife was silent for a moment, and actually put away the dagger. Okay. Please wait a moment. After saying that, she turned into a wisp of gray smoke like a shadow, and dissipated in front of our eyes. Melina, why did you come out? I couldn't help but ask curiously. Melina looked at the golden tree in front of her, and slowly explained, maybe it's because I was born at the foot of the golden tree. Here, I can also move freely. Thank you, Master Ling. Although her tone sounded still as calm as autumn water, I could still hear Melina's uncontrollable excitement. So, did you remember anything? I asked carefully. Melina thought for a moment, then shook her head helplessly. It's like a dream. Although everything is so familiar, it is always shrouded in a layer of fog. Mother, the mission that adult gave me here, even if the body is burned and becomes a spirit, the reason to live is still hidden in the depths of the fog. No matter how I think, the fog always blocks the last step. Melina turned around and looked at me. Master Ling, do you remember our previous agreement? Of course. I swallowed my saliva, because I was a little afraid to look at Melina. My eyes fell on her hands. Perhaps it was the traces left by the burning of her body. There were some wrinkles on the back of Melina's hands. Therefore, unless it was necessary, she would always hide her hands under her cloak. And it was these hands that once again held up the flames that burned her body. So, I know. Although I know that this feeling of being just one step away from success will make people very anxious. But, Melina, can you wait a little longer? I interrupted her, looked into her eyes, and begged, after we have seen evil, after we have seen the King of Blessing, I will tell you what may happen next. Of course, including your mission. So, please wait a little longer. Melina. Okay. Melina had just finished speaking when the Black Knife had returned to the door of the Queen's boudoir. You too. Please come in. She bowed to apologize. I did offend you just now. Please forgive me. It's okay. It's okay. After all, the King of Blessing didn't expect that we would want him to meet you in person. So your sudden visit may have caused misunderstandings, I said with a kind smile, turning to look at Melina. I stretched out my hand. Melina, can you go with me to meet the king? Melina hesitated for a moment, but still put her hand in my palm. Don't worry, Melina. This time, I will definitely hold your hand tightly, and no longer let go like in the game. and no longer let the flames contaminate you. Chapter 390, The Long Road is Still Long. I walked through Queen Marika's boudoir, and looked at the last step leading to the throne of King Eldon. I held Melina's hand, and climbed up the stairs step by step. She was still wearing the familiar cloak, and followed my steps calmly and obediently. Damn it. The background music is playing Wedding in my dream. Why is it playing First Class Love Affair on repeat since just now? What a stupid brain. Until I stepped on the last step. No matter how I switched it, I still returned to the tune of that song, which made me sigh helplessly. Lord Zero. Are you nervous? Melina asked caringly. No. I raised my lips hurriedly, and said with a smile. After all, the teacher is an old acquaintance, and we won't start a fight now, so there's no need to be nervous. Speaking of which, the King of Blessing is also related to you by blood. I wonder if he can recognize you, ha. Yes, is that so? Melina was a little confused. After all, as she said herself, everything before the body was burned was like a dream bubble, and after it was broken, she couldn't remember it at all. But theoretically speaking, Melina and Teacher Omen are indeed siblings. Although it is hard to say who was born earlier. But after all, their mothers are both Queen Marika. This is correct. Now think about it carefully. Mimi in the game also did not hesitate to kill her brothers and sisters in order to help Adi become king. Oh, Mimi! I took a deep breath, and couldn't help but hold her hand tightly. Let's go. Stepping into the door of the throne. It was different from the game, where Teacher Omen slowly walked down from the deep crack of the golden tree, while commenting sharply on his brothers and sisters. At the end of the row of demigod thrones surrounding the throne of King Eldon, a familiar figure leaned on a cane and stood indifferently at the end. Hearing our footsteps, King of Blessing. No, now it should be called King of Evil Omen. Manget turned around and said softly, Zero, you are here. Teacher of Evil Omen. The teacher looked too lazy to complain. And I smiled and said, sorry. Should I still address you as King of Blessing? Manget shook his head. That's not necessary. You are here as my friend. If you like, you can call me Manget of Evil Omen. It is my honor, Teacher Manget. I bowed respectfully. Melina also bowed to the other party. It seems that the teacher has never seen Melina. It makes sense when you think about it. After all, since the moment they were born, the evil twins of the royal family were abandoned in the sewers of Rodel to fend for themselves. It is reasonable that they don't recognize Melina. I helped introduce. This is the witch who guides me, and is also my best travel friend. Her name is Melina. She was also born under the foot of the golden tree, and has the same blood as you. No wonder, the Black Knife Guard said that this jade girl has a noble aura. Mangot couldn't help but look at Melina more. Melina also said modestly, You are too kind, Lord Mongot. Okay. Let's end the greetings here. I clapped my hands and changed the subject. Teacher Mongot, I will get straight to the point. Now the interior of the golden tree is sealed by the thorny vines, so, even if you are willing, you can't repair the magic ring yourself? My words surprised Melina a little. And Mongot nodded and admitted, Sure enough, you have already known about this abnormal situation, Zero. After all, no one would have thought that the queen who created the Golden Dynasty and gained eternal blessings for all people would actually smash the magic ring with her own hands, destroying the basic order of the world, and causing everything to fall into chaos. The golden tree, which had been destroyed once, spontaneously built a defensive seal, which is also natural. Using the knowledge in the game, I found a reason for the golden tree. Of course, there are ways to break the thorns. It's the giant fire of the northern snow mountain, right? Originally, I paused for a moment, planning to. I was so mysterious. But I didn't expect that Mongot had already figured it out. I nodded like a robot. And paused for a moment. Yes, that's right. Mongot pondered for a moment. And said slowly, Sure enough. Is this the only way? If the golden tree is really burned, the royal city of Rodel will also be baptized by fire. But this is also necessary. If this era continues, although the border area should not be destroyed, it will be like a pool of stagnant water, rotten and dry. And everyone will only decline, and will not be able to develop at all. Is that so? Mongot seemed a little suspicious. The following is my personal inference. Mr. Mongot. I also told him everything. Although Queen Malika created the eternal blessing, which made the Golden Dynasty reach its peak, it was also the beginning of the decline of the borderland. I wonder if you have heard of this theory. Energy is conserved in all things in the world. Melina and Monget looked at each other, waiting for me to continue. It means that everything in the world builds the cycle of life. But the total energy of this cycle is fixed and will not change. Take water as an example. The water in the sea rises to steam due to heat, floats into clouds, and turns into rain after flying to the land. The rainwater gathers into rivers, and finally flows back to the sea. This process is like the cycle of life. In a closed environment, do you think the total amount of water in this cycle will change? Both of them thought for a moment. And Monget slowly said, I understand what you mean. Then a person's life should be like this, born with energy from both parents, after that, constantly absorbing energy from the surroundings, to grow and develop, and finally die. The energy in his body will be returned to nature, of course. His parents' energy is also absorbed from nature, to complete the cycle. As I explained, I drew a circle with my finger. But this cycle was cut off by the queen. Forever, the people of the borderland will not face true death. Melina helped me to supplement at the right time. That's right. Although I'm not sure of the method, the true death is sealed, but the birth of life is not blocked. The energy from the golden tree, or the total amount of runes, will not change, so the result is that the runes distributed to each person will continue to decrease. Therefore, the creatures at the border are also invisibly, continuously declining in power. This point, which is probably difficult for the living to perceive, but the reincarnation through the tree, or the blessed life, should have an experience. After all, in order to maintain the natural order, the golden tree can only absorb part of their power in this process, to reserve energy for birth. I deduce step by step. Originally, this process should be quite long, but the emergence of some unexpected situation accelerated this situation. That is the Prince of Death, Godwin, and the dead born he created. Malnat followed my deduction and thought, life born from death. They also occupy a part of the energy. Yes, at the same time, because of Godwin's mistaken death, the golden tree only regarded it as some kind of damage, so it continued to invest in runes for repair, making his body continue to expand until today, occupying a large part of the life energy that cannot be circulated. Who knows, one day, Godwin's death will completely cause the death of the border, making everything become dead birth. And this is the root of death, the end of decline. In addition, there is another point. That is, there are many gods in this border area, such as the Scarlet Goddess of Corruption, Mad Fire, and the demigods. You have unprecedented power. Under normal circumstances, true death is even more out of reach for you. A large amount of energy is sealed in your body and cannot return to circulation. Like Godwin, it also caused the decline of other lives. I looked at Mondot and said, perhaps the queen realized this, but it was irreversible. So she had to smash the magic ring and plan to rebuild the order. But she was still stopped by her half-body that was loyal to the golden law. So you said in Stonewell at that time that the current order must be torn down and rebuilt, without destruction, in order to build a new dynasty. That's right, I said firmly. So burning the tree is necessary. Then, how do you make a new law? Well, naturally. It starts with reshaping death, using or directly exiling the evil god. The corners of my mouth couldn't help but smile. For this reason, I want to fuse multiple great runes to create the ultimate super perfect law. Chapter 391. The Long Road is Still Long. Part 2. Master Ling, how many runes do you want to fuse? The super perfect law? My confident, bragging words made Mungert and Melina look dumbfounded. They looked at each other again. And Mungert asked first, let's not talk about the so-called super perfect law. How about fusing multiple runes? Ah, maybe I expressed it wrong. It should be the repair rune of the magic ring, not the rune like the one on you, Mr. Mungert. I was a little embarrassed for being too excited just now, and I scratched my face and explained. One is a perfect rune that was modified and improved through a thorough understanding of the golden law, and the other is a rune of death that embraces death and tolerates death. They were created by the master named Golden Mask, and the dead sleeping girl. Faya, please ask Mr. Monget to take care of those two. Master of the Golden Mask? He seems to be in the back mountain of the royal city recently. I had the honor to talk with him. According to his recorder, Master of the Golden Mask has a profound understanding of the golden law, which I cannot compare with. Monget nodded in approval, and then asked, as for Faya, where is she? Today, I have invited her to Rodel. She should be in a church on the other side of the back gate wall, I explained to Monget. However, as the dead sleeping girl, Fia is too tolerant and partial to death, especially the dead-born ones. If we follow her wishes completely, it will accelerate the decline of the border. Therefore, I want to let the master of the Golden Mask meet with her, to try to see if we can combine their ideas and add death back into the law. Okay, I will send someone to find an opportunity for them to meet. Manget accepted my opinion. Melina asked curiously, then, Lord Zero, what do you mean by using or exiling the evil gods? That depends on the power of the evil gods. For example, the Scarlet Corruption. Its unparalleled corrosive power makes Galide still a purgatory today. But what if corruption can be restricted and utilized? I took the two of them to the gate of the audience throne, pointed to the terrace of the church opposite, and said, like the bodies of those fingerless grandmothers, although they seem to have turned into stones, there are still some runes left. Using corruption can completely dissolve the corpses and return them to the natural system. And there is no need to worry about the appearance of the dead born. As for the foreign gods to be exiled, you should also have an idea. Madness. Melina quickly understood what I meant. I also said to Monget, Mr. Monget, you should have known about the volcano mansion. But let me mention it again. The big snake was attacked by the mad fire, and their next target should be hidden in the sewers of the royal city of Rodel. Please be careful about the secret of the gold. Your companions have already told me about this. But, Monget paused. Zero. Are you sure they will go there? I nodded firmly. Well, if you want to obtain the complete power of mad fire, it is inevitable to meet the unwillingness and resentment under the sin. In that case, why not invite them in and kill them inside? Monget said lightly, as if he was casually squashing a small insect. Think about it carefully. It's true, Dianhua Ling is extremely cunning. Instead of trying every means to stop him from going, it's better to lure him into a trap. Besides, for Monget, this sewer is like returning to his hometown. It's still a home advantage. If that's the case, I also have an idea. A light bulb flashed in my mind. Teacher Monget, please spread the news that I broke into the king's city of Rodel everywhere in the Yatan Plateau. Of course, the content must be that Zero was defeated in the battle with the King of Blessing, and ended up fleeing in the city in a panic, but was not arrested. In this way, maybe, it can lure the crazy fireman into the trap. Oh! Monget looked puzzled. After all, fishing requires bait. The fire maniac seems to want to win me over. Knowing that I'm in trouble, he may come to continue lobbying. Of course, he may also take advantage of my misfortune, I explained with a smile. And fleeing in a heavily guarded royal city, and not being arrested, there is only one place I can think of hiding. Rodel's sewer. Mungert also smiled knowingly. I nodded, and then said, if we can really catch the fire maniac, he may have other uses. And, other uses? As I said before, if you want to burn off the thorns on the golden tree, you must use the giant fire of the snow mountain. It is not difficult to find the fire, but the difficulty lies in who can offer the fire to the golden tree. Monget nodded in agreement with my statement. Since the modern King Gufule and Queen Marika conquered the giants, turning the snow mountain into a forbidden area, the flames in the basin are indeed very small, and cannot pose a threat to the golden tree. So, we need someone who can see the phantom of fire, serve the fire with his body, help us burn the spikes, and rebuild the Elden dynasty. I paused, and said solemnly, and the crazy fireman is most likely the one who can see the phantom of fire. Even if he can't see it, then, I will join forces with Teacher Mungert, and hold the guy's head to meet the crazy fire 3 fingers, and then pack up the crazy fire, and take him away completely. Genius, this plan. I can't help laughing out loud. Moreover, this way, Melina can also be saved, which is really killing 2 birds with 1 stone. I understand what you mean. However, just listening to it, I feel that we still have a lot of things to do, and a long way to go. Mungert sighed slightly. Regulating the mad fire, promoting new laws, conquering the snowfield, persuading the people of Rodel to leave the city to avoid being affected, and most importantly, burning the golden tree. Ha! It's a crazy idea, and it's not an exaggeration to say that it's treasonous. Mr. Mungert, in this case, I didn't expect that you would listen to my advice. After all, even if we really succeed, the Golden Law may not prevail in the border area, and the Golden Clan may not be able to rule this continent. If it were the old me, I would definitely not agree. Mungert looked at the empty Elden throne and a row of brothers and sisters' chairs. And there was a hint of dejection in his words. Gold. Greg, the twins blessed by heaven Michaela and Marnia, General Rutten, Justice Officer Lackad, and the Princess of the Moon Lonnie. Perhaps, we are all just birds of a feather, as if we are controlled by someone, endlessly fighting, making the entire border area fall into the chaos it is now, and in a state of continuous decline. Even I can't help but wonder, what should I do to stop all this? He turned his head and looked at me. In Stonewell, you said that you wanted to create a world where everyone can live with a smile, embrace tomorrow, and look forward to it. Zero. Originally, I was just a boastful person. But you really have to practice your ideas again and again. Before, I also said that you would rebuild Ninjafu, pacify Linia, and even defeat the general, who was deeply corrupted by the Scarlet Corruption and went crazy. And even save him. It's a long way to go. But your ambition is the most vigorous fire in the world. Even I can't help but be fascinated by it, and have expectations. Mengut's sincere praise without any hypocrisy made me feel a little embarrassed. But the next second, he squeezed the cane in his hand, and just like in the game, the silver gray wood on the surface began to crack and peel off. Mr. Mengut? I was a little stunned. Time waits for no one, Zero. Mengut swung his sword, sweeping away all the debris attached to the cursed sword. His golden eyes sparkled, revealing a kind of excitement madness. Draw your weapon. Let's take the first step. Chapter 392 Fishing requires good bait. That rude fated one is there. Chase him. How dare you contradict the king of blessing, blaspheme gold, and seek death? The curses were like a tide, mixed with the chaotic pursuit of footsteps, and rushed together. Swish. The arrow suddenly shot through from behind, with golden thunder, and just scraping a person's shoulder, it would also leave a wound that was so painful that it was numb. I was so anxious that I stepped on the steps and rolled directly to the bottom. And in front of me, but it was the central avenue of the king of Rodel City. He fell. Catch him, that bastard. The Rodel soldiers behind me were still chasing me. I had to stand up quickly, and continued to run away desperately. Woo-woo. In the evening breeze, as the afterglow faded, the sound of the horn came. Before he had run a few steps, in the air directly in front of him, the tiny leaves that fell from the golden tree gathered together with the swirling wind, and in a blink of an eye, they formed the incarnation of the golden tree. A big fat guy suddenly pressed down on me. Damn, it can automatically search for enemies. Even if I want to run away directly, it will chase me. It has to fall on my head. Right, combat skills, hound steps. I had to accelerate at full speed at the moment when the opponent was about to fall, and barely avoided this guy's pressure. However, the incarnation of the golden tree did not give me a moment to breathe, and swung the big scepter like a hammer, and smashed it on my head. But next to it is the terrace blessing point next to the avenue. Although I don't know why, the golden fence door at the entrance was closed, I still rushed straight to the gate without hesitation. I heard a loud bang, and I slammed myself against the gate. Can't open from this side? I was stunned. This is unscientific. It's clearly open in the game. Why is it even locked in reality? The whistling wind came from behind me. I subconsciously rolled to the side to avoid it, and then I saw the incarnation of the golden tree use the scepter to smash the golden door of the terrace inward, completely stuck. I had to run in another direction. I remember that after crossing the avenue, in the garden before, there was an elevator that could take people down to another part of Rodel, which was the entrance to the sewer in the royal city. But after running a few steps, Rodel's golden knights had already led people to come from the other end of the avenue to surround them, probably because they heard the call of the horn. The way out was blocked, and on the way back, the incarnation of the golden tree was also pressing forward step by step. It was over. I could only escape to a small recess beside the main road, where there were 2 benches, which were supposed to be a place to rest. Standing on the bench, I looked outside the guardrail. It seemed that I could flip over to a roof of the city below from here, but it was still too high, estimated to be 2 stories high, and there was about 2 or 3 meters in the middle. If I missed, hurry up, don't let him run away. The shouts of the soldiers were approaching. Moreover, the huge incarnation of the golden tree seemed to be stepping on people's hearts with its footsteps. I was afraid that if I turned around, I would see it swinging a sledgehammer. There was no other way. I could only climb over the guardrail first, and aim at the top of the house below. What does this guy want to do? Turning my head, I can already see the Rodel soldiers behind me. Is he trying to escape to the downtown area? Stop him. Eat shit, bye. I chuckled softly, jumped up. Jackie Chan. Blessed by the originator of parkour in film history, perfect landing, snap. Ah! The next second, the roof tiles under my feet cracked, then, I fell directly into it, smashed the table heavily, and fell on the floor. Ouch, my waist. I must have lost half of my blood this time. What bad luck, really bad luck. Rubbing my painful waist, I got up from the ground speechlessly, raised my head, and glanced at the hole I had smashed. The Rodel Knights on the top seemed to just lie on the railing and take a look, and did not follow me like this, and chase me directly. I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and was about to summon Melina, preparing to bless and teleport. In the dark room, a skinny zombie suddenly appeared, with sunken eyes that looked like beads were about to fall out. Oh my god! I subconsciously raised my foot and kicked directly. The immortal was kicked out of the window by me. I didn't expect that. There were still people living in these houses? I broke into a private house and got beaten up by the owner. I'd better run away quickly. Melina, please. As I called, Melina immediately appeared beside me. Leave it to me, Master Zero. I took her hand, and after a moment of distraction, we returned to the high-rise building in Rodel City, Queen Marika's boudoir. And Monget was already waiting here. Oh, Zero. Melina? You are back. Teacher. You are really killing me. I lowered my face and said unhappily, there is no need to dispatch so many troops, and even summon the incarnation of the golden tree. You don't really want me to be caught, do you? Ha! Didn't you say that you wanted me to issue a wanted order for you in Rodel, so that I could lure that crazy man into the trap? Teacher Monget said with a smile. Indeed, this is the plan we just discussed. But before that, you don't have to fight me at all. Suddenly, he crushed the cane, pulled out the cursed knife, and chopped directly at me. When I recalled that Mungert had just taken out 18 kinds of weapons and bombarded people, I couldn't help but roll my eyes. It made me really think that we were going to enter the boss battle of the evil king, and the sudden change also shocked Melina so much that she was stunned in place, and didn't come forward to help me. But Monget still smiled and explained, after all, the last time I fought with you, it was through the phantom outside the Stonewall Gate, and Lance Shanks also favored you, which made people want to try your skills. I have to admit that your moves are indeed more varied and complicated than I thought, and your damage ability is also quite significant, but it is still lacking in precision, so that the continuity is relatively poor, and it is easy for people to find flaws. Monget talked freely, while being very offensive. You also need to have a strong defense. Zero. I had nothing to say, swallowing the resentment of being beaten and chased around, and stood up and bowed and said, then, I hope Mr. Monget will teach you more in the future. Sometimes I may not be able to control the strength of my attack. If you don't mind. Why would I mind? After all, in this land, there are not many opportunities to become stronger for free. There are still many challenges waiting for me in the future. Besides, I laughed and joked. In this way, the teacher is a real teacher. This time, Monget did not refute, and changed the subject. It's getting late. During this time, you can rest here. Generally, no one will enter the boudoir and the throne behind without permission. If there is anything, just ask the black knife outside the door to go. Well, thank you, Teacher Monget. Monget waved his hand and walked back to the throne. After I watched him leave, my eyes immediately fixed on the only berth in the boudoir. Hey, wow, it's so cool and comfortable and so spacious. You can roll on it. I excitedly rolled from the left side of the berth to the right side. And finally, I lay on it and sniffed. This fragrance? Could it be Queen Marika? Lord Zero. Ah, Melina, you, don't misunderstand me, there is really a fragrance, but I'm not a pervert. I jumped up from the bed quickly. If you don't believe me, you can smell it too. Oh no, I was crazy as usual. I forgot that Mimi was still watching. Since it is the Queen's birth, there must be incense. Melina seemed quite speechless. She shook her head slightly, then, she raised her eyes, and stared at me. Lord Ling, now, can you tell me, even if the body is burned, it is still necessary to survive in the form of this soul, the mission of this person named Melina. Chapter 393 Melina's Mission. Tell her, since you have already promised her. Besides, Melina has tolerated your willfulness several times, hasn't she? But if Melina knows her mission, she insists on doing it. What can we do? Oh, what are you afraid of? Didn't I say, use crazy fire Zero as firewood? Mimi is not a fool. There is no reason to force herself to burn trees. But, it seems that I have deliberately deprived her of her mission. Even if her body is burned, she must continue her fate with her soul. In my mind, the two little black and white people argued frantically, and even began to pinch each other's shoulders, wrestling together, causing a storm. Master Zero? Melina called softly, her sparkling eyes, still waiting for my answer. Ahem, sorry. I shook my head quickly, getting rid of the two little people in my mind. After taking a deep breath, I decided, Melina, to be honest, your predetermined fate. How should I put it? It's not good, but I have the ability to help you change it. And I am changing it. So, even so, do you still want to know? That fate. Melina nodded firmly. Please tell me. Master Zero. Okay. I sighed. Do you remember what I discussed with Mr. Mungert before? To burn the thorns on the golden tree. We need someone who can see the phantom of fire. He will make the extinguished giant flames on the snow mountain climb up the branches of the golden tree, and then spread to those thorns and burn them. At that time, the method I said was to catch the crazy fireman and let him go to start the fire. Listening to my gentle words, Melina couldn't help rubbing the back of her hand with her thumb. But actually, there is another person who can see the phantom of fire. And that person is you, Melina. After saying that, I quickly continued to make amends. But, now, you see, isn't there a new plan? So, Melina, you don't have to light a fire or burn a tree. I will find a way to solve it. Sure enough, it is like this. Sure enough, it is like this? Could it be that Melina has actually remembered her fate a long time ago? She asked me, just wanting to get a more accurate answer from me. My thoughts were interrupted by Melina's whisper. In the dim room, it seemed that a little flash of light slipped from the corner of the girl's eyes. Melina? She raised her head, and there was still a tear mark on her face. But Melina still forced a smile. Thank you, Master Ling, for telling me the fate, but sorry, please allow me to leave for a while. After she finished speaking, she turned around, and her whole figure turned into blue fragments of light again, and drifted away with the wind. Melina. I looked around the room in a hurry. Sure enough, shouldn't I tell her the truth? She even cried. But to be honest, I don't understand why Melina cried. Could it be that Melina hasn't made up her mind to fulfill her mission yet? And after I made it clear, in a way, I pushed her into the fire pot. No. Only a timid guy like me would have such thoughts. Melina would not cry for this at all. Besides, since she may have guessed her fate before I said it, but she still wanted to verify it from me. It means that Melina had already made up her mind to invite trouble. But why? TSK. Now is not the time to think about these things. I have to find Melina first. Delancey. I rushed out of the Queen's boudoir, and found Black Knife guarding the door. Sister. Melina disappeared just now. Can you look for her outside? She shouldn't go too far. She may be near the Golden Tree Cathedral. Black Knife nodded and set off. On the open-air corridor, the fallen leaves of the golden tree were like a golden snow, falling and flying. Wait! That ray of broken light. The direction of dissipation is. I quickly turned back and passed through the boudoir, running towards the throne of King Eldon. Zero. Mungert was standing at the door. I asked anxiously, Teacher, is she in there? Mengele nodded. Sure enough. I was about to continue to rush into the depths of the golden tree. But? Mungert stopped me again. Zero. Although, to this day, I still cannot fully understand all of my mother's thoughts, but please tell the girl, everything my mother did, there should be profound reasons. Please don't blame her. I know. I passed the throne of King Eldon and ran into the depths of the golden tree. Sure enough, here, I found Melina's figure. She was standing in front of the thorns, with her head raised, as if she didn't notice me at all. And seeing her reach out to touch the thorns, I couldn't help but call out, Melina. Melina didn't turn around. I continued. It's okay. Didn't I tell you that? The fire-crazed can also see the phantom of fire. As long as you use them. You don't have to burn the trees. So, Master Ling, she said softly. It's okay now. Really? But, I remembered Mr. Mungert's reminder, swallowed my saliva, and changed the subject. Although I don't know if you remembered anything else when you knew your true fate. But Mr. Mungert asked me to tell you just now that everything Queen Marika did had her reasons. So please don't blame her. I won't blame her. After all, if it can save the border area, it's just serving the fire. So what's there to be afraid of? It's just, Melina said, while still touching the thorns. No. You will still be afraid. I am so scared. I walked forward and grabbed Melina's hand that was still touching the thorns. The wrinkles of the burn on the back of her hand were even more shocking. What's more, you have already experienced once the horror of being swallowed by fire. Even if you become a spirit, it must be difficult to adapt. The fire is indeed terrible. But Melina gently let go of the thorns and slowly retracted her hand. I just remembered that outside the burning flames, my mother's cry. Melina? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. My child. I'm sorry. For the sake of the border? For all living beings to escape the fate of being played with. My child. I actually want you to bear such a heavy fate. I'm sorry. Maybe she was angry. What mother would push her child into the burning fire for some inexplicable reason? Melina said with a bitter smile. But traveling with Master Ling, no matter which land, war, crying, cursing, lamenting, these things are always heard. So I can understand why the mother did this. She looked into the door of the golden tree again, as if she heard Marika calling her daughter again. And tears followed, gradually seeping out from the corners of her eyes and sliding down. But those golden eyes are no longer as confused and shaken as before, and they are shining as if they are going to burn those thorns that are in the way. Don't burn them, Melina. By the way, Melina's tears are not for herself, but for Marika's attempt to bear the fate of the border alone, but she still fails in the end? Let's make a new agreement, Melina. An idea suddenly popped up in my mind, and my mouth moved by itself. After the other party looked at me, I smiled and said, please accompany me to witness it, create new laws, start a new Elden dynasty. I will definitely achieve this goal, and restore the prosperity of the border, so that, when you see her again, you can also smile and comfort the queen. Good idea, Lord Zero. Melina wiped away her tears. She raised the corners of her mouth slightly, as if trying to retain the spring breeze, and to create a garden in people's hearts. Then it's a deal. Yes, it's a deal. This is your destiny, Melina. Chapter 394 Hooked. Ha! The hound steps and dragon thunder protected me, and I accelerated at full speed. I used my steps to dodge the continuous rune-throwing knives of Monkit, and I charged the Night Star fire, and the molten flame cut through the red lightning and rushed straight to the opponent. Combat skills Molten Flame Hurricane Dance. Monkit did not dodge or evade, and directly blocked my attack with the cursed blade. But the hurricane surging from my feet would not stop, and it carried the burning flames, and turned into a storm, and swallowed Monkit in an instant. This forced him to retreat. But in this way, the strategy of using Hurricane Dance to restrict the opponent's movement worked. I directly changed the direction of the hurricane, and the storm feet lifted the whole person, and the hot blade swept across the palm, and the flames almost instantly turned into bright red. Combat skill, Scarlet Blood Moon Slash. As Mungert retreated gracefully, his left hand quickly gathered a golden rune hammer and swung it directly towards me in midair. There was no way to change my tactics. I could only use my full strength to strike with my sword, intending to directly chop off Mungert's heavy hammer. After all, the opponent's heavy hammer was just a virtual object made of rune magic, not a physical entity, and in terms of sturdiness, it was definitely far less than a real hammer. With a flash of dazzling sparks, the next second, the bloody blade split the hammer in two, scattering into glass-like fragments. However, before I could get complacent, Mungert easily blocked my Scarlet Blood Moon Slash with his cursed knife, and even bounced me out. Sure enough, was the heavy hammer just a pretense to weaken my strength? I quickly backflipped to avoid it, but just as I stood firm, I looked at Mungert, who was chasing me, and his left finger shone with a faint golden light, and then pointed down. I looked up, and saw golden sword blades hanging in the air, falling straight down at Mungert's command. I had no choice but to roll to the side and panic to avoid it. Mungert seized the opportunity, rushed forward, and swung his cursed blade to hit my side while I was rolling, sending me flying like a football. Cough, cough, cough. I bumped headfirst into the outer perimeter of King Eldon's throne square, and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Too shameless. I was still rolling and I was caught? I can only say that. This is the reality without invincibility frames. Maunat slowly walked over. Well, the connection of the moves has indeed improved, but what I care more about is Zero. When you use the moves related to blood, you always have to add a move of cutting your left hand. Why? I stood up and answered while enduring the pain. Actually, all the moves of my school are derived from the blood slash that I learned at the beginning, so that move can be regarded as a way to start. As I said that, I also showed the other party the most initial blood slash. Mingy nodded, showing his understanding. I see, this is indeed easier to attack, and more convenient to develop. However, during the battle, a lot of problems were exposed. Please give me some advice. Teacher. The biggest problem is the speed of attack. Although you have already made this action a habit, and integrated it into your moves, it looks relatively coherent, but this action itself will still hinder your attack. After all, normally, you don't need to cut your palm when you swing it. Right? The extra action, instead gives the opponent a little time to react. Mengit explained in detail. In addition, your killer moves seem to be all blood-style moves. At critical moments, the opponent will see your habitual movements and will be able to prepare in advance. What the teacher said does make sense. But if you don't cut the wound, how can you draw out the blood? I asked curiously. How do you perform your flame? Mengit asked back. Flame. Oh, this is a move that comes with Night Starfire. I just need to inject rune magic into the weapon, and I can use it. Mengit sighed slightly. I misunderstood a little bit. Zero, your hurricane-like flame should also be developed by yourself. Right, when you performed it for the first time, didn't you think about what kind of picture it would be like? The first time I performed it. I recalled the battle when I created the Molten Flame Hurricane dance. I just wanted to combine the raging fire and the hurricane to suppress Brother Wolf's frost. Oh, is it an imaginary picture? That's right. Mengit nodded with satisfaction. The flame and the blood from the slash are actually the same. Both are the product of rune magic. You have already mastered the moves of the blood school. As long as you imagine blood as fire, you should be able to perform combat skills freely. Oh! I suddenly realized it. Walking aside, I kept recalling the scene of blood slash in my mind, and felt the direction of the rune magic in my body. Combat skills blood slash. When the runes gathered on the blade were slashed out, the picture of blood surged in my mind. Puff. Success? Although, the power does not seem to be as great as before. Well, this way, it is also easier to control the output of power, as long as, it's them again. Wait a moment. Mengit was talking halfway, when he suddenly turned his back, and walked away, as if he had received a phone call. It should be Senior Ishtopia and the others. After all, I am now wanted by the whole city of Rodel. Brother who came to Rodel in advance? Ishtopia and Millicent heard the news, and came to see the blessed king several times to help me explain, and to clear up the misunderstanding of the king about me. But in fact, there was no misunderstanding at all. Forget it. Let the reason for sending people away be left to the teacher of evil omen. I won't waste my brain cells. I was free. I tried a few more times without hurting my hands, and directly used blood-related fighting skills. The jingling sound on the other side also attracted my attention. Melina was fighting with Black Blade Delancus. These 2 days, they got along well, and Black Blade was quite willing to teach Melina some martial arts. However, the two people's body movements were too floating. Rather than a battle, it was better to say that they were two butterflies dancing together. But Black Blade's body movements were obviously more skilled and agile. After a few moves, Melina was suppressed by the opponent, and gradually exposed her flaws. Black Knife took the opportunity to grab it with his hand, grabbed Melina's collar, pulled it, made Melina lose balance and fall, then, Black Knife's dagger fell on Melina's forehead like lightning. Melina. I was a little scared, and couldn't help but scream. Delancus seemed to think that I had something to do with Melina. So she quickly put away her dagger and pulled her up. Masterling. What's wrong? Melina asked curiously. Nothing. Teacher Mungard had something to do. So I asked you to come and rest together. I immediately found an excuse. Delancus also nodded and stepped aside. Sister. You have a good eye. Melina took a few breaths, smiled slightly and said, Actually, I'm fine. I haven't been able to exercise freely like this for a long time. It's quite comfortable. Mimi's smile is really worth seeing. It almost overshadowed the glory of the golden tree. Since she understood her mission, Melina seemed to be more cheerful than before. In the past 2 days, she smiled a lot more. But actually, you don't need to train like this, I said casually. After all, after leaving the royal city of Rodel, it's not easy for you to show up and fight. As for here, there are no enemies to deal with for the time being. Melina turned the dagger handsomely, and then made it dissipate. And then smiled and replied, Be prepared. Forget it. As long as Mimi is happy. 0. Mungard ended the call and walked back. Is it Ixotopia Senior again? I asked with a smile. But Mungert's face was quite serious. The fish we are waiting for has taken the bait. Chapter 395 Casting a Net. Has the mad fireman appeared in the royal city of Rodel? Mangot nodded. Your companions claimed that. Today, he saw a figure similar to you in the royal city, and there are indeed eyewitness testimonies among the soldiers. It should be the mad fireman who looks similar to you. Really? I couldn't help but clench my fists. Sure enough, that guy took the bait, although, seeing the mad fireman 3 fingers is an indispensable process of the mad fire line, but I didn't expect that. The other party's actions were quite fast. In just a few days, he found an opportunity to sneak into the royal city of Rodel. But he came just in time so that he can avenge Leia. However, Lord Zero, Lord Mungot, where is the Rodel sewer you mentioned? Melina asked curiously. Melina, are you going there too? I couldn't help but ask. After all, Melina can now act separately from me. The sewer is such a damn place. If I hadn't had to, I wouldn't even want to go there. Melina asked back as if it was a matter of course. Didn't Lord Zero want me to witness every step you take to create the new Elden dynasty? Ah. I subconsciously and awkwardly glanced at Monget. Mimi, what are you saying in front of the current king? Isn't this obviously a rebellion? Although when I discussed with Mr. Monget before, from the perspective of the current dynasty, I said a lot of treasonous words. Besides, mad fire is the most taboo power in the world. It must not fall into the hands of evil people. I also want to witness all this with my own eyes. Lord Zero, everything you can do to thwart it. Melina added sincerely. So, please allow me to go with you. I was still a little hesitant. However, Mr. Mungert spoke first. The Rodel sewer is roughly divided into 2 parts, both located in the lower city. One part is the treatment plant, which is like an underground river, running through the entire city. The real sewer area is also nearby, but you have to enter from a wellhead in the nearby ruins. However, with my current appearance, I'm afraid I can't go with you this time. Zero. Mungert is now huge, with a physique that is 4 or 5 of me combined, and it is indeed difficult for him to get into the wellhead. I sighed a little. I had originally thought that I could play a doubles match with the mad fireman with the evil omen teacher. If we meet in the abandoned cathedral, I might even team up with the phantom of President Munder to have a brutal 3-on-1 beating. Now my hope is shattered. Also, Zero, before going to the sewer, you should go to the lower church in the lower city and find an evil omen hunter. Why is that? Although, I do know that there are evil omen hunters in the game, and you can pick up the dress of the dead sleeping girl and the set of the fearless knight in the church next to it. It is even said that in the unpacking, there are also the original panties of the dead sleeping girl. Hee hee. Ahem. Let's get back to the point. Why do you want to cause trouble? Mungert saw my confusion and continued to explain. In the sewer, there is a group of sons of bad omens like me, who occupy the land and rule the land. The leader is called Tron Omen, the son of a former general of Rodel, and he is quite powerful. I'm a little worried that they will cause trouble for you. So if you can wear the mask of the evil omen hunter to show your sincerity, and then tell Tron that I asked you to go, those evil omen sons should also turn to help you. Oh, thank you for your advice, teacher. I didn't expect that. There is such a hidden strategy. To be honest, I was a little confused just now. After all, think about it, reality is different from the game. The underground road where the evil omen is abandoned is only so wide, so long, with only a few rooms. If any son of evil omen shouts, won't the 7 or 8 sons of evil omen inside come over? We are not lotus, flowers, water birds, with attack and blood recovery, and we can't fight and kill in a group. Moreover, even if we find the blessing point, the enemies will not automatically disperse like in the game. On the contrary, if we are surrounded by a group of black men in the room, even with a high recovery of blessing, we may see some 18+ scenes. Therefore, Monget's advice is crucial. Also, you must be careful when entering the lower city. Monget continued his repeated exhortations. Like an old father, there are immortals who have lost their obsessions and are tortured by living. Their minds have been completely twisted. They drag others to help them die. Of course, if they can't do it, you will be the one to die. I see. No wonder Rodel's upper and lower city areas are separated, and there are many soldiers guarding them in the game. It turns out that the underground is already a crazy mob. I nodded. Okay. Then, Melina, let's go to the blessing point and the Queen's boudoir to prepare a little, and then set off quickly. Tomorrow, I will also send people down the well in the name of the King of Blessing at a different time from you. However, Try not to regard them as support. After all, you are still wanted by Rodel in name. Munget mentioned it again. I smiled and said, then I must try to get along with the evil omens today, and stabilize my situation in this underground sewer. Well, I hope that this time, I can completely solve the group of crazy firemen. So, Melina and I said goodbye to Mondot, and returned to the Queen's boudoir. I took out a piece of fading forging stone from the blessing backpack, and slightly sharpened the blade of Night Starfire. I also sorted out the backpack. Secondary weapon, Holy Finger Seal. Memory grid equipment, fire throwing. Lance Shanks's Dragon Thunder Shelter. Flame healing amulet. It's better to choose the Kaliab badge and the sacrificial twigs that can be used to save lives. Suddenly I thought, I failed to defeat the King of Blessing, and I didn't go to see Grandma Inya when I returned to the round table last time. I lost 2 amulet leather bags, which is a pity. Other simple props. I haven't used the flame pot for a long time. Bring it with you. It can be used to deal with those poisonous flower monsters underground. I still have a dozen throwing daggers and flying knives. Unfortunately, I didn't prepare the crystal flying knife, otherwise it would be very useful to deal with the stone statue ghosts. As for the configuration of the Holy Grail Dew bottle, it is better to use 6 red and 3 blue. Recently, I feel that a mouthful of red Holy Grail Dew is not enough to restore my health. After all, in reality, I seem to rarely collect Holy Grail Dew that increases its effectiveness. Very good, everything is ready. To go to the lower city, it would have been best to go down from the terrace beside the avenue, but I saw it last time when I passed by that the gate was locked. So, I asked Melina to teleport me to the east wall of the royal city of Rodel, which is where we came in from the back door. From the elevator here, you can go directly to the small garden beside the avenue, which also has an elevator room, which can go to the bottom floor. However, after getting off the elevator here, I was still a little scared. After all, there is a tree furnace guard. Fortunately, Munget had already prepared Rodel's soldier armor sets for Melina and me. The other party was still the same as we first saw him, remembering a hero and standing like a statue, unmoving. Perhaps he still thought we were ordinary soldiers on patrol. Crossing the garden, the elevator room is just opposite. Damn, this place is also locked. However, the lock is on the outside. I saw that there was no one around, so I took out a dagger and directly chiseled the wooden door open. You are not allowed to open it from this side. Right? I must go through this side. I took the elevator downstairs, and as soon as I walked out of the door, there was a crowded and dirty street, and a stinky smell was floating. In the air, there were particles of black dust floating, which were actually flies, mosquitoes, and other bad insects. Due to Mr. Mungert's warning, I took a deep breath. Melina, are you ready? Yes, Mr. Zero. Melina did not hesitate. Run from the roof. Humph, I won't fall for it easily. In a winding street like this, behind the corner, there is an immortal ready to pounce on Atai at any time. This old thief has a lot of bad taste. Look, there is a stupid one here, still standing there stupidly. After jumping over a few houses, I soon found an open-air sewer, and jumped down directly from here. Although, there is a passage up there, it is the resting room of Rodel's soldiers, so don't go in and cause unnecessary trouble. The sewer is even more smelly, and there are rats and hand monsters wandering around. After Melina and I quickly dealt with those things that got in the way, we found the steps at the other end of the sewer and climbed up, and then climbed up a ladder. In front of us is the church on the ground floor. A raging fire was burning on one side of the church. Looking closely, the young corpses, their heads, spines, arms, all had horns. Those could not be the evil omen children of the city of Rodel. Chapter 396. Thank you for the invitation. I am in Rodel, just entered the sewer. The bottom of the Rodel Royal City is not only a gathering place for those immortals tortured by life, but also a huge cemetery where the Rodel Royal City hides its sins. Some of the sons of bad omens born without blessings will be abandoned in the wild, some will be thrown into the sewers of Rodel, and more sons of bad omens, like the blazing fire in front of me, turned into a pile of ashes in the corner where no one noticed. Although, now the King of Blessing, Mondot is also an evil omen, he can do nothing about such things. After all, even if he is a hero who saved Rodel, he can only show himself as the Phantom of Jeffuli. Once the true identity of the evil omen demon is exposed, maybe, he will be betrayed by the nobles of Rodel immediately, and be thrown back into prison. But even so, evil omen Mondot is still willing to support the shaky era. The teacher really lacks love. Melina and I couldn't help but stare at the flames in a trance. Behind the fire, a pair of red eyes suddenly lit up, and a tall figure slowly rose up. He actually stepped on the blazing fire and pulled out the two large hatchets from the corpse of the evil omen. It was the evil omen hunter. The mask on the strange old man's face smiled, and the next second, the evil omen hunter rushed towards us quickly. Melina, be careful. After I gave the instructions, I immediately drew out the Night Star Fire. The opponent had already raised his double blades with both hands and slashed at me like a hungry tiger. But this attack mode had too many flaws. I only took ordinary small steps, and then I sidestepped the opponent's blade to avoid myself. The opponent waved the flaming hatchet again, chasing and sweeping me. But when I leaned back to attack, I kicked directly, just kicking the weak side of the evil omen hunter, kicking him back and staggering, and almost falling over. I also followed the reaction force, fell to the ground, and then with a somersault, stood up again. However, I saw that Melina had unknowingly circled behind the evil omen hunter, and took advantage of the opponent's inability to stand firmly, and stabbed him with a dagger. Unfortunately, it missed the vital point. The evil omen hunter was angry, spitting fire from his mouth, and suddenly turned around. But wouldn't this expose his back to me again? He stepped forward quickly, and the combat skill Scarlet Blood Moon Slash. The blade fell straight down, and the golden glow turned into crimson blood foam in an instant. As the slash fell on the evil omen hunter, it was like a waterfall, and a larger blood flower splashed in an instant. This is called a jump slash. What's wrong with yours? Watching the opponent fall, I put away the Night Star Fire, stepped forward and peeled off the opponent's evil omen mask. Sniff. It stinks. Next, I will go to the sewer to negotiate with the sons of evil omen. Let me think. Where is the wellhead? The fastest way is to go through the sewer channel here, and go around to the ruins on the other side of the lower city. Melina, let's go. I put away the ominous smiley mask. Turning around, I saw Melina kneeling beside the flames, praying for the dead souls, innocent people who were born in the beginning. Return to the tree and rest in peace. One day, the law will vindicate you, and evil omen will no longer be a sin. With a crackling sound, sparks flew away, and flew towards the golden tree with the billowing flames, like the broken light of the rune. After a moment, she stood up. Let's go. Lord Zero. Oh! When I passed the church next to me, I looked inside, and FIA was not here, nor were her heroes. Speaking of which, Munger once said that if there was a chance in the future, he would arrange for me, FIA, and the Golden Mask to meet together to discuss the restoration of the Great Rune. And now, she should have been taken to the original site of Rodell's Round Table Hall and protected. The underground sewers on this side are not complicated, with only a few branches, and the monsters are just some small mice. Small hand monsters. Of course, at the end of a branch, there is a huge hand monster attached to the wall. I don't need to go to that side, so it's better not to provoke it. Among them, the most insidious one is the Platinum Sun, who took advantage of the dim environment of the sewer, covered his head with a black sack, and pretended to be a dead body. In the game, these guys did not stand up, and could not be locked, which made people relax their vigilance, and then secretly gave people a hug from behind, draining a Thai's blood. Gayo, wake up. Old friend? Let me help you wash and sleep again. I stepped on the other's head back into the water with one foot, and with a knife, I killed the Platinum Sun and turned him into a pool of silver-gray mud. Continue forward. There is a dragon skeleton sculpture here. These seem to be failed products intended to be made into heroic gargoyle statues, which can only spit flames and remain motionless. After a few knives to break this thing, I kicked it down with another kick. The big pit in front of me should be a garbage dump. Climb up the ladder on the opposite side, and you will reach the ruins where the sewer entrance is hidden. I jumped down with Melina without hesitation. Suddenly, a weak sound came from the incinerator. Turning around, I noticed that unlike the empty space in the game, there were actually many immortals gathered here. As soon as they saw Melina and me, they rushed towards us. Run! I called Melina, went to the ladder in the corner, climbed up, and covered myself first. Are these immortals? Like the Dragon's Breath ruins in Ninjafu, longing for flames to take away their bored lives? What a hopeless bunch. Combat skills Molten Flame Hurricane Dance. The flame storm blew away the approaching guys in an instant. But then, the immortals stood up again, and rushed towards me like crazy. Ah! Without the dragon skeleton statue. They think I am the flame that can end their lives again. Right. Masochism. How terrible. I still hurried to climb the ladder. But I didn't expect that. These immortals also started climbing the ladder after me. Does the hatred value have to be so high? I didn't dare to neglect it for a moment. I climbed to the top as quickly as possible. Melina seemed to be stunned in place, not knowing where to go next. I quickly took her hand. Follow me. Following the stairs, ran to the bottom of the drooping wings of Gulen Sanks. This ruin seemed to have become what it is now, when the dragon fell. The wellhead of the underground waterway should be in the center of this ruin. Find a place to climb over the outer obstacles first. Soon, I found the familiar location in the game. A pile of white ashes piled up into a ramp. Climb in from this side. If I remember correctly, it's just around the corner. Ah. Damn, those immortals are still chasing me. Moreover, their roars also awakened the Platinum Suns in the ruins. They all made the same roar, and emerged from every corner of the ruins, like mad dogs. Combat skills bloody wolf howl. I suddenly jumped up, stabbed a sword into the ground. Using the second stage of the detonation damage, exploded the approaching crazy Platinum Suns. A breakthrough appeared, and I quickly took Melina with me and rushed in the direction I remembered. Sure enough, the familiar well that looked like the one at the door of my house came into my sight. Jump! I slid down the ladder quickly. The sewer just now was just filled with a stench of rotten garbage. But this side was filled with the real smell of manure. When I came down, I took a breath and almost fainted from the stench. Will it get worse and worse? Melina? I was just about to say Mimi. Why don't you turn back into a spirit? Suddenly, there was a snapping sound beside me, and I saw a black thing falling from the well. It was those insane sons of platinum. Oh my goodness, it's really endless, isn't it? Forget it. Let's go. I put on the portable lantern, held my breath, and quickly ran deeper into the sewer. Every time I opened a metal door, the stench rushed into my head, as if it was filled with feces. Squeak! 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 In a room, the mice were startled by the sudden intruder, ran around for a while, and suddenly turned around, as if they had come to their senses, and rushed towards Melina and me. Damn it, I'm not here to fight with you for shit. Why are you so fierce? I was too lazy to fight with the stinky rats. Under Melina's cover, I quickly pushed open another door at the end. The air here was a little fresher, and it was filled with a more gray smell of dust. The avenue of abandoned bad omens. Back then, Mongdot and his brother Mung were abandoned here by Queen Marika. Squeak! 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 Don't sigh. The pursuers really changed in waves. I quickly took Melina down the stairs beside the platform. Unexpectedly, the stinky rats were really not afraid of death, and actually jumped directly from the high platform, but they were not dead yet, and surrounded the bottom of the stairs, waiting for Melina and I to go down. At this moment, a huge figure suddenly came from the side, raised his big foot, stepped on the mouse, and directly blew the mouse's head. Shut up. Stinky mouse. Where did you come from? The other party raised his head, and couldn't help but look at us. Then, his eyes changed from anger to surprise. And then to surprise. Grinning, oh, finally there is fresh meat. Chapter 397 Underground of Evil Omen. Under the dark underground of the royal city of Rodel, after seeing me hanging on the long ladder, the son of Evil Omen grinned maliciously, kicked the rat that was in the way away with a few kicks, and climbed up with his hands and feet. This guy, wouldn't he want to eat us? Melina, go up first. I quickly climbed back to the terrace on the top with Melina. When I turned around, the guy had already climbed halfway, so I quickly said, Wait, Evil Omen man, we are not fresh meat, but are here to discuss important matters under the order of the King of Blessing. Mungert, yes, by the way, your king is called Tron Omen. Right? Huh? Who is that? What does our king have to do with your king on the ground? The other party did not stop at all, and his tone was also indignant. Melina reminded me, Master Zero, you forgot the ominous smiley mask. Oh! I quickly remembered what Mondot said, and took out the mask from the blessing backpack. I took off the helmet that disguised me as a Rodel soldier, put on the ominous smiley mask, and poked my head out of the stairs again, saying with a friendly smile, Look, guys, it was really Teacher Mungert who asked me to come find you. Bastard. The other party roared from the bottom of his throat and climbed faster. Master Zero. You seem to have made him angry. Hey. Why? I quickly retracted my head. Didn't Teacher Ominous tell me in person that if I put on the ominous smiley mask, I could show my sincerity to the sons of Ominous and ask for their help? Is the teacher trying to trick me? There was no time to think more, since the other party was coming aggressively and didn't intend to have a good conversation. I could only make other preparations. With a swish, the Night Starfire came out. Melina couldn't help but remind him, Master Zero, if the situation escalates, it might not be good. Right? It's okay. I'll use the back of the knife. I turned the Night Starfire, aimed at the head of the son of Evil Omen that emerged from the stairs, and swung the knife to chop it down directly. Ayo! The other party roared like a lion, but still subconsciously retracted his head. And I warned him, don't come up again, go and invite your king, I have something to say to him. You bastard, are you worthy? The other party tried to rush up again. There was no other way, I could only increase my strength, and chop down the big head of the son of Evil Omen with the back of the knife again. When it hit the long horns of the other party, even sparks burst out. The other party shouted Aowu again, and shrank his neck in pain, but his hands and feet did not give up, and he was still climbing up. I couldn't help but spit, and raise the Night Starfire again, accumulated strength, and then chopped him down. But unexpectedly, the son of Evil Omen suddenly stretched out his hand, and actually grabbed the Night Starfire. The sewer was dark, I didn't notice the other party's movements, and the son of Evil Omen was also quite strong, so I couldn't pull back the blade. Son of a bitch, get out of here! The other party cursed, and angrily raised his hand and threw it. I was caught off guard. Because I was holding on to Night Starfire, and couldn't let go, I was thrown out. Wow! Bang! The weightlessness brought a dull thump to the ground. I felt like a cell phone that had fallen to the ground. The screen was completely shattered, but it was still glued together with soft glue. Damn it, another guy who doesn't listen to people. What went wrong? Put on the mask of the Evil Omen smile, then in the name of the Blessing King. Mr. Mongot, perhaps? The only loophole is that Mongot and I have miscalculated the resentment of the sons of Evil Omen who have been abandoned in this dark and lightless place since birth, and everywhere in the stinking underground, and their hatred for the people on the ground. Besides, I am still wearing a set of Rodel soldiers. Lord Zero. Melina's call brought me back to my senses. I'm fine. Don't worry. After taking a few breaths, he struggled to stand up from the ground, but he could already hear heavy and numerous footsteps. Ah, is it the bastard from the ground? You are so brave. Haha, you are asking for your own death. His legs look good, let's take one first. Then his head belongs to me, I haven't tasted the taste of people from the ground for a long time. Beside the underground avenue, under the swaying pale light, the burly sons of Evil Omen, some holding axes, or holding half-man-length swords, surrounded me like butchers discussing how to slaughter cattle and sheep. Not good, as I guessed before, as long as there is a little movement, it will attract all the sons of Evil Omen nearby. Moreover, these guys are thick-skinned and tough, and it is quite difficult to deal with them one by one, not to mention a large group like now. Ah! Suddenly, there was a roar from the top of the stairs next to me, and then within a second, the son of Evil Omen who threw me down crashed to the ground. Melina actually followed suit, jumping down from the top and landing behind me gracefully. Master Ling, what should we do next? But I looked at the son of Evil Omen who fell to the ground, covered his eyes, and huddled up. And my eyelids trembled slightly. Mimi, you just told me not to hit too hard, but I think you are more ruthless than me. No, there is no other way. There are only 4 Evil Omens now. Let's just knock them all out first, and then go find the Tron Omen. I clenched the Night Starfire. When the son of Evil Omen saw his companions were seriously injured, he was also furious and cursed. You damned earthlings! Kill them! Here it comes. Driven by Rune's magic, the Night Starfire ignited a red flame. Combat skill Molten Flame Hurricane Dance. The sons of Evil Omen seemed to be slightly frightened by the blazing flames, but then, they continued to rush towards me with ferocious faces. I gave Melina a look, she nodded knowingly. While I attracted the attention of all the Evil Omens, I learned the steps I learned from the training with Black Blade Delances in the past 2 days, and quickly went around to the left Evil Omens. Of course, Melina couldn't be as invisible as an assassin, and the attention of an Evil Omen was quickly attracted by her. Now, I stepped hard on the storm feet with my feet, and the Night Starfire roll with Molten Flame suddenly chopped down at the son of Evil Omen. The opponent hurriedly raised his knife to block, and suddenly, the raging flames turned into a waterfall from the sky, and in an instant, swallowed the son of evil omen in one gulp. Roar. Hearing the painful and angry roar of his companion, the guy next to him immediately raised his axe and was going to chop at me. But Melina had already taken the opportunity to go around behind him, grabbed the long horns on his back, climbed onto the shoulders of the son of evil omen, picked up the dagger, and stabbed him in the shoulder. The evil omen was so angry that he wanted to reach out and grab Melina, but she kicked the opponent's back again and retreated directly. And the evil omen, who was suppressed by my molten lion slash, also withstood the damage of the flames and tried to force me away. I used the two weapons as a fulcrum to flip forward, jumped over the head of the son of evil omen, and landed behind him. Everything happened in a flash. The two injured evil omens stared at us breathlessly, and the two evil omens on the other side also rushed over. Seeing their companion's wounds, they were even more angry. You son of a bitch. You better keep your mouth clean. Ah. Could it be that you usually eat too badly, and you can't change it? I laughed and mocked. The four evil omens were furious, each holding a weapon, and rushed towards us. Well, we couldn't stop from the beginning, and now we can only deal with them. I clenched the Night Star Fire, thinking about how to deal with these four big pieces of meat next. But suddenly I felt a chill on my back, and a chill ran through my spine and went straight to my brain. I turned around subconsciously and swung my sword towards the source of the chill, and the opponent also chopped down with a big sword. With a bang. It was like an explosion. The opponent's power was like a tsunami, covering the whole world. I couldn't reach it, and was directly bounced away. There was a sharp pain in my palm, as if it was torn apart, and the huge figure in front of me, like a mountain, lit up with a teasing golden light. Oh! Chapter 398 The King of the Underground. Suddenly, another son of evil omen came out from behind us. Different from the big-bellied guys in front, the evil omen in front of us was closer to the burly and strong body of Blood King. Munder, who casually picked up the big machete that was taller than me, smiled contemptuously and said, "Not bad, quick reaction." Moreover, this guy actually brought 3 or 2 sons of evil omen behind him. Master Zero, behind. Melina suddenly shouted to me. Behind? Oh no! Go to hell. Turning around, I saw 4 weapons slashing down at me. In order to block the sudden attack, I put myself in the tiger's mouth. Can I dodge it? Or block it? Stop! A thunderous rebuke exploded when I hesitated for a moment, and it actually petrified the 4 sons of evil omen. Their weapons were stuck on my head, and they dared not move. That's my prey, I'll retreat. Then, the Lion King's roar-like words made the evil omens look at each other, and they all silently put away their weapons, and retreated, like a thick wall, blocking the long ladder coming down. Sure enough, this guy is the evil omen's king who now manages the Rodel underground sewer area in Teacher Mondit's mouth, Tron Omen? Since the 2 brothers left, it's been a long time since there was anyone worthy of my knife. The golden light in Tron's eyes became more and more dazzling, and his excitement was obviously difficult to suppress. You two come together, let me see what the people on the earth are capable of now. I took a breath and said, Melina, leave this to me. Pray for Lance Shanks's Dragon Thunder protection. Oh! Tron sighed meaningfully. The moment I took a step, he also rushed towards me with his sword. Combat skill, hound step. I sped up my pace, hiding my figure in the darkness, circling behind the opponent, preparing to swing the sword to attack. However, Tron's eyes had naturally long been accustomed to the underground environment. After a moment of hesitation, he quickly turned around to follow my steps. When the red thunder and sparks splashed, the 2 swords bounced off each other. What a fierce force! I held it with both hands, and with the activation state of Dragon Thunder, I was only evenly matched. Ha ha ha, you're good, damn hunter! Tron took a step back, stood firmly, and swung his sword at me again. I was not to be outdone, and went straight up with the sword, forcibly fighting with the opponent. Ping ping. Pang bang. The blades collided fiercely. Each time, the echo had not ended, there was another explosion. The red thunder wrapped around the Night Star Fire burst out and rushed everywhere, and my energy was also rapidly declining. But the opponent was getting more and more excited as he chopped, swept, chopped, smashed, one knife after another. Gradually, I couldn't keep up with Tron's speed. I just felt like a sandbag, numbly accepting the opponent's attacks. Bang! Another mountain-splitting blow that swung in a large circle. I can't block it anymore. Taking advantage of the opponent's large range of motion, I quickly stepped back. Tron's sword chopped the ground, causing gravel to fly and dust to scatter. But before I could stand firm, this guy's left hand suddenly lit up with a golden light, and then, actually, like Mungard, he transformed into a heavy hammer. While I was retreating and hadn't stood firm, the heavy hammer had already turned around with Tron, and swept towards me from the side. I couldn't avoid it. I had to raise my hound's fangs, but the opponent's accumulated momentum was obviously greater than mine, who was not ready yet, and it was a bit of a matter of fate whether I could withstand it. Bang! Ah! When I came to my senses, I had already flown out, and then hit the wall beside the road heavily. Blood kept gushing out of his throat, and he was even more torn into pieces than when he was thrown down from the high platform just now and fell to the ground. Is that all you can do? A rat-shit hunter on the ground. Tron smiled and carried a machete, walking towards me confidently. Lord Zero. Melina came over and helped me stand up. I'm fine. I can hold on. Don't force yourself. Lord Zero. We have to deal with not only them, but also the crazy fireman. Melina said softly. Are you two coming together? Although, I don't mind. But if you can't add some fun to me, you will die quickly. Tron was still confident and unhurried. Melina took this time to chant a prayer. Eternal Golden Tree, please show your power and give us the healing light. The golden light fell from Melina's palm to the ground, and then it sprouted and took root quickly, turning into a golden tree. Although it is only a young tree 2 or 3 people tall, its radiance is like warm snow falling on people, making the pain in my body dissipate as the snow melts. Pray for the little golden tree. And the evil King Tron not only did not stop looking at the little golden tree growing brilliantly, could he not help but be a little dazed. This, a furnace. Then, he glared at Melina. Woman, who are you? The evil king imprisoned underground. I am the witch of Lord Zero, Melina. Melina responded politely. Melina, very good, very good, very good. Tron said very good 3 times in a row, his tone getting higher and higher each time. He stretched out his hand to Melina. Come here, become my man. I can let you go, and even listen to your purpose and request for coming here. My eyelids trembled slightly, and I subconsciously cut off Tron's gaze towards Melina with my sword. What a joke, Melina is my man. Oh, but here, I have the final say. Tron dragged the machete in one hand, and rushed towards me quickly. Under the dazzling golden tree, I took a deep breath. Very good, the light is quite bright. Holding the Night Star Fire in both hands, I calmed down, and first applied Lance Shanks's Dragon Thunder protection to myself. Tron slashed at me diagonally. Combat skill, Hound Step. I took the smallest step, and dodged to the side. The opponent saw this, and planned to turn back the blade, and slash at me horizontally. The later ones made it, the earlier ones came, and I saw your movements clearly. Combat skill, Block. When Tron's blade was quickly deflected by me, he also shook his body and stepped back half a step. And I quickly stepped forward, and grabbed the position. Next, it will be a slash from top to bottom, right? Combat skill, Block. I got ahead of Tron's attack again, and deflected the opponent's attack. Although he was indeed very strong, his attacking moves were wide, and under the illumination of Melina's little golden tree, each movement was so clearly visible. Besides, the fight just now has made me understand the opponent's attack pattern. Next, he will swing the machete and sweep across. Fighting skill, Block. I accurately deflected Tron's attack with a sword again. While he was stumbling backwards, I suddenly jumped up, turned the blade into red lightning, and chopped down at him. Master Zero, Melina called from behind. Tron in front of him was even more surprised. Turning the blade, he quickly raised the machete above his head and forcibly blocked my attack. But because he couldn't stand firmly, he was cut by my thunder slash, and his defense was broken. He couldn't help but sink down. Kneel down. TSK, Tron knelt on one knee on the ground. The arc of red lightning rushed over him, which should have made him numb all over. But this guy didn't have any annoyance or fear of defeat in his eyes. On the contrary, he was extremely excited. Ha 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 ha, very good, very good. Tron seemed to have a burning flame, and a brute force surged up, and he actually broke free from Lay's restraints. And I had to flip back and jump away first. Good guy, you are really a hidden boss. Is there a second stage? It's really exciting, Rat Shit Hunter Zero. Chapter 399 The Beauty Temptation of Little Wood. The son of Evil Omen is actually just a child born on the borderland, who was blessed by the 100 Phases furnace, which is similar to a phenomenon of atavism, and the horns on his body are the best symbol. But this appearance is regarded as a curse, defiled and barbaric by the Golden Dynasty, and abandoned by civilization to the bottomless underground of Rodel. Ha ha ha, it's been a long time since anyone has let me use my real skills. You did a good job, rat shit hunter. I looked at the evil King Tron Omen underground with vigilance. The hot and turbid yellow gas that burst out from his body, it was like the power of the furnace fire. Feel it well, I am imprisoned in this damn lightless underground. With Tron's roar, the next second, the arrogants turned into a group of Earthgold cursed souls and rushed towards me. Could it be like the bell-ringing ghost summoned, capable of tracking and attacking? I gathered runes on the Night Star Fire Pyroxene, and a layer of light frost appeared on the blade. It's hard to dodge. So just chop it open. Combat skill, Ice Crystal Pyroxene. Wait a minute. Suddenly Melina stood in front of me. I quickly retracted the blade. And when Tron saw this, he also waved his hand, and scattered the cursed souls. He raised his mouth and smiled. What? Are you willing to change your mind and come to my side? Which? Melina raised her golden eyes and looked directly at her. Lord Tron, I just found that there seems to be some misunderstanding between us. Lord Zero and I are not the evil omen hunters who come to fight against you. Huh, what did I think you were going to say? Tron rolled his eyes in silence, pointed at me and said, You've put on that mask, and you're still arguing that you're not one of those rat shit hunters? But Mengot asked me to put on the mask. Since we're talking about the mask, I'll mention it too. Monket? The other party thought for a moment. Oh, are you talking about Market? Yes. Market is the name Monget used when he appeared as an evil omen demon. So in facing these sons of evil omens, this name must be more familiar to him. Rather than the King of Blessing. I nodded repeatedly, yes. Yes. It was Teacher Market who told me that wearing this mask can show my sincerity to you. Wait. I seem to have made a mistake. The text description of the evil omen smiley mask in the game is, the old man's smiley face is the appearance of the evil soul that appears in the nightmares of the sons of evil omen. So the evil omen hunters always wear such masks to arouse the fear of the sons of evil omen and kill them. Then, theoretically speaking, what Monget said at that time, was it bring it instead of wear it? Ah! I sighed and couldn't help but pat my forehead. As a result, the horns on the mask pricked my palm and hurt it. Ah! Master Zero. What are you doing? The scene was awkward for a while. And Melina had to ask me. I was wrong. Melina? The teacher said to bring something to present it to others. Not to wear it on your head. I took off the mask and explained to the other party. It must be the stench of the sewer that made me confused. And my brain was full of muddle. Only Mr. Mungert's instructions were left. And I didn't think carefully about why. Melina was also speechless. And smiled bitterly. Master Zero sometimes makes such a fool. Huh? She took the ominous smiley mask from my hand. Turned around. Walked towards Tron Omen. And handed it out. This is the thing. We are entrusted by the current King of Blessing. That is, the ominous Market. To come to discuss important matters with you. Lord Tron. The Lord of the Ominous. The other party looked at Melina and took the ominous smiley mask. But Tron suddenly threw the mask to the ground and crushed it with one foot. Melina? Be careful. I felt the malice coming from the other party. And hurriedly ran forward with a sword. Tron also clenched his fist and said fiercely, It's boring. Boring? Boring. It doesn't matter if I'm not an evil omen hunter. I finally met an opponent who can cut a few times. And it ends like this. It's too boring, choose. The man called Zero. I protected Melina behind me and looked at the other party vigilantly. Continue to fight with me. To the death. Or hand over your witch. Tron's golden eyes couldn't help but shine. By the way, these two choices are basically the same thing. If I really fall, you will still snatch Mimi away. And if I defeat you, you will let me go with 7 or 8 sons of evil omen around you. It seems a little different. But no matter what, my purpose here is not to fight, but to negotiate peace with these barbaric guys. This situation is really a headache. Even Melina sighed, and suddenly said, Master Zero. Let's go. If you insist on leaving with the Hound Steps, Master Tron should not be able to catch you. And I am just a spirit. Let alone. Melina explained lightly. And Master Zero. In your mind, you should know this underground well. Right? Yeah. I responded with a guilty conscience. That's good. There is no need to force others to help. We can deal with the crazy fireman ourselves. It makes sense. Moreover, after Melina finished speaking, her figure did begin to dissipate. Wait a minute. Tron suddenly stopped him again. He stared at Melina closely and asked coldly, "Is this man really worthy of your following? Which? If every finger which will meet the one who will become the king for whom she is willing to sacrifice herself, then Lord Zero is my only choice." Melina responded without hesitation. Did you hear that? I am the only choice. Woo woo woo, little wooden man, you really have me in your heart. Can't laugh, can't laugh. I tried to press the corners of my mouth down, and held back the anger that had already exploded in my heart. The gongs and drums were ringing. Every corner was filled with little people rejoicing. A bustling and lively scene. Calm down, Zero. If I saw Melina's face now, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to hold her back. I'd better look at the ugly one and calm down. Thinking of this, my eyes couldn't help but fall on the sons of Evil Omen on the side. Poof. Ha ha ha, good, good. Thank goodness that Tron suddenly laughed, which covered up my laughter that I couldn't hold back. He actually put away his hostility, and continued with a smile, in this case, if I insist on doing this, I'm afraid that Guy Marquette will start to make noises in my ears again, scolding me for being inconsiderate. For his sake, I'll trust you once. It's not impossible. Melina's playing hard to get actually worked? She and I couldn't help but look at each other. Melina immediately bowed politely. Thank you for your understanding, Lord Tron. Don't be so quick to thank me. Which? Tron suddenly looked at me with a fierce look. You said, you already know everything about this underground Zero? Well, basically. I don't know what the other party is up to, but I can only agree to it first. Interesting. Then help me with something. If you succeed, in exchange, I will also agree to your request, Tron said with a threatening smile. But if you can't do it, just hand Melina over to me. I will lead her on the road to becoming a king, and you will rot in this stinking underground. How about it? Zero? This guy. How could he care so much about Melina? But no matter what, it's still annoying. Melina is not someone's thing, which can be handed over and taken away casually. Who she wants to be with, what kind of life she wants to live, are all her choices. It's really annoying. Say it. I accept your challenge. Chapter 400, Tron's request. Some of my brothers are missing. After I agreed to help Tron, he also asked his men to put away their weapons, and took Melina and me to the depths of the underground avenue. Since you said you know everything about this ghost place, you should have heard of the underground cemetery here. Right? Here we are, Rodel Underground Cemetery, the first cyberghost wall of the French Ring people. At the beginning, I also wandered around in that damn cemetery, and spent a full hour, but I still couldn't reach the mechanism to open the boss room. It's clearly right beside me, and it's right in front of me. Tron naturally couldn't hear my inner complaints, and continued with his own topic, that guy Munger. Ever since he believed in the Mother of Truth, he has been like a madman. His followers actually broke into my territory and stole our holy objects. However, that guy naturally couldn't escape from under my nose, and actually hid in that damn cemetery. I have a few brothers who chased him in, but up to now, there is no trace of him, and only one guy escaped. He gave a look to the evil omens beside him, and one of them walked forward tremblingly. Old boss, you don't want me to lead the way for them, do you? Humph, isn't Zero omniscient and omnipotent? Does he need you to lead the way? Tron sneered. Just tell me how you got out. The son of Bad Omen swallowed again, and bowed to apologize to Melina and me. Zero, Brother Zero, and Mistress, which, I'm really sorry for what I did just now. But I really don't know how I got out, I just felt. I kept walking, but I was always circling around in one place, and I couldn't get out. In order to find a way out, several of my brothers got separated. I didn't know how, but I suddenly walked back to the exit one day. I was so excited that I just wanted to run outside. I didn't remember how I got out at all. Now, even if you want me to go back now, poor Bad Omen. In him, I saw the shadow of myself, who was confused. Moreover, Adi in the game can be directly teleported out through blessing. If they are locked in the evil omen, I am afraid they may not be able to get out. Don't worry, I will find a way to deal with the maze myself. I looked at Tron. The main thing is, I am worried that even if I find your brothers, what if they also attack me together? Tron touched his chin, thought for a moment. This is easy to deal with. As he said, He threw me a gray-black object. It was a baby statue still in swaddling clothes, but there were still many ruby-like spots on his body, just like the evil omen children with sawed horns that I met when I first climbed the Yatin Plateau. Statue of the young son of evil omen. The people who abandoned the evil omen in order to seek psychological peace of mind cast statues for them. When you see someone, show this to them, and they will know that you are someone I have sent. Tron paused, and added, also, there are always endless ghosts wandering in that cemetery. So be careful. Endless ghosts? Well, after all, this is also Rodel's territory. It may be the dog-raised soldiers buried here in the past, who are still holding on to me. Strange. I remember that in addition to the son of evil omen, there were only some immortals in the cemetery. Are there ghosts in reality? As he spoke, Tron had asked someone to open a hole in the floor of the room at the end of the avenue. In the game, this side can only be opened from the bottom. From here you can go directly to the underground cemetery. But those ghosts also gather here and wander around. Tron reminded. Ah, is it the soul-calling snail? I suddenly seem to understand what the so-called ghosts that cannot be eliminated and killed are. Soul-calling snail? It's a thing that can summon the ashes of soldiers. Well, you will know if you follow me. I led the way confidently. After Tron and his brothers of evil omen looked at each other, they followed Melina and went down together. Ah, your head. Ah! He raised his knife and cut the pale white soul of the Rodel soldier in half. After a while, this guy reappeared in front of us with the burning of the ghost fire. The recovery speed is much faster than in the game, but it is indeed a soul-calling snail. Don't worry about them, just follow me. I quickened my pace, led everyone through the tunnel, walked down the stairs to a small platform, jumped down from the platform, turned around, and swung the sword directly, with a buzzing sound. The wall in front of me disappeared, and a soldier's soul was hiding inside, swinging a knife at me. I kicked it directly to the wall on the left, and the soldier's soul smashed another invisible wall. A round pale head poked out from inside, and after seeing me, it quickly shrank back. You're already at a dead end, and you still want to run? I broke into the boudoir of the soul-summoning snail, grabbed its head that was shaking desperately, and chopped it off with a knife. In an instant, all the pale Rodel soldiers outside also softened, like ginseng fruit, disappearing underground. There was still a prop light on a corpse next to the soul-summoning snail. I picked it up and saw that it was a holy dragon emblem amulet +1. Perhaps this soul-summoning snail has countless relationships with this corpse, which is why it guards his belongings after he dies. When I put away the amulet, Tron also came over and said, I have lived here since I can remember. I didn't expect that. There is such a space in this ghost place? After all, this is the hometown of the old thief Miyazaki. If it is not designed in a roundabout way, I am afraid that the furious Eitai would have broken in and assassinated it. The old thief Miyazaki? Tron's face was full of question marks. Well, let's not talk about this for now. Anyway, this guy is the culprit of those ghosts. It should be resurrected through blessing. You can take the snail out, or let it stay here. Anyway, we know how to deal with the ghosts. Right? I quickly changed the subject and kicked the shell of the summoning snail to Tron's feet. Not to mention, this shell is quite hard. Moreover, when I cut off the snail's head, a considerable part of it immediately retracted into the shell. Maybe this guy is not dead at all, but just interrupted the summoning. Tron looked at the snail shell at his feet for a long time, and suddenly said, Brother Zero. Why did you suddenly change the name? Tron actually said sincerely, It seems that what you said is indeed true. I ask you to help bring back those brothers of mine. Well, leave it to me.